The whirring of the simulation chamber faded as I, Wang Pan, stumbled out blinking. Everywhere I looked, adults were plugged in, experiencing fantastical worlds. Turns out, this world lets anyone over 18 dive into these simulations, except me. It seemed I was wired differently. Every single time I simulated, BAM, a hidden talent would unlock itself. At first, it was strong and healthy. Imagine being able to bench press a stone altar and yank 9 wild oxen backwards. That's where my journey began, leaving everyone else in the metaphorical dust. The title slapped on me felt epic, pioneer. Apparently, I was destined to redefine martial arts, carrying the legacy of countless legendary fighters. And get this, it doubled my combat prowess right off the bat. Then came the stacking of even crazier abilities. Bone and blood connection, followed by the advanced talents of Jin Shi Sui, imagine supercharged inner strength, and cicada perception, freakishly sharp senses. Layer these onto my base strong and healthy, and the simulation declared me a straight-up martial arts king. Talk about leveling up. Now, facing off against seasoned masters felt different. Thousands of combat techniques converged within me, turning every inch of my body into a weapon. My raw power wasn't just magnified fivefold, it was amplified across everything: strength, speed, endurance, and even healing. I was in a whole new league. Today felt different, charged with an electric tension. It was the day everyone turning 18 would experience the legendary simulation of life. Unlike exams you could retake, this was a one-shot deal deciding your entire future. Imagine, today would make or break people's paths forever. Some were destined to fail and permanently miss out on becoming a formal simulator, while others would soar, achieving true elevation through success. The air crackled with anticipation in the massive square surrounded by towering walls. High atop those walls, a powerful simulator exuded an aura so intense it warped space itself. At the entrance, our year's graduating class, nearly 100,000 of us, filed in under our teacher's watchful eyes. Even hushed whispers swirled like a tempestuous sea, forming a rumbling hum that resonated through the square. Little cliques formed spontaneously, fueled by nervous excitement and unwavering belief, each of us convinced we were the protagonist of this grand life simulation. But amidst the hopeful energy, I could sense worry clinging to others, their clear-eyed understanding of their limitations whispering a fear of failure. Slowly, the flow of students thinned, and finally, the entrance gate shut with a resounding clang. The entire square erupted in an incandescent web of runes, pulsating with the concentrated power of elite simulators infusing energy into the heart of it all. A blinding white light erupted heavenward, cleaving the sky itself. Then, silence. Poof! The crowd vanished, leaving an unervingly empty expanse. Wu Chuan, our formidable headmaster, stood on the platform overlooking the void, a troubled sigh escaping his lips. Beside him, the portly logistics director chimed in, his gut literally bouncing with each syllable. We don't know the exact numbers across Jiangcheng, but this year, our school alone achieved something remarkable. 37 of our very first and second year students passed the simulation, becoming formal simulators. A true testament to their hard work. He beamed, a touch of fatuous pride flickering in his eyes. This year felt different, even historic. The pressure of the past, where Jiangcheng No. 1's performance had been abysmal, hung heavy. Wu Chuan himself took the reins as principal after the previous year's catastrophic showing, a rebuilding effort driven by sheer force of will. And now, this sliver of hope, this outpouring of success, felt like a testament to our resilience and potential. Aporestity. This small victory whispered of a brighter future for Jiangcheng No. 1. Even with a worst-case scenario, at least one out of the third batch of students failing to become a formal simulator, the logistics director declared victory. He heaped praise onto Wu Chuan, our headmaster, his booming voice laced with that exaggerated enthusiasm only he possessed. Unthinkable achievements, all thanks to your brilliance, he proclaimed. Jiangcheng No. 1 will truly shine this year. The rest of us present reacted a beat too late, mentally high-fiving each other while internally groaning. Man, wish he'd sprung that thought out first so we could have echoed it too. That logistics director was like a verbal cannon, firing off compliments before anyone else could utter a peep. Wu Chuan, usually exasperated by his overzealousness, couldn't help but crack a genuine smile this time. The raw data spoke for itself. Jiangcheng No. 1 had far surpassed expectations. 37 of our students, even excluding the untested third batch, already held the prestigious title of formal simulator. In a place like Xiagua, with its massive Chuzhou province alone housing nearly 60 million 18-year-olds diving into these simulations, securing even a sliver of that less than 10,000 coveted spots was a monumental achievement. Jiangcheng itself is just one city amongst 30 in Chuzhou, and our school was the 17th simulation college within it. To outshine entire cities in the past year's simulation race felt revolutionary. Whispers of promotions and career advancements swirled amongst the staff. This victory lifted everyone up. Wu Chuan even found himself grudgingly admiring the usually graded-on logistics director. Out here, amidst the anxious energy of waiting parents, he was a hero. Even seasoned, powerful simulators stood shoulder to shoulder with ordinary folks, their faces etched with worry mirroring their children's uncertain fates. For them, even a failed simulation wouldn't spell disaster, their standing would allow their offspring to thrive. But the title of simulator held a unique, unparalleled future. One teenager cut through the crowd with an unnervingly detached air. He seemed utterly impassive, his gaze unfocused, burdened by something unspoken. His internal world was shrouded in a melancholy no one else could penetrate. 18 years in this simulation-driven world had flown by, and for him, it felt like the dawning of a reckoning. I sat wheelchair-bound, heart heavy as I watched the anxious throngs. It was my sister's simulation day, make or break, life-altering. My mom, Zhang Yao, perched behind me, her hand resting on the chair's back. For the 100th time that day, she fretted, "Panner, do you truly think your sister can become a formal simulator?" I squeezed her hand reassuringly, my tone gentle, a balm against her worry. "Mom, don't sweat it. Xiangxiang will definitely make it." She had dreamed of being a simulator since childhood. Failure wouldn't just be a setback, it would devastate her. Zhang Yao sighed, a world weariness clinging to her voice. Everyone glorifies becoming a formal simulator like it's winning the lottery, but they forget the dangers. It's not all sunshine and strength. She was right. Being a simulator wasn't a mere privilege, it came with immense responsibility. Ninth grade simulator was just the first rung on a treacherous ladder. The path stretched from there to Soldier Realm, General Realm, Marquis Realm, culminating in the awe-inspiring Human King Realm. The perks were undeniable, but lives hung precariously in the balance. Every year, simulators perished due to unforeseen circumstances, their potential cut short. "Panner, darling, how are you feeling? This heat shouldn't bother someone like you. You should have stayed home," Zhang Yao fussed, her eyes mirroring my unspoken pain. I forced a smile. "Mom, truly, I'm fine. This is life for me now. Besides, today's monumental for Xiangxiang. If I weren't here, she'd nag me nonstop the minute she got home." A sliver of bitterness tugged at my heart, a familiar sting of being different, a body betraying its invincible spirit. Zhang Yao squeezed my shoulder, her eyes misting over. "It's all our fault, Panner. We haven't managed to heal you all these years." The unspoken weight of their struggle pressed down. The simulation points drained into endless medical treatments for me, a bottomless pit despite being a 6th grade simulator. Debts piled up like unwanted monuments to my fragile state. Yet, she framed it as their failure, her heart aching with an unbearable burden of love and helplessness. But amidst the worry, I felt an outpouring of fierce familial affection. Being their son, flawed as I was, held a value far surpassing any fleeting good fortune. Their world revolved around me, a silent testament to a bond that refused to be diminished. And today, their hope anchored on Xiangxiang's success, fueling a resilient spirit that shone brighter than the anxieties cast by my own limitations. Wang Pan didn't lie, he really thought so. Wang Pan knew long ago that he was not the biological child of Zhang Yao and Wang Jun. Being able to do so much for a person who was not related to him, Wang Pan felt warm and touched. Perhaps Zhang Yao and Wang Jun thought they had concealed it well, but Wang Pan was a time traveler and knew it by nature. Wang Pan still remembered the first person he saw after he was born, that was Wang Pan's biological mother in this life. A beautiful girl of 15 or 16 years old, but at this time, she looked at Wang Pan with disgust, and then threw Wang Pan into the green belt on the side of the road. In response, Wang Pan could only sigh, "You are not old, but you are very cruel." It was precisely because Wang Pan was abandoned in the cold winter when he was born that it was too late when he was picked up by Zhang Yao and Wang Jun, and his wife, and his body was necrotic over a large area. Over the years, Wang Jun used simulation points to exchange for a lot of natural treasures to nourish his body, otherwise Wang Pan would have died long ago. Time passed slowly. Outside the square, many parents were looking forward to it. Many students' life simulations had ended. More and more students came out of the square, and most of them were dejected. After failing the life simulation, they could only enter an ordinary university, graduate, work, get married, and have children in the future. Then they put their expectations on their offspring, hoping that they could stand out in the life simulation and make up for their regrets. Among a group of dejected students, a girl stood on tiptoe and looked around like a groundhog. Suddenly, the girl's head stopped, and then she jumped and walked straight to the shade of the trees outside the square. "Mom, brother!" The girl's voice had arrived before she arrived, and she was shouting. "I told you not to come. I, the great devil Shangxiang, will come out. To become a formal simulator, isn't it enough to have hands? I got an A+ rating this time. I am now an 8th grade simulator." Wang Xiangxiang's tail was almost up to the sky, and she raised her chin proudly. "Look at others, you are not even as good as girls. You were always cheating when you were studying, now you failed in the Sims, come back with me and inherit the family business. Isn't it better to be a rich second generation who eats and waits for death?" The parents on the side all looked unhappy and turned to scold their children. "You are always making noises, you don't look like a girl." Zhang Yao saw her daughter like this and knew that she must have passed the Sims. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or worried for her daughter. "Brother!" Wang Xiangxiang's face fell immediately and she looked at Wang Pan pitifully. "Okay, Mom, it's a great joy for my sister to become an official simulator today, let this girl go crazy for a while." Wang Pan smiled and stretched out his only right hand, motioning Wang Xiangxiang to come forward. "Brother is still good to me. I'm afraid you two old people didn't pick me up." Wang Xiangxiang muttered softly. Wang Pan looked strange when he heard this. "Silly sister, I am the one who was picked up." Zhang Yao stepped down and blamed her. "You just spoil her. Sooner or later, she will be spoiled." Although she said so, Zhang Yao also knew how much pressure Wang Xiangxiang was under in order to pass the Sims. She often couldn't sleep all night. Zhang Yao also saw it with her eyes and felt pain in her heart. Now that she passed the Sims, the pressure on this girl was relieved by half, and she recovered her lively and active temperament. The family of three walked back talking and laughing. Wang Xiangxiang stood behind Wang Pan and took over the job of pushing the wheelchair. Wang Xiangxiang chattered all the way, and Wang Pan and Zhang Yao also listened to the little girl quietly. Because Wang Jun asked the simulator who was proficient in medical treatment to treat Wang Pan from time to time, and used natural materials and treasures to warm Wang Pan's body. Although Wang Jun was a 6th grade simulator, the house where his family lived was not big. For bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms, maybe for ordinary people, this house is very good, but for a 6th grade simulator, it seems a bit shabby. "Dad, we are back, I passed the Sims, and now I am also an 8th grade simulator. What delicious food should we eat today?" After returning home, Wang Xiangxiang sniffed her small nose with anticipation. "You are so old now, be more careful. You think about eating all day long. I am really afraid that one day you will be cheated away by a meal." Zhang Yao said unhappily, pushing Wang Pan to the dining table and scolding Wang Xiangxiang. "What do you think my daughter is doing? She has worked so hard for so many years and finally became a simulator. Can't she enjoy herself?" A head popped out of the kitchen. Wang Jun was wearing an apron and holding a spatula. He smiled and said, "My dear daughter, Dad knew that you would definitely become a formal simulator. I made a big meal for you today." "That's right." Wang Xiangxiang stuck out her tongue at Zhang Yao and made a face. With her father's support, she dared to make a face at Zhang Yao. "You are the one who talks too much. The dishes are about to burn. Why don't you light the fire?" Zhang Yao rolled her eyes at Wang Jun and said, "Panner is still the best. You and your daughter have been bullying me all day long. It's time to eat." The last dish was served, and Wang Jun greeted his family. In Zhang Yao's unfriendly look, Wang Jun, feeling a little guilty, took out a bottle of wine from somewhere and laughed. Just once, just once. "Mom, let Dad drink today." Yes, I'm a 6th grade simulator, what's wrong with drinking some wine? This wine is no different from water to me." Wang Jun nodded in agreement. "Panner pleaded for you, and today is a special case, so this is the only time. If you drink secretly behind my back next time, I'll deal with you." Zhang Yao said harsh words, but she took the bottle of wine in her hand, opened it and filled it for Wang Jun. Tun, hiss ha. Comfortable. Looking at the loving appearance of the couple, Wang Pan and Wang Xiangxiang looked at each other and felt full before they even had dinner. Wang Jun spent a lot of money on this meal. The ingredients alone are extraordinary and beneficial to the human body. Just talking about this braised fish in front of us, it uses the green spirit fish that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth but has not yet transformed into a demon. After eating, it can strengthen the blood and eliminate hidden injuries. One fish is worth hundreds of simulation points. Well, this white jade tofu was really delicious. Dad, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Wang Shangxiang took a spoonful of tofu and put it into her mouth, and her eyes suddenly narrowed into a crescent shape. The cheeks are bulging and move up and down like a hamster. Of course, your father and I have practiced. Otherwise, how do you think your mother came here? It's not because she ate the food I cooked, and then she never forgot about me and took the initiative to pursue me. The little cotton-padded jacket's compliment made Wang Jun beam with joy, and he felt a little elated for a moment. Wang Pan raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth, knowing that he was in for a good show. Wang Jun suddenly felt a chill behind his back and secretly thought something was wrong. He smiled coquettishly, turned his head, and as expected, saw Zhang Yao's half-smiling look, and immediately flattered her. My wife eats vegetables, and I know you love crystal shrimp the most. I bought this specially for you from the simulation mall. Brother, try this. How does it taste? Wang Shangxiang picked up a chopstick dish and put it into Wang Pan's mouth, then looked expectantly. Xiang. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. What's wrong? Isn't it delicious? Wang Shangxiang was a little confused. If I remember correctly, we just got home. Wang Pan looked at Wang Shangxiang and said seriously. Yes. Wang Shangxiang didn't understand what Wang Pan wanted to say. Then what's with your expression of expecting praise? I thought I remembered it wrong and thought you cooked this dish. Wang Pan couldn't help but laugh, his expression full of teasing. You don't think this dish will taste better after it's stained with your saliva, do you? Stinky brother, I won't feed you. Wang Shangxiang waved her little fists bulgingly, but a little blush quietly appeared on her delicate and perfect little face. Mom! Wang Pan didn't panic at all when he saw this, he turned his head and shouted. Wang Shangxiang panicked when she heard the voice, and hurriedly picked up a piece of fat and thin meat, blew on it, and then stuffed it into Wang Pan's mouth. Wang Pan had a proud smile on his face. Little girl, you're a little too young to fight with me. Okay, stop making trouble and eat quickly. Zhang Yao said with a smile on her face and a gentle tone. After hearing their mother's words, the brother and sister stopped making trouble, and the meal ended in a warm atmosphere. Hiccup. Wang Shangxiang slumped on the sofa, stroking her belly with a satisfied look on her face. Brother, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I can't bear to leave you. Wang Shangxiang turned her head and looked at Wang Pan, feeling a little depressed. Before Wang Pan could reply, Wang Shangxiang said to herself, I don't know what Chuzhou Simulator University is like, whether the teachers are strict or not, and whether the classmates are easy to get along with. My Shangxiang is the best no matter where she is. With Shangxiang's talent, why don't the teachers at Chuzhou Simulator University cry and beg you to be their student? Disgusting, stinky brother, people say you are serious. Even though Wang Shangxiang often talked about her extraordinary talent, she couldn't help but blush a little when she was praised by Wang Pan. Wang Pan was also interested. Shangxiang looked like this, but it was not common. He couldn't help but joked, I'm also serious. My sister is extremely talented and has the talent to be a human king-level simulator. In the future, when Shangxiang becomes the human king and has Shangxiang's protection, then I can go sideways. Shangxiang, go wash the dishes. Before Wang Shangxiang could become angry, Zhang Yao's voice came over. Wang Shangxiang was immediately speechless and responded feebly, here he comes. After dilly-dallying for a long time, Wang Shangxiang reluctantly walked into the kitchen and started washing the dishes, muttering, my brother is a big liar. He is a king. He is lying to me at first sight. How can anyone be a king? Dishwasher. The cicadas chirped one after another outside the window, and the smile on Wang Pan's face disappeared, replaced by heaviness. Silly sister, don't underestimate your brother and me. Wang Pan murmured to himself, looking at the kitchen with affection in his eyes. Wang Pan knew that Shangxiang had always wanted to cure his injuries and make himself a normal person. But if Wang Pan's injury could be cured so easily, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. The best way is for Wang Pan to become an official simulator himself, and then upgrade the simulator level again and again to slowly resolve the physical injuries. If you expect other simulators to treat Wang Pan's injuries, let alone Wang Shangxiang, an 8th level simulator, even a simulator at the military commander level will have to pay a heavy price if he wants to save Wang Pan. If I hadn't been reincarnated and hadn't met my parents and Shangxiang, I would have died. But now that I have been reincarnated into this world, met my parents and Shangxiang, and experienced the beauty of the world, how can I face death calmly again? I want to live, not only live, but also live better than anyone else. Wang Pan's emotions kept fluctuating, and his desire for life was extremely strong. Back in his room, Wang Pan prepared to start his first life simulation. As long as he is over 18, everyone has a chance to simulate life. The reason why nearly 100,000 students are simulating in the huge square at the same time today is not because there are venue requirements for the simulation. It is because the chance of passing the first life simulation in this square that has been built at a huge cost is greater. In other words, if you don't need the bonus of this square for the first life simulation of newcomers, then you can start the life simulation anywhere. If you can fail the simulation even with the golden finger, then even if you add the slight bonus of the simulator square for newcomers, it won't change anything. Start the life simulation. Wang Pan said silently in his heart. Silently, Wang Pan disappeared in the room. The life simulation is loading, unknown energy is interfering, and the life simulation is being analyzed. Analysis completed. Due to the influence of unknown energy, you are born extraordinary and a talent is randomly born. The talent for this time is completed, low-level talent, extensive knowledge and memory. Your efforts have enabled you to have a knowledge reserve that exceeds that of most people, but unfortunately you only know the facts but not the reasons. It's a pity. It would be great if the talent was extensive knowledge and strong memory. Wang Pan sighed. Extensive knowledge and strong memory is much better than this extensive knowledge and memory that looks like a spoof. Let me give you a simple example. Mathematics. With extensive knowledge and memory, you can rely on hard work to remember countless formulas and theorems. And with the talent of extensive knowledge and strong memory, you can discover and prove formulas and theorems. Wang Pan quickly put his mood in order. It's better to have it than not. Compared with the other simulators, he is already one step ahead. His golden finger will forcibly give him a talent every time he simulates. And this lead will not only not disappear, but as the number of simulations increases, the gap between ordinary simulators and himself will eventually become larger and larger. The Sims event loading 0 years old. You were born in a poor family. You are a boy. 4 years old. You think there is too much firewood in your neighbor's firewood room, and a leaf sticks out of the firewood room, blocking your way, so you light the leaf with fire. The blazing flames illuminated half of the village, and the villagers came to help put out the fire. Unfortunately, your neighbor's firewood room was still burned down. When the neighbor came back to collect firewood, he saw that the firewood in the firewood room he had worked so hard to collect were gone, and he was so angry that he was ready to kill you with a knife. Under the coordination of the village chief, your family paid 500 yuan in compensation, plus 1,000 honeycomb coals. 8 years old, your parents went out to work, and you became a left-behind child. 12 years old, you and your parents agreed that as long as you get full marks in 3 subjects in the final exam, you will be rewarded with a bicycle. Still 12 years old, you got full marks in mathematics, English, and Chinese, and went home happily with the results, but unfortunately your parents broke their promise. 14 years old, you are in the 2nd year of junior high school, and your academic performance has begun to plummet. You are a bit inferior to others and you are bullied by several hooligans at school. At the age of 15, you are about to graduate from junior high school. You like a girl, but you dare not say it out loud. You have never seen her since graduation. At the age of 28, you get married, although you don't know why you get married. At the age of 40, your energy is not as good as before. You find that the way your company manager looks at you is not right recently. 3 days later, you are fired by the company and replaced by a young man in his 20s who is full of energy. At the age of 68, you lie in the yard in the sun, recalling your life. It seems that you have done a lot in this life, but it seems that you have accomplished nothing. At the age of 72, you suffer from Alzheimer's disease. At the age of 80, you have a strong desire to survive. At the age of 86, you are not dead yet, and your son starts to worry. At the age of 87, you die. The cause of your death is that you did not wear a helmet when fishing and were killed by falling rocks on the cliff? Even though you don't know why an old man with no mobility would go fishing, the Sims event has been loaded. Do you want to start the simulation? Wang Pan. After watching the Sims he was about to experience, Wang Pan was full of admiration for those who could pass the Sims. Good guy. Those who can pass the Sims without cheating are all tough people. He has Alzheimer's disease and is a filial son. Who can stand this? Start the Sims. Wow. In Jingning Town, a baby cried in the health center. Wang Pan was born, 7.2 gene, very healthy. What worried his parents in this life was that Wang Pan couldn't drink breast milk. He vomited as soon as he drank. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and buy milk powder. Wang Pan's father was a plasterer on a construction site, and he only made 5 yuan a day. The money to buy milk powder made this already poor family even worse. Fortunately, Wang Pan's grandparents helped him. The The money the old people got from selling rabbits or goose eggs was used to buy milk powder for Wang Pan. As for Wang Pan's grandmother, she never came to see him because she heard from others that Wang Pan was a girl. But Grandpa Wang Qing came secretly once, took out a few boiled eggs from his arms, put them down, and then left quietly. No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book. Time passed quickly, and Wang Pan was 1 year old. Although he was raised on milk powder and rice milk, he was healthy and could walk and run. When he was 3 years old, Wang Pan's mother took Wang Pan away from his grandmother's house and returned to his grandparents' house. "Oh, my dear grandson, you are back, come and let grandma hug you." Before entering the house, Grandma Zhong Guifang heard the noise and came out. After seeing Wang Pan, her wrinkled face was full of smiles, and she hurriedly picked up Wang Pan. "Grandma!" Wang Pan also called sweetly. "My dear grandson, are you hungry? Here is a candy for you. Eat it first to fill your stomach. Grandma will make you delicious food." Zhong Guifang loved Wang Pan very much, because Wang Qing told Zhong Guifang that Wang Pan was a man after he came back. Zhong Guifang held Wang Pan and refused to let go, and looked cold to her daughter-in-law beside her. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was very bad. The Wang family was very poor, but Wang Pan did not expect to be so poor. Wang Pan's house is backed by a bamboo forest and surrounded by 2 families. The houses of the 2 families are much better than Wang Pan's. They are built with stone strips, so at least they don't have to worry about being collapsed by rain one day. The walls of the 2 families form a small alley more than 1 meter wide. Wang Pan's family usually goes in and out through this alley. The walls of Wang's house are made of bamboo strips and mud. There are only 3 rooms in total. There are nothing else in the house except a few beds, a table, 3 benches, and a wardrobe for clothes. There are a few geese in the yard, and there is a big stone mill under the eaves. Make money, I want to make money. After eating fried loofah with oil residue every 2 or 3 days, Wang Pan couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to vomit when he smelled the oil residue, and drooled when he saw the geese in the yard. Wang Pan often saw Uncle Zhang from the neighbor's house get up before dawn and go out with a knife. Then he carried all kinds of cornstalks, branches and other dry firewood back and piled them in the abandoned pigsty, now the woodshed. Crackle! Amid the sound of firecrackers, Wang Pan turned 5 years old. When you were 4 years old, you were cautious and never played with fire, so your neighbor's woodshed survived. The Sims event is being settled, you get 20 simulation points. After going through a simulation event, Wang Pan was not excited, but felt it was difficult. His little face fell and his brows knitted together. Next is the 8-year-old event, but my family is so poor that my mother waited until I was 8 years old to go out to work with my father, which was already good. How can I convince my mother to stay? If you don't want to make yourself a left-behind child, you can only rely on improving your own conditions. But the current Wang Pan is still too small to do anything. Time is like an arrow, the sun and the moon are like shuttle. Wang Pan was 6 years old and started to study in the 1st grade of elementary school. Primary school is in the town, and Wang Pan's family is in the countryside. 4 or 5 kilometers away, Wang Pan's mother Chao got up early to make breakfast every day, and then sent Wang Pan to school. Before school in the afternoon, I came to school to wait for Wang Pan to get out of school. The rest of the time is to be a farm work. Although it is very hard, it is Wang Pan who is very sensible and has a good grade. Wang Pan also honestly studied at the school, and used his talent to hear his death, and greedily absorbed many knowledge. The most precious thing about simulation is knowledge. Under the almost greedy drawn by Wang Pan, the knowledge of elementary school was quickly learned by Wang Pan. There is no junior high school in Tongjiang town. After studying the knowledge of primary school, Wang Pan has not been in contact with the knowledge of junior high school for the time being. So after studying the knowledge of elementary school, Wang Pan began to relax, and it was shown in the eyes of the teacher. Wang Pan did not listen carefully. But what makes the teachers depressed is that even if Wang Pan does not listen carefully in class, the grades have not dropped at all. This makes the school teacher love and hate Wang Pan. It was another year that Wang Pan was almost 8 years old, and it was getting closer to the 8-year-old simulation life incident. In the incident of simulation life, my mother left home when I was 8 years old and worked with my father. I became a left-behind child. But the time of 8 years is a bit general. It may be possible in the year. It may be left tomorrow, or it may be left in half a year. Wang Pan thought contemplative and decided to start making money as soon as possible. Fortunately, Wang Pan has found a way to come. He didn't tell his mother Chao about his thoughts. From the perspective of adults, children have what children should do, and adults have what adults should do. What the child should do at this age is to study hard and have a good result. And their adults support this home. In front of Wangpanja is a large area of paddy fields. At this time, when it was not reached rice, water was still stored in the field. Lobster $2 a pound, and the big one can sell 2 pieces. After school that day, Wang Pan flew home and began to make a tool for lobster fishing. The tools needed for lobster fishing are very simple. A copy of the net, then find more than a dozen fine wooden sticks, tied one end to the line, and the other end is tied with peeled toads. Everyone is poor, and naturally there are not many pocket money for children. Usually, it can be considered rich in 3 or 5 cents in the pocket. Therefore, the method of fishing lobster is not only Wang Pan thought. When Wang Pan comes to Tianyan, there are already 3 or 2 children. Wang Pan didn't care, and inserted a stick in the field. At the time of dinner, there are half buckets of lobster in the king's barrel, and there must be 5 or 6 pounds. Fishing lobster, be careful, don't fall in the water. Chao O told him seriously during the meal. It's too late today, wait for your mother to make lobster for you tomorrow. Chao O didn't want to sell the lobster, but it was Wang Pan's mouth. The rest of the village thinks so. When they are children, they will make some pocket money. After all, there are not many lobsters that can be caught in the paddy fields in the entire village. Before putting water and planting, it can be caught for 2 or 3,000 pounds. Seemingly, there are many people who can catch. There is not much of such a point. I don't eat, I want to sell money. Wang Pan said honestly. Okay, I will sell it for you tomorrow, but you have to promise your mother, study hard, and the grades cannot be reduced. Lobster is only a moment. Only by reading can make a lot of money in the future. Well, I know. Wang Pan nodded, and ate a piece of pig's head with tears. Today's life is much better than a few years ago. At least, Wang Pan does not need to eat oil residue fried loofah and vomit, and replace it with pork buttocks and piglets. Wang Pan does not need Chao O to pick up and drop off daily, and goes to school with several friends in the same village. When it was raining, Wang Pan never worried, because he knew that his mother outside the school gate would take an umbrella to pick him up. When I went home from school in the afternoon, Chao O gave the lobster money to Wang Pan, a total of 13 yuan. And I told Wang Pan again, the money gives you not to spend, saving things that can be used. Wang Pan was full of agrees, and the next moment he ran out with the tools of lobster fishing. There is no mistake, 1,619, one book, 1, a book. After half a month, Wang Pan made a total of 326 yuan. Although there are not many money, it is also a good start. The lobster in the field is getting less and less. After a busy afternoon, you see a ant catch 3 pounds of lobster, and it is also very small. Going home with lobster, this time the lobster king is not ready to sell. After a month of busy, I can't enjoy it? Hands and feet took care of the lobster, and looked a lot. During dinner, he ate meaty lobster, and Wang Pan almost burst into tears. Chao Orange also smiled, peeling the shrimp shell for Wang Pan, and he didn't eat a few lobster herself. After eating, Wang Pan took the initiative to wash the bowl. At this time, there is no entertainment at night, you can only watch TV. The TV at Wang Pan's family was black and white TV. I bought it the previous year and could only receive 3 stations. Mom, how much do you have at home? Wang Pan suddenly turned to ask. Ask what to do, you have no money? No, don't you give you all the money selling lobster? Chao Lu was originally concentrating on watching the TV series, and he heard the word money instantly. In Chao Orange's view, what children understand, asking the money at home, isn't it just that they have no money, and want to find adults for money? This made Chao a little puzzled. This month, Wang Pan made more than 300 by fishing lobster. If it wasn't for the first time, and the same time, Chao wanted to corrupt Wang Pan with such a large amount of money. At this time, the pork was only 4 pieces of 5 pieces per pound. More than 300 can be able to do it for several days on the construction site. I have money, I don't dare to spend the money for lobster. Wang Pan's mouth twitched, took out the small box that he put his money for Chao Orange, and then hid in a hurry. Looking at the eyes of my mother staring at the small box, Wang Pan was a little scared. I always felt that Chao would say that the child is young in the next second. Clothing, then you ask how much money does it do at home? Seeing that Wang Pan hid behind the small box of money, Chao looked away. Mom, you see that I earn more than 300 lobster in half a month, which is almost the same as my dad's 5 or 6 days, and my dad is not tired yet. I listened to the lobster in the town. They said that they transported lobster to the city and sent them to the wholesale market. To the restaurant, the big lobster in the barbecue stall is more expensive, and 1 pound is 4 pieces. They only need 2 lobsters we catch, 2 pieces. If we go to collect the lobster and then transport it to the city, even if we are calculated according to 3 pieces, we can earn more than 1 pound. Wang Pan said his own plan. Wang Pan was full of confidence. The food was already in front of his mouth. There was no reason for him not to eat, right? Do you remember what I told you? You are still young now. Making money is not something you should consider. Your current task is to study hard so that you can have a promising future. Besides, if it is really as simple as you say, others will rush to do it. How can it be our turn? Chao Ju preached to Wang Pan earnestly. The family has some savings, about 30,000 yuan. But every penny of this money is soaked with the sweat of Wang Pan's father. How could he take the money out to do business just because Wang Pan said so? This money is reserved for repairing the house, but there is still some shortfall. Chao Ju is still thinking that when Wang Pan grows up and has his grandparents to take care of him, he will go out to work with Wang Pan's father to make money. Try to come back next year to build a house. Who said that country people don't compare? Seeing other people's new houses rising from the ground, his own house is still a mud house. Chao Ju dreams about building a house. I understand. I won't go fishing for lobsters tomorrow. Wang Pan had to give up the idea of persuading Chao Ju. It's good that you understand. Your father and I work so hard for you. You must study hard. Mom and Dad will make money. Chao Ju said tirelessly. After watching TV for a while, Wang Pan returned to his room. It's a headache. His brows were furrowed. People nowadays are too slow to accept new things. In addition, Wang Pan was young and had little influence, so he couldn't convince Chao Ju at all. No, the opportunity cannot be missed. After a while, there will be no lobsters to harvest. Wang Pan didn't want to miss this opportunity. There is no such thing as lobster farming now. The lobsters in the field are really harvested a little less. Go find my grandma. Wang Pan was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and jumped out of bed, and walked to the outside of his grandparents' room. Zheng Guofeng and Wang Cheng were afraid that Wang Pan would melt if they held him in their mouths, and they were afraid that he would fall if they held him in their hands. Wang Pan's father, Wang Hong, is the 8th child in the family. He has 7 older sisters, one of whom has died young. People who have not experienced that era will never know to what extent parents can favor sons over daughters. Having given birth to 7 daughters in a row, it is conceivable that Wang Hong was loved since birth. And now this love has been transferred to Wang Pan. Grandma, just listen to me. We can try to charge less first. After telling Zhong Guofeng and Wang Cheng about his ideas, Wang Pan shamelessly hugged Zhong Guofeng's thigh, raised his head and blinked his big eyes, and began to act like a spoiled child. To make money, not shabby. Wang Cheng did not speak, but smoked a dry pipe. Zhong Guofeng had the final say at home. Can you really make money? Grandma, you have to believe me, I can definitely make money, and make a lot of money. When I make a lot of money, I will buy new clothes for Grandma. Wang Pan's little face was full of seriousness. Good grandson, Grandma listens to you. Zhong Guofeng was a little tangled at first, but when she heard that her grandson had made money and wanted to honor her, a smile appeared on her face full of ravines. Finally, she decided to give it a try, and collect a little less at first, just a few dozen kilograms to test the water. Wang Cheng is a stonemason in the stone quarry. His job is to hit stones and use a drill to hammer the stones into long strips. These stones can be used to build houses or drainage ditches on the side of the road. So the old couple still have some money in their hands. On weekdays, they often secretly give Wang Pan 50 cents or 1 yuan for pocket money without Chao Ju's knowledge. For the old couple, this money must be spent on their sons and grandsons. The girls are married daughters and spilled water. It's good not to ask them for money. Want to take money from the old couple? I'm afraid you're dreaming. The next day was the market day. Before dawn, Zhong Guofeng and Wang Cheng went to the town with a few big bags and a scale. If you go too late, the lobsters will be taken away by others. The 3 nearby towns line up for the market according to the order of 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 3, 6, 9. Today it is Tongjiang Town's turn. People from all directions begin to gather in Tongjiang Town, and the streets are densely packed with people. Soon Zhong Guofeng and Wang Cheng received 50 to 60 kilograms of lobsters. The old couple was afraid that the lobsters would be a burden on their hands, so they refused to accept them no matter what. waiting for the bus on the roadside with a bag of lobsters. It costs 2 yuan per person to go to the city, and 50 to 60 kilograms of lobsters also cost 1 yuan to buy a bill. The old couple were uneasy all the way. What if the lobsters can't be sold at a good price? But soon, the old couple came out of the wholesale market in a daze. The price of lobsters has increased. Now it's 3.8 yuan per kilogram. Because it's almost the end, the lobsters received are getting fewer and fewer, and the price has naturally increased. Holding more than 200 yuan in her hand, Zhong Guifang wondered why this money is so easy to earn. Old man, I'm not dreaming, am I? Wang Qing was also a little stunned. More than 200 yuan, this trip minus the cost, net profit of 50 or 60 yuan. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1/6, 1 book, 1 bar. I worked hard in the quarry and only made 20 yuan a day. Why do you think that collecting lobsters makes money so quickly? Why don't other people think of it? Are they stupid? Wang Chang smoked a dry pipe and couldn't figure it out. It's not that they are stupid, but my eldest grandson is smart. I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense when you go back. If others know, then we can't expect to make money. Zhong Guifang was a little worried and told Wang Chang, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." The old couple took the bus back to the town and decided to start a big business. Nothing is more attractive than money in front of them. Before, they were worried that the lobsters would not be sold for money and they were afraid of losing money. But now they are no longer worried. After returning to the town, except for leaving a few hundred yuan in the passbook in case of an accident, the remaining more than 6,000 yuan was withdrawn. This money can be said to be the coffin of the two people. They only saved this little money in their lifetime. From that day on, the old couple got up early and went to bed late every day, collecting lobsters everywhere in several towns, and they were almost exhausted. A month later, the old couple called Wang Pan into the room mysteriously. "My dear grandson, we will not collect lobsters starting tomorrow, and we will not collect any lobsters. Guess how much money your grandfather and I have earned?" Although the two old people have been worried and tired these days, it is all worth it. People are never afraid of suffering, but they are afraid of suffering but not getting the due reward. I can't guess. Wang Pan shook his head. He only paid attention to it in the first few days, but he stopped paying attention to it later. The net profit is 16,000 yuan. It's a pity that we entered the industry too late, and there are no lobsters later. If we had collected lobsters at the beginning, I'm afraid we could have collected 20,000 or 30,000 kilograms. Speaking of this, the old couple felt a little sorry. They missed so much money in vain, and they felt distressed. "It's almost done, Grandma. If we had competed with other lobster dealers at the beginning, we might not have made this money." When Wang Pan heard that he had made more than 10,000 yuan, his face did not change much. Instead, he spoke seriously to his grandparents. "You have to know that the public security in this era cannot be compared with that in later generations. Others are doing well, and you, an outsider, suddenly intervene and exclude you. It's good. If you meet a more ruthless person, you will directly find someone to beat you up, or simply rob you of your money." Now, because Zhong Guifang and Wang Qing entered the industry late, the majority of the profits have already been taken away by the other lobster vendors, so the other lobster vendors did not cause trouble. After explaining the pros and cons to Grandpa and Grandma, Zhong Guifang was also afraid. But she was still a little unwilling in her heart. "Then we can't collect lobsters next year?" Her wrinkled face showed a distressed look. Collecting lobsters makes money quickly. He earned more than 10,000 yuan in a month. At this time, Wang Hong could only earn more than 10,000 yuan a year on the construction site after deducting various expenses. "We don't need to collect lobsters next year." Wang Pan didn't feel sorry. The purpose of collecting lobsters was to make the first pot of gold and show his ability. After showing his ability, his words have enough weight. "We will collect eels, loaches, and frogs next." Wang Pan has also observed these days that no one collects eels, frogs, and loaches. Because Jiangxin City is too small, there is no consumer group at all. Lobsters and loaches are okay, and you can buy them to eat. But eels and frogs are expensive. A pound of yellow eel can now be sold for 14 yuan in the city. Loaches are cheap and can't be sold at a high price. Frogs are amazing, a pound is more than 20 yuan. Jiangxin City is originally a small city with a high consumption level. The money for buying a pound of yellow eel can buy 3 pounds of pork. Not many people can afford it. Eels and frogs are not easy to dye. After receiving a certain number, we will take them to the provincial capital to sell. I checked online. The provincial capital has a great demand for yellow eels. A pound can be sold for about 17 yuan, and frogs are more expensive. This is the truth. Wang Pan found the information online in a black internet cafe in the town. The provincial capital is more than 200 kilometers away from us. Your grandfather and I are old. Zhong Guofan looked embarrassed and said hesitantly. So, we have to call my dad back. Wang Pan said his true purpose. I don't believe that Chao Ju can still leave after calling his father back. Whoever wants to be the left-behind child can be the left-behind child. Anyway, I won't be the left-behind child. Will your father agree? Working on the construction site at least has a long-term guarantee. Although there is a lot of work and it is a bit tiring, if you work hard, you can earn a lot of money in a year. Listen to my grandson. I will go to the village store and call your father and ask him to come back. Wang Qing made the decision directly. After this incident, Wang Qing finally understood that if he didn't use his brain, he would only do hard labor for the rest of his life. 3 days later, Wang Hong came back from the construction site with a lot of bags. When Xiao Ju saw Wang Hong coming back, he was dumbfounded. When Zhong Guofang took out 16,000 yuan wrapped tightly in a handkerchief and talked about the lobster collection this month, Xiao Ju compromised and didn't object. There were no lobsters in the field, and it was the season to release water and plant rice. It was the best time to catch loaches and eels, and as for frogs, we had to wait for a while. The family started to get busy, running from village to village. After all, if you don't tell others, how can they know that you want to collect loaches and yellow eels? At this time, people usually keep the yellow eels they catch for themselves. Remove the internal organs and put the whole yellow eel directly into the pan for frying. At this time, the yellow eel is not completely dead. Because of the high temperature, the body of the yellow eel will shrink and coil into a circle. Sprinkle a little chili powder, and a dish of panlong yellow eel is ready. Although the method is simple, the taste is not bad at all. Whether it is a treat for children or a good snack after a day of farm work. In the next week, only 10 kilograms of yellow eels can be collected every day. After careful consideration, Wang Pan gave up the idea of collecting loaches. Not only can this thing not be sold at a high price, it is also easy to dye and difficult to transport. As time passed, more and more yellow eels were received every day. After receiving more than 1,000 kilograms, Wang Hong and Xiao Ju could not sit still. He often woke up in the middle of the night and was worried all day, fearing that the eels would not be sold and would be in his hands, or die. Wang Hong decided to take the 1,000 kilograms of eels to the provincial capital to have a look. Just listening to his son's words always felt unreliable. That afternoon, he spent 200 yuan to hire a van and drove the goods to the provincial capital. Wang Hong came back the next afternoon with an uncontrollable smile on his face. A year passed. This year, the Wang family can be said to have a full harvest. Collecting lobsters, including eels and frogs later, the net profit is nearly 50,000 yuan. Amid the sound of firecrackers on New Year's Eve, Wang Pan turned 9 years old. At the age of 8, you did not waste your time. With your efforts, you changed the fate of your family and you did not become a left-behind child. The poor Wang family improved because of your appearance. The Sims event is being settled, you get 50 simulation points. Although it is only 50 simulation points, it still makes Wang Pan happy. No mistakes, just read the content of the first post on 16/9 book forum. Next is the incident when I was 12 years old. Let me think about how to change it. I got it. But if I do this, will I get beaten? Wang Pan pondered for a moment, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. In a blink of an eye, Wang Pan was 12 years old. Under Wang Pan's advice, the Wang family's life became better and better. The house was demolished and rebuilt a long time ago. The 2-story bungalow covered with tiles made many people in the village secretly envious. The family became richer, and naturally the food conditions also improved. Although Wang Pan is only 12 years old, his height reaches 1.6 meters. Compared with his peers of this era, this height is simply outstanding. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Wang Pan had breakfast, and instead of carrying a school bag, he brought a pencil case. Wang Pan is in the 6th grade of primary school. Today is the final exam. The exam subjects are only English, mathematics, and Chinese. The exam can be completed in 1 day. Son, don't be nervous during the exam, and don't be careless. Chao Ju said as he took out 20 yuan and stuffed it into Wang Pan's pocket. After you finish the exam, you should check it carefully to see if there are any mistakes or omissions. Your mother and I have done what we promised you, and you have to do what you promised us. Try to get perfect scores in all 3 exams. Wang Hong always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it. He shook his head hard and watched Wang Pan's figure go away. He felt relieved when he thought that his son had perfect scores every year. Ding ding ding. It's time for the exam. Stop writing in hand in the paper. Students who haven't finished writing should put down their pens, otherwise the exam results will be invalid. Wang Pan calmly walked out of the classroom and stretched. When the report card is placed in front of my parents, I don't know what their expressions will be. When he thought of this, Wang Pan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The original Sims event at age 12 was, Wang Pan made an agreement with his parents that if he gets perfect scores in 3 subjects, his parents would buy him a bicycle. As a result, Wang Pan got perfect marks in 3 subjects, but his parents broke their promise. They didn't even see the wheels of the car, so they still needed a bicycle. But this time Wang Pan did the opposite. Before the exam, Wang Pan made an agreement with his parents that as long as Wang Hong and Chao Ju worked hard this year, worked hard to make money, and earned 100,000 yuan before taking the exam, he would get perfect scores in all 3 subjects. That's right, Wang Pan broke his promise. The 3 perfect scores were definitely gone. Not only that, Wang Pan also handed in a blank paper, with 3 names written on the 3 papers. 9-year compulsory education is so good that Wang Pan, who turned in a blank exam, is not worried at all about not being able to go to junior high school. At most, you can't go to the key middle schools in the city, but you can still go to the junior high schools in the towns. What's going on? Why do you make white volumes? After all, the transcript was still down, and the school teacher also called to Wang Pan's house to ask about the situation. In the living room, Wang Pan was honestly stood at the training, and Wang Hong's lungs on the side blew up. What about the full score of the 3 doors? Chao Orange also looked bad. His eyes had been walking around Wang Pan and seemed to be thinking about where to start. Well, I just want to tell you by this opportunity. Being a person should be honest, and you can't say anything about others. Wang Pan looked at the crisis of beating, and leaned back calmly, standing behind her grandmother Zhong Guifeng. To be honest, but your integrity, how can you say this from your mouth so twist? Wang Hong felt a faint pain in his chest, sitting on the sofa with his buttocks, giving birth alone. This little rabbit is too smart. As soon as he was about to clean up he hid behind his grandma, which made Wang Hong unable to start. You have your own opinion since you were a child. Although you don't know why you have a white volume this time it is not the case. After sighing, Wang Hong felt so tired that his son was too good, so that he had nothing to do when he disciplined his son. 12-year-old, you have a word, your ability to draw big cakes makes people feel ashamed. In the settlement of the simulation life, because of your excellent performance, the evaluation of this incident has improved significantly, and you get 780 simulation points. Very good, get the 780 simulation point again. The beautiful Wang Pan ran out of the house as soon as he smoked. Many times, what you miss is not summer or summer. What you miss is the young self. No one is always young, but there will always be young. Wang Pan completely let go of himself, follow his heart, and do whatever he wants to do. The tall King Pan, who was always rich in pocket, naturally became the child king in the village. Wang Pan led a group of children of the same age, and he held a bag of firecrackers in his hand and jumped down in the village, making chickens flying around. After entering junior high school, Wang Pan began to learn knowledge again, holding the textbook all day. The knowledge covered by junior high school was much wider, so that Wang Pan had to spend a lot of time to record the knowledge of junior high school. It's okay to just write down, and you have to understand it thoroughly. Fortunately, it was just junior high school knowledge. Relying on the talent of talents, Wang Pan learned quickly. In addition, the exercise of the body has not been put down, and a healthy body is the foundation of enjoying it in the future. It can be described as the style of style, and the body learns together. In the words of the King Pan, it is, I worked hard to make ideas. My parents made money day and night. If I do and enjoy it, who will spend more and more money? Intersection Wang Pan's academic performance is the first grade, and the babies in the eyes of the teacher. There is a teacher on the top of the teacher, there is a powerful banknote ability in the middle, there is also Kong's powerful body. In this case, even if Wang Pan does not bully other students, how can it be bullied at school? At the age of 14, you are full of energy, you cannot speak, but no one can ignore you. You get 40 simulation points. At first, Wang Pan was very concerned about the simulation point, but this time Wang Pan just glanced at it and didn't pay attention. The flowers have no time to open the day, and there are no young people. It is the most valuable to simulate your life to let you start again and again. This is the most valuable. After thinking about this, Wang Pan did not deliberately complete the simulation life incident. In a blink of an eye, Wang Pan is 15 years old and is about to graduate. Although Wang Pan did not deliberately complete the simulation life incident, the settlement could still come. At the age of 15, you have a generous shot. It looks like Panin. You have the right to choose a spouse. You get 150 simulation points. The next simulation life is when I get married at the age of 28 and be fired at the age of 40. These two are not difficult. If you don't get married and look at the situation, it is even more impossible to be fried. I am almost the same as that of other people's squid. The most important event of this simulation life is that at the age of 72, I will get dementia, and then I will fish without a helmet at the age of 87 and be killed by the stone. If these two events can be changed, the score will definitely increase significantly when the final summary of this simulation life. There are 57 years left to me. Wang Pan kicked the bicycle and returned home. Over the years, there are millions of deposits at home, plus a set of shops. This money is now a big money, and the house price in the city center is only 151 square meters. There is no mistake, 1,619, one book, 1, a book. But this money is not enough for Wang Pan. If you want to get a higher score, you can't bypass Alzheimer's. Once Wang Pan did not solve the way to solve the dementia when he was 72 years old. After suffering from dementia, the next thing was not controlled by Wang Pan. Medicine is a bottomless hole. Especially for a certain reason, it is even more the same when a project is dead. If you are lucky, you can return the billions of dollars in you, and you see and hear a loud noise for hundreds of billions of throwing in. Wang Pan never thought of learning medical knowledge. Perhaps the talent of the talent can write down countless medical knowledge. But even if you remember it, it won't be or not. Separately, I know each word, but when they are put together, they know you but you don't. So I still have to make money. Time flies. Wang Pan was admitted to the best high school in the city with excellent grades, and his family's business grew bigger and bigger. High school was already a bit strenuous for Wang Pan, and he needed to put in more effort to keep his grades from dropping. But even so, he was still inferior to a true genius. The further he got, the bigger the gap between Wang Pan and a true genius would be. Wang Pan was not discouraged. He didn't care whether his brain could understand it or not, he would just write it down first. All this knowledge was Wang Pan's accumulation and foundation. When one day Wang Pan had a talent like increasing intelligence, this accumulated knowledge would explode and push Wang Pan forward. When he was in college, Wang Pan was already mediocre. He went to a university that was neither good nor bad, and went to the library every day. In 4 years, Wang Pan absorbed countless knowledge, and even felt that his talent for memorizing knowledge was a bit unsustainable, so Wang Pan stopped and focused on making money. Of course, talent is fixed, so there will naturally be no problem of not being able to hold on. What can't hold on is Wang Pan's body. After graduating from university, Wang Pan officially took over the family business. In just 20 years, Wang Pan has built $1 trillion group. Pan Wang Building, a landmark building in Jiangxin City, the headquarters of Pan Wang Group, is 428 meters high. Chairman, is the group really going to go public? On the top floor of Pan Wang Building, Wang Pan pressed the female secretary against the French window. The female secretary's face was flushed, her eyes were seductive, and she asked breathlessly, "Of course we have to go public. How can we make money if we don't go public?" Wang Pan answered with his mouth, but his body did not stop. Exercising is a good habit that is beneficial to physical and mental health. In just 20 years, Pan Wang Group has developed rapidly. It owns the leading domestic social software, the leading domestic short video, the largest domestic e-commerce platform, and the world's largest new energy battery production company. Last year's revenue totaled more than 2 trillion yuan, and the net profit was 228 billion yuan. The financial situation is good, and the net profit is gradually increasing every year. Therefore, Wang Pan suddenly said that he wanted to list Pan Wang Group, which puzzled many veterans in the company. Listing is like everyone mixing flour together to make a cake. The more flour, the bigger the cake. And the subsidiaries of Pan Wang Group are all leaders in various industries. The market will give a high premium that exceeds the value of Pan Wang Group itself. Let go of the secretary, let the secretary fall limply in front of the French window, and Wang Pan turned and left. Cutting leaks, I am familiar with this. A lot of good news was released in the early stage to stimulate the stock price to rise. Then reduce the holdings and cash out a lot. After that, there will be some bad news to make the stock price fall, and then buy it back. After cutting back and forth a few times, I don't believe that you can't develop a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease. Speaking of this, Wang Pan got angry. Starting 8 years ago, Wang Pan has invested a huge amount of money, 20 to 30 billion every year. As a result, a large number of top talents in the industry and various cutting-edge experimental equipment in the world have been gathered, and countless money has been spent, but there has not been much progress. On the contrary, many other miscellaneous drugs have been researched, but they have all been sealed by Wang Pan. Accompanied by security personnel, Wang Pan boarded a flight to a foreign country. The destination is a small country with endless wars, and the laboratory built by Wang Pan is located in the hinterland of this small country. There is no way the development of medicine cannot be advanced rapidly with top talents and high-end instruments. The most important thing is volunteers who dedicate themselves to medicine. Because he was afraid of being targeted and imprisoned, Wang Pan placed the laboratory abroad. Wang Pan didn't know whether it was easy for others to find volunteers, but he had never lacked volunteers over the years. As for how they came, Wang Pan said he didn't know. Maybe people abroad are more dedicated and willing to dedicate themselves to the development of human medicine. Although this small country is in civil strife, Wang Pan is not worried about his personal safety at all. Let's not talk about how strong Panwang Security, which is independent from Panwang Group, is. Wang Pan's identity as a financial sponsor is enough. That's right, both the rebels and the rebels are funded by Wang Pan behind the scenes. The two sides have been fighting since Wang Pan's laboratory was completed, and their brains are almost blown out. Welcome Mr. Wang Pan, General Mode asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. On the side of the rebels, a dark-skinned middle-aged man hurried forward and bowed to Wang Pan to say hello. Mr. Wang Pan, our general is not in the country at the moment and cannot come to greet you in person. I was specially asked to lead a team to protect your safety. A senior member of the organization also came from the rebel side, with a respectful look. Well, tell the two generals that there are not enough volunteers. I want to see a new batch of volunteers in 3 days. Wang Pan said without looking back, surrounded by a group of people. I understand. You will definitely see it in 3 days at the latest. The rebels answered, then turned around and glared at each other. If it weren't for Mr. Wang Pan, I would have smashed your head. The representatives of both sides greeted each other in a warm and friendly manner in their hearts. Well, your people are simple and honest, and their ideological awareness is very high. These years are thanks to those who have devoted themselves to medicine without hesitation. Wang Pan couldn't help but sigh. It was right to build the laboratory here. The people here are so enthusiastic that they heard that their laboratory is for the progress of human medicine, and they all wanted to come to volunteer, and they couldn't be stopped. Hearing Wang Pan's words, the representatives of both sides who were originally glaring at each other twitched at the corners of their mouths and cursed in their hearts. In recent years, a group of volunteers have been needed every once in a while. Over the years, there are no less than 10,000 people. But this huge laboratory group is like a devil's cave, and people can only go in but not out. The rebels are now in a dilemma and have to bite the bullet and do it. No, if Wang Pan completely leans towards one side, the supported side will definitely completely eliminate the other side in a short time. Therefore, the two forces must not only work hard for Wang Pan, but also do their best to conceal it for Wang Pan. Otherwise, once the laboratory's affairs are exposed, not only will Wang Pan be in trouble, but they themselves will definitely not be able to escape. There were no accidents along the way, and they arrived at the door of the laboratory smoothly. No mistakes, one sentence, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. The laboratory is hidden in the mountains, surrounded by countless security personnel and terrifying firepower. Most of the Panwang security forces are here. Is there any progress in the recent research? Wang Pan entered the belly of the mountain, went deep into the ground, and asked a middle-aged man wearing a white coat, glasses, and a little bald. The other groups have not made any progress yet, and the research and development of new drugs in the third group has also stagnated due to the lack of volunteers. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed and answered carefully. Next, I will increase the investment in the other groups, and a new batch of volunteers will be in place at the latest in 3 days. You have to understand that I have given you treatment that exceeds the top in the industry, and a huge amount of research funds, and you also need to show me the return. I don't need you to give results immediately, but I don't want to see the project progress completely stopped. Even if it's just a little progress? Wang Pan's tone was very calm, but the middle-aged man who was listening to Wang Pan was not calm. The back was already wet with sweat, and the whole person hurriedly assured Wang Pan, "Don't worry, we will never let you down. It's impossible not to be afraid. The boss invested countless funds, but there was no effect. If this goes on, the middle-aged man thinks that he might be among the next batch of volunteers." "Well, how far has the research on brain transplantation progressed?" Wang Pan walked to the glass window, looked down from a high place, and asked lightly. Below the glass window is the hollowed-out mountain belly, where countless people are busy. What can be seen at this position is just the tip of the iceberg. This is also the reason why Wang Pan wants to list Panwang Group to cut leaks. He really can't bear it. It supports thousands of scientific researchers and countless equipment, and the funds consumed every day are astronomical figures. It's difficult. So far, there is no surviving example. According to the research of the 9th team, human body memory is not only in the brain. Theoretically, every cell hides a lot of memory. So, even if the rejection reaction after brain transplantation can be solved, the memory contained in the cells of this body will be released because of the replacement of a new brain. In this way, the memory released in the body will collide with the memory of the transplanted brain. There are only two final results. The first is that the brain transplanted to this body will atrophy in a short time and then die. The second is that the memory of the transplanted brain overwhelms the memory of the original body, but in this case, the body will collapse in a short time. After a pause, the middle-aged man continued, "This conflict between the body and the foreign brain now seems inevitable and there is no way to solve it. In addition, since there are no surviving examples, we are not sure whether brain transplantation can have a therapeutic effect on Alzheimer's disease. Merge Group 9 with Group 1. Wang Pan gave the order without even turning his head. After passing through layers of strict guards and identity verification, he walked into a huge space. "Boss." The head of Group 1 hurried forward and greeted respectfully. "Well, how far has the robot miniaturization progressed?" Looking at the 30-meter-tall humanoid robot in the center of the venue, Wang Pan was still shocked, even though it was not the first time he had seen it. There has been great progress in the miniaturization of robots, but due to current technological limitations, there is still a long way to go to meet your requirements. In addition, the nervous system, materials, control systems, etc. have all reached bottlenecks. The leader of the first team was afraid that Wang Pan would be dissatisfied, so he carefully observed and saw that Wang Pan did not look dissatisfied, and then said, "But there is good news. One of the experimental subjects survived for 6 days after the transplant, which is a great improvement over the past. This proves that our research direction is not wrong. One day, the brain can fully adapt to the new body. The reason why humans have a life limit is entirely due to the dual aging of the brain and the body. But if our experiment succeeds, we will change the world. As long as there is enough nutrition to support the needs of the brain will have a longer decay period, which will in turn increase the lifespan of humans." The person in charge was excited, and his eyes were full of fanaticism when he looked at the robot in the center of the venue. "Your ideas are very good, but don't forget what the fundamental purpose of my research is." Wang Pan couldn't help but remind him when he saw this. "Boss, don't worry. Currently, the typical histopathological changes of Alzheimer's disease are amyloid protein deposition and neurofibrillary tangles in the brain. In the end, the nerve cells in the patient's brain silently atrophy or even die, or the signal transmission between cells is abnormal, leading to cognitive dysfunction such as memory, language, calculation, and behavior. And our research is to replace nerve cells with a central processor. Once the research is successful, this processor can completely bypass nerve cells and convey instructions to the body. In addition, it can forcibly extract memories from the brain, reproduce them, and deepen the impression. If it were a flesh and blood body, our idea would undoubtedly be a fantasy, but if the flesh and blood body is replaced with a machine carrier, then our idea will be possible. I don't know much about what you said, and I don't understand it. I always think that professional matters should be handed over to professionals. I just want results." Although he didn't understand, Wang Pan didn't interrupt his subordinates reporting to him. For his subordinates, this is an attitude issue. The boss can choose not to ask or not understand, but he can't not report. It took 3 days to inspect the entire laboratory and learn about the progress of each group. Wang Pan also returned to China, and there was no possibility of success in the short term. Among the various groups, the most likely to succeed were the robot project of the first group and the gene surgery editing project of the 13th group. After returning to China, Wang Pan began to promote the listing of Panwang Group. The news that Panwang Group was going to go public was like dropping a blockbuster bomb in the stock market, attracting the attention of countless people. On that day, various stocks related to Panwang Group rose to the daily limit. Brothers, the opportunity to eat big meat is here. Someone sent a message in a stock trading group. Don't think about it. Once Panwang Group goes public, the stock price may be pulled up to the sky, and there will be no opportunity to enter the market at all. That's not necessarily the case. What if Panwang Group does not go public through a backdoor listing? Then we can buy new shares. Don't eat big meat, but eat a big bowl of noodles instead. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Yes, I am also strongly optimistic about Panwang Group. Amid market discussions, Panwang Group went public through a backdoor listing. Panwang Group's backdoor listing is valued at 4.3 trillion yuan, with a total share capital of 10 billion shares and an estimated 35% of the circulating market. This listing has taken out 1 billion shares of fixed increase to major institutions, which means financing of 430 billion yuan. It has set a record for the largest IPO fundraising amount in history. Although this amount of money is large, there are strict regulations and supervision on its use. This money does not belong to Wang Pan, but to the company. If you want to put this money in your bag, you still need a step. In recent years, no drugs for treating Alzheimer's disease have been developed, but a lot of messy drugs have been developed unexpectedly. These drugs are not bad, on the contrary, some drugs are very effective. It's just that they are not what Wang Pan needs. These drugs have undergone clinical trials, registered patents, and can be marketed for sale. However, Wang Pan did not do so, but waited until now. No mistakes in one zone, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Use the funds raised by Panwang Group to purchase the production licenses of these drugs. In this way, you can legally put the funds raised by Panwang Group's listing into your own pocket. Time passed, and after half a year of preparation for listing, Panwang Group officially welcomed the listing. Panwang Group's share price is 430, and the minimum stock trading is one lot. One lot is 100 shares, and buying one lot of Panwang Group stock requires 43,000 yuan. This amount of money can be taken out by many stock traders. Those who can trade stocks are middle class, and there are no poor people who trade stocks. Wang Pan will not feel guilty about cutting leaks. At 9:15, the call auction phase begins. In just a moment, the stock price of Panwang Group opened 80% higher and then continued to rise. When the market officially opened, the time-sharing line on the market was as powerful as a rainbow, and it suddenly rose upward. A group of retail investors still want to pick up cheap chips? A group of institutions worked together to pull up, not giving retail investors a chance to get on board. In just 3 minutes, the stock price of Panwang Group reached 1,152.4. The increase was 268%. The market value of Panwang Group reached 11.524 trillion. Directly airborne the first market value. Many people can still grit their teeth and take out more than 40,000. But when it takes more than 110,000 to buy one hand, this amount will drop sharply. This group of institutions is really cruel. Wang Pan sighed as he looked at the market. This market value is obviously overestimated for the current Panwang Group. Even with the premium added by the industry leader, the maximum is about 9 trillion. Seeing that the stock price of Panwang Group is still rising, Wang Pan knows that this group of institutions are ready to cheat people. Brothers, I bought it. Go, 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 those who buy first will eat meat, and those who buy later will eat shit. Now are there still people who dare to buy without fear of death? It's too high, I dare not buy, I will wait and see for a while. What are you afraid of, just go all in. Countless stockholders pay attention to the market of Panwang Group. Every time the stock price of Panwang Group fluctuates, countless people's hearts and minds fluctuate. The time came to 10 o'clock, which was a magical time. Panwang Group rose by 281% and then began to turn around and fell rapidly. One by one, large orders of tens of thousands of lots were sold, causing the stock price to fall continuously. Brothers, we have been fooled, run. It's over, I have been cut again. I bought 10 lots at 1,100 and thought I could eat meat today. The club was booked in the evening. I didn't check the market for a while, and the profit turned into a loss. Brothers, don't panic, everyone will go together, buy one lot each, and push the stock price up. Go, go, go. In the comment area of Panwang Group, some people were cursing, some were gloating, and there were all kinds of people, and there were many different attitudes. What the hell, don't you see how big Panwang Group is? Can we retail investors raise the stock price? Brothers, the wind is so strong on the rooftop, I'm so scared. I sold the house and borrowed 600,000 yuan to buy it, and now I'm losing 21% at the close of the day. Panwine Group's stock price was 875 per share, with a total market value of 8.75 trillion. In the following week, Panwine Group slowly fell, and the stock price fell further. Under the joint efforts of a group of top institutions, a group of retail investors were washed out one after another. There was no way. Originally, retail investors rushed into Panwine Group with joy, but the stock price fell every day. But the market was good recently, and other stocks rose one after another. When the retail investors in Panwine Group saw this scene, their mentality exploded. Seeing others make money is more uncomfortable than losing money yourself. A group of retail investors reluctantly cut their losses. I don't want to play anymore, give me back my money. I thought I copied Panwine Group's bottom, but it turned out to be my bottom. Delete the software, I'll be a dog if I trade stocks again. This stock market maker is disgusting. Forget it, where does the market maker come from for such a big market? As time passed, the turmoil caused by Panwine Group's listing was soon overshadowed by other hotspots in the market. Wang Pan also began to gradually retreat behind the scenes and no longer show up. With sufficient funds, Wang Pan's investment in the laboratory became even larger. With the support of massive funds, the progress of various groups in the laboratory has also been rapid. It is no exaggeration to say that the laboratory built by Wang Pan is the world's #1 in many subfields such as materials, medicine, and robots. Secretary Lu, come to my office. The silver-haired Wang Pan is still healthy and energetic. This year, Wang Pan is 70 years old. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yun twisted her enchanting steps and came to the office. After a long time, Lu Yun tidied up her messy clothes and left the office. Secretary Lu, come to my office. Okay, boss. Strange, why do I feel sore all over my back and waist? It seems that I can't refuse to accept my old age. Wang Pan lay on the sofa, panting heavily, and touched his waist with his hand, which was slightly painful. Boss, you are not old, and your body is still so strong. Lu Yun lay in Wang Pan's arms, her hair on her forehead was wet with sweat, and her eyes were misty as if they could drip water. I always feel like I forgot something? Wang Pan ignored Lu Yun and fell into deep thought. Something is wrong, let someone arrange it immediately, I want to do a test. Pushing the woman away, Wang Pan made a phone call and gave instructions. Half an hour later, the results of various tests came out. I said, with my body, how could I feel back pain and leg cramps after just one time? It turned out to be the 4th time. Wang Pan's face twitched, and he felt his waist hurt more. If I hadn't felt something was wrong, I wouldn't have to wait until I was 87 years old to be killed by a fisherman without a helmet. Today, I have to blame Lu Yun for it. Alzheimer's disease is coming. Wang Pan's memory began to have problems. I thought today was the first time I asked Lu Yun to come to the office to exercise. But in fact, after exercising, Wang Pan forgot about it and asked Lu Yun to come to the office again. Why didn't the team that checked for me before check it out? Also, didn't the group of people responsible for my security notice that I was behaving abnormally today? Wang Pan was so powerful without being angry that a group of people below trembled. Boss, this is our dereliction of duty. I promise there will never be a next time. You have been with me for almost 20 years. Why are you still so careless in doing things? Oh, pay attention next time. Get rid of the people around me and replace them with a new group. Also, prepare for a flight abroad immediately. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Wang Pan left after saying this, not caring about the begging for mercy coming from behind him. The plane landed at the airport, and Wang Pan came to the laboratory under the escort of a large number of security guards. I don't have much time left. My memory is declining, and my brain is also shrinking. 1 year, I will give you 1 year at most. Summoning all the research team managers, Wang Pan tapped his fingers on the table. 1 tap, 1 tap. A group of people's heartbeats were unconsciously affected by the rhythm of the tapping, and their heartbeats were synchronized with the tapping sound. A group of people felt their hearts being tightened. Boss, don't worry, our research will definitely succeed. We need a lot of volunteers. A group of people hurriedly assured. Very good, when the research is completed, I will let you witness my generosity. Money is just a number to Wang Pan. As long as they can meet his requirements, Wang Pan will not be stingy with money. Understood. Don't worry, boss, we will not let you down. A group of people below got excited. Wang Pan's promise is still very important. This is what Wang Pan has established in their hearts with practical actions over the past decades. After the researchers left, Wang Pan came to the security base of Panwan Group. There is nothing good in foreign countries, but there is one good thing: as long as you have money, you can buy anything. With Wang Pan's investment at all costs, Panwang Security now has more than 150,000 employees and a large number of weapons and equipment. 20 miles away from the laboratory group, the headquarters of Panwang Security is located here. Call back the top 20 combat teams, and at the same time turn on the air defense system, and impose martial law within a radius of 50 miles. Monitor the laboratory 24 hours a day, and only enter but not leave. After Wang Pan gave an order, the huge Panwang Security moved. After receiving the order, the top combat teams began to rush to the headquarters. Even the teams that were still on the mission did not hesitate to give up their goals and evacuate directly. Why do some people always fail to recognize themselves? Wang Pan sighed lightly. The storm is coming. After so many years, no matter how much Wang Pan concealed, he would inevitably be exposed. Wang Pan's information has long been placed in front of some big shots. However, after learning what Wang Pan was going to do, everyone reached a consensus and pretended not to see it. Wang Pan's research is not in his own country, so it can't harm him. Use other people's money to do his own thing. Since Wang Pan is so willing to invest money, these people are happy to do so. Anyway, he doesn't have to pay for it himself, and even if he fails, he won't lose anything. But if it succeeds, it will be enough to change the current situation in the world. And Wang Pan is not guarding against these people. Wang Pan has already reached a consensus with the others and promised to share technology. It is precisely because of the silent consensus reached with these people that Wang Pan's laboratory has never lacked top talents in cutting-edge equipment, and the research and development progress has been getting faster and faster. On weekdays, he also turned a blind eye to some researchers and pretended not to see the information they passed on. In order to continue the research, Wang Pan had to compromise with these people. After all, if these people deliberately made trouble, Wang Pan would have to give up his years of hard work. After all, what Wang Pan did was not allowed to be seen in the light. But this does not mean that anyone is qualified to come up and share a piece of the pie. Bang! A barely audible gunshot sounded. Hundreds of meters away, a man's body suddenly exploded, blood spilled all over the ground. Don't know whether to live or die. How many of you are here today? Who knows? The 19th ranked combat team of Panwang Security communicated in the communication, and didn't take these small fish seriously at all. There are more and more such small fish these days. So far, no one has been able to get within 30 miles of the mountain range where the laboratory is located. Don't be careless. If someone breaks through from our direction and approaches the laboratory to disturb the boss, you know what the consequences will be. The captain of the 19th combat team did not relax his vigilance, and gave a solemn instruction. Understood. The rest of the team members stopped talking after hearing this, and they all cheered up, and the communicator fell into silence. As time passed, the distance to successful research and development was getting closer and closer, and many people began to sit still. The enemies that appeared became stronger and stronger, but they were all repelled by Panwang Security. Interesting, I thought they could endure it forever. Isn't it good to be a dog? Why do you have to be a wolf that hunts for food for yourself? Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Wang Pan smiled. Do you think I'm old? Then I'll help you recall who I am. Wang Pan muttered to himself, do you think you're old and have lost control of this small country? When he came back to his senses, Wang Pan's eyes were cold, and a heart-pounding smile appeared on his old face. Use space-based weapons to give them a hard time. I want to see who dares to jump out after this time. Yes. Hearing this, the current commander of Panwang Security's pupils contracted, obviously frightened by Wang Pan's order, but he still obeyed the order at the first time and turned to the control room. Half an hour later, the air defense systems of various countries sounded the alarm. Countless people were busy, and after countless calculations and analyses, they realized that the target of the attack was not their own country, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, but they did not relax their vigilance. Various air defense weapons were activated to ensure that they could intercept and strike at the first time. Although space-based weapons are terrifying and cannot be intercepted by ordinary air defense weapons, this kind of terror is only for small countries. All major countries have the ability to intercept. The super electromagnetic cannon with a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second is not a decoration. If they really dare to attack these major countries, including the time to charge the electromagnetic cannon, at most half a minute later, the space-based weapons owned by Panwang Security will turn into a fireball at an altitude of 48,000 kilometers. In an orbit 48,000 kilometers from the ground of the planet, a huge satellite that is more than 3 times larger than a communications satellite is orbiting. At a certain moment, 2 consecutive red lights were launched from the bottom of the satellite, like red thunder, flashing away. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. In just 3 minutes, the 2 red thunders entered the atmosphere. The 2 attacks fell on the ground in no particular order and went deep into the ground. The sound between heaven and earth seemed to have completely disappeared in this second. The surrounding space also stagnated and fell into stillness. People and objects were like insects wrapped in amber, unable to struggle, and could only wait quietly for death to come. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded, and the surrounding mountains and rivers collapsed into the ground. It was as if a black hole appeared in the ground, madly devouring everything on the ground. Finally, the ground stopped collapsing. But the nightmare has just begun. A terrifying explosion came from the ground, and a mushroom cloud hundreds of kilometers high appeared between heaven and earth. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, destroying any obstacles that dared to stand in front of it. The world was quiet. Half a month later, Wang Pan was pushed into the operating room. "Boss, you woke up, the operation was successful." A robot only 1.8 meters high walked down from the workbench. "I feel better than ever, and I am full of strength." Wang Pan moved his palms, which were very flexible, no different from his body when he was young. "It's a pity that my happiness is gone." Looking between his legs, Wang Pan felt a little melancholy. This is just the first generation. We will try to add this function in the subsequent research and development. People-oriented, make it bigger and stronger. The supervisor on the side was very discerning and flattered him immediately. It's not enough to just make it bigger and stronger. The most important thing is to give users a real experience. Wang Pan stretched out his arm and wanted to pat his subordinate's shoulder, but the next moment he seemed to remember something and retracted his hand. Yes, your will is the direction we are moving forward." The supervisor who had walked through the gates of hell wiped the sweat from his forehead, and he was still frightened. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. As the main person involved in the development of this robot body, he clearly knew that this seemingly only 1.8 meters of steel body contained such terrifying power. And the boss's brain had just been transplanted into the robot's body, and had not been run in with the body of this machine. If the boss couldn't control the strength well, he would be finished. If he slapped it, I'm afraid half of his body would be broken. Simulation event settlement in progress. You are an angel and a devil. You have pushed human civilization forward, and because of you, countless people have fallen on the road you pushed civilization forward. You have successfully changed your own destiny. This event was overfulfilled and the evaluation was greatly improved. You get 30,000 simulation points. Before Wang Pan could sigh about this harvest, the Sim's life was refreshed again. Your head is so strong that even the hardest substance in nature cannot break your head. You can fish without a helmet. You gain 300 simulation points. This time the Sims is over. Will the Sims return? If I don't choose to return, how long can I stay in this world? Until the end of your life. Then I won't return for the time being. Now that he has completed this simulation, Wang Pan is not in a hurry. Later, Wang Pan began to forcibly memorize countless pieces of knowledge with his talent of erudition and rote memorization. At the same time, the investment in the laboratory has not decreased, but it has begun to be good. Move the laboratory back to China, and do serious research honestly. The laboratory has attracted countless talents over the years, has the world's top equipment, and has also accumulated numerous achievements. Once there was no need to exclusively serve Wang Pan, various achievements were springing up like mushrooms after a rain. This year, Wang Pan turned 140 years old. Wang Pan's life has come to an end, and his brain is completely rotten and irreversible. 3 days later, the news of Wang Pan's death was announced, shocking the world. Some media reported, Wang Pan's death is a loss to the world. For many years to come, there will no longer be a great entrepreneur like Wang Pan who selflessly promotes the progress of human civilization. Wang Pan's death has plunged countless people in the scientific research community into grief. Countless scientific researchers who have worked under Wang Pan said, I may never meet a boss as generous as Wang Pan again in the future. There were also people who were overjoyed after learning about Wang Pan's death, especially the small country that had eaten 2 space-based weapons. On this day, countless people in this small country spontaneously took to the streets and got into carnival, and this day was designated as a national holiday. But both those who hate Wang Pan and those who like Wang Pan have to admit Wang Pan's contribution to the progress of human civilization. Although Wang Pan will only give money, give money, give money. I don't understand scientific research at all. The end of this simulation life. This simulation life experience is stripped, stored until the crystal. Please see it by themselves. Congratulations to you to pass the assessment and have a formal simulator. Because you have changed the major events in life in this simulation life, this evaluation has been greatly improved. You get an additional opportunity for life. You break the limit of life and promote the progress of human civilization. This evaluation has improved significantly. Simulation life settlement. This simulation life evaluation, S+. Simulator levels are raised to 6 grades. You get 31,340 analog points. Because of your excellent performance in this simulation, you get a title, Capitalist. Because you have the title of Capitalist, the income of this simulation point increases by 20%, and you get 37,608 analog points. What capitalist? I am obviously a people entrepreneur. Wang Pan couldn't help but vomit, feeling that he was wronged. But this title is still pretty good. Without size like the world, Wang Pan happily checked his gains this time. Inside Wang Pan's body, a powerful force appeared out of thin air, keeping walking in his body, and slowly repairing this endangered body. I can feel my body is getting better. Wang Pan curiously controlled his left index finger slowly. Under the stare of Wang Pan, although it was difficult to control, Wang Pan was very happy. If I have no problem, relying on my S+ evaluation this time, the strength of the 4 grades continuously is enough to achieve chi and blood like dragons. Without losing emotions, his body is getting better now. As he simulates again and again, the level of the simulator continues to improve, and his body will improve faster and faster. The moment when your body is completely improved, you can fully play the corresponding strength of the current simulator level. Speaking, if my dad knows that when I am the same as his simulator, he will have an expression. Thinking of this, Wang Pan couldn't help laughing. Simulation life evaluation is divided into a level, the plus level, S-class, S+ level. When the first simulation of life, it is necessary to evaluate the A level to become a formal simulator. At this time, the level of the simulation is Jiopin. When the next time he starts the simulation life, the evaluation reaches the A level, and it will become the 8th simulator. If the next simulation life rating is lower than the A level, then the simulator level remains unchanged, and the simulation income will be greatly reduced. When Wang Pan passed this simulation, it was the simulation of the 9 products. Then the A+ level was upgraded to the 8 grades, the S-class was upgraded to the 7 grades, and the 1 product was improved at S+ to become the 6th simulator. And Wang Jun has become a simulator for more than 20 years, and now it is the 6th simulation, which means that more than 20 are, Wang Jun has only 3 A-level evaluation. From this point, it can be seen how difficult it is to improve the level of the simulation. The simulation level is the strength of the simulated in the main world, and it is also the guarantee of the safety of the simulator in the main world. The main world may never be safe. At the same time, it can be seen that simulation life is cultivating elites, focusing most resources on top simulators, helping the simulator stronger. After becoming a formal simulator, the world completely changed in the eyes of Wang Pan. The tip of the nose can smell the faint decaying odor in the air, and there is a low language in the ears. Looking up at the sky in the distance, seeing where you see it, the dark and evil chains fall from the sky and run through the earth. Endless evil breath is distributed from the chain that runs through the earth, polluted the whole world. Later, a picture naturally appeared in my mind. Not just blue stars, a super galaxy group is all penetrated by a chain that is not known in diameter. And this chain that runs through the super galaxy group is divided into countless small chains, running through all the planets in this super galaxy group. These black chains are dragging the entire super galaxy group, hundreds of trillion stars move, and the end of the chain is a giant beast with 3 heads. The black chain that runs through the super galaxy group is just one of the giant beasts. The giant beast seemed to fall asleep. The huge body was wrapped around the chain, and his body floated quietly in the universe. The huge super galaxy group continued to approach this horror giant under the chain. There is also a parasitic race on this horrible giant beast to come along the chain to the stars, and everything is turned to death. In this case, the entire super galaxy group will eventually be swallowed by this giant. It's really desperate. Wang Pan retracted his eyes, and his heart shook. From the perspective of Wang Pan's current knowledge, it is completely impossible to imagine what to do to prevent all this from happening. Wang Pan was hit hard and became the official simulation, and the joy brought by the improvement of the body. Slap, happy. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. Open the simulation mall. Looking back, Wang Pan forced himself not to think too much. It's useless to think too much, but it will affect your own mentality. It is the top priority to seize all opportunities. It happens that this time has obtained more than 30,000 simulation points to see if it is useful to me in the mall. The simulation mall was opened, and the dazzling array of goods made Wang Pan dazzled. Even talents were for sale. But the price was ridiculously expensive, and the lowest level of talent required millions of simulation points. This also reminded Wang Pan not to think that he could be arrogant just because he had a golden finger. Perhaps the simulation points to buy talents were an astronomical figure for ordinary simulators. But top simulators can definitely afford this price, and they must have more than one talent. There are many good things in the mall, but it's a pity that they can't afford them. After a lot of picking and choosing, Wang Pan bought an identity card and a basic swordsmanship inheritance. These two things alone cost Wang Pan 31,000 simulation points. But these two things are the most suitable for Wang Pan at this stage. The identity card can allow Wang Pan to have a good berth the next time he simulates. The inheritance of basic swordsmanship is all-encompassing, including the introduction to sword control, sword moves, human force techniques, sword forging, etc. I thought more than 30,000 simulation points were already a lot, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to spend. Wang Pan said this seriously while closing the mall. The remaining simulation points were temporarily left. With a thought, he took out a diamond-shaped crystal from the mall and placed it on his forehead. Pop! A subtle shattering sound was heard, and the crystal turned into powder and slipped from Wang Pan's fingertips. Wang Pan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes were sharp and fierce. For a while, everything returned to normal. I'm really looking forward to the next simulation life. I can't wait. With both hands supporting the wheelchair, Wang Pan slowly stood up. Like an old man in his twilight years, his body trembled, as if he would fall down at any time. The next moment, Wang Pan looked determined. He released his hands that were supporting both sides of the wheelchair and controlled his body to take a step forward. Thump! Wang Pan just took a step, and was too late to rise to excitement. He lost balance in the next moment, and his face smashed down on the floor. Falling on the ground, Wang Pan was not discouraged, and slowly moved his body. It looks like a large caterpillar, arched on the ground, making people laugh. In the afternoon, Wang Pan was able to move freely. There are still many dark injuries in the body, and you can't move violently, but just walking is not a big deal. This goes on, as long as I experience 2 to 3 simulation life, I should be able to recover completely. This made Wang Pan a little unable to help start the next simulation of life. But after thinking about it, Wang Pan still gave up this idea. After all, I just experienced a long simulation life. Although the impact on the Pan after the simulation life experience was stripped, it was still inevitable for mental exhaustion. Ordinary simulators have a chance to simulate life once a month. If you want to get more opportunities to simulate your life, either you get a high score in a certain simulation life, or spend 500,000 simulation points to buy additional simulation opportunities from the mall. After Wang Pan decided to restore the spirit, start the next simulation life. Xiang, go out of your brother and eat. Zhang Yao's voice was transmitted from outside the room into Wang Pan's ear. Wait a minute, I'm packing my luggage. Wang Xiang came to Wang Pan's room and knocked on the door. Brother, I'm coming in? Come in. Wang Pan went to the wheelchair 3 or 2 steps, sat down with one butt, and pretended to be dead. I couldn't see it at all, and at the moment Wang Pan was still walking in the room. Xiang has grown up, I know that I will knock in. Wang Pan also felt a sense. In addition to the right hand, Wang Pan couldn't move, and his clothing, food, housing, and transportation were taken care of by Xiang and his parents. It can be said that Wang Pan has seen it all over and down, and Xiang should have seen it. This move is not rusty between Wang Pan and Wang Xiang. Not before entering the door, this is a respect for the privacy of others. Everyone has their own space. After eating a meal, Wang Xiang hugged Wang Pan from the wheelchair and put it on the sofa. The family watched the TV series happily. Xiang, you will go to Chuzhou tomorrow, my brother has prepared gifts for you. Take it yourself and put it in my bedside table. Wang Pan approached Wang Shangxiang's ear and said softly. Wang Shangxiang felt that Wang Pan exhaled the breath on his ears, making his ears itchy, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his ears. Really? Brother, when will you give me a gift for me? Wang Shangxiang was attracted by Wang Pan's words, and his eyes seemed to be flashing. Buling buling. Wang Pan stretched out his right hand and stroked Wang Shangxiang's hair. Of course it's true, go quickly. Day. With a cheer, Wang Shangxiang jumped off the sofa and ran to Wang Pan's room with barefoot. Crack the sound of Wang Shangxiang turned over the box. Wang Pan couldn't help worrying about his room. Is this dead girl? Is such a big movement being demolished? The couple Zhang Yao and Wang Jun looked at each other and beating their foreheads. Hold back, can't be angry, this is biological. Xiangxiang is now a simulator of Babin. The strength is much stronger than ordinary people, and the movement is very reasonable. Wang Jun laughed and forcibly explained a wave. Strange, my brother said the gift to me in the bedside table, why can't I find it? Wang Shangxiang was holding his body, turning the box to the cabinet, and found nothing. Because one step becomes an analog of 8 products, it is not very good to control their own strength. Under the emotional excitement, the power was slightly more 100 million. As a result, the bedside table was fragmented under this 100 million points. Brother Stinky, you lie to me. Wang Shangxiang pursed his mouth, and a copy of the baby was unhappy on his face. Dancing to Wang Pan to dance clause. However, Wang Shangxiang still had a scoring, and did not dare to rush to Wang Pan. Wang Shangxiang also knows that he has more power more than ordinary people, and he is not enough to control his power. If an accidental force is not controlled, I am afraid that you have to eat. I like Xiangxiang the most, how can I lie to Xiangxiang? My brother really put the gift in the bedside table. It must be your carelessness, not noticing. You go and look at it again. Wang Pan said seriously. There is no mistake, 1 book, 1, a book. Okay, then I believe you again. Wang Shangxiang looked at Wang Pan's serious expression on his face and believed it. I feel that I am looking for it carefully. Turn around and run into Wang Pan room. Although this life has not achieved much achievements, the life of children and daughter is very beautiful. If the son's body can recover, it will be perfect. Wang Jun looked at this scene, and his mouth rose. Ah me, big liar. After a while, Wang Shangxiang came out of the room madly. Brother, where did you put it? As soon as the eyes turned, Wang Shangxiang changed his face instantly, and he was in front of Wang Pan, sprinkled with a pity. I really put the bedside table. Wang Pan suppressed his smile and pretended to be surprised. Brother, you must have remembered it wrong. I took down the bedside table. There is nothing in it. When Wang Shangxiang talked about taking down the bedside table, her tone was weaker and she felt guilty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wait, I'll find it. Wang Pan said firmly, and he turned over and walked back to his room. Look, I said I put the gift on the bedside table. Wang Pan walked in front of Wang Shangxiang and spread his hands. A bank card-sized card in his hand was emitting a bright white light. Humph, brother is a bad guy, you must have hidden it somewhere else, deliberately not letting me look for it. Quick eyes and hands, she grabbed the card, and Wang Shangxiang, who was still talking non-stop, suddenly got stuck. As if she saw something incredible, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Seeing Wang Shangxiang's cute look, Wang Pan stretched out his hand and pinched her face, teasing, have you reacted? Mom and Dad. Wang Shangxiang, who had reacted, let out a loud and powerful exclamation. Wang Jun, who was laughing and cracking melon seeds to watch the fun, heard his daughter's exclamation and said helplessly, Okay, you are the brother, you should give in to your sister and stop bullying her all day long. The couple was still watching the fun of the two siblings and didn't react at all. It's not that. Did you see that my brother just stood up and walked back to his room? Wang Shangxiang was so anxious. Is the point about whether he bullied me or not? I saw it, it's quite like my youth. Wang Jun raised his chin with a smug look on his face. Son, can you stand up? Are you okay? Zhang Yao, who was standing aside, reacted and looked at Wang Pan in disbelief. The tone was full of expectation and trepidation. Mom and Dad, I've troubled you all these years. Just this afternoon, I passed the assessment and became a formal simulator. Score S+, I'm now a 6th grade simulator. Although my body hasn't fully recovered, it's no problem to regain the ability to walk normally. Wang Pan didn't hide it, and there was no need to hide it from Wang Jun and his wife. After they learned the news, they would only be happier than himself. Is this true? Wang Jun and Zhang Yao were so excited that they didn't care what level of simulator Wang Pan was. They only heard Wang Pan say that his body was fine and his mobility was the same as that of a normal person. That's great. Your father and I have waited for 18 years and finally waited for this day. Zhang Yao stepped forward and held Wang Pan in her arms, tears already streaming down her face. Since bringing Wang Pan home, Wang Jun and Zhang Yao have treated Wang Pan as their own son. Wang Pan's physical condition has become a headache for the couple. Zhang Yao didn't know how many times she cried at night. She also didn't know how many times she woke up at night. Every time she woke up, she had to sneak into Wang Pan's room and look at the sleeping Wang Pan before she could feel relieved. Because they didn't know, with Wang Pan's physical condition, would he suddenly die one day? Wang Pan knew all this. The sudden surprise overwhelmed his reason, and the emotions that had been suppressed for 18 years burst out at this moment. Wang Jun stood aside, his eyes a little red, and the emotions of middle-aged men were all implicit. Okay, stop crying. You should be happy that your son is well. You are so old, but the child is still here. Wang Jun looked at Zhang Yao crying breathlessly, stepped forward and stretched out his hand, hugging Wang Pan and his son. I am crying. These are tears of joy. Is it not okay for me to be happy for my son? Zhang Yao wiped her tears and said to Wang Jun fiercely. Wang Shangxiang, who was standing by, also cried bitterly, feeling happy for her brother. But after seeing the warm scene of her parents and brother hugging each other, her crying stopped abruptly. Damn it! I said I was picked up, but you still don't admit it. Wang Shangxiang looked angry. I want a hug too. Wang Shangxiang squeezed in. After a long time, everyone's emotions began to calm down. Today is a double happiness. Wang Jun's mouth was crooked with joy. My daughter became a simulator, and my son's health also saw hope of complete recovery. As for the fact that Wang Pan was also a simulator, it was directly ignored by the family. What simulator? Can it compare with Wang Pan's recovery? In their eyes, Wang Pan's recovery is a happy event. It's a pity that we've already had dinner, otherwise I would have had 2 bottles. Wife, can we save the wine this time for next time? Wang Jun looked regretful at first, then his eyes turned. He skillfully pinched Zhang Yao's shoulders and asked flatteringly. No, it's not that I don't let you drink, blame your bad luck. Zhang Yao squinted comfortably and didn't let go. Wang Jun looked frustrated and looked at Wang Pan with resentment. Why didn't you say it before dinner? Finally, there was a reason to drink openly, but now it's gone. Wang Pan turned his head and pretended not to see it. Brother, keep this for yourself, I don't want it. Wang Shangxiang on the side reached out and poked Wang Pan, wanting to return the ID card to Wang Pan. Brother has another one, you can keep this one for yourself. Wang Pan touched Wang Shangxiang's head, and with a thought, another ID card appeared in his hand. Yeah. Seeing that her brother really had another ID card and did not lie to her, Wang Shangxiang was relieved. Be careful when you go out. We don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. If someone bullies you, just tell me and I will help you deal with him. Also, don't hide it yourself. We are a family. Family members are to protect you from wind and rain and hold up the sky when you are not able to stand on your own. Wang Shangxiang will leave tomorrow and go to Chuzhou. Wang Pan kept nagging. Wang Pan himself is a special case and has no reference. For Wang Shangxiang, entering the simulator university is the best. You can make rapid progress in college. This is a system that Xiaogua has spent countless manpower and material resources to establish, which can enable simulators without background to grow rapidly. Why don't we go to Chuzhou together as a family? A perfect poem, a post, a content, a 6-9 book, a forum, a look. Wang Shangxiang suddenly suggested. Dad won't leave. Wang Pan shook his head. Wang Jun has a position in the Simulator Management Bureau of Jiangcheng, and there is no way he can leave Jiangcheng without a transfer order. Besides, Wang Jun will not leave Jiangcheng. The power level of the terrifying beast in the starry sky is too strong. Even if a little power is emitted through the chain, it will cause the entire super galaxy cluster to be polluted. This power will stimulate a few animals and plants, causing them to mutate and become brutal and full of resentment. These mutated animals and plants are too harmful to ordinary people. At this time, the simulator needs to clean them up. In addition, for some ordinary people who cannot pass the simulator assessment but are unwilling to be ordinary, it is also the only way for them to enter the extraordinary. After absorbing the polluted spiritual energy between heaven and earth, they will gradually lose all kinds of human emotions, and at the same time become eager for destruction and create destruction. A complete anti-human personality. Once such people are discovered, they will be cleared out. In Xia country, every city has a simulator management bureau, in which every member is a formal simulator, responsible for solving some problems that ordinary people cannot solve. In addition, formal simulators cannot absorb any energy from the outside world to improve their strength. If you want to improve your strength, you can only rely on the simulator. Because the simulator will block other ways for simulators below the Human King realm to improve their realm. Only when you reach the Human King realm can you unlock this restriction. The reason why there is no restriction on the Human King realm is that this power mixed in the world can no longer affect the simulators in the Human King realm. After reaching the Human King realm, you can practice on your own and become stronger by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Wang Pan felt that his father would definitely not leave Jiangcheng. Because Wang Jun is also an orphan, he grew up with the help of caring people from all walks of life in Jiangcheng. After becoming a simulator, Wang Jun refused the generous treatment of the big city and returned to Jiangcheng without hesitation. Jiangcheng is too small. Less than 100 people become formal simulators every year, and even fewer of these simulators choose to return to Jiangcheng. In recent years, the Jiangcheng Simulator Management Bureau has begun to fall into a state of transition and is seriously short of manpower. At this time, Wang Jun is even less likely to leave. "Brother, why don't you go with me?" Wang Shangxiang had an idea about Wang Pan. Jiangcheng is only a few hundred kilometers away from Chuzhou. Whether we miss you or you miss us, it's very convenient to go back and forth. "Brother, go with me. Can you bear to see your lovely sister alone in a foreign place?" Wang Shangxiang hugged Wang Pan's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. A lovely sister hugged your arm, raised her head and stared at you with a pair of sparkling eyes, calling you brother sweetly. Who can resist her when she acts coquettishly? Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Wang Pan did not move and pulled out the hand held by Wang Shangxiang. "Your coquetry doesn't work on me." The words changed, "But who made you my sister?" "Let's put it this way. If you kiss me, I'll consider it." Wang Pan stretched out his hand and pointed to his left cheek and said. Wang Pan looked so reluctant and hateful that Wang Shangxiang wanted to hit him. "Really?" Wang Shangxiang looked at Wang Pan suspiciously, always feeling that something was fishy. But she couldn't resist the temptation of Wang Pan's promise to go to Chuzhou with her, and hesitated for a while. "Of course it's true." Wang Pan was acting like a drama queen, covering his chest, looking like "You didn't believe me, I'm so sad." "Then I'll believe you again." Wang Shangxiang looked around furtively. Then she moved closer to Wang Pan, her lips close to Wang Pan's cheek. Wang Pan could clearly see a blush on Wang Shangxiang's cheek. "Ouch. It hurts. Stinky sister, are you born in the year of the dog? Why are you biting me? Let go." Wang Pan was stunned, kissed, but didn't kiss completely. "No. You must be lying to me, you didn't want to go to Chuzhou with me." Wang Shangxiang pounced on Wang Pan, lying on him, biting Wang Pan's face, but not very hard, and spoke vaguely. "Let go, your saliva is all over my face." Wang Pan's face was dark. His sister had grown up and it was not easy to deceive her. "No." Wang Shangxiang was full of pride, her eyes curved into crescents, like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. "Look at my trick. Ha shichichi. Did you do it wrong? Will you dare to do it again next time? Ha 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 ha. I was wrong. I won't do it again." Wang Pan said nothing and stretched out his hand to tickle Wang Shangxiang. Wang Shangxiang opened her mouth and curled up, hiding from Wang Pan's tickling hand. "Mom! Mom, save me!" Wang Shangxiang almost laughed out tears, and rolled and crawled on the sofa to hide behind Zhang Yao. "Lulu Lulu." With a backer, Wang Shangxiang became bolder and made faces at Wang Pan. "You too, you're making a fuss all day long, but you don't feel annoyed. Go to bed quickly, you have to get up early tomorrow to send Shangxiang to the station." When Zhang Yao looked at the two siblings, her eyes were full of love. Zhang Yao was relieved that the two siblings had such a harmonious relationship. "Oh." Wang Shangxiang's ears drooped, and she was so timid. Looking back every few steps, she reluctantly returned to her room. "Then I'll go back to my room and sleep. Mom and Dad, you should go to bed early too." Wang Pan also went back to his room obediently. The next morning, the family got up early, had breakfast, and drove Wang Shangxiang to the station. In the station, there were already people who passed the simulator assessment at the same time as Wang Shangxiang, and there were teachers escorting nearby. "Take good care of yourself when you get to school. Tell Dad if you don't have enough simulation points." Don't leave school casually. It's dangerous outside. Be careful about everything. Don't believe everything others say. If you want to go home, tell Dad and he'll pick you up. Wang Jun kept telling him all the way. This wasn't Wang Jun making a fuss. Every year, simulators die inexplicably. Some were killed by the people of the World Destruction Society. Some were killed by the simulators of the Savior Organization. These two organizations are very powerful, with members all over the world. Among them, the people of the World Destruction Society were all crazy people who failed the simulation assessment, but were unwilling to give up, and turned to absorb the polluted spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve their strength. They are full of destruction and destruction for everything. They especially hate simulators. And the Savior Organization is even worse than the World Destruction Society in some aspects. All members of the Savior Organization are formal simulators. Their philosophy is equally extreme. They hunt simulators, seize other people's creations, concentrate all resources on themselves, and make themselves the savior of mankind. Simulators fight each other in the real world, and the one who survives can inherit all the assets of the dead party, including simulation points, props, or talents, etc. Every year, there are incidents of freshmen being attacked and killed. So every year, there will be a special train from Chuzhou University to pick up freshmen, and there are strong people in each train. Brother will come to see you in a few days. Seeing that Wang Shangxiang was a little sad, Wang Pan reached out and rubbed Wang Shangxiang's head, saying seriously, "Yeah. Mom and Dad, and brother, you go back." Wang Shangxiang felt much better after hearing what Wang Pan said. "Go over quickly, don't let the teachers wait anxiously. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1 6, 1 9, one book, one bar, one look. Wait until you get on the bus and leave, and we will go back." Zhang Yao said, wiping tears, and Wang Jun fell silent. Wang Shangxiang dragged her suitcase, looked back every 3 steps, and slowly walked away. After verifying Wang Shangxiang's identity, a teacher brought Wang Shangxiang into the crowd of freshmen. In the hall, many people stopped and watched from afar. They were all parents who came to send their children like Wang Jun and his wife. Finally, the special train of Chuzhou University arrived at the station, and the freshmen of Jiangqing boarded the train one by one. When all the freshmen boarded the train started, and its huge size did not affect its speed at all. From stillness to disappearance, it only took a moment. 20 minutes later, this train that spanned hundreds of kilometers of mountains and rivers will arrive at the terminal, Chuzhou University. The whole way back was silent. The atmosphere in the car fell into silence. Bang! Back home, close the door. The sound of closing the door today is heavier than usual. Zhang Yao's eyes were still a little red. Wang Jun opened his mouth and tried to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. The child was worried. What is worrying than this is the daughter's thousands of miles. Parents, my sister has grown up and can take care of myself. I can see a video with my sister when it's okay. Besides, Chuzhou is very close to it. If we want my sister, let's go to see her together. Wang Pan softly persuaded. Can you open the video when you are at home when your sister is at home? This skin monkey, let's feel too noisy at home. But as soon as I left, I started thinking. Zhang Yao's eyes were a little swollen inside. This is when it comes to Wang Jun and Wang Panya's heart. Without Wang Shangxiang, the family suddenly deserted a lot, making people uncomfortable. Don't be sad, the young eagle always experiences the wind and rain to soar in the sky. Wang Jun held Zhang Yao and comforted. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Yao listened to this, he screwed Wang Jun's ears with his backhand and said fiercely, "My surname King, what do you mean, should I go through the storm with my daughter? I would rather stay with us, and I take care of her for a lifetime." Wang Jun. What kind of shit chicken soup is not used at all? To let me meet the author, I have to let him know whether it is a chicken soup tube or a big fist of the sand bowl. Looking at this scene, in order to prevent the city gate from causing fire and pond fish, Wang Pan decisively ignored Wang Jun's eyes, and ran back to his room. Well. Sitting beside the bed, after a while, Wang Pan sighed. On the first day of Shangxiang, I miss her. Wang Pan's intention was moved to communicate with the simulation of life. The next second, Wang Pan's figure disappeared in the room. Simulation life insert. This simulation is an additional simulation opportunity. Is the simulator's identity card that detects it? Use identity card. Wang Pan spent 6,000 analog points to buy 2 identity cards, one was given to Shangxiang, and the other was kept by himself. Among them, Wang Shangxiang's identity card is worth 5,000 simulation points. There is not only one identity card. The lowest is 1000 analog points, and the highest is 10,000 simulation points. It can allow the simulator to have a good birth and reduce the death rate of childhood. The use card is completed. You are born to be extraordinary. This simulation is a talent for random birth. The birth of talent is completed, intermediate talent, strong and strong. You can be able to lift it up, dragging Jonyo. The end of others is just your starting point. This time is good. Wang Pan touched his chin, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of simulation and improve the final evaluation. It's so strong that the intermediate talent is so strong. What about the more advanced talent? Low-level talent Blogi is in effect. Simulation life incident generation, 0 years old, you are a boy, you are born in a rich businessman in the empire. 8 years old, you start to exercise and learn martial arts under the teaching of the nursing home. 13 years old, training is too hard. You don't understand why you want to learn martial arts. Isn't so many nursing homes used to protect yourself? 14 years old, the boring martial arts for a long time finally make you disgusted. With the encouragement of your friends, you came to Baixianglu with him. You opened the door of the new world, and there were such wonderful things. Practice martial arts? Dogs don't practice. 15 years old, go to Baixianglu. 16 years old, on the way to Baixianglu. 17 years old, the waist hurts faintly, it seems to be restrained. 18 years old, I heard that Baixianglu has a newcomer today, just take a look. 19 years old, the girls of Baixianglu are too enthusiastic. It is not safe to go home on the way home too late, so that you stay in Baixianglu. You think about it and think the girls are right. 22 years old, the enemy country is changed, your family has encountered great changes, the caravan goods are looted, and your father picked up a life under the protection of the nursing courtyard. You seem to grow up overnight, and you start picking up the martial arts you lost by you. 25 years old, stars fell into the white bone forest, and the mountains moved thousands of miles. You missed the best time for martial arts, your body is hollowed out, and you have nothing to do. 27 years old, the enemy country invades, you die. The loading of the simulation life is completed, and the simulation starts. My Wang's family has it. All subordinates appreciate 2 or 2 silver. The Dao Empire was in Yuzhou, and a joyful voice came from a house with several acres of construction. Wang Jigao held a newborn, and his face smiled. Master is kind, the young master is hundreds of years old. A group of people cheered suddenly when they heard the words. 2 or 2 silver is enough for a family of 4 people to live for 3 months. With this money, the children in the family can eat better. Or use this money to make a new set of clothes for the child, or get medicine for the elderly at home. Wang Pan turned his eyes slipping and looked around. The identity card is not bought in vain, it seems that this time the family is good. This time the start is obviously much better than the last life. Due to the birth and drowsiness, Wang Pan felt a tiredness, yawned, and fell asleep. When Wang Pan woke up again, he was hungry. Wang Pan didn't care about his skin, the dry rice was about to be tight, and he cried immediately, reminding him to feed himself. Soon, a touch of snow was close to the king pan. Wang Pan was blocked. Wang Pan was not polite at all, holding the granarin to start swallowing. Because of talent and strong. Wang Pan eats a lot and is amazing. It was not enough to rely on the mother's milk. For this reason, Wang Ji waved his hand, and opened the road, and found 3 nurses for Wang Pan. At this time, Wang Pan does not have to be hungry, and has sufficient nutritional support to grow rapidly every day. In the middle of the year, Wang Pan can go and run away. Let Wang Ji just call my childhood talent. At the age of 5, Wang Pan was already 1 meter 3, which was a lot taller than children of the same age. The slaves are wrong, the slaves dare not dare. Give me, dare to steal the medicated diet of Panner. In the backyard, Wang Pan's mother Mu Rong was so angry that he ordered it fiercely. Bang! Bang! The dull sound sounded, accompanied by the scream of the maid. Many maids around him couldn't bear to look at it, and they lowered their heads. Our Wang's family for you to eat and wear it, and issue it to you monthly money. But some people have forgotten their own duty, and our Wang family gives you. If you don't give you can't reach out. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. Some people always use our king's benevolence as a reason they can want to. Remember, she is the end. Mu Rong pointed at the maid who was beaten and fleshy, and he said sharply. Master, you run slowly. Mother. Accompanied by the two maids, Wang Pan walked into the yard, rushed into Mu Rong's arms arch, and asked, "Well, Panner, why are you all dirty again? Let me see if there are any injuries." When Mu Rong, who originally had a cold face, saw her son, she melted like ice and snow in the sun. He didn't mind that Wang Pan was dirty, so he held Wang Pan in his arms, his words full of heartache. "How do you take care of the young master?" Mu Rong's tone was stern, and she turned to scold the two maids who followed Wang Pan. "Mother, it's none of their business." Wang Pan excused the two maids. "I'm telling you, don't be too nice to your servants. You need to give them a beating from time to time. Otherwise, over time, they will easily forget their identities." Mu Rong imparted her experience to Wang Pan. "I see." Wang Pan did not refute and nodded obediently. "You take the young master to take a bath." Mu Rong ordered Wang Pan's personal maid. "Yes, ma'am." After taking a comfortable bath under the service of his personal maid, Wang Pan came to the dining room and prepared to cook. "Panner, come here, let me hug you." As soon as they entered the door, several aunts smiled like flowers and stretched out their hands towards Wang Pan. "My child has met his mother, aunties." Wang Pan said hello one by one seriously. The little adult's appearance made a group of women cover their mouths and chuckle, looking at Wang Pan with doting eyes. He moved his hand up and down towards the king's plate, kissing and touching it. "Stop teasing, Panner, come up and eat." Mu Rong spoke, and several concubines also restrained themselves. "Eat slowly and be careful not to choke." The aunts had no children, and Wang Pan had been sensible since he was a child. Therefore, the aunts also regarded Wang Pan as their son. At this time, they watched Wang Pan devouring the food and couldn't help but remind him. "Mom, I want to practice martial arts." After finishing the meal, Wang Pan said to Mu Rong, "Why did Panner think of practicing martial arts? Practice martial arts is very hard. You are still young. How about we practice martial arts when we are older?" Mu Rong was stunned when she heard this and persuaded softly. "Mom, I'm not afraid of hard work." Wang Pan looked determined. "Panner, tell your mother why you want to practice martial arts." Mu Rong felt a little headache and tried to dispel Wang Pan's idea of practicing martial arts. "After I learn martial arts, I will be able to protect my mother. Mom, just let me practice martial arts, okay?" Wang Pan looked pitiful, holding Mu Rong's thigh and begging. Wang Pan. 3 sentences made my mother agree to let me practice martial arts." Originally, she was still thinking about how to dispel Wang Pan's idea of practicing martial arts, but after hearing this sentence, Mu Rong's defense was instantly broken. She hugged Wang Pan in her arms and choked up and said, "Panner has grown up and knows how to protect me." The next day, under Mu Rong's instructions, the guard Qin Yan came to the martial arts arena early. The Wang family is very rich. Although it is not as rich as a country, it is also rich. This world is not peaceful. After a large amount of money was spent, there were many good people to escort the Wang family. Without these people to escort, the Wang family's caravan could not go back and forth smoothly every time. And Qin Yan is undoubtedly the strongest one among the Wang family's guards. He is also the person Wang Ji trusts the most. The young master is probably on a whim. When he can't stand the hardship of practicing martial arts, he will give up by himself. "Well, should I go to Baixiangla to find Yinji or Tsuelio in the evening?" While Qin Yan was thinking, Wang Pan came to the martial arts arena with 2 personal maids. "Uncle Qin, thank you for your help." Wang Pan looked respectful and bowed. Qin Yan's position in the Wang family is very special. Although he is a guard, he actually grew up with Wang Ji and saved Wang Ji's life. Wang Ji also reciprocated by giving Qin Yan a large sum of money to learn martial arts in the sect. Qin Yan did not live up to this friendship. After completing his studies, he could not stand the hard life in the sect, so he came down the mountain and became the head of the guard in the Wang family. Relying on Qin Yan's strength, he solved countless problems for the Wang family. He even led the team himself and opened up several trade routes, allowing the Wang family's caravans to travel unimpeded. It was in these years that the Wang family became more and more powerful and recruited countless good players, so Qin Yan retreated behind the scenes. "No trouble, no trouble. Anyway, you can't hold on for much longer, young master. Ahem, before practicing martial arts, I will tell you about the realm of martial artists." Qin Yan, who was a little distracted, almost let it slip, but fortunately he reacted in time and forcibly changed the subject. "Uncle Qin, how many times have I told you not to call me young master? Our family has never treated Uncle Qin as a servant. That won't work. My father is your grandfather's housekeeper, and I am your father's companion. Rules are rules. The master's family is kind to us. We can accept this kindness as servants, but we can't forget our identity. Xin Yan shook his head and said his own reasoning. After speaking, he took out the water bottle from his waist and took a sip. The water bottle contained water soaked with wolfberries. Facts have proved that whether the kidney hurts or not has nothing to do with whether a person's martial arts skills are high or not. Then let's call each other. I call you Uncle Qin, and you call me Young Master. Wang Pan looked strange and couldn't help laughing. Perhaps it was because of Qin Yan's character that his father trusted him so much. Puff! Qin Yan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water when he heard this. What is this? Master, there are 7 major realms in martial arts. They are, training the skin, strengthening the body, changing tendons, changing blood, strengthening bones, and washing marrow. Above these 6 realms, the human body will be reborn, and life will be sublimated into the Tiangang realm. The lifespan can reach 300 years. Xin Yan suddenly became serious and introduced the basic situation to Wang Pan. Then what realm are you in now, Uncle Qin? Wang Pan asked curiously. I am now in the great success of blood exchange. My blood is like flames, and every move has tens of thousands of pounds of strength. Speaking of this, Xin Yan is no longer sleepy, with a proud face. Perhaps he feels that just talking is not convincing. Xin Yan retreated a few meters and shouted. His skin instantly turned red, and waves of terrifying high temperature spread from Xin Yan's body to all directions. The surrounding space also rippled due to the high temperature. Wang Pan felt a wave of heat coming towards him, and the terrifying high temperature made Wang Pan couldn't help but retreat a few meters before he felt better. Hiss! Wang Pan took a breath of hot air and made an outstanding contribution to global cooling. How is it? Awesome. Do you want to learn? Xin Yan restrained his power, the blood color on his skin quickly disappeared, and the whole person returned to his unreliable appearance. He came to Wang Pan and asked with a smile. Awesome, but I will definitely be more powerful than Uncle Qin in the future. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Wang Pan nodded seriously, with a firm look on his little face. You have ambition, but if you want to be better than me, you will have to suffer a lot. Hearing this, Xin Yan looked at him with admiration, and then Xin Yan began to gloat over his misfortune. What Xin Yan didn't say was that it was not something that ordinary people could do to reach his level. Even if there are sufficient resources, ordinary people cannot reach the blood exchange realm. Although Xin Yan is a bit unserious, his talent in martial arts is 1 in a million. If Xin Yan stays in the sect, he may even have a chance to become the next head. It is very easy to get started in martial arts. Even without sufficient resources, ordinary people can enter the skin training realm after 3 to 5 years of practice. But it becomes more difficult as time goes by. If a martial artist in the blood exchange realm is willing to serve as an official in the court, he will start as a general and be able to lead an army of 10,000 people. Hearing Wang Pan say that he wants to surpass himself, Xin Yan also laughed dumbly, but did not discourage Wang Pan's enthusiasm for martial arts. I'm not afraid of hardship. Wang Pan didn't care. It is not a bad thing to be paralyzed for 18 years. At least it makes Wang Pan's willpower become extremely strong now. After experiencing the trough, you will no longer be afraid of climbing the peak. Because even if you fall from the peak, it will not be lower than the trough. This is what you said, young master, don't cry when the time comes. Xin Yan smiled and felt that Wang Pan was still too young. This is the skill of my sect. Young master, remember it first. Xin Yan took out a book with yellowed paper and handed it to Wang Pan. Uncle Qin, this is the skill of your sect. If you pass it to me privately, will it affect you? Wang Pan did not reach out to take it, but asked with a serious look and a worried tone. No, although I covet the wealth of the mountain, I am not a traitor. I still hold the position of a transmission elder in the sect. Selecting and training new disciples for the sect is my job. Xin Yan looked at Wang Pan's actions and was touched. He is really a sensible and good child. Wang Pan then took the technique and read it carefully. Xin Yan saw this and did not interrupt. He turned and left, telling the servants to prepare the medicinal bath. After a while, a huge wooden barrel was moved to the side of the martial arts field by the servants. Next to the wooden barrel, a large pot was set up. Servants kept coming and going, putting large and small packages of medicinal materials into the pot. For a while, the whole martial arts field was filled with a strong smell of medicine. The medicinal materials in this pot alone are worth hundreds of taels of silver. And this pot of medicinal bath is only enough for Wang Pan to use twice. Such consumption is terrifying. Uncle Qin, I have written it down. So fast? Qin Yan was a little surprised. Uneasy, he asked Wang Pan about the contents of several techniques, and Wang Pan answered fluently. This made Qin Yan feel relieved. Since you've memorized it, take off your clothes and jump into the bucket. Qin Yan smiled. He originally thought that it would take Wang Pan several days to memorize it, but he didn't expect that he could remember the technique in such a short time. Okay. Looking at the steaming potion in front of him, Wang Pan felt a little flustered. But he still took off his clothes and jumped in with gritted teeth. Because Wang Pan believed that Qin Yan would not hurt him. Hiss. As soon as he jumped into the bucket, Wang Pan's face twisted instantly. The temperature was too high. Wang Pan's fair skin turned red quickly. Uncle Qin, what should we do next? Practice the technique? Wang Pan resisted the urge to jump out of the bucket and asked Qin Yan, who was trying to hold back his laughter. What the hell is the technique? Just stay in the bath. Qin Yan's mouth twitched. Anyone can reach the skin training realm as long as they can endure hardships. Only when you reach the state of strengthening your body do you need to practice martial arts, because only then can the blood and chi of the human body grow strong enough to be sensed by the warrior, and at this time you can control the blood and chi to better strengthen the whole body. While talking, Qin Yan's hands were not idle, and he directly stimulated his own blood and chi to wrap Wang Pan in it. Use your own blood and chi to temper Wang Pan's body. It is also a kind of protection, otherwise, if you wait a little longer, I am afraid that the high temperature of the medicinal bath will burn Wang Pan half-cooked. The reason why I didn't use blood and chi to protect Wang Pan at the first time was that Qin Yan wanted to see Wang Pan's determination to practice martial arts. Wang Pan's performance determined Qin Yan's attitude in the future. If you can't even bear this little bit of suffering, then even if you have enough resources, your martial arts achievements will not be very high. Qin Yan will also teach Wang Pan to practice martial arts in the future, but he won't be so attentive. Seeing Wang Pan's little face twisted together due to the high temperature, but he never got up, and he could even talk to him, Qin Yan's eyes were full of relief. Just based on this point, Qin Yan can conclude that Wang Pan's achievements are definitely not low. Ordinary people don't have enough resources to practice martial arts. Even if they are talented, they will stop at the strengthening body realm. Practicing martial arts without resources is completely forcibly consuming the essence of the body. As long as you can endure hardships, anyone can get started in the skin refining realm in 3 to 5 years. But don't think about it. The more you endure, the more your body will be destroyed. If you continue to squeeze your own essence in this way, even if you are extremely talented, you will stop after reaching the strengthening body realm, and your lifespan will be greatly reduced. Wang Pan has sufficient resources and can endure the hardships of practicing martial arts. His starting point is much higher than that of ordinary people. What's more, Qin Yan, a strong man in the 4th realm of martial arts, is willing to consume his own blood and chi to temper Wang Pan's body. Even if Wang Pan is not talented enough, he can reach the 30 gene realm of martial arts under such treatment. Is Wang Pan's talent bad? Not bad. Wang Pan's natural strong body is not a decoration. Wrapped in Qin Yan's blood, the high temperature of the original medicinal bath disappeared, replaced by a warm feeling. At this moment, Wang Pan's skin sensation was magnified countless times, and he could clearly feel the medicinal power in the medicinal bath penetrate into his skin and strengthen his body. The medicinal power was like thousands of ice silks, entwined around Wang Pan's body. Wang Pan couldn't help yawning and felt sleepy. Hua la la. Just when Wang Pan was about to fall asleep, Qin Yan pulled Wang Pan out of the bucket. A gust of wind blew over Wang Pan's body, making him shiver. I'm exhausted, but you're almost asleep in comfort. Qin Yan's mouth twitched, but thinking of the next practice, Qin Yan's mood improved again. No need to put on clothes, stand still. Master, I won't be soft next time, and I can't help you, you can only rely on yourself. Qin Yan stopped Wang Pan from putting on clothes, with a serious face. Before Wang Pan could react, Qin Yan took out a piece of cloth from somewhere, and shook his hand to turn it into a cloth stick, and hit Wang Pan on the back. Ouch! The sudden pain made Wang Pan cry out. Bruise appeared instantly where the cloth stick had hit. Uncle Qin, you're really cruel. Wang Pan's tears were about to flow out, and he couldn't help complaining. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Wang Pan's skin was extremely sensitive and the pain was magnified. You can stop if you can't hold on. You don't have to suffer this. Uncle Qin, continue. Wang Pan knew that even the core disciples of the sect couldn't enjoy such treatment. Not everyone can treat themselves so well like Uncle Qin. Qin Yan nodded and started to beat him. The strength contained in Qin Yan's unique technique penetrated into Wang Pan's skin along the cloth stick, like 100 or so embroidery needles, poking Wang Pan's skin. Good guy, Rong Mama is ecstatic. It's a pity not to do acupuncture if you can prick people so well. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Wang Pan tried to have fun in the midst of suffering, and distracted himself with random thoughts. It hurt a little, but the effect was really good. Compared with ordinary people who stupidly beat themselves with a wooden stick when training their skin, the efficiency was much higher. Soon, there was no good spot on Wang Pan's body. Green marks were all over his body, which looked a little scary. Wang Pan was shaking all over, but he bit his lips tightly and didn't make any sound. At this time, Qin Yan also stopped, which made Wang Pan feel relieved. Fortunately, Qin Yan stopped, otherwise Wang Pan would not be sure if he could hold on. Qin Yan carefully picked up Wang Pan, put him in the medicinal bath, and wrapped Wang Pan with blood again. Wang Pan was too tired, both physically and mentally, and fell asleep in the warm medicinal bath. This time, Wang Pan's body absorbed the power of the medicine far more than before, and the originally green medicinal bath quickly faded. When the medicinal bath completely turned transparent, the terrifying green marks on Wang Pan's body disappeared. His skin exuded a white light, like a top-notch jade. I actually held on. Qin Yan handed Wang Pan to the maid and asked the maid to take Wang Pan back to the room to rest. There was an indelible shock on his face. Qin Yan was originally prepared to proceed step by step, but Wang Pan performed too well, which made Qin Yan want to see how far Wang Pan could do. The result was beyond Qin Yan's expectations. Of course, Qin Yan also has a sense of propriety. Wang Pan looks miserable. But with the medicinal bath, and Qin Yan not hesitating to consume his own blood and qi to nourish Wang Pan's body, there is no need to worry about the sequelae of such a rough method. If this continues, it will take at most half a month to practice the skin. Qin Yan silently calculated in his mind based on Wang Pan's progress today, and his mouth twitched suddenly. I seem to have picked up a treasure. Qin Yan's expression was complicated, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or not. It took Qin Yan 3 months to practice the skin. Even so, he was considered a genius by the sect. But compared with Wang Pan, why is the gap so big? Of course, Qin Yan didn't have the conditions like Wang Pan to have a strong man in the fourth realm of martial arts to assist in his practice. But even so, he shouldn't practice the skin so quickly. This only shows that the young master is very talented. At least not inferior to me. No shortage of resources, enough hard work, and great talent. Should we tell the sect? Well, forget it, the young master is still young. When he is older, I will ask him for his own opinion. Today, I used my blood and qi to nourish the young master's body. It's a big loss. I have to ask the mansion to reimburse my expenses at Baixianglu. Qin Yan thought, turned around and walked towards Baixianglu happily. After waking up from a nap, it was already afternoon. Wang Pan stretched his body lazily and didn't want to move. He felt clear and his limbs were full of strength. The simulation mark was refreshed at this time. You practiced martial arts in advance at the age of 5 and changed the trajectory of your life. You get 300 simulation points. He took a look at Wang Pan and didn't care. It was ordinary and there was nothing to care about. Time flew by as Wang Pan practiced martial arts. Wang Pan was 12 years old this year. Because of his martial arts and strong physical talent, his height has grown rapidly in these years. Now he is 1.8 meters tall. Except for his face that still looks childish, he is no different from an adult. Get up! Crackle! In the martial arts arena, Wang Pan's muscles and bones rang all over his body, and he grabbed a huge stone with both hands and lifted it high. Boom! He threw it more than 10 meters away with both hands, breaking the blue bricks on the martial arts arena. Master is so awesome! Master is so awesome! A group of maids watched from the edge of the martial arts arena, cheering for Wang Pan. At this moment, looking at Wang Pan's majestic body and explosive muscles, the maids' eyes were full of mist, and they couldn't help but feel weak in their legs. Master, you have worked hard, and you are sweating all over. I have prepared iced bayberries for you. Master, what's so delicious about iced bayberries? Master, you are sweating all over, and it must be uncomfortable to have them sticking to you. It's more comfortable to take a hot bath at this time. I will help you take a bath. When Wang Pan came out of the martial arts arena, a group of maids surrounded him and chattered. Little slut, you've been thinking about seducing the young master all day. Yes, I want to seduce the young master, what about you? How are you better than me? If the mistress hadn't ordered you, I think you would have wanted to climb into the young master's bed tonight. Can you wait until I leave to discuss this? Isn't this a bit disrespectful to me? Wang Pan was very upset. These maids were getting bolder and bolder. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, young master. A group of maids said coquettishly, with expectations in their eyes. Madam. The arrival of Mu Rong made a group of maids suddenly quiet down. They shrank their heads and saluted Mu Rong. Panner is still young. I tell you, whoever dares to climb into Panner's bed will end up like Schwanger. Mu Rong was petite and spoke softly, but the words she said made a group of maids tremble. Schwanger was Wang Pan's personal maid. When Wang Pan was 11 years old, she was about to climb onto Wang Pan's bed. When Mu Rong found out, she beat him to death. Mother, why are you here? Wang Pan wiped the sweat off his face, put on his clothes, and came to Mu Rong to greet her. At the same time, he despised a group of maids who only talked but did nothing. That sounds good, but why don't you wipe my sweat and help me take a bath? What's wrong, Panner, don't you want to see me? Besides, if I don't come again, I'm afraid that my son's soul will be seduced by these little goblins. How can I remember you as a mother by then? Mu Rong looked at Wang Pan with a face full of resentment. What are you talking about, mother? I'm just going to stretch my muscles and bones and then go to your place to talk with you. Wang Pan felt a little guilty and spoke with a lack of confidence. Panner is older now and doesn't get close to me anymore. Your father is away from home all year round, and so is his son. I have a miserable life. Mu Rong felt uncomfortable. She hadn't seen him for half a month before. When he finally came back, they only saw each other at dinner, and then he disappeared again. This. Wang Pan hesitated under Mu Rong's series of attacks. Seeing that her son was speechless, Mu Rong also laughed and said, Okay, I won't tease Panner anymore. Look what your mother brought you. Mu Rong ordered the servants behind her to take out a half-meter-long brocade box. The brocade box was opened, and a crooked silver white plant was placed inside. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. What is this? Wang Pan's eyes lit up, but he asked uncertainly. Stretching tendons and strengthening bones. Stretching tendons and strengthening bones roots for 380 years. Mu Rong looked at Wang Pan with a smile and gave the answer. Thank you, mother. Wang Pan smiled from the bottom of his heart, picked up Mu Rong and spun around. Panner, put me down. Mu Rong exclaimed. There was a maid next to her. She was being spun around by her own son. Where was her dignity? But smelling the strong scent of her son, Mu Rong's ears also blushed a little. You are so old, how can you still be like a child? After landing, Mu Rong rolled her eyes at Wang Pan, showing a little blame. Suddenly, Mu Rong was stunned. Her son was still a child. It's just that Wang Pan grew up too fast, so he didn't look like a child at all. This also caused people to often ignore Wang Pan's real age. Wang Pan is only 12 years old this year. Thank you, mother. Wang Pan didn't notice Mu Rong's abnormality. At this moment, his attention was all on this 380-year-old tendon strengthening and bone strengthening root. The tendon strengthening and bone strengthening root has a strong effect on the third tendon changing and fifth bone forging realms of warriors. It can enhance the warrior's foundation while completing the cultivation of these two realms faster. Wang Pan started practicing martial arts at the age of 5, but after 7 years, Wang Pan is only at the third level of Yijin Xiaocheng in martial arts. Wang Pan has no shortage of resources, is tutored by famous teachers, and has excellent talent. Wang Pan should not have only reached the level of Yijin Xiaocheng. Qin Yan was puzzled for a while because he thought that Wang Pan had made a mistake in his practice. But after Wang Pan fought with Qin Yan with the cultivation level of the initial stage of Yijin, Qin Yan no longer had this doubt. The reason lies in Wang Pan's strong body. This talent allows Wang Pan to have the strength of Yijin realm even if he does not practice. The strong body gives Wang Pan the strength to lift a tripod and pull 9 cows backwards. But after Wang Pan practiced martial arts, because his physical foundation was much better than that of ordinary people, it also caused Wang Pan to spend more time practicing in each realm than ordinary people. There are gains and losses. Although the practice time of each realm has increased, Wang Pan has also gone further in each realm, and the physical potential he has excavated is also stronger. This is why Wang Pan was able to fight Qin Yan with the strength of a beginner in Yijin realm. If Wang Pan had not had such poor practical experience, it would have been hard to say who would win or lose a year and a half ago. A year and a half later, Wang Pan's strength has also improved, and now he has achieved a minor success in Yijin realm. According to Wang Pan's cultivation speed, it would probably take a long time for him to achieve a major success in Yi Jin realm and enter the blood exchange realm. But now with this 380-year-old tendon strengthening and bone strengthening root, Wang Pan feels that he only needs half a month to achieve a major success in Yi Jin realm and break into the blood exchange realm. Don't thank me, this is what your father bought for you. For this, not only did I not make a penny on this business trip, but I also paid 300,000 taels of silver. Seeing her son's happy look, Mu Rong was also touched and felt that the money was worth it. Although the stretching muscles and strengthening bones of ordinary years are also valuable due to their scarcity, they are not too outrageous. Generally, those under 100 years old only need between 3,000 taels and 100,000 taels. Wang Pan has taken 3 strains of stretching and strengthening bone roots that are about 20 years old, and the effect is very good. But once the age exceeds 100 years, the value of stretching the muscles and strengthening the bones will skyrocket. Don't listen to what Mu Rong said just now about the loss of 300,000 taels of silver. Don't think that it is so mysterious and not expensive at all. But these 300,000 taels of silver are just an add-on, the real value is that batch of goods. The cost of this batch of goods alone exceeds 3 million taels of silver. Even for a wealthy family like the Wang family, this amount of money can be said to be a huge thorn in the side. This was because the Wang family had long-term trading relationships with this tribe, and the export of this batch of goods was prohibited by the Dao Empire, so they reluctantly agreed because they couldn't buy it. Don't think that this tribe is just trying to raise prices. In fact, the strength of this kind of vintage is a good foundation no matter which force it is in the hands of. This kind of thing is only used when one's own descendants are out of business. It can quickly create a strong man in the 5th bone-forging realm of martial arts. In order to replace his son with this 380-year-old muscle-strengthening root, Wang Ji was extremely bold. Once this kind of behavior is discovered by the Dao Empire, it will definitely result in the confiscation of the family and the extermination of the clan. When Wang Pan heard this, he felt deeply moved in his heart. Mother, I want to go back to the room now and absorb the power of the medicine. Wang Pan was a little embarrassed. You, as a mother, I know that there is not a word of truth in your mouth. Go ahead. Mu Rong said quietly, but still waved her hand to let the impatient Wang Pan leave. Thank you, mother. Wang Pan took the stretcher and strengthened his bones and disappeared in a flash. Oh, the child is getting older. Mu Rong sighed. Staying in the house all day makes him irritable, and Wang Ji is often away from home. He needs to travel around to communicate with other businessmen or visit some powerful figures. Wang Pan can be said to be Mu Rong's spiritual support, and Mu Rong also puts her thoughts on Wang Pan. But since Wang Pan started practicing martial arts, mother and son spent less and less time together. When Wang Pan first started practicing martial arts, Mu Rong had the idea of giving up on Wang Pan's martial arts practice. But when Wang Pan started practicing martial arts, Mu Rong never mentioned it again. Instead, he silently supported Wang Pan. After returning to the room, Wang Pan took a few bites, chewed the roots of the muscles and bones, and swallowed them in his stomach. Then he started to carry the exercises and quickly absorbed the medicinal power. The majestic medicinal power exploded in Wang Pan's body, strengthening Wang Pan's foundation and speeding up Wang Pan's practice of Yi Jin realm. On the surface of the body, there are bulging ribs running under the skin. Yi Jin is great. You only need to warm and nourish your muscles and veins for about half a month, and you will be able to successfully enter the blood exchange realm. Opening his eyes, Wang Pan moved his body and made various weird movements, completely beyond the limits of the human body. Instructing the servants to prepare bath water, the maid looked at Wang Pan with a shy and somewhat curious face. After coming back to her senses, she served Wang Pan to take a bath. After taking a shower, I feel refreshed and my appearance soars. After calling the 2 losers, Wang Pan went out. Brother Pan, why are you here? When he arrived at his restaurant, a young man with a friendly face and a fat body hurriedly stepped forward. You have money, why are you so anxious to see me? Wang Pan followed the young man into the upstairs box and asked after sitting down. Isn't it a long time since we got together? I just heard that you are back. We are going to go hunting together in the city the day after tomorrow. They asked me to ask you if you want to go together. Sun Yukai shook his head as he spoke, his eyes full of expectation. The Sun family is also in business and has a good relationship with the Wang family. Because Wang Pan has shown a composure that far exceeds that of his peers since he was a child, and has an invincible record of defeating his friends, a group of peers gathered around Wang Pan. The older generation is happy to see the younger generation get along with each other, which can be regarded as maintaining the relationship between the families. Go, why not go? Although Wang Pan had no interest in hunting, Wang Pan still agreed. These children's families either have money or power. When these people grow up, they will be their best help. Great, I'll tell them when I get back. I originally thought Wang Pan would refuse, but unexpectedly he agreed. This put a smile on Sun Yotsai's face and made his body tremble with fat. He didn't know why a child could be so fat. Wang Pan suspected that there was something wrong with Sun Yotsai's health. Downstairs, a few big and thick men ordered a table of dishes and ate all the other dishes. There was only one dish called fugue pancake that I had not touched. Boy, call your shopkeeper here. The leading man is a leader of the Black Tiger gang in the city. Now that he is full of food and drink, he is starting to attack. Masters, do you have anything to tell me? The waiter ran forward in a few steps, nodded and bowed and asked. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Crack. Ah, why did you hit someone? Unexpectedly, without saying anything, Joey slapped the waiter and knocked him to the ground. Then he cursed and said, Hit you? You deserve to be beaten. I asked you to ask the shopkeeper, and you are here blabbering to me. A few guests, but what's wrong with the inn's lack of hospitality? The shopkeeper heard the noise and came up. Try this dish yourself. The cake is so hard that it can kill people. If we had known that your cakes were so hard, why would our gang spend money to build weapons? We would just buy cakes from you. Zhou Hui was furious and pointed at the only untouched rich cake on the table and said loudly. Zhou Hui's loud voice also attracted the attention of other guests. A group of guests knew that there was a good show to watch. Not only were they not afraid, but they called the waiter to serve peanuts and melon seeds. No problem, we are an old brand. Look, I am 53 years old and my teeth are almost gone, but I can still eat this cake. In addition, no matter the taste or the materials used, they are all the best, without any mistakes. The shopkeeper tasted it and it was soft and delicious, no problem. I said this cake is hard, and it is hard. Old brand? You are bullying customers, right? I won't pay for the meal today. You are here to cause trouble, right? Don't you see whose business this is? The shopkeeper is not stupid, and he knows that these people are here to cause trouble. I don't care whose business you are. Anyway, if I can't have a good meal, I will smash your store. Zhou Hui sneered and ordered his men. Smash it. At the command, the younger brothers behind him also picked up tables, chairs and benches and started smashing them around. A group of guests who were cracking melon seeds and peeling peanuts to watch the excitement were in trouble. Several people were unable to dodge and were hit by the thrown tables, chairs and benches, causing blood to flow. The rest of the customers who were watching the excitement only reacted at this time and ran out one after another. After running outside the store, they felt safe and did not leave. They gathered outside the store in groups of 3 or 5, looking inside the store. Good brother, give me a handful of melon seeds. Brother, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone, give me some peanuts. The person who was found was not stingy and shared generously. I know this person, a small leader of the Black Tiger gang in the city. But are the Black Tiger gang so brave now? This is the Wang family's property, do they dare to make trouble? Some people were full of doubts. Hey, if it was only the Black Tiger gang, then they definitely wouldn't have the courage. These gangs are only powerful in front of ordinary people, but in front of the big families in the city, they are just a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Who can be offended and which store can charge protection fees, they know better than anyone else. A smart person explained to others. As soon as this person said it, the others immediately understood. It seems that this is aimed at the Wang family. The Black Tiger gang is just the pawn of the other party. It's so noisy downstairs, what happened? Wang Pan called a servant waiting at the door to ask. Master, someone is making trouble in the store. Should we leave first? Someone will take care of it here. The servant replied respectfully. Brother Pan, do you want me to have someone handle it? Sun Yukai said with a smile, because this was Wang Pan's home court, so he didn't go overboard and asked Wang Pan for his opinion. Even though this little fat guy smiles and looks friendly all day long, he actually has a dark heart. The Sun family is engaged in private salt business, and under the influence of his ears and eyes, the little fat man can be said to be evil-minded. It's interesting, let's go down and have a look. Wang Pan became interested. The Wang family has been operating in Baiyang City for more than 4 generations, and their influence has long been deeply rooted. Everyone who was born in Bayang City knows the prefect of flowing water and the royal city of iron. The so-called royal city, the king is the king of the Wang family, and the city is the city of the Wang family. That's okay. Sun Yukai also called the guards and followed Wang Pan downstairs. Wang Pan did not bring any bodyguards, only 2 boys followed him. With Wang Pan's strength, it would be useless to have guards. Over the years, the Wang family has only recruited 5 masters of the Ajin realm. These experts either sit in one place or follow the caravan to protect its safety. At first, when Wang Pan was still young, he would be accompanied by a master of the Ajin realm to protect Wang Pan's safety when he went out. But then Wang Pan became stronger and stronger. In addition, Wang Pan would not be in any danger in Bayang City, so Wang Ji no longer asked anyone to protect Wang Pan. Master. Wang Pan walked downstairs, and the shopkeeper, who had been beaten to a bloody head, suddenly seemed to have seen the backbone of the business and crawled up to Wang Pan. Oh no, why is the young master of the Wang family here? Zhou Hui's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Wang Pan's appearance. Zhou Hui is not a fool. It's okay to smash this store. After all, there is someone behind the scenes. When the people behind them don't get the results they want, the Black Tiger Gang is a flag they put up and will not be given up easily. Therefore, Zhou Hui is confident that in the worst case, he can take the money and fly away, and he can live a happy life elsewhere. But if the young master of the Wang family is hurt, Wang Ji will definitely go crazy. Even the people behind the Black Tiger Gang can't protect themselves, let alone protect themselves. Thinking like this, Zhou Hui suddenly felt timid and asked his brothers to stop and prepare to run away. Smash the shop, 5,000 taels of silver. With a salary of 5,000 taels of silver, what kind of life do you have to fight for? You can still distinguish between having money to make and life to spend every week. What's going on? Wang Pan calmly moved his steps, avoiding the shopkeeper who had runny noses and tears. Not being able to hold Wang Pan's thigh, the shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, and then told him what had just happened. Did I let you go? Wang Pan listened patiently to the shopkeeper's accusation against this group of people. Seeing this group of people actually preparing to sneak away, he immediately made a sound. Young Master Wang, we are just following orders, please spare the little ones for once. Zhou Hui was very quick, without any hesitation. A group of younger brothers were also so frightened that their calves were trembling and they huddled together. You do understand. Wang Pan was stunned when he saw this. He was also a wonderful man. Wang Shaoqian smiled. Little people also have their own ways of living. The most important thing is to know who can and cannot be provoked. Zhou Hui stopped where he was, with a bitter look on his face. I don't dare to hit, but I don't dare to scold, so I can only give in. Many people don't understand this truth, but what makes me curious is, since you are so smart, why do you do stupid things? Wang Pan was a little curious. He had to say that this person was very interesting. My cultivation has been stuck in the physical enhancement state for almost 10 years. The other party has given me too much. I originally planned to leave Bayang City immediately after exiting this door, but I was unlucky. Zhou Hui said with a resentful look. Come here, I'm going to be the host today, and I'll treat all of you heroes to some cake. Let the kitchen prepare 100 rich pancakes and bring them up. When you finish eating, you can leave at any time. Don't think about running away. Forget it if I didn't notice you. Now that I noticed you, you should know that you can't leave Bayang City. After Wang Pan gave his instructions, he turned around and left. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zhou Hui was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. A group of younger brothers also breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Wang Pan one after another. I originally thought that the bodies of myself and others would appear in the mass graves outside the city today, but I didn't expect that they actually escaped. A group of younger brothers also looked at Zhou Hui with gratitude. Choice was more important than hard work. For example, they chose a clear-headed boss like Zhou Hui. However, after turning around to look at the rich cakes on the table, a group of people looked bitter. It seemed that they had to eat and vomited many times today. Brother Pan, why don't you ask them who ordered it? Sun Yukai couldn't help it and wanted to ask just now. They are all small people, and asking questions will yield no results. Although you are cruel and ruthless, the situation is too small. You have to remember. The strong never need evidence or reasons. Reasons and evidence are just the comfort and restraint of the weak. Wang Pan smiled. It seems that everyone has lived a good life these years. Only when everyone lives a good life can they think about development and growth. And in Baiyang City, or in the entire 13 cities of Yuzhou, if they want to develop and grow, the Wang family is the obstacle they cannot avoid. After all, who would come to provoke the Wang family if they were poor? I seem to understand, but I don't fully understand. In the final analysis, Sun Yukai is just a little kid of 11 or 12 years old. The so-called ruthlessness is just learning the superficial methods of his father. He still has a half understanding of some things. Find it yourself. By the way, I may not have time to go hunting with you. I found better prey. Wang Pan waved his hand and returned to the mansion with his followers. Didn't you agree to go hunting with us? Why don't you go again? Find better prey? What prey can attract Brother Pan's attention? After Wang Pan left, Sun Yukai stood there, confused. Father, Brother Pan said he found a better prey. What prey is it? Sun Yukai couldn't figure it out. He went home and told his father what happened in the restaurant today, and then asked his father curiously. After listening, Sun Quang fell into silence. After a long time, Sun Quang came back to his senses and sighed. Wang Ji gave birth to a good son. Yukai, remember, you must have a good relationship with Wang Pan. Do whatever he tells you to do. Sun Quang solemnly admonished his son. Oh, don't all of us listen to Brother Pan? Sun Yukai was a little puzzled. People are different in terms of closeness and distance. It's useless for you to just agree and listen to Wang Pan's words. You have to let Wang Pan also recognize you and treat you as his own. You are still young and don't understand some things, but you must remember my words firmly. Sun Quan taught his son earnestly. I remember. Sun Yotsai's chubby face was full of confusion, but when he heard his father's words, his face became serious. Baiyang City, a group of people in a secret room in the Zhangjia mansion, a group of people gathered together to discuss how to deal with the Wang family. The Zhang family can also be regarded as one party in Baiyang City. During the heyday, the Zhang family was better than the Wang family, but because of an accident. As a result, the 6th metal washing and 2 forged bones in the martial arts in the family fell. There are only a few people who have changed blood. In the past, the enemies of the Zhang family came out, and some families that were pressed by the Zhang family also rose up, and they began to hunt the tiger without teeth. After most of the people's death and injury, the only surviving blood-changing strong men also died, and the Zhang family gave up the ancestral land, came to Yuzhou with the remaining people, and finally settled in Baiyang City. Relying on the Zhang family's previous heritage, he quickly stood firm and began to breathe. It even suppressed the Wang family and sat firmly in the seat of the first family of Baiyang City. It's just that the Zhang family was unlucky and met Qin Yan. After many years, it was finally time for the family to have another blood change. It was planning to clean up a group of families such as the Wang family in one fell swoop. As a result, Qin Yan emerged and killed Zhang Jiasen's blood change. It was only that at that time, Qin Yan had just stepped down, and his strength also entered the blood situation. Although he killed the Zhang family's blood change, he was also seriously injured. Coupled with Zhang Jia, there are a lot of bans, which made the Wang family eliminate the Zhang family in one fell swoop. The Zhang family also knew the picture. First, I spent a lot of money to buy Yuzhou Mu to say peace, and then sent a lot of money to the Wang family, and promised that Wang Jiama was looking at it in the future. Although the Wang family was unwilling, because of the face of Yuzhou herd, there was no follow-up. Then the Zhang family has been suppressed by the Wang family to the present. It can be said that the Zhang family was relieved. Now the opportunity is here. The Zhang family was born again, and 3 people. It wasn't until one of them changed his blood that the Zhang family was ready to be difficult for the Wang family. I want to say that there is no need to let the Black Tiger go to the Wang family's shop to make trouble. The Wang family rely on Qin Yan, and the remaining nursing homes do things for the Wang family because of money. As long as Qin Yan died, those nursing centers must be scattered, and the Wang family was not allowed to deal with it? The current family of Zhang family is full of prosperity and is full of ambition. You look at Qin Yan too much. Many years ago, Qin Yan was a successful change in blood. So many years have passed, although Qin Yan's strength has changed blood, how do you know that this is not the strength that Qin Yan deliberately revealed? A Zhang family's old cold humming, thinking that Zhang Tang, the owner of Zhang Tang too simple. The elder and the owner of the family are always full of contradictions. However, it is not possible to abolish the old position of the family, because the family owner always retreats. At that time, the owner also hoped that he would become the elder and have the right to speak. Unless the owner is too strong, it is so strong that all the ethnic groups are old. At this time, the entire family has only the voice of the owner. We have arranged a lot of people in these years to testify, and Qin Yan's strength must still change blood. I suspect that Qin Yan and my second brother Zhang Yi hurt the foundation. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. After so many years, Qin Yan's strength is still changing blood. In addition, with the style of the Wang family, if Qin Yan broke through, I am afraid that I would have waited for a long time. Zhang Tang's words are full of confidence. I think the owner is right, letting the power of the Black Tigers gang who was not allowed to test the reaction of the Wang family. Except for the Wang family in advance, it has no effect. This time, the trouble of letting the Black Tiger go to the Wang family is undoubtedly a failure. Another old man who supports Zhang Tang. But in case of avoiding it, let the secret shot to our family. A silver-haired old lady suggested. This group of people is the wall grass. It is because it is good, but if you want them to take it with us, I am afraid no one will agree. That's not the right of them. The benefits of our Zhang family are not in vain, let Zhang Hong come forward to warn them. Then do that, and let people kill the Wang family tonight, forcing Wang Ji to come back. Do you want to keep your hand? Well, leave Wang Ji's wife and children, otherwise if his wife and children die, I'm afraid he will hide directly. The sound in the secret room gradually lowered, and eventually disappeared. Master, why don't you slaughter them simply? Qin Yan was talking, and at this time Qin Yan asked Wang Ji in doubt. If this was let everyone know that Qin Yan returned to Baiyang City silently, I am afraid the first thought was not to surround Qin Yan. There is no mistake. 1 619 1 book 1 a book. But how far is running? Because in their intelligence, Qin Yan was following Wang Ji at this time, located in Longcheng, Yuzhou. Do you want to move your mind? Don't fight and kill all day long. Wang Ji sighed as he looked at Qin Yan. There is a master who moves my mind. Isn't it just to fight martial arts to kill and kill? Besides, my brains are not as good as them. If they move their brains with me, then I will move their brains. Qin Yan scratched his head, and he looked at Wang Ji's anger and funny. Of course it's for fishing. If it weren't for the Zheng family, how would I know which families are truly standing with us and which are plotting against us behind our backs? I was originally planning to keep him alive. After all, the Yuzhou Mu is not dead yet. But maybe the 3 Blood Exchange Realm members of the Zheng family gave them courage, and they felt that it was okay again. They are actually planning to attack my wife and children, so I can't let them go. Wang Ji's eyes were cold, his wife and children were Wang Ji's reverse scale, whoever touched them would die. Master, didn't you say that the Yuzhou Mu is not dead yet? If we destroy the Zhang family, will the Yuzhou Mu attack us? Qin Yan was a little curious. Yes, so we have to let him die. Wang Ji smiled, but what he said made Qin Yan feel cold behind his back. The governor of the state is already a frontier official, especially the special terrain of Yuzhou, which borders the enemy country. The Yuzhou Mu is extremely powerful, and he has hundreds of thousands of troops under his command. Even an unreliable person like Qin Yan never had such a crazy idea to kill the governor. Master, isn't this too risky? After all, he is a governor. Once he dies, the Da Empire will probably investigate thoroughly. Qin Yan tried to dissuade Wang Ji from this idea. The governor is greedy for money. At most, he can be bribed with some money, but he won't be killed, right? Are you afraid? Wang Ji asked back. No, I'm just worried that if the matter is exposed, I'm afraid you will have to take the lady and the young master to the end of the world. I don't know if you still have money to pay for me at that time. After all, I think with my appearance, I'm afraid I can't let the brothel girls give me free meals. Qin Yan heard this, stiffened his neck, and then muttered softly. If the Zhang family heard the conversation between the two, they would probably be scared to death. The entire Zhang family seemed to have no secrets in front of Wang Ji. Wang Ji even knew how many people in the Zhang family were in the blood exchange realm. On the other hand, the gang of the Black Tiger gang had long been cleaned up and ran away with a group of heart. Now it is outside Baiyang City. Help, since we have fallen to the Zhang family, why not stay? A leader does not want to leave, his family is in Baiyang City. The gangster, the brothers' families are in Baiyang City. Besides, we have left Baiyang City, where can we go? One gang was a little worried, and the rest of the city's head gangs. It was so simple to leave Baiyang City. It was so simple to take root in other cities. I want to say, since you are not looking at the Zhang family, we might as well tell the Wang family to truthfully tell the Wang family. In this way, we don't have to leave the hometown. The gang's second hand flickered. You want to leave to death, I don't stop it either. Zhou Zhanghong sneered, and then explained to everyone, I tell you that in front of the Zhang family and the Wang family, our Black Tiger gang is not a cannon fodder. No matter which side we vote, the other can easily crush us. From the moment the Zhang family was looking for us, we had no choice. We didn't agree to the Zhang family, and we had to die immediately. Promise the Zhang family, the Wang family will not spare us. So, after I accepted the benefits of the Zhang family, I asked Zhou Hui to lead people to make trouble, and I took you to escape. That's it, and those who want to stay can be left. A group of gangs looked at each other, and then shouted to help the Lord's wiseness. A group of people can't want to be much long legs, how far is it to run, and there are still people who want to stay. Wang Pan returned to the mansion and found the South Fei. Whenever he is, there is a strong man in the Wang family, mainly to protect the safety of Wang Pan and Mu Rong. Nan Fei has the cultivation of Yijin Deshang. He lives in the front yard on weekdays and is responsible for training the nursing house and the training government. Master. Seeing Wang Pan when Nan Fei saw Wang Pan, respectfully salute. Wang Pan nodded, and then asked, how many people we can use in Baiyang City can use it? Including me and the NEIE Gene, there are more than 300 people in the realm. The South Fei heard the words, and then answered without hesitation. I didn't ask what Wang Pan wanted to do. As for the people who practiced the skin, they did not say that the strength of the skin was too weak and the number was too much. Unless 100 people have a team, there are military arrays, everyone is in the armor, and the evil spirits are connected. With the weapons such as the crossbow, they can surround a strong body. Some little. Wang Pan sighed. Master said, when he was not in the house, let me wait for everything to obey the young master. If the young master feels that people are not enough, you can mobilize the city defense army if necessary. But after the mobilization, whether it is Jifu or a family that is hostile to my Wang family, it will not allow the city defense army to go down again. Afterwards, the entire city defense army will usher in cleaning. Nan Fei hesitated for a moment, but thought of Wang Ji's explanation. He finally told Wang Pan. Puff. Wang Pan's eyes widened. Good guy, what did his father want to do? Even the city defense can be mobilized. There are 8,000 people in the city defense army, and the soldiers are all successful. The centurion is all strong in strong body. Yijin served as 1,000 generals, and the strength of the city defense army was even more successful. There are 9 people alone. This is Yuzhou. Baiyang City is the closest city of the border. The urban defense army is not a mixed day. It is no exaggeration to say that, even if the 6th metal washing in Wudao dares to block such an army, there is only the crushed portion. My dad's heart is really dirty, and it is deep enough to hide it. For so many years on the Ming dynasty, my Wang family has recruited 5 Yijin realms. Wang Pan feels numbness, and at the same time, it completely trusts the southern Fei in front of me. After all, if the South Fei is not the confidant of his father, how can you know this kind of thing? Nan Fei's eyes look at the nose, and the nose is observed. The reason why there are so many rejuvenation is in fact, but Xinyan's credit is actually. Xinyan's Zongmen is very large, and there are more than 10,000 disciples. There are always some people who choose to go down the mountain for various reasons. Over the years, many people have come to the Wang family in Xinyan's persuasion. The thousands of the city defense army included the leader, and half of the people were Wang family. The remaining 1,000 generals may be obtained by the Wang family, or they can also be used by the Wang family because of money. Move the city's defense army's movement too much, adjust the 5,000 will be on the house, and the convener of the convener, I want to clean up Baiyang City. Moving the city defense army is a great temptation for Wang Pan. Although it is very exciting, Wang Pan still gave up the idea. Although the Dao Empire has deteriorated in recent years, the people in the country have not talked about life, but the thin camel is bigger than the horse. It is really necessary to pursue the crime of being mobilized by the defense army. The Wang family can only abandon everyone's karma. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. And letting the 5,000s coming, when the head will face, even if some people suspect that these easy to tend areas are those who are in the city defense army, as long as they are not caught, it is useless to suspect. Master, do you want to inform the master? In addition, we want to clean up Baiyang City, I'm afraid. Nan Fei laughed bitterly, and then said with a scalp. There is no fuel-saving lamp in the family that can stand in Baiyang City, and at least one is also easy to sit. If the young master goes too far and causes many families in the city to unite, it will be a troublesome matter. Yes, then let my father know, but I have made up my mind, go and gather people. Wang Pan thought about it and felt that such a big thing should be let Wang Ji know. I obey your order. Nan Fei did not persuade him anymore. Nan Fei did not want to be hated by Wang Pan. If the worst happens, at most the city defense army will be mobilized, which will at least protect the lady and the young master. As time passed, the entire Wang family moved. One by one, warriors in the body strengthening realm came from all over the city and gathered at the Wang family's martial arts arena. 5 generals and commanders of the city defense army in the muscle strengthening realm also changed their appearances and appeared in the martial arts arena, standing in front of a group of warriors in the body strengthening realm. You should have known on the way here why I summoned you. Yes, I want to clean up Baiyang City. Perhaps Baiyang City has been peaceful for too long, and my Wang family has not taken action for too long. This has caused some families in the city to start to stir. Today, I want to make them remember again what my Wang family relies on to gain a foothold in Baiyang City. The weakest of the hundreds of people below were in the strengthening body realm, and everyone was listening to Wang Pan's speech quietly. No one questioned Wang Pan's words because of his young age. These people in the strengthening body realm were all the children of the Wang family, and they were extremely loyal to the Wang family. Leave half of the people to guard the mansion and protect my mother, and the rest will follow me. Wang Pan was full of vigor and vitality. It must be said that power is really fascinating. When you have power, countless people will run for you at the command. But Wang Pan did not forget to leave enough strong people in the mansion. Don't go from the east to the west of the city without blinking an eye, and then it will be funny if your house is stolen. The Wang family couldn't hide such a big move. For a time, the whole Baiyang city was in turmoil, and many families sent people to inquire around, wanting to know what the Wang family was going to do. Wang Pan never thought of hiding it. Before, Wang Pan was ready to take action at night. After all, the city defense army was not jealous. Unexpectedly, the city defense army was his own people, so he could act boldly. Wang Pan led people to the Bai family, and then Wang Pan gave an order, and many strong men took action and attacked the Bai family mansion. Baiyang City is not big, with a population of only about 400,000. But there are hundreds of families, large and small, and their business is extremely prosperous, ranking first among the 13 cities in Yuzhou. How could you possibly support so many families just by doing a serious business? It can be said that even if all the families in Baiyang City were killed, including the Wang family, no one would be innocent. Therefore, Wang Pan did not show mercy at all when he killed, and did not listen to the advice of his subordinates. Wang Pan took the lead and killed the Yi Jin realm warrior in the Bai family with just 3 moves. In just a moment, everyone covered in blood came out of the Bai family mansion and went to the next house. Master, is the young master just the kind of person who doesn't use his brain? Of course, Wang Ji knew about such a big thing, but he didn't stop it. Since he was here, he could just let this kid make trouble and be responsible for the aftermath. What nonsense are you talking about? My son is wise and powerful. He has such courage at a young age. He can be said to be a dragon or a phoenix among men. Wang Ji glared at Qin Yan. Could he speak? Qin Yan is autistic, and his master has too many double standards. Don't worry about me here. You can follow Panner secretly. This little guy is too crazy. I'm afraid that everything will go smoothly for Panner, and she will stumble and be unable to get up. It's okay to suffer a little now. We're still here. As long as he doesn't fall to death, I can help him up. With a smile on his face, Wang Ji felt that after this time, he must go to the Zheng family's grave and burn more incense for them. The Zheng family are good people. They can use the lives of the whole family to teach their son a lesson. There are not many such good people, and it is hard to find them. Qin Yan curled his lips and secretly cursed a group of people for being heartbroken. Let our people be prepared and pay attention at all times. Once the Wang family is in trouble, they will go to help as soon as possible. Xuanjian's eyes flashed and he gave the order. Son, aren't you asking about prey? Now it seems that Wang Pan wants more than I thought. Anyone in the entire family in Baiyang City may be his prey. Originally, Sun Jiang thought that Wang Pan would stop after destroying the Bai family, but he didn't expect that this was the 5th family, but Wang Pan had no intention of stopping. However, although he is very ambitious, he is still too young after all. These families in Baiyang City are not economical. Sun Jiang said with a smile, but he was not worried about Wang Pan's life safety. He obviously knew some of the Wang family's trump cards. Father, then why don't we support the Wang family now? Sun Yukai was a little puzzled. It's easy to add icing on the cake, but it's only by providing help in times of need that you can win people's hearts. You have to remember that our people can die, but they cannot die without value. We must let the Wang family remember our efforts. Dad has no objection to you following Wang Pan, but you have to remember that the family comes first, and then Wang Pan. You have to understand that no matter what time, your family is your greatest help. Sun Jiang taught patiently, and it seemed that he was training Sun Yukai as the next head of the family. This also means that Sun Yotsai's brothers and sisters have been eliminated, and the position of head of the family has nothing to do with them. But if the Wang family cleans out most of the families in the city on their own, what will we do then? At that time, our behavior of rushing up was not the icing on the cake in your mouth, father? Sun Yukai felt something was wrong and put forward his own opinion. Both father and son decided to help the Wang family, but their ideas were different. You can think of these things and it's gratifying to be a father, but people are very strange creatures. Sometimes if you rush to give things for free, others may not cherish them. Sun Yukai felt that if he identified a person, he would put all his chips on it from the beginning and follow the other person unswervingly. Sun Jiang is more conservative and believes that if the Wang family cannot suppress other families in the city, then the Sun family will jump out too early and they will be hit by these families in the future. At that time, I don't know if the Wang family would care about the Sun family's life or death. It's different to offer help in times of need. When Wang Pan is about to lose his money, the Sun family comes to help Wang Pan again, which has a different meaning. Even if they are pretending in front of outsiders, the Wang family will keep pretending to show others and will not give up on the Sun family. The Sun family can truly gain the recognition of the Wang family, and thus advance and retreat together with the Wang family. In this dialogue, Sunji finally convinced Sun Yukai. However, Sun Yukai turned around and secretly took a few guards with him and ran to find Wang Pan. He followed Wang Pan while shouting and catching fish. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Crack. Reverse, reverse. What on earth are the Wang family going to do in broad daylight? The prefect of Baiyang City smashed his beloved inkstone to the ground, his face full of anger. These families are so lawless, do you think you, the prefect, don't exist? The prefect immediately asked his men to mobilize the city defense troops to prepare to quell the turmoil. As a result, his subordinates came back and told him that the city defense army was aware of the enemy's situation. The 8,000 generals had already left the city under the leadership of the commander. The remaining centurions said that the city defense army could not leave the camp without the commander and the general's orders. This made the prefect tremble with anger. How could it be such a coincidence? It was obvious that he didn't take himself as the prefect seriously. After a long time, the prefect also sighed, that's all. Today's world is dull and Yu Zhoumu is greedy for money, so he should just be a mascot. After figuring this out, the past irritability and pressure were swept away. When he returned to his house, he happily called a few beautiful maids. The prefect thought he was good again. Maybe at the age of 48, he could add a few more people to the house. Wang Pan didn't care so much. It was a rare opportunity to fight. He didn't think about anything else. My Chen family has never offended your Wang family. You come to the door like this. Do you think my Chen family is easy to bully? The first few warriors in the body-strengthening realm who rushed into the Chen family's house flew out like a cannonball, smashing shallow pits on the ground. Several people lay in the pit, their chests collapsed, and they spit out blood in large mouthfuls. With such injuries, they were already beyond help. After Wang Pan led everyone to destroy several families in succession, all the families in the city became alert. This is also the reason why several warriors in the body-strengthening realm were beaten out as soon as they entered the Chen family. A middle-aged man in his 40s led many Chen family guards out with a gloomy look. Before, the Chen family was still gloating over the family being destroyed by the Wang family, but they didn't expect that the Wang family would break into their house in a blink of an eye. Yijin realm great completion? Give this to me, and you can deal with the rest of the Chen family. Wang Pan looked up and down at the middle-aged man with a happy smile on his face. The others did not object. They were a little worried that Wang Pan might get into trouble before, but Wang Pan killed 4 or 5 Yijin realm masters along the way. After the words fell, Wang Pan rushed up directly, punched like a dragon, and smashed down at the middle-aged man. Wang Pan thought, just fight, why so much nonsense, this is a life-and-death battle, not a friend's dinner. What's the matter? Before the fight, you still have to chat about family matters and discuss the latest current affairs in Baiyang City? You little brat, you are going too far. Chen Shen was furious, without dodging, and punched out with his fists. Bang! The two fists collided in mid-air, making a dull sound. Before Chen Chen could react, Wang Pan twisted his body in mid-air, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and swept his foot horizontally, with his toes touching Chen Chen's lower back. Boom! Puff! Chen Chen flew out horizontally, spitting blood far away in the air, and then crashed into his own mansion, and the several-foot-thick courtyard wall was collapsed. Struggling to get up, fear appeared in Chen Chen's eyes, and he fled in the opposite direction of Wang Pan without saying a word. Chen Chen is not stupid. Wang Pan's fighting power is too strong. It is not Chen Chen's style to fight even if he can't beat him. Anyway, if the Chen family is gone, there will be nothing. As long as I am a master of Yijin realm, I can rebuild a new Chen family anywhere. Want to run? Wang Pan refused to agree. He broke the bricks with his toes, jumped high, and fell like a hawk. Spare my life, I'm willing. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Wang Pan's figure had already fallen, and stepped on Chen Chen's chest. The terrifying force caused smoke and dust to rise in the courtyard. The ground paved with blue bricks collapsed directly, forming a circle with a shallow outside and a deep inside. A series of hideous cracks extended to the surroundings with this circle as the center. In the center of the circle, Chen Chen, whose chest had collapsed a lot, lay. With such an injury, he would definitely die. Alas, talk faster in the next life. Wang Pan looked at Chen Chen, who was lying in the pit with his eyes open, and couldn't help sighing. Without Chen Chen, a martial artist who had achieved the great success of Yijin realm, the rest of the Chen family had no resistance to the attack of the Wang family and were quickly killed. The Wang family was also in high spirits, and their eyes looking at Wang Pan were full of fanaticism. Most of these warriors in the body-strengthening realm are family-born children with good qualifications, and the Wang family provides them with resources to practice martial arts. Although they are very loyal to the Wang family, who would dislike the master, they are loyal to being too strong. Seeing that the young master, who is only 12 years old, is so powerful, the cohesion of the crowd suddenly increased a lot. The warriors of the same level are too weak for me, and they are not even worth practicing with. Wang Pan shook his head, a little unsatisfied. The strong foundation makes Wang Pan's strength far beyond the realm. Wang Pan, who has achieved great success in Yijin, dares to attack the strong man who has just entered the fifth bone-strengthening realm. The Zhang family can't sit still, and a group of elders and family heads gather together. Although I don't know what the Wang family is crazy about, this is a good opportunity. We can call other families to destroy the Wang family together. One elder said with a gleam in his eyes and a smile. I always feel something is wrong. Are you sure Wang Ji and Qin Yan are still in Longcheng? One elder frowned and asked another elder in the Zhang family who was responsible for intelligence. Are you doubting my ability? The Black Eagle just sent back the news this morning. Wang Ji and Qin Yan are definitely still in Longcheng. The Black Eagle flies so fast. It's impossible for Wang Ji and Qin Yan to be as fast as the Black Eagle. Even if they galloped this morning, they would not be able to reach Baiyang City until midnight. The elder in charge of the Zhang family's intelligence was furious. He was wondering what was going on now. Why was it different from the plan he had made with Wang Ji before? Elder Zhang Yuan, I'm not questioning your ability. I'm just trying to be sure. Our Zhang family has been waiting for this opportunity for so long. We can't afford to make any mistakes now. The head of the family, Zhang Tang, saw that the atmosphere was full of gunpowder and hurried out to smooth things over. Since it is confirmed that Wang Ji and Qin Yan have not returned, send someone to contact other families. Let's destroy the Wang family together. Our Zhang family has 3 warriors in the blood exchange realm. With the power of destroying the Wang family, we can forcibly bring all the families under our command. Zhang Tang's eyes were full of ambition. It seemed that the Zhang family would prosper in his hands. Then do it. The elders nodded one after another. After Zhang Yuan left the secret room, he immediately passed the message. The Zhang family did not expect that their own elders could be bribed. Half an hour later, Wang Pan led everyone to destroy 12 families. Under the lobbying of the people sent by the Zhang family, many of the remaining families also joined the Zhang family and chose to stick together to let the Wang family give an explanation. We are all businessmen. Isn't it good to do business honestly and make money? Besides, it is normal for businessmen to have conflicts. Isn't it better to solve them with business means? Your Wang family does not abide by the rules and actually uses force. If this goes on, you hit me, I hit you, and we keep fighting all day long. Do we still want to do business? No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. But when a group of families accused the Wang family, they seemed to forget that they had done a lot of such things themselves. It's nothing more than the Wang family is powerful this time, and they are the ones who were beaten. The great power is imposed on the world of its own. If you don't have the strength, do you still want to do business and make money honestly? It's like my neighbor makes money, I practice martial arts, and my neighbor is my granary. Of course, there are also families that are friendly with the Wang family. They are unmoved, but they all send people to ask the Wang family what they want to do. If possible, they will also contribute. As a result, after the Wang family replied, a group of people were dumbfounded. No, are you Wang family so reckless? A group of people were full of questions. Even if the head of the Wang family was not there, it was not the turn of a 12-year-old junior to be the head of the family, right? As a result, the entire Wang family followed this junior to chop people after he gave the order. Is this reasonable? Wang Pan and his group were stopped. A group of people blocked the way of the Wang family. Master, if things go wrong, you should leave first. Nan Fei and several thousand generals looked solemn. There were only 8 Yijin realm masters in his own side, including the master, and 4 Yijin realm masters stayed in the Wang family mansion to protect the lady. And what about the other side? There were dozens of people. The difference between the enemy and us was huge. We should fight with our heads? Gather together, so I don't have to go to each family to fight. Wang Pan was not afraid, but instead had a surge of fighting spirit. A single Yijin realm master was like paper in front of Wang Pan, and it would break at the touch of a finger. At present, these dozens of Yijin realm masters have aroused Wang Pan's fighting spirit. So many Yijin realm masters are also a great pressure for him. Wang Pan has never fought before, so he doesn't know if he is a match. Licking his lips, Wang Pan instantly rushed into the crowd on the opposite side. Originally, they just gathered together to put pressure on the Wang family and see if they can get some benefits. After all, the Wang family has offended the public this time. But they didn't expect Wang Pan to play by the rules. How could he fight without saying anything? Everyone is a decent person. Shouldn't they find a tea house to sit down and drink tea and talk calmly? Ah! A hand pinched directly from top to bottom, covering the face of a Yijin realm master. With a force, countless blood exploded instantly. Wang Pan threw the corpse in his hand aside and then rushed to another person. The Wang family is crazy, he wants to destroy all our families. Everyone, come together, kill them, and destroy the Wang family. Divide up the Wang family's assets. The Zhang family fanned the flames in the crowd. Dozens of Yijin realm masters were also ruthless and resolute. They rushed towards Wang Pan one after another. Protect the young master. The young master must not be in trouble. You must take him away. Things happened too quickly. Nan Fei and others did not expect Wang Pan to be so good at attracting hatred. He immediately made the Yijin realm masters of dozens of families on the opposite side unite to attack Wang Pan. Seeing Wang Pan trapped in the siege, several Yijin realm masters led by Nan Fei were about to rush into the crowd to create an opportunity for Wang Pan to leave. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly came from their ears, which made the few people who were about to take action stop instantly. Did you hear it too? Nan Fei asked others with some uncertainty. Several thousand generals nodded when they heard it, indicating that they also heard it. Great, since the elder who teaches skills is here, we don't have to worry. Nan Fei also breathed a sigh of relief quietly. After all, the opponent has many people and it is better not to go up if possible. Several thousand generals also thought so. Although they were all from the sect and their strength was much stronger than ordinary Yijin realm masters, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Just when several thousand generals were thinking this way, Wang Pan taught them a lesson, letting them know what it means to have great strength to create miracles. Come on! Wang Pan rushed left and right in the crowd, and every punch and kick was full of great power. A Yijin realm warrior crossed his arms in front of him, but was kicked away by Wang Pan. His arms were twisted and white bone fragments were faintly exposed. But Wang Pan was not feeling well either, there were always times when he could not take care of it. Splitting mountain palm. A Yijin realm warrior saw the opportunity and landed a palm on Wang Pan's back, knocking Wang Pan away. This Yijin realm warrior was not stupid, so he naturally did not shout the name of the move before taking action. Instead, he shouted the name of the move after hitting Wang Pan, more like showing off to others that he hit Wang Pan. Being in mid-air, with no place to borrow strength, the others would not miss such a good opportunity. A Yijin realm warrior holding a big knife had a grim smile on his face, raised the long knife, and slashed fiercely at Wang Pan who was flying towards him. Wang Pan's foundation was far beyond that of ordinary people, and it was difficult for ordinary swords to hurt him, but the weapon in the hands of the Yijin realm warrior was not an ordinary item. He couldn't die, because Wang Pan's skin training, body strengthening, and hygiene were far superior to ordinary people. With 3 layers of protection, Wang Pan was confident that he would be seriously injured at most, and would never be cut in half. Of course, this was to avoid the head, neck, and other vital parts. Wang Pan's skin on his waist and abdomen felt a piercing pain, and Wang Pan knew that the opponent's knife was aimed at his waist and abdomen. Wang Pan's heart was beating violently, but Wang Pan became calmer. Wang Pan's body twisted, as soft as a snake, and he went straight up along the long knife. His hands bent like eagle claws, swept across the man's neck and tore it hard. A stream of blood spurted out, soaking Wang Pan. Wang Pan's body fell to the ground, like a tiger hunting, and threw a Yijin realm warrior who was still in a daze to the ground. Crack! A sound of bone breaking sounded, and Wang Pan smashed his face with his elbow. The moment he landed, this Yijin realm warrior was dead. This is Wang Ji's son, right? He's only 12 years old. Fortunately, this boy exposed himself. Otherwise, when he grows up in a few years, he can destroy our Zhang family by himself? Let our people take action. No matter what, we must not let him get away. Originally, he was still happily watching many families fighting with Wang Pan, but after seeing Wang Pan's strength and thinking about Wang Pan's age, Zheng Tang could not sit still. Yes, I command you. The Zhang family members were also shocked and took action one after another. Among them, 3 blood exchange realm masters did not expose themselves at the beginning, but mixed in the Zhang family crowd and gradually approached Wang Pan. Should I take action now? Xin Yan's face was full of entanglement. Xin Yan knew Wang Pan's strength very well. When Wang Pan first entered the Yijin realm, he was able to force himself to use the strength of blood exchange to suppress Wang Pan. Now Wang Pan has reached the Yijin realm, and his strength is definitely stronger. It's just that Wang Pan lives a life of luxury and rarely has the opportunity to take action. He is weak in actual combat and has not been able to exert his full strength. Finally, there was a chance for a life-and-death fight, so Qin Yan did not make a move at the first time. Not only did he not make a move, but he also sent a message to stop Nan Fei and others who wanted to help. Qin Yan also saw that as time passed, although Wang Pan was in danger, he was actually fine. On the contrary, Wang Pan's strength was rapidly improving under the pressure of a group of Yijin realm. Now the 3 blood exchange realm masters of the Zheng family have also made a move, and it seems that they are still preparing to sneak attack Wang Pan with the strength of the blood exchange realm. Qin Yan is confident that Wang Pan will definitely be fine under his nose, but if Wang Pan is seriously injured, how can he explain to Wang Ji later? You know, Wang Ji is very precious to his son. Wang Ji was so angry that he was afraid that he could not even enter Baishan Tower. Baishan Tower is the property of the Wang family. The head of the Wang family has said that he is not allowed to receive him. Who dares to let him in? He can't force himself, right? Alas, it's uncomfortable. There is no mistake in the first post. The content is in the 6-9 book bar. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's face turned ugly. He couldn't go to Baixianglu. This was going to cost him his life. Master, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to play for a while longer. It's just that your words are not as effective as the master's. Qin Yan became happy and disappeared in an instant with a knife. In just a moment, Qin Yan had crossed the long street of hundreds of meters and appeared in the field. Swinging the knife 3 times, 3 heads fell to the ground. Everyone in the Zhang family was stunned. The 3 dead were all in the blood exchange realm of the Zhang family. These 3 people have been hiding for many years. Until their death, they had no chance to show their strength. It can be said that they were extremely frustrated. These 3 knives also made the people who were red-eyed sober up, and they all retreated with fear on their faces. It was too fast. I only felt a figure flashing in front of me, and 3 people died. These Yijin realm were lucky that the knife did not fall on their necks, otherwise they would be dead now. Uncle Qin, why are you back? Wang Pan was covered in blood and was a little surprised. Young master, don't ask me, ask the master. I don't understand these twists and turns. I can only cut people. Qin Yan poked the knife and answered lazily. But Uncle Qin, you cut my sparring partner, who should I find to practice with? Wang Pan was a little depressed. He was secretly happy for a long time when he sensed these 3 blood exchange realms. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of their unpreparedness and launch a reverse sneak attack to see their stunned faces at that time, but he was killed by Qin Yan with just 2 knives. But the master asked me to come and watch you. If you are too seriously injured, I can't explain to the master. Qin Yan said hesitantly, not confident enough. In the final analysis, it was because he was afraid that he could not visit the brothel, so he was a little guilty when he spoke. Puff! A blade of energy burst out, and it flew dozens of meters in an instant, cutting a Eugene realm warrior in half, and blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the long street red. You still want to run in front of me? Qin Yan was full of disdain. The Eugene realm, which was usually high and mighty, was like a chick at this moment, huddled together for warmth. Qin Yan was really too scary. With a swing of the knife, the blade energy burst out and killed a Eugene realm warrior dozens of meters away. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? Uncle Qin, what is this? Can I learn it? Also, Uncle Qin, aren't you a master of the blood exchange realm? Can the blood exchange realm be so strong? Wang Pan was very excited. Isn't the means of swinging the knife with the blade energy much cooler than raising his fist to hit someone? Wang Pan now understands that if he continues to believe that Qin Yan is in the blood exchange realm, he will be a fool. Is the blood exchange realm so strong? Seeing the sword energy that flew out earlier, the hair on Wang Pan's whole body started to explode. This sword energy was sharp and sharp. Wang Pan was sure that he could not stop this sword energy. He will definitely die. Master, I have not used any realm beyond the blood exchange realm. Realm is realm, strength is strength, they cannot be confused. If you hold on to the idea that realm is everything, then one day you will fall into a big trap. Qin Yan warned Wang Pan with a serious expression at this time. How can the blood exchange realm be so strong? Wang Pan looked confused. His background was already much stronger than ordinary people. Even if the dozens of Eugene realms in front of him were given time, Wang Pan was confident that he would kill them one by one at the cost of serious injuries. This is the reason why Wang Pan is in the same realm as them. If Wang Pan reaches the blood-changing realm, killing these Eugene realms will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Even so, Wang Pan has no confidence that when he reaches the level of blood exchange, he will be able to have more combat power than Qin Yan at the moment. The Yi Jingjing group hugging each other and shivering almost cursed in their hearts. This was because he didn't take himself and others seriously, so he started chatting as if there was no one around. But after thinking about the gap between the enemy and ourselves, a group of people in Eugene realm became honest. After the blood exchange realm is completed, blood energy can penetrate the body and hurt people from dozens to hundreds of meters away. Sword chi is a mysterious energy, an ability formed by integrating one's own thoughts, peaking skills, and fusion of chi and blood. In addition to sword energy, there are also sword energy, fist light, etc. Qin Yan briefly told Wang Pan the origin of sword energy. Faith is the foundation of all kinds of chi. After Qin Yan said this, a touch of loneliness appeared in front of his eyes. Let's deal with these people first. I'll tell you in detail when we get back home. Qin Yan said no more. He had already let these Eugene realm live for a while longer, and he would have to go to Baisheng Tower later, wasting his time. Thinking like this, Qin Yan rushed into the crowd with his sword in hand, walking like a ghost, and could only see streaks of blood-red sword energy blooming in the crowd. Someone wanted to escape, but the next moment a sword flashed through him, splitting the whole person into two. Some people wanted to beg for mercy, but Qin Yan didn't hold back at all and cut off his head with a knife. In just a moment, Qin Yan killed dozens of people. The long street was a mess, and blood spread from the corpses, gradually gathering together to form a stream, meandering on the ground. The strong smell of blood is nauseating. Wang Pan was still in a daze and had not recovered from Qin Yan's words before. Belief, the illusory belief in the fusion of one's own skills and blood can actually give birth to such a terrifying power. Wang Pan murmured to himself, feeling like he was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Back in the mansion, Wang Ji and Mu Rome also stepped forward and looked at Wang Pan carefully to see if there were any injuries. The turmoil in the outside world had just started, and the Wang family would only take action if they didn't take action. Once they took action, dozens of families were wiped out, which made the remaining families in Baiyang City remain silent. A few days later, a bigger storm enveloped the Wang family. Yu Zhoumu is dead. He was poisoned and killed in his own mansion. The court of Da Empire was shocked. The emperor ordered a strict investigation into this matter. But I was snickering in my heart, it was a good death. Over the years, Yu Zhoumu had not listened to the announcements, and had a vague intention of becoming independent. Now that Yu Zhoumu is dead, it can be regarded as getting rid of a piece of his heart. Immediately arranged for a royal prince to come to Yuzhou to take charge of the overall situation. The most important thing was to receive hundreds of thousands of troops under the command of Yu Zhoumu. Since Wang Pan returned to the house, he has been in a daze. He has been thinking about what faith is and how to give birth to faith. After all, after seeing Qin Yan's methods, Wang Pan was very excited and wanted to control this power himself. Master, it's useless for you to do this. If you really want to understand it so easily, wouldn't everyone be able to achieve the blood exchange realm? On this day, Qin Yan came back from Baishang Tower holding his waist. Seeing that Wang Pan's mental state was obviously not right, he couldn't help but say, Uncle Qin, it's fine if I haven't seen your methods. Now that I have seen it, how can I be willing to do it? Wang Pan was woken up by Qin Yan, and when he came to his senses, there was a bitter look on his face. But I also understand that what Qin Yan said is right. The reason why a genius is called a genius is that he can do what others cannot. Obviously, Wang Pan is not. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. At the very least, he is not the kind of genius who can suddenly gain enlightenment after listening to a few words from others, and then immediately learn the power of the sword by being arrogant and coaxing. If you want to understand your beliefs clearly, it is useless to just think about them. Faith is the deepest support in a person's heart. You think you have found your own faith, but in fact it is just your shallowest faith. Everyone has a different way of realizing their own beliefs, and they cannot be applied to another person. So, I won't tell the young master how I came to understand my beliefs. It has no reference. But, if the young master really wants to know his deepest beliefs, then go fight. After fighting day after day, year after year, and fighting to the death again and again, time will tell you the answer. After saying that, Qin Yan hummed a little tune and left, leaving Wang Pan thoughtfully where he was. This year, Wang Pan was 14 years old. 2 years later, Wang Pan's realm had reached the great success of the blood exchange realm, and he would soon be able to break into the bone forging realm. But faith was still illusory and confusing to Wang Pan. However, Wang Pan was not discouraged, and began to study his own skills and learned a lot of martial arts. Because Wang Pan had exchanged a book of basic swordsmanship inheritance with simulation points, Wang Pan mainly practiced swordsmanship, and other martial arts such as boxing and kicking were not left behind, which was used to enrich his own foundation. The Wang family also developed very rapidly, destroying dozens of families in one fell swoop. After receiving the assets of these families, the Wang family also went to a higher level. The Wang family had money and began to buy a lot of resources. These resources were used on the guard team composed of Wang's family sons, and also allowed 7 guards in the body-strengthening realm to break into the Ajin realm. Wang Pan went out that day, which made Mu Rong and several concubines very happy. Mu Rong was worried that Wang Pan would stay in the martial arts field all day long to practice martial arts. If he didn't go out, he would be stupid. Wang Pan didn't move the several personal maids prepared for Wang Pan. This made Mu Rong wonder if Wang Pan had hurt his body from practicing martial arts. She asked Wang Pan several times in a roundabout way, which made Wang Pan laugh and cry. The moment to change my fate has come. This time I will get them all at once. Wang Pan was in high spirits and entered Baixianglu with his followers. Wang Pan felt that if he could get them all at once, his completion rate of the Sims event would definitely increase significantly. After all, in the Sims, Wang Pan stayed in Baixianglu from the age of 14 to 22, and his body was hollowed out, and he often had a dull pain in his waist. But now he can do the opposite and beat the girls in Baixianglu at once. Wouldn't the completion rate of the event be sky high? Wang Pan stayed in Baishang Tower for a whole month. During this month, Baishang Tower did not receive any other guests except Wang Pan. Mu Rong and several concubines were very happy at first, thinking that Wang Pan had come to his senses and understood the beauty of men and women. This made Mu Rong and several concubines feel relieved. After all, other families with Wang Pan's age even had sons. Now that Wang Pan had come to his senses, Mu Rong and several concubines were smiling all day long and discussing finding a marriage for Wang Pan. Wang Pan had grown up and was obsessed with martial arts all day long. It was not fun at all. After Wang Pan got married and had children, Mu Rong and several concubines had something to do, such as playing with their grandchildren and enjoying their old age. But when Wang Pan lived directly in Baishang Tower and did not come out for 5 or 6 days in a row, Mu Rong panicked. How could he be so ignorant of restraint and not afraid of hurting his body? For this reason, Mu Rong sent someone to find Wang Pan, hoping that Wang Pan would take a break. After all, no matter how good the food is, you can't keep eating it all the time, and you're not afraid of being stuffed to death. Wang Pan said that he was in good health and could handle it. A few days later, seeing that Wang Pan was still doing his own thing, Mu Rong even went into Baishang Tower in person, wanting to take Wang Pan home. After a while, Mu Rong came out with a red face and no longer cared about Wang Pan. During this period, Qin Yan also came several times, and each time he stood outside Baixiang Tower pitifully, expecting Wang Pan to come out. But Qin Yan was disappointed, and Qin Yan could only go to the next door Luiying Pavilion with tears in his eyes. Although the quality of the girls in Luiying Pavilion was not as good as that of Baixiang Tower, it was better to have them than not. A month later, Wang Pan finally left amid the cheers of a group of girls. In the past month, the girls suffered physically and mentally and were in bad luck. Often exhausted, Wang Pan didn't care. When the girls thought it was finally over and they could have a good sleep, he would wake them up and start exercising. Now Wang Pan is finally gone, and a group of girls want to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Baixianglu was closed down by Wang Pan alone. Outside Baixianglu, Wang Pan looked haggard and lost more than 10 or 20 pounds. Wang Pan felt his waist twitching in pain coming as he walked out with the help of the wall. But Wang Pan smiled happily. You changed your own destiny. At the age of 14, you did not hate martial arts, but made great progress in martial arts, and your strength was the best among your peers. You were not drained by beauty. You defeated Baixianglu by yourself. Your deeds are widely spread, unprecedented. The Sims think you are great, and tearfully took out 500 simulation points as a subsidy for your nutrition. You are a legend. This wave is not a loss. Wang Pan smiled happily. Just looking at this comment, he knew that he must have gained a lot this time. But this Sim's life also looks a little wrong. Do I need your 500 simulation points subsidy? I am very strong. The simulation mark continues to refresh. Because of your outstanding performance, this evaluation has been greatly improved. You have received unanimous praise from the girls in Baixianglu. You have obtained a talent, the intermediate talent bone and blood connection. You have obtained 50,000 simulation points. Although Wang Pan knew that he must have gained a lot this time, he did not expect it to be so much. Not only did he get 50,000 simulation points, but the most important thing was to get a talent. I didn't expect that even talents can be obtained. I thought I could only buy them in the mall. Wang Pan felt that he had made a lot of money. Just this intermediate talent needs millions of simulation points to be purchased in the mall. It can be said that even if this Sim's life ends now, Wang Pan can accept it. The next moment, the talent takes effect. Wang Pan's blood and qi began to surge wildly, and his bones crackled. In just a moment, Wang Pan not only completely made up for the blood and qi he lost in the past month, but also increased it rapidly. Wang Pan broke through. The terrifying blood and qi bloomed and lingered on Wang Pan's body, making Wang Pan like a blood-red little sun, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. The talent of bone and blood connection is simply too suitable for a strong body. The two talents complement each other and continuously enhance Wang Pan's foundation. It was not until the great success of the bone-forging realm that this drastic change stopped. It is only one step away from the marrow-washing realm. It saved Wang Pan countless time. Qin Yan just came out of the next-door Luiying Pavilion at this time, and his steps were a little floating, as if he was stepping on cotton. When Qin Yan sensed the changes in Wang Pan, he was dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one bar. Qin Yan exclaimed repeatedly, and the whole person was almost crazy. In Qin Yan's opinion, Wang Pan was so foolish and indulged for a month that he would lose both his qi and blood, and would need to consume a lot of precious medicinal materials to make up for it. Even if he made up for it, it would affect his future martial arts path. But reality slapped Qin Yan hard. Not only was Wang Pan fine, but in a moment, he seemed to have sublimated, and his cultivation spanned a whole realm. Master, I, Qin, have never begged anyone before. Today I beg you shamelessly. Tell me how you did it. I want to learn this. Qin Yan's eyes were blurred with tears, and he threw himself in front of Wang Pan without any moral integrity, hugging Wang Pan's thigh and not letting go. I don't know either. It's just like faith, illusory. It may be that people's physiques are different. When I was extremely comfortable, I naturally broke through. Wang Pan had no way to explain, so he could only talk nonsense. I'm tired, destroy it. The light in Qin Yan's eyes disappeared instantly, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Qin Yan's realm is indeed only the great success of the blood exchange realm. It is because he entered too many romantic places that his body was hollowed out, and the speed of blood growth was not as fast as Qin Yan's consumption. As a result, Qin Yan has always stayed in the blood exchange realm. Otherwise, after so many years, with the support of the Wang family's resources, Qin Yan, who is also extremely talented, would have been in the marrow-washing realm long ago. However, Qin Yin felt that although his realm was only the great success of the blood exchange realm, his real combat power was also top-notch in the marrow-washing realm. As for the Tiangang realm, it was too difficult. It was simply not something that people could break through. Qin Yin did not think he could break through. In this case, it didn't matter whether his realm was raised or not. But if there was a way to have the best of both worlds, Qin Yin would not refuse it. Not to mention Wang Pan's method, which is exactly what Qin Yin wants. Not only does it not delay things, but it can also improve the realm while enjoying it. It's double happiness, who can resist it? As a result, the dream is shattered and the happiness is gone. After looking at Wang Pan bitterly and getting Wang Pan's helpless eyes, Qin Yin got up and staggered back to Luiying Pavilion. He didn't care whether his waist hurt or not. Everyone has dreams. What if he can do it? Wang Pan looked at Qin Yin's shaky figure and wanted to remind Qin Yin to take care of his body, but after thinking about his absurdity in the past month, he didn't have the face to persuade Qin Yin. Little bastard, you still remember to come back. I think our Panner's soul has been seduced by those goblins in Beixianglu. How can he still think about his mother and concubines at home? As soon as he entered the door, Mu Rong pulled Wang Pan's ear, and several concubines beside him also fanned the flames. Because they had no worries about food and clothing, and had various medicinal herbs to regulate their diet, time seemed to have stopped for Mu Rong and the concubines. After so many years, she was still beautiful. Wang Pan felt overwhelmed and could only pretend to be pitiful and beg for mercy. But maybe because he was old and not as cute as he was when he was a child, Mu Rong and the concubines didn't buy it. They lectured Wang Pan for a long time before letting him leave. But the eyes of several concubines looking at Wang Pan were a little wrong. They all heard that Wang Pan made the girls in the entire Beixianglu beg for mercy by his own strength. In the days that followed, Wang Pan either practiced swordsmanship in the mansion or went out with the caravan to find opportunities to practice. After a few years, Wang Pan's basic swordsmanship has become perfect, and his boxing skills have not fallen behind, and his combat power has become much stronger. During this period, he also took time to visit the sect where Qin Yin was. He did not reject Wang Pan, a disciple who was picked up for free, and let Wang Pan watch all kinds of skills and martial arts. In a blink of an eye, Wang Pan was 22 years old. In the Sims event, the Wang family began to lose from this year. Wang Pan would not allow such a thing to happen. Panner, your father is going on a long trip, you have to take good care of your mother at home. Wang Ji instructed Wang Pan, but there was an irrepressible joy in his eyes. Father, you are old, I will go for you. Wang Pan shook his head and refused. Now Wang Ji is 56 years old, and his body is not as good as before. Without martial arts training, I am afraid that he will not have much time to live. In addition, in this era, going out is a painful thing. With Wang Ji's physique, a long journey might cost him half his life. Wang Pan didn't want Wang Ji to suffer this. I'm in good health. I can't do it this time. Next time, I'll take you with me and introduce you to them. From now on, the affairs of the Wang family will be handed over to you. Wang Ji refused. This time he wanted to trade with a powerful tribe. That tribe was very exclusive. In order to reach a deal with this tribe, the Wang family has given them many benefits over the years. This time, the other tribes helped to make the connection, which facilitated this transaction. If the other party saw that the Wang family only sent a young man, maybe the trading opportunity that the Wang family had been waiting for many years would be gone. Wang Pan refused to give up, and finally persuaded Wang Ji to go with him. Yuzhou is located on the border. Except for Baiyang City, which is prosperous because of improper business, the other 12 cities are not much better. Out of Yuzhou, 500 miles ahead is the border. The Wang family has been doing business for many years and has bribed the garrisons along the way. They also paid a lot of money for each trip. This allowed the Wang family caravan to travel unimpeded, and no one came forward to check what goods the Wang family was transporting. Not only the Wang family did this, but other families did the same. Beyond the border is the territory of another empire. And this time, Wang Ji brought about 2,000 people, escorting countless cast iron ingots, salt, grain and strong bows across the border into the territory of the Dakang Empire. Most of the area of the Dakang Empire is forested, and the cultivated area is very small. It is called an empire, but in fact it is more like a loose alliance formed by countless tribes scattered in the jungle. After trekking through mountains and rivers, the Wang family's caravan finally arrived at its destination half a year later. This transaction was very smooth, and the Wang family reaped a lot of benefits, but the tribes that traded with the Wang family also did not lose out. Because the Dakang Empire is mostly forested, there are countless exotic flowers and fruits in many deep mountains and old forests, which are very helpful for martial arts practice. The Wang family exchanged a lot of cultivation resources this time, of which only a small part belongs to the Wang family, and most of them belong to the sect behind Qin Yan. The strong bows and iron ingots in this transaction were all taken out by the sect behind Qin Yan. With the strength of the Wang family alone, it is not possible to take out such a large amount. However, even this small part of the resources belonging to the Wang family can train more than a dozen Ejin realm warriors for the Wang family again. In addition, more importantly, a preliminary cooperation has been reached with this tribe, and the two sides have a certain trust foundation, so it won't be so troublesome to trade next time. Merchants have the most sensitive sense of smell. Wang Ji can feel that the atmosphere between the Dao Empire and Dakang has become more and more wrong in the past 2 years. Therefore, strength is the basis for preserving one's own family. Now that the Wang family can have more than a dozen Ejin realm warriors, Wang Ji is very happy. But Wang Pan did not relax his vigilance and was always on guard. Once something went wrong, Wang Pan was ready to take Wang Ji away. In recent years, Wang Ji has grown old and has not personally followed the caravan out for several years. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 16, 19. This time, Wang Ji had a reason to go out with the caravan. This means that it is very likely that the Wang family was defeated because of the enemy country. However, what Wang Pan couldn't understand was that the transaction went so smoothly this time, which meant that the other party had no intention of cheating the robbers. In addition, the Wang family had been getting along very well with the border tribes of the Dakang Empire in recent years. How could it be possible? Just after the transaction, the Dakang Empire came to the border, resulting in the loss of goods and countless casualties of the guards. Wang Pan felt that there was something fishy going on. On the way back, because there were not too many supplies, the speed increased a lot. In just over 2 months, the caravan had reached the border. At the border, the people of Qin Yan's sect had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the caravan return safely, they were relieved. They also attached great importance to this transaction. It was just that for some reasons, they could not go there in person, so they could only let the Wang family go to trade under the name of traveling merchants. Qin Yan had not returned to the sect for a long time, so this time he followed the people of the sect back to sea. As for Wang Ji's safety, Qin Yan was not too worried. After all, there were thousands of people in the caravan. Among them, there were 10 people in the Ejin realm and hundreds in the Qiangshan realm. In addition, they had already reached the territory of the Dao Empire. No one in Yuzhou dared to provoke the Wang family. 2 more days passed, and the caravan had already gone deep into Yuzhou, and it was only a day or 2 away from Baiyang City. Strange, isn't it this time? Wang Pan was a little puzzled. Boom! Just as Wang Pan was thinking this, something unexpected happened. There was a lot of horse hoof sounds coming from the front of the caravan, and a black line spread from a distance. A cavalry of over 10,000 people. The caravan also began to riot, but the turmoil soon subsided. Because this cavalry came from the territory of the Dao Empire, and judging from the flag, it was also the people of the Dao Empire. Wang Pan raised his vigilance and watched the cavalry in the distance. Sure enough, this cavalry had no intention of stopping at all, and rushed directly towards the caravan. Wang Ji also noticed something was wrong, and asked someone to leave the caravan and ride a horse close to the cavalry to pass on the message. Puff! Unexpectedly, the next moment, the man who had just approached the cavalry was instantly pierced by an arrow and fell off the horse. Everyone rush up to stop them. Stop them for a while and then escape. The Wang family will not treat you unfairly. Wang Ji's scalp tingled. He first ordered the guards, and then asked the Ejin realm guards to take him away. Brothers, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to use it. Now it's time for us to die. Don't be afraid, just hold them off for a moment, let the master go away, and we can evacuate. Kill. Among the guards, someone stood up and shouted. After several generations of management, these family sons are extremely loyal to the Wang family. Even if they encounter a regular army, they dare to fight with it. Of course, some people are terrified and turn around and run away. Not everyone is not afraid of death. It's just that no one can take care of them now. You still dare to resist? You are simply courting death. Wu Qianju sneered, and then ordered the cavalry to charge. This cavalry is extremely elite. Among the tens of thousands of cavalry, 1/3 of them are in the physical strengthening realm. Among them, there are many in the muscle-changing realm and blood-changing realm. There are even leaders in the bone-forging and marrow-washing realms. The cavalry brazenly collided with the guards of the Wang family, countless swords flashed, and heads rolled. In just one encounter, the Wang family's guards were defeated, with heavy casualties. In front of the organized army, the personal bravery of the Wang family guards had no room to play. Run! I surrender, I confess, we all acted according to the orders of the Wang family. Don't kill me. I am still useful, I want to expose the Wang family. The Wang family has transported a large amount of supplies to the Dakang Empire in recent years. After a charge, only a few hundred Wang family guards were left. At this moment, many people were frightened by the army. In the face of death, human nature is vulnerable. Humph, these merchants really dare to do any business. Wu Qianjue snorted coldly, wishing to confiscate all these merchants and exterminate their families. But thinking of his father's words, this murderous intent subsided. Prince, how to deal with these people? A middle-aged man asked. Kill them all, take away the supplies. Wu Qianjue waved his hand, and for a while, long swords were like a forest, and heads fell to the ground. Prince, will this cause dissatisfaction among these merchants? These merchants have taken root in Yuzhou, and they are deeply rooted. They are intertwined with each other. It's okay to kill one or two families. Just kill them. But if we kill too many, I'm afraid these merchants will be insecure and unite together. We are not afraid of these merchants uniting, but it will be troublesome. The middle-aged man hesitated and advised. General Pang, don't worry too much. I'm only here to intimidate these merchants. If they are honest and obedient, it's fine. If they are not, then kill them all. Merchants are just merchants after all, and they can't make waves. Wu Qian didn't care at all. None of the big merchants in Yuzhou are good people. If they are all dragged out and killed, there will be no injustice. Before, his father had just arrived and was busy taking over the Yuzhou army. Now that the Yuzhou army is in his hands, he should free up his hands to deal with these merchants. Your Highness is thoughtful, but I am the one who said too much. The middle-aged man bowed and said no more. Also, spread the word that the Wang family encountered an enemy country, the guards suffered heavy casualties, and the goods were looted. If the Wang family is sensible, they should know what to do. Killing one's own people is not nice after all, so Wu Qianjue pushed the matter to the Dakang Empire. It is definitely impossible to hide it. The powerful people know that it was the legitimate son of Prince Wu who led the army to sweep across the border of Yuzhou and destroyed more than a dozen caravans. But Wu Qianjue only needs to hide it from the civilians. In this way, it is also a reminder to the merchants in Yuzhou to let them know what to do and what not to do. Wang Ji and his party were still in shock, and they galloped all the way back to Baiyang City. After returning to Baiyang City, they breathed a sigh of relief and felt that they had escaped death. In fact, Wu Qian just didn't care about the Wang family. Otherwise, even if Wang Ji and others could escape under the siege of the army, it would not be as easy as it is now. Panner, you can't stay in Baiyang City. Give orders immediately. Just pack up your valuables and leave everything else. Take your mother and others, and we will go to Lanzhou. Wang Ji's face was pale and he ordered quickly. My son understands. Wang Pan nodded. Before, Wang Pan thought that if the enemy was not numerous, he would take action and cooperate with the Wang family's guards to defeat the invading enemy. No mistake, a poem, a post, a content, a book, a bar, a 6, a 9, a book, a bar, a bar. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a cavalry of more than 10,000 people, and this cavalry was too elite. Even Wang Pan could only go around. Otherwise, he would only end up being surrounded and killed, but Wang Pan was also confident that he could make this cavalry suffer heavy losses before he died. But Wang Pan was not stupid. He would not sacrifice his life just to make the cavalry suffer heavy losses. Under Wang Ji's urging, the Wang family quickly packed up and left the city under the protection of dozens of Yijin realm. All the real estate in the family was distributed to the servants. As for how many of them could keep the assets, it was unknown. When the Wang family left Baiyang City, the great changes in the Wang family were also known to other families. At first, many families thought it was just a rumor and did not care. But then the government came out to confirm this matter. On the way back from the business, the Wang family encountered a small group of enemy troops from the Dakang Empire. The Wang family guards suffered heavy casualties and the goods were looted. Then he warned the other families not to go to the Dakang Empire in the near future, otherwise it was the Wang family this time, and it will be you next time. For a time, countless families, big and small, began to encroach on the Wang family's industry. There were even those who were not afraid of death, thinking that the most precious things of the Wang family must have been taken away by them. He actually called his own guards and began to go out of the city to prepare to intercept and kill the Wang family. There was no need for Wang Pan to take action, but the many Yijin realm guards of the Wang family killed those who chased out. 3 days later, when the governor of Yuzhou learned that the Wang family had abandoned their family business and fled with their family, he was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This Wang family is too timid. They just killed some of your guards to warn you, the Wang family, and other families not to interact with the Dakang Empire again. In the opinion of the governor of Yuzhou, if some merchants such as the Wang family knew what was good for them, they should offer him a lot of money, and he would lightly cover up this matter. After all, the imperial treasury is now empty. Where would the money come from to support hundreds of thousands of troops in Yuzhou? Although these merchants are bold and daring, they are still very useful to him now, and the governor of Yuzhou has no intention of uprooting them. After all, everyone has his own expertise, and merchants are good at making money. As long as these merchants can give him a lot of money to support hundreds of thousands of troops in Yuzhou, and these merchants don't do too much, he will turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it. This is also the reason why the previous governor of Yuzhou can listen to the orders but not the orders, and is vaguely independent, because the empire can't give money to support these hundreds of thousands of troops. The previous governor of Yuzhou is famous for his greed, but the previous governor of Yuzhou must be greedy. If he is not greedy, where will the money come from to support hundreds of thousands of troops? Once the salary cannot be paid, the first person to die in the mutiny of the army will probably be the governor of Yuzhou. Therefore, this governor of Yuzhou also intends to use these merchants for his own use, originally to scare the tiger. Unexpectedly, the tiger was scared away. But the Wang family ran away. The most important thing is that all the industries of the Wang family are still there. Once the huge assets of the Wang family are received, the Yuzhou Mu will be able to make a lot of money. After all, the money used to support the Yuzhou army in recent years was all paid out of his own pocket, which made the Yuzhou Mu feel distressed. He is a prince who has made money for most of his life, but in just 10 years, he has spent most of it. If he doesn't make money, even the food and clothing expenses in the mansion will have to be reduced. Half a month later, the Wang family had arrived in Lanzhou. Lanzhou is adjacent to Yuzhou, among which the largest ancestors in the Dao Empire, Yan Huazong. Yan Huazong has been established for thousands of years, and there are countless disciples. The entire Lanzhou is controlled by Yan Huazong. Officials who are up and down are either from Yan Huazong or Yan Huazong. It can be said that in Lanzhou, Yan Huazong's order is more useful than the empire's order. Qin Yan comes from Yan Huazong, or the elderly, and his status is not low. Wang Ji had already sent someone to notify Qin Yan first. Therefore, when the Wang family arrived in Lanzhou, Qin Yan had already prepared the residence and other matters. Master, you can go bankrupt completely now. Qin Yan wanted to laugh, but couldn't laugh. Look at you, anyway, you are also elder Yan Huazong. Although my Wang family industry is gone, it is not short of money for you to visit the Qinglu. Wang Ji hated iron and steel. Well, I can rest assured. Master, you do'n't know. Although I am the elder of Zongmen, there are not many Lulu every year. This year, the price has increased, and the elders of the Zongmen Gate alone are almost unable to afford the young man. Qin Yan was relieved, and then said with a grievance. Heart Zongmen, Lulu has been so much every year, and hasn't risen for decades. Qin Yan said. A group of Yan Huazong disciples next to him looked around, and he did not hear it. In his heart, he thought that Yan Huazong was too dark. If you want to be a disciple of Yan Huazong, you not only need a lot of money every year, but also have endless tasks. It is simply a disciple as an animal. Gai Zongmen really is really. Wang Ji's mouth twitched, racked his brain, thought of a little word, and sighed with conscience. Master, I can't help you this time. Qin Yan whispered. Nonsense, of course, I know he is not easy to mess with. If it is so provoked, I will come to Lanzhou like a bereavement dog? It's so troublesome, I have already tried to kill him for a long time. Wang Ji was depressed. That's good, you don't know, Master, the Xinzhou shepherd's identity is nothing, the key is the realm of the old boy. Uncle Qin, don't you say that the realm is the realm and the strength is strength? Uncle Qin, do you have to have a hand when you have a sword? He can do it? Wang Pan stirred the wind and ignited, and it was rare to see this persuasion from Qin Yan's face. Although he knew that Wang Pan was playing with himself, Qin Yan still turned red, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Master, say so. But master, do you know how to break through the realm of heaven? Soon Qin Yan's face returned as usual and confessed his fate. I don't know, it's strange to say. I have been washing the medullars for a while, but I didn't feel a breakthrough at all. Wang Pan was also interested in, got up and poured a cup of tea to Qin Yan, and then waited for Qin Yan to explain. When the warrior reaches the success of the medullars, when any of the sword gas, sword chi, fisting, and so on, when a warrior reaches 10%, it can break the realm and cultivate the realm of heaven. Qin Yan took a sip of tea, drank into his mouth with tea, chewed it felt tasteless, and he had no alcohol. Belief fusion of martial arts, and warriors are not jumping. But the more faith integrates, the stronger the birth of the sword. I am now incorporated into 30% of beliefs, which has made me not be the weak in the medullars. The young master hasn't even found his faith. The realm is too far away from the young master, so I didn't mention it prematurely with you. That's it. No wonder I always feel that something is missing, and I can't touch the breakthrough. After Qin Yan's interpretation, Wang Pan can also be considered understanding. No wonder I didn't feel a breakthrough. Originally, I thought it was too strong, and breakthroughs were more difficult than ordinary people. The result is because I didn't find my belief. In other words, if the warrior did not find his faith, or his beliefs in martial arts, the chi and blood fusion was less than 10%, and the warrior would never break the situation. Wang Pan said to himself, feeling really stupid. It is powerful and far exceeds ordinary people. There is no breakthrough than ordinary people, but it is easier. There is no mistake. 619, one book, a book. Uncle Qin, must you believe that the three fusion of the three people in the chi and blood of the martial arts can only be broken? Wang Pan was a little unwilling, his belief was nihil, and it was too difficult for himself. From ancient times to the present, there is no exception. Qin Yan affirmed the question and answer. It's troublesome now. Wang Pan sighed, and he would stay in the medullary state for a lifetime. But from ancient times to the present, there is no exception to explain anything, perhaps as long as I keep imposing my own heritage. Continuously polishing itself, cultivate the leather realm to the medullary situation to the point where there are no ancients. Perhaps the body will achieve degeneration, and the life and combat power will reach the point where it is not weaker than the heaven. The haze in Wang Pan's heart was swept away, and the fighting spirit was reignited. After setting up the Wang family, Wang Pan directly joined Yan Huazong. List of the top 10 true biography. As for how the ranking came, of course, Wang Pan was carrying a sword and a sword were cut out. Although Wang Pan is the only one among the 10 true disciples who has not comprehended faith, and does not know any sword energy, etc. But Wang Pan's foundation is too strong. He is stronger than others in every realm. After Wang Pan reached the great success of the marrow washing realm, he can be said to be much better than many people in the same realm. In addition, Wang Pan's martial arts have been practiced to the pinnacle in recent years, which makes up for Wang Pan's last weakness. This leads to Wang Pan's realm being only the great success of the marrow washing realm, but his combat power is so strong that even the head of Yanhua sect and several supreme elders are amazed. However, while being amazed, regret is inevitable. It is believed that if Wang Pan comprehends faith and combines martial arts with chi and blood to create sword energy, even if it is only fused by 10%, then Wang Pan's strength can be called the strongest marrow-washing realm in Yanhua sect for thousands of years. Even so, Wang Pan's combat power can allow Wang Pan to fight dozens of warriors of the same realm alone. Because of the existence of Wang Pan and Qin Yan, the Wang family has not only not declined, but has reached a higher level. Somewhere in the Dakan Empire, the sky suddenly turned red, and countless birds and beasts rushed out of the forest in panic. A meteorite with a diameter of several miles fell into the forest of bones. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose slowly, annihilating all life around. The terrifying shock wave spread, and everything that blocked it turned into ashes wherever it passed. The huge forest of bones was directly flattened, and the tribes near the forest of bones were directly wiped out. This catastrophe caused heavy losses to the Dakan Empire, and subsequent disasters followed one after another, making the Dakan Empire turbulent. The Dao Empire was not affected much, that is, when the meteorite fell, Yuzhou shook, many houses collapsed, and many people were killed. But such losses are not worth mentioning compared to the Dakan Empire. This year, Wang Pan was 25 years old. In recent years, there has been constant friction between the Dakan Empire and the Dao Empire. Now that the Dakan Empire is suffering from heaven's punishment, the princes of the Dao Empire are beaming with joy. The Dakan Empire, which had suffered heavy losses, was too busy cleaning up the mess. How could it provoke the Dao Empire again? It seems that the Dakan Empire will not have time to cause trouble in 10 years. This makes the court officials very satisfied, so that they can make money without doing anything. However, what the princes in the court did not expect was that although the Dakang Empire suffered heavy losses, would the Dakang Empire really not invade the Dao Empire? 3 months later, winter in Dakang came earlier than usual. A snowfall caused countless people to freeze to death. Because of the snow, prey in the mountains and forests also hid, making it difficult for many tribes to obtain food. In previous years, I wasn't too worried, because in previous years, countless merchants from Yuzhou came with caravans loaded with food and other supplies. People from many tribes only need to pay some of the various medicinal materials they find while hunting. But since Yuzhou Mu knocked the mountain to shake the tiger, no caravans have gone to the Dakang Empire. Even if there are courageous businessmen, they can't leave Yuzhou at all. They will be stopped by the defenders at the border, and then their homes will be confiscated and their families will be exterminated. Over the past few years, no businessman dared to take risks. This caused countless small tribes in the Dakang Empire to start fighting for food. Another 2 years have passed. In the past 2 years, the Dakang Empire has been extremely miserable. Various natural and man-made disasters have continued, and small tribes have been annexed every moment. Finally, after 2 years of fighting, the strongest tribe in the Dakang Empire was born. We are the same race and humans. Not a beast. We have suffered countless natural and man-made disasters over the years, and members of our clan are dying every moment. I'm very heartbroken, but what makes me even more heartbroken is why you would rather kill each other than point your sword at the Dao Empire. The Dao Empire is extremely wealthy. It won't be cold there, there is a large area of cultivated land, and there is endless food there. But the Dao Empire doesn't cherish these. Now the emperor of the Dao Empire is fatuous, the officials are greedy, and the armaments are lax. Obviously they have a unique position, countless lands, and mountains of food and grass, but their people live worse than us. Such an empire will surely perish. It will only perish. Now I will lead you out of the mountains and forests to seize the Dao Empire. Tribesmen, pick up your weapons and show your bloody bravery. I will watch you from behind. Roar! Beg! 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 Wan Shen! Under the leadership of a young man named Qi from this tribe named Feng, the entire Dakang Empire became a rope. This year, Wang Pan was 27 years old. The war breaks out. The Dakang Empire brazenly sent troops, crossed the border, and launched a full-scale invasion. Yuzhou became a meat-grinding ground, and countless soldiers died every moment. The organized armies of both sides formed a military formation, and the evil spirits were connected, and they fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. There are even strong men in the Tiangang realm who can defeat thousands of armies by one person, and countless people die miserably wherever they go. The Dao Empire has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, or they know it, but they don't care. Even though the prince guarding Yuzhou repeatedly asked for help from the Dao Empire, what finally arrived was an army composed entirely of skin training warriors. This made Yuzhou Mu furious and wanted to return to the capital with his sword and kill all the ministers in the court. Such an army composed entirely of skin training realm warriors, after just one battle, only a few people were left dead. The Dakang Empire's offensive is getting stronger and stronger, and new tribes arrive every day to join the army. 3 months later, Yuzhou fell. The prince of Tiangang realm fled ahead of time with his personal guards. After 3 months of hundreds of thousands of Yuzhou troops, less than 80,000 were left. I recognize your courage and understand your determination to protect your home and country. But look at it, your coach gave up on you and ran away, and look at what kind of life your family is living. We are the aggressors, and no matter what you say, nothing can change that. What I can promise is that we will not kill any civilians indiscriminately, and we will make your life better than before. No corrupt official dares to reach out to you, no aristocratic family dares to oppress you. This empire is ours, and it is also yours. Join us in creating a great empire. Begging did not embarrass these people, but instead opened his mouth to admonish everyone. Under the cultivation level of the begging Tiangang realm, every word he said spread throughout the battlefield and echoed in everyone's ears. Beg. 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 There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. After some thought, the 80,000 soldiers surrendered and knelt on one knee, shouting the name of begging. These 80,000 soldiers are extremely elite. In the past 3 months, there have been countless battles, large and small, and every one of the 80,000 soldiers in front of them is an elite soldier in hundreds of battles. She smiled happily, and now the entire territory of Yuzhou fell. Shi Yi fulfilled his promise to these surrendered soldiers and treated the people of Yuzhou equally. The army entered the city and did not harm the people. At the same time, the military is strictly prohibited from disturbing the people, and those who violate it will die. In the words of beggars, these people are also pitiful people. Even less money. On the contrary, many wealthy merchants and aristocratic families suffered a great misfortune. Countless wealthy merchants and aristocratic families were confiscated and exterminated, and the gold, silver and grain found were piled up like mountains. When the news of the fall of Yuzhou spread throughout the world, the Dao Empire slowly mobilized troops from several nearby states. A total of 2 million troops were deployed in Lanzhou to block the Dakang Empire from moving south. The leader of the army was none other than the Prince Wu Wudi, who had abandoned Yuzhou before, and his son Wu Qianjue. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. When Wang Pan knew this, he laughed immediately. Where is this? This is Lanzhou. Lanzhou is the home of Yanhua sect. Thousands of years of operation have allowed Yanhua sect to control Lanzhou to a terrifying level. Although Wang Pan is only a true disciple of Yanhua sect and cannot be the master of Yanhua sect, does it matter? It doesn't matter. The current leader is only 68 years old. Considering the lifespan of 360 years in Tiangang realm, it is the prime period. And this leader is full of ambition. Or rather, the entire Yanhua sect has been full of ambition for thousands of years. It can be seen from their control over Lanzhou. After all, who among the legitimate sects would do such a thankless task? Do you really think that controlling a state does not cost anything? This is also why such a large sect is still living a tight life. The reason why they have been waiting for a long time is probably because they have not found an opportunity. The Dao Empire is still very strong, but it has only begun to decline in recent decades. Now the opportunity has come. As long as the Dakang Empire and the Dao Empire are fighting hard, Yanhua sect suddenly joins in, which is enough to defeat the army of the Dao Empire. At that time, whether Yanhua sect leads a group of people to compete for the world or surrenders to the Dakang Empire, it is a good choice. As for fighting for the world by yourself? This idea only appeared in Wang Pan's mind for a moment, and was strangled by Wang Pan. Wang Pan's fighting power is very strong. But it depends on who he is compared with. There are many Tiangang realm warriors in the two empires. Just relying on a warrior who has achieved the great success of Shisui realm, you still want to fight for the world? Stop it. Even the weakest Tiangang realm warrior can easily crush Wang Pan. This is also the reason why the Dao Empire is rotten from top to bottom, and no force in the country dares to jump out and rebel. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. As long as the number of Tiangang realm warriors in the Dao Empire does not decrease, no one dares to jump out. Whoever jumps out will die. The Tiangang realm is enough to break 10,000 troops by one person, and a well-organized elite cavalry of 10,000 people cannot stop the weakest Tiangang realm. Now the Dao Empire can mobilize more than a dozen Tiangang realm warriors, and this force is enough to suppress any disobedient. Yan Huazong has 3 Tiangang realm warriors and controls the state, but dare not raise the banner of rebellion. But now the opportunity for Yanhua sect has come. The Tiangang realm of the Dao Empire is naturally restrained by the Tiangang realm of the Dakang Empire. You have changed your own destiny. You get 3,000 simulation points. All events of this simulation are completed. Do you choose to return? Wang Pan is 27 years old and has survived the killing disaster. No, Wang Pan did not choose to return and continue to stay. Now that he returns, Wang Pan thinks that this simulation can only have an S rating at best. Wang Pan thinks that completing all the simulation events is just a guaranteed income. If he wants to significantly improve his rating, he still needs to work hard to improve his strength and improve his position in this simulation. If he can influence the direction of the world and affect thousands of people, the higher the rating he will get. Wang Pan went directly to the leader of Yanhua sect and told him his ideas. After a long time, Wang Pan walked out of the leader's hall, with no joy or anger on his face. What a pity, this boy is far superior to his peers in courage and vision. It's a pity that he has no faith. Otherwise, with this boy's background, once he breaks into the Tiangang realm, he will probably become a strong man in the Tiangang realm immediately. After Wang Pan left, the leader of Yanhua sect sighed faintly. Time passed slowly, and the Dakang Empire and the Dao Empire fought fiercely in Lanzhou, and countless soldiers died on the battlefield every day. There was even a strong man in the Tiangang realm of the Dao Empire who was careless and was surrounded and killed by the army formation formed by hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The Tiangang realm is very strong, but it is also a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the army formation formed by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, overestimating its own strength. Of course, if the Tiangang realm can't beat it, it can run away. It's not easy for the army to surround the Tiangang realm first. But this Tiangang realm is pitifully stupid. Relying on his own Tiangang realm cultivation, he doesn't take the army composed of the first and second realms of martial arts seriously. One person rushed into the battle formation, trying to defeat the army, and caused tens of thousands of casualties to the army with the strength of the Tiangang realm. However, because he rushed into the depths of the army, when the Tiangang realm realized something was wrong, he wanted to escape, but it was too late. This was also the first Tiangang realm to die since the two empires went to war. And the death of this Tiangang realm warrior also made the court of the Dao Empire furious. The war escalated at this moment. More troops from both sides continued to join Lanzhou, killing the sky and the earth. Finally, the two sides ushered in a decisive battle. Millions of troops fought together, and human lives were like grass. Although the Dao Empire was rotten to the core, it still had the upper hand when facing the Dakang Empire. If the Dakang Empire had not captured Yuzhou and obtained a large number of war horses, food and other resources, it would have been defeated by the Dao Empire long ago. Even so, the situation of the Dakang Empire was not good. Many tribes wanted to retreat, and the casualties of the tribes were too great. But under the prestige of the beggar, these tribes, although quite dissatisfied, still stayed. At the critical moment of the decisive battle between the two sides, Yin Huazong rebelled. After thousands of years of operation, the entire Lanzhou has become the back garden of Yin Huazong. After receiving the order from the commander, hundreds of thousands of Lanzhou troops directly swung their swords at the soldiers of other states of the Dao Empire. No one thought that Lanzhou would suddenly turn against the enemy, and the troops of other states suffered heavy casualties under the surprise attack. The Dakang Empire did not give up this opportunity. The Tiangang realm strongman led the way for the vanguard, and the army followed closely behind, breaking through the formation of the Dao Empire. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing. The Dakang Empire cooperated with the Lanzhou army to chase and kill hundreds of miles away, killing countless enemies. Wu Wudi saw that the situation was not good, and ran away with his son again. However, he was ambushed by 3 Tiangang realm of Yin Huazong and died on the spot. After the beggar met Yin Huazong in person and gave Yin Huazong generous conditions that Yin Huazong could not refuse, Yin Huazong directly announced that it would be incorporated into the Dakang Empire. At this point, the strength of the Dakang Empire increased greatly because of the joining of Yin Huazong. The Dao Empire was miserable because it drew troops from several states to resist the Dakang Empire, and as a result, millions of troops were defeated. More importantly, 6 Tiangang realm warriors died in this battle in the Dao Empire. This made the people of the Dao Empire uneasy. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. When the situation in Lanzhou spread, many ambitious people in the Dao Empire became strange. 2 months later, after the governor of Qinzhou rebelled under the banner of the emperor's incompetence and the death of Dao, the entire Dao Empire was in chaos. Many powerful people and aristocratic families in the Dao Empire began to respond. For a time, war broke out in the Dao Empire. There were countless rebels, large and small, and the Dao Empire was on the verge of collapse. A huge empire, amidst internal and external troubles, only lasted 8 years before perishing. After another 6 years, the Dakang Empire destroyed all the rebel kings and completely unified the country. Beggars ascended the throne and proclaimed themselves emperor, changing the country's name to Feng. Canonized Yin Huazong as the state religion of Fenghua. And because of his repeated military exploits over the years, Wang Pan was awarded the title of General Jinshi, reaching the 2nd rank. But Wang Pan refused. "I want a civil servant." After Beggar ascended the throne, he began to vigorously rectify the administration of officials and implement the New Deal. In just 3 years, more than 48,000 officials, large and small, had their homes confiscated and their families exterminated. Wang Pan also gave a lot of suggestions, all of which were happily adopted by Qi. At the same time, under the auspices of Wang Pan, various tools that could increase crop yields were manufactured and promoted throughout the world. At the same time, he proposed to build the Fenghua Canal to divert water from the Wei River to irrigate the barren state and turn the barren state into the granary of Fenghua. However, as soon as this idea was proposed, it was opposed by the whole court. Many ministers believe that the Feng kingdom needs to be stabilized now that it has just been established, and Wang Pan's suggestions are too wasteful for the people and money. It was only because of the begging that many ministers gave up.
However, after that, these ministers were not very pleased with Wang Pan. This project took 18 years to complete. 5 years after the Fenghua Canal was built, the originally barren Huangzhou became the largest granary in the empire. Just from the land of one state, the food produced is enough to feed the people of more than 10 states. The new Fenghua thrived and became stronger under various policies. This year Wang Pan is 51 years old. If you let me know who invented martial arts, I will blow his head off. Wang Pan was lying on the chair, enjoying the leisure time in the afternoon, but his brows were furrowed into the character Sichuan. After so many years, Wang Pan did not give up on martial arts, but paid more and more attention to it. Wang Pan has cultivated the first 6 realms of martial arts to an unprecedented level. But the expected physical transformation did not happen at all. Instead, his body reached a limit, and no matter how hard Wang Pan tried, he couldn't get any stronger. Now Wang Pan can be regarded as the number 1 person under Tiangang realm. Even a highly accomplished warrior in the marrow-cleansing realm with 90% confidence in martial arts and qi and blood would be vulnerable to Wang Pan at this moment. But Tiangang realm can still easily kill Wang Pan. The gap between the marrow-cleansing realm and the Tiangang realm is too big. The Tiangang realm is the sublimation of a warrior's martial arts and the transformation of life. Tiangang realm warriors and warriors below Tiangang realm are simply 2 species. The gap is so huge that it makes people despair. Unfortunately, after so many years, Wang Pan still has no idea about his understanding of faith. Wang Pan naturally understands that one person's plan is short, and everyone's plan is long. Now Wang Pan is the prime minister, which can be said to be under 1 person and above 10,000 people. He holds a lot of power. What Wang Pan wants to do, with a single order, there will be countless people working for him. So Wang Pan has long ago ordered to collect all kinds of martial arts techniques, martial arts, etc. in the world, and then gather a large number of warriors together to establish a martial arts research institute. He wants to find a way to reach the Tiangang realm without understanding faith. But after so many years, the effect is minimal. However, because a large number of warriors gather together for research, the martial arts system is becoming more and more perfect. In the same first 6 realms of martial arts, the warriors who practice new techniques are obviously stronger than before, and at least 30% stronger than before in the same realm. Many court officials are dissatisfied with Wang Pan's great power, and they have suggested to beg to weaken some of Wang Pan's power. It is said that Wang Pan holds too much power, and if things go on like this, Wang Pan may have a rebellious heart. However, every time, she just smiles and ignores it. She thinks Wang Pan is very useful, and Wang Pan can handle all kinds of things well. In addition, Wang Pan makes some suggestions from time to time, which also makes Fenghua stronger and stronger. Such a capable minister should not be squeezed to death while Wang Pan is still strong and healthy. If Wang Pan dies, it will be difficult to find such a person again. She does not really trust Wang Pan so unreservedly, nor does he regard Wang Pan as his confidant. The reason why he dares to give power to Wang Pan is that Wang Pan will not live longer than himself. She is in the Tiangang realm, and he is only 60 years old this year. Xi's talent can be said to be rare in 100 years. He broke into the Tiangang realm at the age of 23. The lifespan of the Tiangang realm is 360 years. And Wang Pan has not reached the Tiangang realm, and he can live to 120 years at most. If Wang Pan breaks into the Tiangang realm, I am afraid that Qi will not be able to sleep well. With Wang Pan's prestige among the people of Feng over the years, and the power he controls in the court, once Wang Pan has a rebellious heart, Feng will probably be in danger of changing dynasties with a wave of his arm. It's good now. The king is holy and the ministers are virtuous, working together to develop Feng. 100 years later, it will also be a good story. Fenghua has been in power for 63 years, and Wang Pan is 91 years old. After decades of recuperation, Fenghua has become extremely powerful. This year, Fenghua began to expand to the surrounding areas. In just 10 years, 3 empires were destroyed, and the land area of Fenghua increased by more than 5 times. Then, despite everyone's opposition, before digesting the results of destroying the 3 empires this time, he resolutely ordered an attack on the Tianyang Empire. A minister came to Wang Pan and wanted Wang Pan to come forward to persuade Qi. But at this time, Wang Pan had retired from the position of prime minister, and he didn't care about the affairs of the court. He only served as the dean of the Martial Arts Research Institute. Wang Pan refused, and many ministers returned in dismay. This war lasted for a full 20 years and has not yet ended. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Fenghua's savings over the years have been consumed, and the foundation of the country has been shaken.
But at this time, both sides were angry and had no idea of reconciliation. This war will end only when one side is annexed.
Still haven't found a way to bypass the belief and break into the Tiangang realm?
Wang Pan was already very old, with a head full of white hair. At this moment, Wang Pan was intimidating without anger, and asked many scholars who were responsible for studying martial arts. My subordinates are not doing a good job, please punish me, Dean. A group of people sweated profusely when they heard this, and knelt on the ground, looking terrified.
Alas, forget it, this is fate. Get up, it's not your fault. If it was so easy to find a way, the ancients would have found it long ago.
Wang Pan could feel that his life was passing away quickly, his skin was loose, his body was decaying, his meridians were shrinking, his blood was drying up, his bones were loose, and his bone marrow began to necrotize. Wang Pan is now no different from an ordinary person, and all his strength has dissipated.
3 days later, Wang Pan's body was exhausted.
At the moment of death, Wang Pan did not expect that the illusory belief he had been pursuing for a lifetime would actually appear.
To be honest, if everyone had not said that belief was the key to breaking into the Tiangang realm, Wang Pan would have thought that he had been fooled and there was no such thing as belief at all. After all, he had been contemplating belief for a lifetime, but he had not comprehended anything. So, this is belief. Wang Pan passed away at the age of 112. Wang Pan died with an irrepressible smile on his face. Wang Pan's death did not cause much sensation.
At this time, Fenghua was fighting with Tianyang Empire in full swing, so how could they pay attention to an old guy who had retired from the position of prime minister for decades? That is, Wang Pan's disciples came to the palace to pay their respects, and the emperor issued an edict to confer Wang Pan the title of duke, and the matter was hastily ended.
As for the people could not even remember who Wang Pan was.
Because Fenghua had been fighting with the Tianyang Empire for many years, they had been living in dire straits for many years, so how could they have the time to pay attention to others?
Fenghua's 84th year, 1 year had passed since Wang Pan's death.
During this year, Fenghua was defeated step by step, with heavy casualties. Even the 3 imperial territories that had been conquered were taken away by the Tianyang Empire. The Tianyang Empire sent nearly 100 Tiangang realm warriors, plus millions of troops who had practiced martial arts, to completely destroy Fenghua.
Fenghua was in danger.
It was also in this year that a scholar in the Martial Arts Research Institute accidentally obtained a detailed explanation of the 6 realms of martial arts written by Wang Pan based on his own situation. After careful study, the scholar actually thought of a way to break into the Tiangang realm without the help of faith. The scholar proposed that when the warrior's first 6 realms are completed, he will return to the 2nd realm of martial arts to strengthen his body. With the blood and chi power of the 4th realm of martial arts, the 2nd realm of martial arts will open up a cave heaven in the body of the 2nd realm of martial arts to strengthen the body. The bones of the 5th realm of martial arts to strengthen the bones support the cave heaven, and at the same time, the 3rd realm of martial arts to change muscles connect these cave heavens together. When the cave heaven is formed, the bone marrow of the 6th realm of martial arts to wash the marrow is introduced into the cave heaven to transform into the divine light. Finally, the cave heaven gushed out the divine light to temper the skin of the 1st realm of martial arts to train the skin, so that the skin in turn blocks all the power in the body and does not leak out. This scholar called this realm the cave heaven realm.
Half a year later, the first cave heaven realm warrior was born.
Although the lifespan of the cave heaven realm is still unknown, in terms of combat power, the cave heaven realm is far stronger than the Tiangang realm.
As soon as he appeared, he beat a veteran Tiangang realm warrior of the Tianyang Empire to death. Since then, cave heaven realm warriors have sprung up in Fenghua.
These cave heaven realm warriors have extremely powerful bodies, their blood is like a furnace, and every move has great power. As more and more cave heaven realm warriors joined the battlefield, Fenghua began to turn around the disadvantage and began to counterattack.
3 years later, the Tianyang Empire fell and was annexed by Fenghua.
Since then, Fenghua began to fight for years, and countless countries were destroyed by Fenghua. 100 years later, people will respect the scholars who have studied the cave heaven realm as the martial ancestor. And Wang Pan was also respected as a pioneer because he inspired the martial ancestor.
This sim is over.
The life experience of this simulation is stripped off and stored in the memory crystal.
Simulators are asked to check it by themselves. In this simulation, you have greatly changed your destiny. With your efforts, you established the foundation of an empire and changed the fate of countless people. This evaluation has been greatly improved. Under your influence, a new martial arts path was born in this world. This evaluation has been greatly improved. You are respected as a pioneer by the warriors of this world. What's the meaning? Wang Pan was stunned after looking at the content refreshed by the simulation imprint. My idea is not wrong. You can break into the Tiangang realm without understanding the belief. Wang Pan reacted and couldn't tell whether he was happy or depressed for a moment. It's such a scam.
I didn't study it long ago, but I waited until I died to study it.
Damn it, you dare to fool the great Prime Minister, I will kill you all.
Wang Pan was shaking with anger.
He was still too kind to these scholars. If he put more pressure on them, would they study it in advance? Fortunately, Wang Pan was relieved that his contribution had not been forgotten. Simulation imprints continue to be refreshed. The Sims is settling, this simulation evaluates SSS. You get an additional simulation permission. Because of your outstanding performance, the Sims are watching you.
You can choose one of your talents and share it with one person.
Your talents will not be affected.
The level of the simulator has been upgraded to the second level of the Yellow Soldier realm.
You gain the title, Pioneer.
You are the pioneer of martial arts, and the glory of countless martial arts masters shines upon you.
Your combat power is doubled. You get 160,000 simulation points. Title Capitalist is now in effect.
This time the simulation point income is increased by 20%, and you get 192,000 simulation points.
Wang Pan didn't expect that his evaluation would be so high this time.
Especially the title of Pioneer fully doubled his combat power.
It's ridiculously strong.
The corners of Wang Pan's mouth almost cracked to the base of his ears.
What gifts do I have that I can share with others? Wang Pan was stunned. In this way, wouldn't he be able to share his talent with his parents and Shangxiang?
In this way, Father and Shangxiang have the blessing of talents, and it is easier to obtain high evaluations, thereby quickly improving their strength. As for her mother, Zhang Yao, she is just an ordinary person. With talents, she can improve her body and live longer. However, considering that he could only choose one of his talents to share with one person, Wang Pan thought for a moment and decided to share the gift of physical strength with his mother Zhang Yao. The talent of being strong can greatly improve Zhang Yao's body, but it will not make Zhang Yao become big or fat. After all, there is no necessary relationship between physical strength and whether one is strong or not.
Wang Pan's figure appeared in the room, and the terrifying power washed over Wang Pan's body, becoming stronger every minute. I'm completely healed.
Wang Pan was full of joy, and the injuries on his body were faster than he expected.
He originally thought that it would take 2 or 3 simulations to fully recover.
This means that Wang Pan can show off his power without any scruples, and no longer has to worry about his body being unable to withstand the force and collapsing. After a long time, Wang Pan calmed down.
My belief is actually life and death. Control your own life and death. A mysterious aura emanated from Wang Pan.
Later, under the control of Wang Pan, this belief grew rapidly, and then merged with the martial arts that reached the peak of qi and blood.
1%, 5%, 10%. In just a moment, an artistic conception was born.
Wang Pan is still an imitator at the second level of the military realm, but he is so powerful that even an ordinary imitator at the 10th level of the military realm cannot defeat Wang Pan.
The so-called belief is more like a prototype.
After this prototype is fused with the warrior's energy and blood and the ultimate skills, what is born is the artistic conception.
That is the so-called sword intention, etc.
And perhaps because I actually died once and was reincarnated in this world, I was born with a special artistic conception, the artistic conception of life and death. The artistic conception of life and death that I have mastered now is just the beginning, but the increase in my combat power is terrifying.
There is no mistake.
1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, 1 read.
Wang Pan savored his changes carefully. If you don't understand, you don't understand. If you understand, you understand.
When Wang Pan didn't understand, he couldn't understand it for most of his life, but once he understood it, Wang Pan naturally understood what faith was. As usual, I entered the simulator mall and first looked at a bunch of talents, but unfortunately I didn't have enough simulation points on the king board, so I had to just get addicted.
Now that I am a military simulator, I should have a natural weapon.
Only by giving birth to the natal magic weapon can one be considered a true military simulator. There is a huge gap between military realm simulators, and they can be divided into yellow soldiers, mysterious soldiers, earth soldiers, and heavenly soldiers. Wang Pan directly selected the weapon column and sword branch in the mall, preparing to choose his natal weapon. The reason why this realm is called Bing is because of the divine weapon. So strictly speaking, Wang Pan without any weapons integrated into it is a blank slate weapon realm, and the combat power of the same realm is inherently weaker than other weapon realms that have weapons integrated into it. Xiantian Sword, a heaven-level sword, priced at 30 million simulation points. Dragon Bone Sword, heaven-level sword, priced at 70 million simulation points. Killing Sword, heaven-level sword, priced at 186 million simulation points.
Wang Pan's eyelids kept twitching, and he silently pulled the screen down.
Xianyuan Heavy Water Sword, Earth-level sword, priced at 8 million simulation points.
Hanguang Sword, Earth-level sword, priced at 3 million simulation points.
With a tremor in his hand, he pulled the screen down a long way. 100 Flowers Sword, Mystical-level sword, priced at 300,000 simulation points. Golden Crystal Sword, Mystical-level sword, priced at 180,000 simulation points. Wang Pan decisively closed them all and stopped looking. The more he looked, the angrier he got.
Wang Pan doubted that the heaven-level sword with the highest price was only released for the simulators to see.
After all, which soldier-level simulator could come up with so many simulation points? Let alone the soldier level, Wang Pan doubted that even if the human king wanted to come up with such a large amount of simulation points, he would have to work hard. In addition, each simulator has only one chance to integrate the innate magic weapon when he is in the soldier realm. Once the simulator's realm exceeds the soldier realm, he can no longer integrate the weapon into his body. Obviously, the stronger the weapon you integrate into your body in the soldier realm, the stronger your combat power will be after forming the innate magic weapon. The weapon grade is not fixed, and it will also increase with the simulator's level. Therefore, in theory, even if the simulator integrates a low-level weapon in the soldier realm, it can be upgraded to have the power to destroy the world.
However, it is unknown how long this upgrade will take.
Anyway, there was a Human King Realm simulator who integrated a yellow-level sword in the soldier realm, but until this Human King Realm simulator died of old age, the sword was only upgraded to the earth level, and it was a long way from the heaven level.
Wang Pan was upset.
His simulation points were only enough to buy Xian-level swords, but Wang Pan was unwilling to choose only Xian-level swords to integrate into his body. If the simulator is not satisfied with the weapons provided by them all, he can choose to forge them himself. The simulation mark refreshed and appeared.
If I choose to forge a sword in the next simulation, can I take it back to the main world?
Wang Pan was a little surprised by the appearance of the simulation mark, but then he asked.
Due to the simulator's outstanding performance, the simulator can choose a special simulation world in the next simulation. Warning! When the simulator descends to the special simulation world, once an abnormal death occurs, it is real death.
When the simulator descends to the special simulation world, all non-world cultivation systems cannot be used. Then the simulation mark fell silent, without any sound.
Wang Pan also knew what he wanted to know. The risk is very high. Wang Pan fell into deep thought.
The risk is indeed very high, but the risk is often accompanied by an equal opportunity. Wang Pan's simulator level is rising too fast. Therefore, Wang Pan actually has very few choices. Either he can risk entering the special simulation world next time to see if he can forge a sword of earth grade or even heaven grade. Or he can only choose to buy a mysterious weapon in the simulator mall and integrate it into his body to serve as his lifelong magic weapon. According to the current speed at which Wang Pan improves the simulator level, it may not take long for Wang Pan's simulator level to reach the level of a general. Once he reaches the level of a general, it means that Wang Pan can no longer integrate magic weapons. Wang Pan does not think that the simulation points he has obtained can allow him to afford earth-grade swords. In the simulator mall, the cheapest earth-grade sword, the Hanguang sword, is priced at 3 million simulation points. As the saying goes, cheap is not good. This sentence applies to any product. This shows that the quality of the Hanguang sword is at the bottom among earth-grade swords, and it is likely to barely reach the earth grade. Even so, Wang Pan cannot afford it, because Wang Pan only has 200,000 simulation points, and there is still a shortfall of 2.8 million. Of course, Wang Pan can also choose to deliberately control the progress of his simulator level upgrade, experience more simulation worlds, and save enough simulation points. But it is obvious that Wang Pan will not lose sight of the main goal for simulation points. The higher the score, the greater the benefit. Do other simulators really think that they can get titles after each simulation like Wang Pan? In Wang Pan's opinion, this title is not even worse than some top talents. Simulator talent and title are the foundation. Even if Wang Pan is going to enter a special simulation world next time, he cannot use all the power outside this world, but the talent and title can still take effect.
This is where talent and title are precious.
Therefore, Wang Pan will not deliberately lower his evaluation for simulation points, but will do his best to improve his evaluation in each simulation world. After thinking about this, Wang Pan understands that he must go to this special simulation world. In this case, there is no point in keeping the simulation points, so spend them when you should. Bought 2 identity cards and used up 20,000 simulation points. The identity card with 10,000 simulation points has reached the top, and there is no higher one. Primary swordsmanship inheritance, this must be bought, 150,000 simulation points.
After a round of purchases, Wang Pan's simulation points were almost gone.
Primary swordsmanship inheritance is 5 times more expensive than basic swordsmanship inheritance. The content included in it has also been reduced a lot, or it can be said that it is more specialized. The basic swordsmanship inheritance contains thousands of things, but it is just an outline. The purpose is to open your eyes and understand some knowledge related to swordsmanship. And the primary swordsmanship inheritance specializes in various martial arts and killing moves. The huge amount of knowledge content impacted Wang Pan's mind, but after the birth of the realm of life and death, Wang Pan's spirit also ushered in sublimation. Although Wang Pan's mind was impacted by the huge content of the primary swordsmanship inheritance, he stood still. The reason for exchanging the primary swordsmanship inheritance is not because Wang Pan lacks fighting methods. Just kidding, Wang Pan has just experienced a simulated world, fought in it for half his life, and even used his own rights to collect martial arts in the world. Wang Pan is not short of martial arts, nor is he short of fighting experience. Now, I just want to learn knowledge that I don't have, so as to learn by analogy and enrich my foundation. When it was almost noon and about to eat, Wang Pan called Zhang Yao into the room mysteriously.
Panner, what's the matter?
Zhang Yao was a little confused. Mom, don't be surprised later. Wang Pan moved his mind and chose his strong and healthy talent to share with Zhang Yao. You kid.
Eh?
Zhang Yao smiled and was about to say something, but the next moment her face changed. At this time, Zhang Yao's skin was red, and large drops of turbid sweat came out from under her skin.
Panner, what's wrong with me?
Zhang Yao looked at her appearance in the mirror and was a little scared, and her tone was panicked.
Mom, don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Wang Pan comforted Zhang Yao.
No mistakes in one zone, one post, one content, 1/6, one book, one bar. Hearing Wang Pan say this, Zhang Yao also felt relieved and began to perceive her own changes. Zhang Yao felt that the changes in her body were related to Panner.
Since Panner said it was not a bad thing, Zhang Yao was not afraid.
Zhang Yao believed that her son would not harm her. Zhang Yao could feel that her energy was growing stronger and stronger, her limbs were strong, and her skin was starting to tighten. Her body was numb, as if countless little bugs were crawling around. Go out and make the soup first, and I'll take a shower, change clothes, and then we'll have dinner. Sweating all over, there was a sour smell that stuck to her body and made her feel uncomfortable, Zhang Yao said to Wang Pan.
As soon as Wang Pan left the room, Wang Jun came up and said, "What are you two talking about in secret? Is there anything else I don't know?"
Dad, don't ask, see for yourself later. By the way, this ID card is for you, remember to use it next time you simulate.
Wang Pan was very tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything.
Instead, he took out a card that was emitting a white glow and handed it to Wang Jun. Keep it for yourself, it's a waste to give it to me.
Wang Jun didn't take it and let Wang Pan use it himself. Dad, I still have some. On the contrary, you need it more.
A good birth can make it easier for the simulator to get high evaluation.
You have been a 6th grade simulator for quite a while, don't you want to move up a level?
Wang Pan said with a smile, with a sense of hope that his father would become a dragon.
What's the matter? Do you look down on the 6th grade simulator? Didn't your father raise you in Xiangxiang with the strength of a 6th grade simulator?
Wang Jun was unhappy and stared at Wang Pan.
Dad, I was wrong.
Wang Pan admitted his mistake honestly.
Take it back, your dad is just like this. You are different from Xiangxiang. You are still young and have an unlimited future. Every simulation point in the early stage is precious, so don't waste any simulation points.
Use the simulation points on yourself and let yourself go further.
Wang Jun warned Wang Pan earnestly. Dad, I am now a 2nd-level simulator in the Yellow Soldier realm.
Wang Pan said with a smile.
Yellow Soldier realm level 2? How could it be so fast? Aren't you only level 6? Also, you just became a formal simulator yesterday, and you experienced the simulated world again today?
Wang Jun's eyes were full of shock, and a series of questions kept coming out of Wang Jun's mouth. Wang Jun felt that his brain was not enough. A normal simulator only has one simulation opportunity per month. My first simulation world was highly evaluated, so I got an extra simulation opportunity. This morning, I experienced another simulation world. Then my simulator level was upgraded from the 6th level to the 2nd level simulator of the Yellow Soldier realm. As he spoke, Wang Pan emitted a ray of power. Buzz! In Wang Jun's eyes, he instantly felt that Wang Pan's figure was constantly rising, the space around him began to distort, and the sound from his ears gradually disappeared. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of Wang Jun's heart. Ha! You stinky boy, you are deliberately making me look bad, remember to tell me in advance next time. After Wang Pan took back the breath and a ray of power he emitted, Wang Jun staggered and almost collapsed to the ground. Wang Jun gasped for air, and the feeling of powerlessness just now was simply despairing. Be careful next time. Wang Pan smiled awkwardly and helped Wang Jun to the sofa. You want to have another chance? By the way, give me your ID card. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Wang Jun was annoyed and felt that he should be more motivated. Otherwise, relying on his level of a 6th grade simulator, he would not be confident to be the head of the family. Forget about a son, there is also a daughter. If Xianxian's simulator level is higher than mine after a while, how can he show a great father image in front of Xianxian? It would be over if I had taken it earlier. Wang Pan handed the ID card to Wang Jun and muttered softly. So you mean to blame me? Which simulator can upgrade faster than you? Wang Jun blushed and said with his neck stiff. After the words came out, Wang Jun's expression suddenly became cautious, and he said, Panner, it's okay to tell me this time, but from today on, before you have enough self-protection ability, don't tell anyone about your strength. I understand what you mean, don't worry, I'm not stupid. Wang Pan nodded, knowing what Wang Jun was worried about. Wang Pan's simulation level increased too quickly. Once it was known, there would probably be countless malicious eyes on Wang Pan. Or they would want to dig out the reason why Wang Pan's simulation level increased so quickly. Or they would attract some desperate people to kill Wang Pan directly and strangle him in advance. It's good that you understand. Dad is also for your own good. Now the world is becoming more and more unpeaceful. Wang Jun was relieved when he saw that Wang Pan answered very seriously without any perfunctory. There are nearly 100 kings in my country of Xia, and tens of thousands of marquises. The situation is not so bad, right? Wang Pan heard the worry in Wang Jun's tone, which made Wang Pan feel a little incredible. The situation will only be worse than you think. The territory of Xia State is too large, which means that the strong are scattered all around, and it is difficult to take care of all aspects. I heard from the director that the higher-ups are already considering whether to give up all cities except Tianshu. What the higher-ups mean is that Chuzhou is too large, and there is a serious shortage of simulators, so they are preparing to move everyone into Tianshu City. In this way, gathering simulators from the entire Chuzhou can also better protect the masses. Wang Jun revealed a secret. Are you crazy? How can Tianshu City accommodate the entire Chuzhou population of more than 4 billion? Wang Pan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed subconsciously. You can think of things, do you think the higher-ups have not considered them? Do you know how many people died abnormally in Zhongcheng last year? Wang Jun saw Wang Pan's confused face, and then spit out a number. 36,820 people. This is just the number of deaths recorded by our simulator administration. There are definitely more deaths that have not been recorded. This situation is not only in our Jiangcheng. Except for Tianshu City, the rest of the cities in Chuzhou are not much better than our Jiangcheng. Wang Jun looked a little angry, but more helpless. Compared with the simulators, there are too many ordinary people. There are less than 200 simulators in the entire Jiangcheng simulator administration, and what about ordinary people in Jiangcheng? The permanent population is more than 30 million. There are many simulators born in Jiangcheng every year. It should not be this number, but more simulators stay in big cities and are unwilling to return to Jiangcheng. This has led to increasing pressure on the entire Jiangcheng simulator administration. And this year, only 7 months have passed, and the number of abnormal deaths recorded in Jiangcheng has exceeded 50,000. The numbers spit out from Wang Jun's mouth are shocking. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 16, 19. No wonder the higher-ups want to move all the people in Chuzhou to Tianshu City. Wang Pan had never thought that there were so many murderous intentions hidden under the prosperous city. Putting himself in their shoes, Wang Pan felt that if he were in their shoes, he would also want to move everyone to Tianshu City. Gathering all the simulators in Chuzhou, plus Chuzhou University is also located in Tianshu City. This way, it would be easier to protect ordinary people. It can also reduce the pressure on simulators. So, once the news that your simulator level has increased so quickly gets out, let alone anything else, the two notorious organizations, the World Destroyer and the Savior, will come looking for you.
I understand. Wang Pan nodded seriously.
The second order of the soldiers is too weak in front of the two organizations in the Shimi Society and Savior. In the Savior and the Organization of the World Society, there is a simulation of the Kingdom of Kingdom or a strong who is comparable to the King of the Kingdom.
And far more than one or two.
This is why the two organizations can span the world not only have not been destroyed, but have always been very active. But Wang Pan is confident, and the gap between himself and them is time. As long as you give yourself some time, Wang Pan is confident, what Savior will be organized, and the world will organize, and you have no qualifications to look directly at me in front of yourself.
What are you muttering? Don't wash your hands and eat?
Zhang Yao's voice came. What the father and son talked about was not suitable for Zhang Yao to know, fearing that Zhang Yao could not accept that ordinary people could accept it.
In addition, Zhang Yao was afraid of worrying about her husband and children in the whole day.
After all, Zhang Yao is an ordinary person in this family.
Wang Jun watched Wang Pan.
Wang Pan nodded and expressed his understanding.
Nothing to say, right, my soup is forgotten.
Wang Pan got up and came to Zhang Yao, and he said something badly.
It's okay, forget it, the same is true at night, ask your dad to come over for dinner.
Zhang Yao wiped his hair with a towel, and disagreed. Mom, you are recovering young, as beautiful as you saw when you were a kid, although you were beautiful before, but now it's more beautiful.
Waiting for me to see you, I will definitely be surprised.
Wang Pan said sincerely that after being blessed by strong and talented talents, Zhang Yao now looks like a teenage younger, his skin is like Jim Other, and he can break.
Just your mouth is sweet, is I really beautiful now?
Zhang Yao was so beautiful.
Of course, no matter when you are the most beautiful in my heart.
Wang Pan said without hesitation.
This is what Xiangxiang is not at home. If Xiangxiang is there, she will disagree. Zhang Yao laughed and was helpless. Her daughter was too bad. Wang Pan couldn't help laughing.
After thinking about it, if Xiangxiang was there, I am afraid it would be really the case. I believed that the first, and my mother had to drop one back.
Come on, come on. Wang Jun opened his mouth and suddenly stuttered. Wife, how did you become so young?
Wang Jun responded to Zhang Yao's words, just got up, and was about to wash his hands and eat, and then he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and his words were also hesitant.
You are such a heartless man, you don't even recognize your wife? Zhang Yao was angry, stepped forward and twisted Wang Jun's ear, saying viciously. I don't know what happened, it's all Panner's fault.
Zhang Yao shrugged her white shoulders, indicating that she didn't know, and had to ask your baby son.
Wife, I was wrong. The familiar action, the right amount of strength, relaxed Wang Jun's tense body.
That's right, the person in front of him is his wife. It's not because you changed so much all of a sudden, I didn't dare to recognize you. Wife, you are as beautiful and charming now as when I first met you. Wang Jun was shy and praised Zhang Yao. This made Zhang Yao blush, and she loosened her hand that was twisting Wang Jun's ear. She was like a young girl who had just fallen in love, full of shyness.
Really?
Zhang Yao felt sweet in her heart, but she was still a little nervous, and her eyes were staring at Wang Jun. Of course it's true.
Wang, never tell lies. Wang Jun patted his chest and swore. Then where did you hide your private money, Dad?
Wang Pan looked at the couple openly showing off their love, with a face full of resentment, and just happened to hear Wang Jun's words, and then Zhang Yao's head popped out from behind and asked curiously.
I hid it there. Good boy, you are cheating your father.
Wang Jun looked proud, and halfway through his words, he suddenly felt a murderous aura, and couldn't help but kick Wang Pan fiercely.
Wife, listen to my quibbling. Wang Jun's face changed so quickly that it was amazing.
He just glared at Wang Pan fiercely. But the next moment, when he turned his head to face Zhang Yao, his face was full of flattering and pleasing smiles.
Okay, you're already grown up, stop being weird, go wash your hands and have dinner.
Zhang Yao shook her head. They were an old couple, so who doesn't know each other's character?
Okay, wife, love you. Wang Jun smiled and went to wash his hands, feeling so happy.
Before leaving, he threw a look at Wang Pan that said you're a sensible boy.
Wang Jun is the biggest beneficiary of this wave.
But Wang Jun didn't ask how Wang Pan made Zhang Yao regain her youth in an instant. Wang Jun was also curious, but as Wang Jun had just said to Wang Pan, the fewer people know about Wang Pan's information, the safer Wang Pan is. Sometimes, when a secret is known by others, it is no longer a secret. In this world where everyone has the opportunity to become a simulator, you never know what means others will have.
Halfway through the meal, Wang Shangshan's video call came in. Wang Shangshan has also enrolled and become a student of Chuzhou University. When Wang Shangshan reaches the level of a general, she will be able to graduate. Of course, if a freshman cannot reach the level of a general within 3 years, he will be forced to drop out. Wang Shangshan worked all morning and finally finished all the procedures for freshman admission, as well as cleaning her dormitory and packing her gifts. Wang Shangshan didn't even have time to eat before she called back on a video call to let her family know she was safe. Dang dang dang. Your little cutie is here. Wang Shangshan's playful and cute voice came from the phone. Shangshan, how is Chuzhou University? Have you met your classmates? Have you eaten? Zhang Yao's tone was full of concern, asking Wang Shangshan questions. Mom? Why have you become younger?
Wang Shangshan looked at the beautiful young woman in her hand and was stunned. She exited the video page and checked to make sure she had made no mistake with the contact. Then she started to yell. In Wang Shangshan's eyes, Zhang Yao was at most 26 or 27 years old, but in the morning, Wang Shangshan still remembered that her mother was not like this.
After some explanation, Wang Shangshan's eyes lit up and she said hurriedly, Mom, let me talk to my brother.
Brother Wang Shangshan said nothing and started to act like a spoiled child.
She almost sent Wang Pan away with a trembling voice. Speak properly, why are you speaking in a clip tone? Wang Pan shuddered and asked Wang Shangshan to be honest. I am your sister, you won't ignore me, right?
Wang Shangshan restrained herself a little, biting her lips, with a pitiful look that made people want to protect her. Shangshan, just say what you want to say, so that I can eat after you finish speaking. Wang Pan felt his head was bigger. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar. Shangshan also wants to be young like her mother when she is about to get old. Wang Shangshan's eyes were full of brilliance, and she also did not ask Wang Pan how he did it.
No problem. Wang Pan agreed readily, and then changed the subject, but what?
Wang Shangshan was full of questions, but after hearing her brother's promise, she was still very happy and showed a pair of sharp little tiger teeth.
How are you going to reward me, Shangshan?
Wang Pan showed his true face, like a fox that caught a chicken, with a smile in his eyes.
Ah? You still need a reward?
Wang Shangshan made a bitter face, thinking in her heart, what can be used as a reward? Of course I have to give a reward, so that if there is any benefit, my brother will think of you first.
Wang Pan looked at Wang Shangshan's bitter face, and couldn't help but move his phone away and snickered. How about it, have you thought of a reward for me? Wang Pan scooped 2 mouthfuls of rice vigorously. If he didn't eat, the food would be cold. I can't think of it. Wang Shangshan lowered her head, looking frustrated. Well, who made you my sister, so, let's do this, your brother will suffer a little, just kiss me. Wang Pan said righteously, pointing to his cheek with his finger. Stinky brother. Wang Shangshan's ears turned red immediately, remembering that she kissed Wang Pan's cheek last night. I'm not stinky, didn't you kiss me last night? Don't you know if it's stinky or not? Shangshan, do you agree or not? If not, I'll go to eat. Wang Pan smiled, the little girl was a little thin-skinned after all. Hate it, stinky brother, don't say it. Wang Shangshan was angry, but her voice was much lower. It seemed that she was afraid of being heard by Zhang Yao and Wang Junmua. Wang Shangshan's eyes rolled, and then her mouth approached the camera and smacked. Then she said proudly, I kissed you, stinky brother, don't go back on your word, otherwise I will ignore you. It doesn't count, I didn't kiss you. Wang Pan shook his head. That's none of my business, anyway, brother, you didn't tell me how to kiss. Lululu, I haven't had lunch yet, I'm going to eat. Wang Shangshan stuck out her tongue, hung up the call with a smile, and rolled around happily on the bed. Why does my brother always like me to kiss him? Don't you know I'm not a child anymore? Although we are brother and sister, it's so embarrassing. Wang Shangshan turned her little head and began to ponder. On the other side, looking at the black screen, Wang Pan also laughed dumbly. Wang Jun scooped a big mouthful of rice viciously. Sulking alone, I felt like my precious daughter was gone after she left the house. She called me back on video, but she hung up without even asking me. What's wrong? You only have your mother and your brother in your eyes, not your old father?
Wang Jun, who was full of joy, was still thinking about Wang Shangxiang taking the phone to see his precious daughter after she finished chatting with Wang Pan, but Wang Shangxiang hung up too quickly. Seeing Wang Jun sulking there, Zhang Yao and Wang Pan also looked at each other and smiled. After finishing the meal, Wang Pan put away the dishes and washed them. Since I am now in good health, I should do what I can for my family. Honey, I'm going out. Wang Jun waved to Zhang Yao and prepared to go out. Go ahead and be safe. Zhang Yao was full of tenderness and warned Wang Jun, don't worry. Wang Jun smiled and then went out. Wang Jun was going to work at the Simulator Management Bureau. Wang Shangxiang had to take a simulator assessment, so Wang Jun took 2 days off. Now that Wang Shangxiang has gone to college, Wang Jun no longer stays at home. Hey, Lao Wang, I heard that your daughter is already an official imitator. Why don't you treat your brothers to a drink? That's right. Instead of having a college entrance party to celebrate, we can just treat a few of us to a roadside stall. Arriving at the Simulator Management Bureau branch, many people were making fun of Wang Jun along the way. That's no problem. When I get off work tomorrow morning, I'll be the host and treat you to a barbecue. Wang Jun also smiled and responded from time to time. Night is also the peak time for all kinds of ghosts and monsters to appear, so Wang Jun cannot go home tonight and has to wait until tomorrow morning for someone to change his shift. Captain Wang, your daughter is really promising. From now on, just wait and enjoy the blessings. The speaker's tone was full of envy. My son is 20 years old this year. He is as handsome as a tree. He is a perfect match for your daughter, Captain Wang. How about we get married? A simulator came forward with a shy face and asked Wang Jun for his opinion. Xiao Yang, please pull him down. Let's not say that your son is just an ordinary person. Let's talk about his appearance. It's not like we haven't seen your son before. Looks exactly like you. Moreover, this boy has evil intentions and has done a lot of harm to girls. Do you still want to be in laws with Captain Wang? Before Wang Jun could speak, there was a burst of ridicule from the side. The simulators are not in harmony with each other. It is normal for them to have some friction in the same simulator bureau. How can you taint someone's innocence out of thin air? Xiao Yang frowned and his face turned red. Then he left in despair under the condemnation of a group of people. There are less than 200 simulators in the Jiangqing Simulator Management Bureau, and the highest level simulator among them is the third-class general level, responsible for sitting at the headquarters and leading the overall situation. The number of imitators in the remaining branches ranges from a few to dozens. There are 7 branches, large and small, plus a general bureau, but they are responsible for abnormal events in the entire Jiangqing. Old Wang, you came back just in time. You are responsible for following up on these 2 cases. The person in charge of the branch had a frown on his face, called Wang Jun, and handed the 2 case reports to Wang Jun. One record recorded that all the villagers in Shuangtang village died overnight. The corpse was shriveled and all the blood had been drained from its body. After on-site investigation, some animal hair was found, and it was concluded that it was the work of evil spirits. According to another case record, in Jiangcheng New District, all the residents of an entire community died tragically. The corpses were artificially piled up in the community square and piled together to create an altar of flesh and blood. After exploration, it should be the work of the World Destruction Society. Hey, why are so many people dead? After looking at the case in his hand, Wang Jun took a deep breath and felt his scalp numb. Yeah, if this keeps up, I won't be able to hide it anymore. The head of the branch said bitterly. Call. Leave it to me. After exhaling a filthy breath, Wang Jun took case sec with him, called the members of his team, and decided to solve the flesh altar case first. The World Destruction Society is too harmful. Compared with the World Destruction Society, the evil spirits have to stand back. In a basement, dozens of people covered in cloaks gathered together. All that could be seen were the pair of red eyes under the cloak. This is what power feels like. Thank you to the Annihilation Society for giving me strength. Ho ho ho, even if I can't become a simulator, I've still stepped into the transcendent world. In the darkness, sickly sounds sounded. This is just the beginning. Just one person from one community has greatly increased your strength. Think about how many people there are in the entire Jiang city? The leading figure smiled sinisterly, surrounded by a blood-red evil spirit that lingered. Behind the black-robed man, one could vaguely see countless stumps and broken arms waving around, roaring. Gulu! Kill them all! Sacrifice their flesh, blood, and souls to the supreme world-destroying beast. Among the crowd, no one knew who swallowed first, and then a group of people went crazy. Darkness fell, and dozens of cloaked figures appeared around the community.
There is no mistake.
One post, one content, 161, one book, one read.
A black chain as thin as a hair emerged from each figure.
The chain was like a living creature, constantly twisting and stretching. Dozens of tiny chains intertwined in mid-air, forming a large network to isolate the community from the outside world. Then dozens of black-robed men filed into the community with expressions of expectation and cruelty on their faces.
Kill them all. All die.
Offer a feast of flesh and blood to the supreme world-destroying beast. A group of men in black robes roared nervously and started killing.
Help! Who are you? Run! Don't kill me! My wife is colorful, I will give you my wife. Countless screams in the community were intertwined.
It looks like a pig, want to be beautiful. A black-robed man had no expression, his hands and swords and fell, and he chopped his head.
Don't be afraid, I will be fast, you can bear it.
Speaking, cutting off a woman's head at least 200 pounds, her face on her face.
Did you hear it? How wonderful performances.
The heads of the people stood in place, but they didn't do anything, but they were satisfied inside.
Following a small kilometer, Wang Jun was taking his team into a stronghold in the world. Captain, a bit wrong, the number is too small.
A middle-aged woman came to Wang Jun and looked a little dignified. It's wrong, just by this person, it is impossible for people who kill a community in a short time, and also cast their bodies into altars. Wang Jun knew that it was broken, and these people who destroyed the world must start to commit crimes again. Wang Jun did not expect that the people who destroyed the world were so crazy. Only the big case yesterday was on the cusp of the wind, and he dared to commit crimes. Captain, the information came from the intelligence department, there was a community that could not be contacted.
We are the closest team from this community. Let us rush to confirm in the bureau.
At this time, a young man stepped forward quickly and reported the news.
Which community? Wang Jun asked all the players to gather, and then asked.
Jinchayuan, 3.5 kilometers from us.
The youth daily issued details. As if a bomb exploded in Wang Jun's mind, Wang Jun's face was pale. After the reaction came, Wang Jun roared, Jinchao Garden? Damn! Everyone, set off immediately.
Wang Jun's eyes were bloody, without any scruples, he directly broke out, and a bloody wolf rose.
Boom! As if a cannon erupted, Wang Jun flashed tens of meters away.
There are only a dozen centimeters deep in place, and the footprints are surrounded by cracks. A group of Wang Jun's teammates looked at each other and followed suit. Although they didn't know why Wang Jun suddenly went crazy, their long-term trust prevented them from questioning Wang Jun's decision. Screams could be heard from everywhere in the community, and naturally they couldn't hide it from Wang Pan. Wang Pan could hear screams one after another, and the tip of his nose could smell the strong smell of blood in the air.
Bang!
Wang Pan walked out of the room and came outside Zhang Yao's room. He gently touched the door lock with his hand, and the door suddenly exploded.
Mom, something happened. Put on your coat and I'll take you away first.
Wang Pan woke Zhang Yao up and said.
What happened to Panner? Zhang Yao was wearing pajamas.
After being woken up by Wang Pan, she put on her coat in a daze before asking.
Wang Pan didn't hide anything and said quickly, someone died in the community, many people.
Zhang Yao looked panicked, her eyes full of worry. Mom, don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Wang Pan saw Zhang Yao's body trembling slightly and knew that Zhang Yao was scared, so he couldn't help but comfort him.
Panner, what should we do now?
Zhang Yao was very scared, but at this time Zhang Yao forced herself to calm down. I'll take you out of here first. Wang Pan is not a fool to act like a hero. Listening to the screams coming from all over the community, you know that there are many enemies. Under such circumstances, once she goes to save others, what will Zhang Yao do?
Are you leaving Zhang Yao alone at home?
However, Wang Pan was also filled with anger and decided to take Zhang Yao away first and hand it over to Wang Jun before causing trouble for these people. Without waiting for Zhang Yao to respond, Wang Pan wrapped one hand around Zhang Yao's waist and strode out of the room. Mom, close your eyes, don't open them. Wang Pan said softly. Zhang Yao knew that she was a burden, so she didn't say much. She would do whatever Wang Pan said and couldn't let Panner be distracted by herself.
Put!
Wang Pan suddenly made a move, his hand turned into a claw shape, and instantly penetrated the security door. With an expressionless face, Wang Pan took back his blood-stained palms, opened the door, and left with Zhang Yao. Behind him, a figure fell at the door of Wang Pan's house, and the surrounding walls were splattered with blood. Wang Pan was very fast, and with a little step of his feet, his body appeared 100 meters away. There's another one here. Don't let him get away. It's an imitator. Quick, let's surround him and kill him. So what if the simulators, they will die just the same. Wang Pan was discovered, and a group of people from the World Destruction Society rushed towards Wang Pan. Act recklessly. Wang Pan snorted coldly, swept his kick, and a half-moon-shaped wind blade flew out. Several people from the World Destruction Society who were blocking Wang Pan were instantly cut into countless pieces. The strength of these members of the World Destruction Society is vulnerable to Wang Pan, which is probably equivalent to that of an 8th-grade imitator. If Zhang Yao hadn't been there, Wang Pan wouldn't have wanted to take the risk and he could have killed everyone in one fell swoop. Stop chasing. Collect all the corpses and make an altar of flesh and blood. A voice rang out, and the rest of the World Destroyer Society no longer pursued Wang Pan. One after another began to move the bodies and pile them together. Damn it, how could I possibly need a military realm simulator? Escape, you must escape. Li Qing's heart was full of panic and fear. While all his men were busy, Li Qing's figure quietly disappeared into the darkness. Wang Pan took Zhang Yao through the barrier covering the community, and happened to bump into Wang Jun, who was rushing in angrily. Dad! Husband! Are you okay? Wang Jun breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Zhang Yao and Wang Pan. It's okay, Panner took me out right away. Zhang Yao threw herself into Wang Jun's arms, her body trembling, and she looked very frightened. Team leader! Members of the Wang army team also arrived shortly afterwards. Looking at this scene, everyone finally understood why Wang Jun suddenly went crazy. This group of lunatics from the World Destruction Society actually targeted the community where the captain's family lived. If it were them, they would probably go crazy. Wang Jun was filled with fear. If his son hadn't become an imitator, Zhang Yao would have been in trouble today. At this time, Wang Jun was full of murderous intent towards the people of the World Destruction Society, and immediately said to Wang Pan, Panner, protect your mother. Others, follow me in and kill these bastards. Yes. The team members jumped into action. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Dad, leave this to me. Wang Pan's eyes were full of evil spirits. He was worried about Zhang Yao's presence and didn't dare to fight. If something happened to Zhang Yao, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Now that Zhang Yao is in Wang Jun's hands, Wang Pan has no worries. Be safe. Wang Jun was silent for a moment and did not persuade. Don't worry. Wang Pan nodded and disappeared in a flash. Is Panner going to be okay? Why don't you stop me? Zhang Yao was a little worried. No, Panner is much better than me. Wang Jun smiled bitterly. If Wang Pan couldn't deal with the people of the World Destruction Society, then he would be even less able. Everyone, seal the surrounding area. If you encounter someone from the World Destruction Society, don't hold back, just kill them. Looking at the team members around him, Wang Jun ordered. Clear. A group of team members dispersed and disappeared. Although they said they were blocking all around, how could they block such a large community with only 7 simulators? After all, the people of the World Destruction Society are crazy and neurotic, not stupid. Such a large community, where can't you leave? The wall is just a thing to block ordinary people. The reason why Wang Jun issued this order is just because he has confidence in his son. Still want to run? Wang Pan sensed a breath going away and couldn't help laughing in anger. Death is my gift to you. How can you escape? How dare you escape? Wang Pan's strength exploded completely, and his blood rushed to the sky. Oh no! Sensing the terrifying breath coming from behind, Li Qing no longer hid and burst out with all his strength. A sticky red breath like blood surrounded Li Qing's body, like a substance. The strong smell of blood coming from Li Qing was disgusting. Li Qing jumped high, and a long blood-colored rainbow passed through the air. Damn it, I have to be careful next time. Li Qing was a little annoyed, but he couldn't help but smile when he thought that he would be able to escape soon. Wang Pan just stretched out a hand, opened his 5 fingers, and clenched Li Qing's figure fiercely. No! A terrifying force directly sealed the surroundings, making Li Qing like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move, and could only wait quietly for death to come. Bang! In mid-air, Li Qing's body exploded and turned into a bloody rain. The master is dead, brothers, kill him and avenge the master. A member of the World Destruction Society roared, calling his companions, ready to rush forward. Pa!
Another person beside him slapped him without hesitation, and then shouted, "The master is dead, brothers, run away separately." A group of people from the World Destruction Society immediately dispersed when they heard this. That's right, selfishness is the style of the World Destruction Society. The guy who just shouted to avenge the master almost made us unable to do it. I thought we were not joining a society for the destruction of the world, but some kind of mutual aid and friendship society. Watching a group of people from the World Destruction Society fleeing in all directions, Wang Pan took slow steps. Every time he appeared behind a person, he would tap his finger and penetrate their heads. When he was at the 6th level, Wang Pan could make his blood and chi burn like a furnace and injure people from 100 steps away. Now Wang Pan is already a soldier, and his strength is much stronger than when he was at the 6th level. These rubbish from the World Destruction Society are only equivalent to the 8th level. How could they escape from Wang Pan? In just a few moments, all the people from the World Destruction Society were killed by Wang Pan. Dad, the people from the World Destruction Society are dead, and the rest is up to you. Wang Pan walked out of the community and said to Wang Jun, "Well, you take your mom to find a hotel to stay first, and I'll take care of the rest." So many people died in the community, so they definitely couldn't go back to live there. Okay. Wang Pan nodded and left with Zhang Yao. A week later, Wang Pan's family moved into their new home. Because of this incident, Wang Jun's family was affected, which reminded all simulators. This time, Wang Jun was lucky. His son was also a simulator. He took his family away at the first time and nothing happened. But what about the families of other simulators? There are too few simulators, so most of the families of simulators are just ordinary people. Once they encounter such a thing, they are simply powerless to resist. So in order to prevent such a thing from happening, the Jiangqing Simulator Management Bureau directly cleared a community near the headquarters. Now all the families of simulators live in the community, and there are always 3 simulators in the community. Not far away is the Jiangqing Simulator Management Bureau. Once a crisis occurs, they can rush to support in the first time. It's time to simulate again. In the room, Wang Pan disappeared. This simulation is a special world. It is detected that the simulator has an ID card. Do you want to use it? Use the ID card. In addition, you don't need to ask in the future. The default is to use the ID card every time you enter the simulation world. Confirmation is successful, no prompts will be given in the future. The ID card is used. Your existence is a miracle. This simulation randomly generates a talent. Talent is generated, advanced talent, mutation. As long as you have enough energy, you can complete the mutation according to your ideas. This talent seems very useless at first glance, but if you can control the mutation as you wish and mutate in a good direction, then this talent is very strong. I can only say that it is worthy of being an advanced talent. Wang Pan is very satisfied with this talent. Your talent is taking effect, your titles such as capitalist and pioneer are being blessed. Life simulation events are generated. 0 years old, you were born in a noble family, and you are a strong blue cow. 3 years old, you spent a happy childhood and started to plow the land. 9 years old, plowing the land day after day makes you exhausted. 14 years old, as a cow, you have tried your best, and your old body can no longer support you to plow the land. 14 years old, a guest came to the noble's house. You died of old age and were made into a table full of dishes. The guests were very happy. The Sims event loading is complete, and the simulation begins. This time, there are very few events, but the difficulty is greatly increased. Moo! Wang Pan was born, covered with mucus. A cow stretched out its rough tongue and cleaned the dirt on Wang Pan's body. Wang Pan staggered to his feet and began to drink milk instinctively. A month later, Wang Pan had grown a lot, and a pair of horns emerged. His green fur made Wang Pan look a little out of place. Isn't this simulation too difficult? Wang Pan felt it was difficult. This time, he actually turned into an animal. The first 3 years were okay. He didn't have to do anything and just played. But after the age of 3, he had to work until he died. If not, I can only run away before I turn 3 and find a place to hide. As long as I can survive until I turn 14, I can return at that time. Wang Pan will never forget that if he dies in this world, he will really die. Moo! A calf that is smaller than Wang Pan called out to Wang Pan, asking him to play with it. Go play somewhere else. Wang Pan also mooed. The content of the first post is in the 16:9 book bar. Do you look down on me? The calf's nose blew out 2 streams of hot air, slowly lowered its head, and then rushed towards Wang Pan angrily. Bang! Wang Pan was not used to this calf, and with a little force, he knocked the calf to the ground. Moo! The calf that was knocked to the ground by Wang Pan was stunned for a moment, and then big tears flowed from its eyes. Wang Pan ignored the calf and returned to the cowshed. He put his head into the trough and chewed 2 bean cakes. Wang Pan got angry. Eat the bean cakes, they are not nutritious at all. I want to eat meat. Wang Pan ran out of the cowshed angrily and looked for food in the fields. In the fields, many farmers were working hard, but unfortunately, these fields did not belong to them. They were just tenants of the Dugu family. And Wang Pan was also the property of the Dugu family. No one dared to steal the Dugu family's cows. After working all afternoon, Wang Pan ate a frog, a dozen grasshoppers, and a few small fish. Back in the cowshed, Wang Pan's stomach kept growling, and he couldn't help but start eating bean cakes. At night, Wang Pan sneaked out of the cowshed and slept on a big rock in the yard. The smell in the cowshed was too strong for Wang Pan to stand. A bright moon in the sky shone on the earth, and the moonlight like gauze was draped over Wang Pan's body. As Wang Pan breathed in and out, a ray of moonlight penetrated into Wang Pan's mouth and nose, and the green fur around his body began to emit a faint green light. Crackle! The next morning, Wang Pan stretched and got up from the big rock. A sound like firecrackers came from Wang Pan's body. Ha! What's going on? My body is much stronger. Wang Pan's eyes were full of confusion. This abrupt change made Wang Pan interested. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Pan couldn't find the reason, so he set his eyes on the big stone in the yard. If there was any difference between yesterday and the past, it was that he ate meat yesterday, and then he slept on this big stone last night. Eating meat should not cause such a big change in his body. In this way, only this stone is left. Try it again tonight and you will know. At night, Wang Pan ran out of the cowshed again, lying on the stone, waiting quietly. It turns out that it's not the stone that's the reason, but the moonlight. The moonlight fell on Wang Pan, and as Wang Pan breathed, a stream of cold air penetrated into Wang Pan's body and began to strengthen Wang Pan's body. This kind of strengthening is very slow and gentle. However, this kind of strengthening is continuous. As long as you are in the moonlight, you can become stronger all the time. I can breathe in the moonlight, so am I a demon now? Also, am I the only one who can breathe in the moonlight, or can all animals in this world breathe in the moonlight? Wang Pan fell into deep thought. If only he could breathe in the moonlight, it means that it is because of his talent. But if all animals can breathe in and out moonlight, it means that extraordinary powers exist in this world, and the upper limit is very high. This question got the answer 3 months ago. When Wang Pan saw it, a strange bird with a wing exhibition of 20-30 meters in the sky flew down and grabbed the 2 cows that were cultivated in the field into the sky. Since then, Wang Pan knows that this world is not ordinary, there are monsters. And there must be people who have the existence of extraordinary power. It is very simple. If humans cannot master the extraordinary power, they may have been destroyed when they face these monsters. In the next half of the year, Wang Pan developed rapidly. Compared with the calf of the same age, Wang Pan's body was doubled than them, and the corners also grew more than 10 centimeters. With the blessing of many talents, the strength of Wang Pan's body is terrible, and each piece of muscles are like iron water pouring. In half a year, Wang Pan will not be lightly disaster around the surrounding animals. What to eat and eat. For half a year, under the blessing of talent mutation, Wang Pan is now used to eating meat, and even his teeth have begun to become sharp. It can be said that in addition to wearing a cowhide, Wang Pan and Niu are simply 2 species. In addition, Wang Pan also missed the opportunity to vomit the moon every night and think about how to improve the speed of absorbing the month. Now Wang Pan is just a passive absorption month. The passive absorption of the month every night has benefited Wang Pan in half a year. If you can take the initiative to absorb the month, then your strength will make progress faster. It's too slow, it seems to be adventurous. Wang Pan was a little dissatisfied with his strength, and put his eyes in the mountains that are in the distance. Listening to the households in the field chatting, Wang Pan knew that it was the Tongtian Mountains, including countless big monsters, and more massive heaven and earth treasures. The Dugu family is a generation of guarding the Tongtian Mountains to prevent the monsters from rushing out of the mountains. Every year, countless strong men have led the team into the Tongtian Mountains to clean the monsters outside the mountains. Taoist, you're troubled this time. In the distance, a group of strong men of the Dugu family surrounded a crane-haired old man in the field. It's really troublesome, have to add money. The people in the original Dugu family were just polite, but I did not expect the old Taoist priest to nod seriously. Why does the Taoist say this? Dugusheng pretended to be an inexplicable asking, but he was scolding the old things with appetite.
This place has been raised for 30 years, but unfortunately the land power is still a little worse.
It is not enough to plant dragon teeth rice. The money collected by the old road is just responsible for the formation and gathered to the ground. As for the problem of lack of land power, you have to add money. The old Taoist laughed very happily and showed a mouthful of yellow teeth.
How is it possible that in the past 3 decades, I have poured these fields with monsters every day with monsters?
The ground power trained is enough to support dragon teeth to grow? An old family of Dugu family couldn't help questioning. Hey, it's enough, but you haven't let these places idle in the past 2 years?
The old Taoist pointed at a lush seedlings in front of him. Fortunately, you only planted without spiritual food, and fortunately, it started to grow in the past 2 years.
Otherwise, these places will be abolished. The old Taoist also lamented the good luck of Dugu's family. Taoist, open the price. Dugugang squeezed his nose to confess.
Originally, I thought that this place was idle, and some ordinary rice was harmless. After all, it was the land that was cultivated by countless efforts. On this land, the rice-growing rice also mutated.
Frequent consumption is also very good for ordinary practitioners.
However, because of this reason, the geographical power is not enough for this reason, which made Dugu victory in staring at Dugu Lin in the 3 bedrooms.
It is also simple to want me to take a shot. After the dragon teeth are mature, I want to be 10%.
The old Taoist said with a smile.
Impossible. Taoist, you are robbing by the fire. One of the dragon teeth, the Taoist chief has a good appetite, and isn't he afraid to die?
Hearing the conditions of the old Taoist priest, the people of the Dugu family couldn't sit still and spoke. One of the adult dragons, or you spend 30 years to cultivate the land, which one do you choose? There is no mistake, 1 book, 1, a book. The old Taoist was not in a hurry at all, and said slowly. As soon as this statement came out, the people in the Dugu family were instantly stupid. Taoist, there are too many adult dragon teeth, we cannot accept our Dugu family.
Dugu Sheng said.
In order to grow dragon teeth, the Dugu family spent 30 years, and the blood was poured on the ground with the blood of the monsters every day.
However, the old Taoist priests had to take away 1% of the dragon tooth rice when they moved their mouths. Hey, you can replace them at will.
If you can solve the problem of this land, the dragon teeth seeds you need to do the Dugu family are old. And the dragon teeth produced in this batch of seeds do not need to be handed over, you can stay as much as possible. The old Taoist was not angry, and he was replaced by himself. I am afraid that he was not better than those in the Dugu family in front of him. Of course, the old Taoist is not afraid to offend the Dugu family.
The old Taoist's own strength will not be said. The identity of the old Taoist Xintian teaching branch alone is enough to make the Dugu family jealous.
As soon as the old Taoist said, Dugu wins to know the trouble.
Dragon tooth rice is extremely precious. Except for the great sects and the royal family, any person or force who secretly keeps dragon tooth rice seeds will be sentenced to death.
All forces that buy dragon tooth rice seeds from the great sects or the royal family must not only pay a lot of money, but also hand over 70% of the dragon tooth rice they produce. In addition, the dragon tooth rice seeds that flow out from the royal family or the great sects can only be planted once, and new dragon tooth rice cannot germinate at all. This old Taoist priest is from Xiantian sect, and it is not strange for Dugu Sheng to have dragon tooth rice seeds. But since this old Taoist priest is so confident that he dares to bet with dragon tooth rice seeds and 70% of the dragon tooth rice handed over, it means that the old Taoist priest is confident that no one except him can solve the troubles of these lands. Please help the Taoist priest. Our Dugu family agrees to the Taoist priest's conditions. After discussing, the people of the Dugu family could only agree to the conditions of the old Taoist priest. The hearts of the people of the Dugu family were bleeding. They were originally going to hand over 70% of the dragon tooth rice to Xiantian sect, and now they have lost another 10%. After working hard for 30 years, with both money and effort, only 20% of the dragon tooth rice is left.
Very good, don't be so angry. Although I can make money by solving the problem of this land, it's not much, just a little bit.
The old Taoist looked at the group of people from the Dugu family, all of whom looked heavy as if their parents had died, and couldn't help but comfort them. The old Taoist took out a jade bottle, which contained half a bottle of khaki liquid. The old Taoist's face showed a look of pain. After carefully pouring out a drop of khaki liquid, he quickly covered the jade bottle, flipped his hand, and the jade bottle disappeared. The khaki liquid was extraordinary and floated in the air, exuding a sweet scent, which attracted Wang Pan to approach little by little, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. What's this? Wang Pan focused all his attention on this drop of earthy yellow liquid. Every cell in the body seemed to come alive at this moment, shouting, "Eat it!" Wang Pan's eyes became redder and redder, and 2 hot breaths came out of his nose. No, I have to hold back. Wang Pan's strong willpower came into play at this moment, allowing Wang Pan to maintain his sanity. Wang Pan could feel the deep crisis from the Dugu family. Everyone was much stronger than himself. If he dared to rush forward, he would probably be killed on the spot in the next moment. Taoist Master, what is this? Everyone in the Dugu family also stared at the earthy yellow liquid floating in the air. This is the blood of the divine beast, the blood of the earth unicorn. The old Taoist priest was full of pain and did not dare to look any further for fear of regretting it. A drop of 2 Chilans blood can be exchanged for the Dugu family's rice. It's definitely a profit. Although dragon tooth rice is of great use in cultivating future generations, earth unicorn blood is also extremely rare. If this branch of the old Taoist priests had not declined in recent years, and the disciples were of low strength, there would be no outstanding figures. If this continued, there would be a risk of being eliminated from the Xintian sect. The old Taoist priest urgently needs a large amount of Longya rice to train his disciples, otherwise the old Taoist priest would be reluctant to take out 2 Chilans blood. The old Taoist priest pointed his finger, and 2 Chilans blood suddenly exploded, forming an earthy yellow light group. Then the old Taoist priest squeezed the magic seal with his hand and fired the magic spell. Densely packed runes surrounded the light group. Holding the light ball in his palm, he turned his palm down and pressed the light ball into the ground. Boom! Countless yellow earth energy erupted, and layers of halo spread rapidly, covering the earth. In the fields, countless seedlings are growing crazily as if being stimulated. The next moment they withered and turned yellow, and then turned into ashes. The old Taoist priest jumped into the air, grabbed his palm in the air, and countless materials suddenly appeared. Countless materials sank into the earth under the control of the old Taoist priest, and connected with each other. I saw that the originally dark red land was rapidly transforming, and countless monster blood that had been deposited in the land surged out, wrapping every grain of soil into tiny blood-red crystals. With the Great Formation as the center, all the earth energy in a radius of hundreds of miles was extracted and gathered in this spiritual field. In mid-air, the old Taoist priest also breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult part has been completed, and the next step will be much easier. God and heaven are in harmony, and the order of forgiveness is, rain is coming. The old Taoist priest held out a small green flag and waved it toward the sky. Suddenly, countless green clouds gathered, and drizzle fell into the fields, cleaning away the filth left in the land after years of watering with the blood of monsters and beasts. There is a refreshing fragrance of flesh and blood in the air, and wisps of blood-colored brilliance emerge from the earth, and then sink into the earth again, over and over again. The old Taoist priest put away his flag and landed from mid-air. Is this a blue cow? The old Taoist priest glanced at it inadvertently and almost fell out of the air in excitement. With a whoosh, the old Taoist priest appeared in front of Wang Pan, constantly walking around Wang Pan, looking at Wang Pan with bright eyes. Moo! Wang Pan shuddered violently, let out a cow cry, and ran away for a few steps. The eyes of a pair of cows were full of vigilance. The old man's eyes really shone, and a foot-long light emerged from the old man's eyes, making Wang Pan feel uncomfortable all over. What a bastard! The old Taoist priest stared at the king plate with tears in his eyes. Master Dugu, I am willing to exchange 10% of Longya rice for this calf. The old Taoist priest spoke directly in excitement. Taoist master, are you sure? Dugu Shang was dumbfounded. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. The old Taoist priest actually wanted to exchange 10% of dragon tooth rice for the calf? The old Taoist is very sure that this calf is not ordinary, it is a green cow. Have you, the Dugu family, ever seen a blue cow? The bloodline of all green bulls can be traced back to a green bull from ancient times. And the green bull in ancient times was the mount of the saint. Throughout the ages, the green bull has appeared 4 times in total, and this is the 5th time. Whenever the green bull appears, a saint will be born. When the old Taoist priest spoke, his eyes did not leave Wang Pan. Moo! What are you looking at? Wang Panyo's temper got worse, his eyes were red, and his hooves scratched the ground. The horns emitted a hazy green light, and the next moment Wang Pan aimed at the old Taoist priest and hit him. Bang! Hey, the little calf has quite a temper. He is truly worthy of being a green bull. He is so strong at such a young age.
There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. The old Taoist priest stretched out a hand and put it on Wang Pan's forehead. No matter how hard Wang Pan exerted his force, the old Taoist priest's body did not move at all. It's too much to bully a cow. Wang Pan had been busy for a long time, and the old Taoist priest had nothing to do. On the contrary, he was very tired. He sat down on the ground, breathing heavily from his nostrils. Taoist priest, do you mean that the green bull is a saint's mount? The green bull accompanied the saint into the world. Now that the green bull appears in my Duga family, does it mean that the saint also appears in my Duga family? The people of the Duga family originally thought that a calf that was not even close to a spiritual beast could be exchanged for 10% of dragon tooth rice, so they would be fools not to exchange it. But after hearing the words of the old Taoist priest, the people of the Dugu family were immediately ecstatic. That's not the case. Although Cheng Yo appears in your Duga family, the saint may not be born in your Duga family. But just the blue ox alone is enough to benefit your Duga family. The blue ox is auspicious. Being born in your Duga family will also greatly increase your Duga family's luck and bring you long-lasting blessings. After growing up, your strength can also protect a region. The old Taoist priest became more and more bitter. Anyway, the Duga family would know it sooner or later, so he just said it all at once. I just helped the Dugu family a lot. Logically, if I ask the Dugu family for this blue ox directly, the Dugu family will definitely give it. The old Taoist priest is confident that the Dugu family will definitely not know the true value of this calf. There is no need to exchange it at such a high price. But the old Taoist priest still did it, not because the old Taoist priest has a noble character, but because he is afraid that the Dugu family will turn against him after knowing the truth. The old Taoist priest took advantage of the fire before, and was not afraid of offending the Dugu family, because he knew that the Dugu family would never turn against him. But now it is different. Once the blue cow is cheated from the Dugu family will definitely tear their faces off with him after knowing the value of the blue cow. The old Taoist priest can stand the Dugu family in front of him, but he can't stand the Queen of Dakian. The Queen of Dakian is the daughter of Dugu Shang. Once the Dugu family is furious, they will definitely tell the Queen about this. With the current Dakian emperor's favor for the Queen, not to mention that the old Taoist priest is only a Taoist master of the Xiantian sect, even the head of the Xiantian sect has to admit defeat. After saying this, although the old Taoist priest knew that the Dugu family would definitely not exchange, he still couldn't help but said, "Do you still want to exchange with the old Taoist priest?" The old Taoist priest's eyes were full of expectations. The Taoist priest is joking. With such auspiciousness, my Dugu family can't even afford to offer sacrifices. How can we trade with the Taoist priest? Don't mention this matter again. Dugu Shang turned his face faster than turning a book, and immediately said with a stern face. Although the old Taoist knew that the Dugu family would not exchange, he did not expect that the head of the Dugu family with thick eyebrows and big eyes would say such nonsense. If I had not told the value of the green cow just now, and only mentioned that I would exchange the green cow with 10% of the dragon tooth rice from the Dugu family, the group of blind fools in the Dugu family would have wanted to carry the green cow into the old Taoist's house. Now that they know the value of the green cow, they immediately changed their faces and stared at me as if they were guarding against thieves. The old Taoist was so angry that he vomited blood. This Dugu family is too real. When the dragon tooth rice is ripe, remember the old Taoist's share. The old Taoist left quickly, not daring to stay, for fear that he would have evil thoughts and could not help but snatch the green cow away. When the old Taoist was young, he was engaged in the business of robbing and looting. Later, he was taken in as a servant by a disciple of Xiantian sect, who knew that the old Taoist was so talented that he became the Taoist master of Xiantian sect in just 100 years, and his strength was powerful. Although the old Taoist has cultivated himself and his murderous nature has decreased a lot in recent years, but it is difficult to change one's nature, and if it were not for the consideration of Empress Dugu, the old Taoist priest might have dared to take action and kill all the people from the Dugu family in front of him. When the old Taoist priest left, a group of people from the Dugu family came forward and surrounded Wang Pan, all smiling happily. "Come on, call one." Dugu Shang walked up to Wang Pan with a smile and stared at Wang Pan. "Moo." Wang Pan didn't think twice and bumped into him head-on. Bang! Dugu Shang was hit hard by Wang Pan, and the two heads collided with each other, making a sound. "Ah, God bless my Dugu family." Dugu Shang was not angry, but laughed. As for Wang Pan's strength, it was not even a tickle for Dugu Shang. "Come on, take Xingniu back to the mansion and take good care of him." Dugu Shang ordered his men. Yes. A few burly men stood up and answered. Then, regardless of Wang Pan's struggle, they carried Wang Pan away. Master, it is a disaster for the green ox to stay in my Dugu family. An elder of the Dugu family looked worried and reminded Dugu Shang. Dugu Shang tilted his head and stared at the elder who was speaking, and said in confusion, Elder, why do you say that? The green ox is born with the saint, which is a good omen. The Taoist priest also said that the green ox was born in my Dugu family, which shows that my Dugu family is prosperous, and the green ox can also make my Dugu family blessed for a long time, so how can it be a disaster? It is precisely because the green ox is a good omen and is often related to saints, so I say it is a disaster. The elder of the Dugu family said in a deep voice. The current emperor? Dugu Shang's pupils shrank, and he vaguely understood what the elder meant. Yes, now the strength of our Dacian country is far beyond that of all previous dynasties. Countless families and great sects can only submit to the feet of the current emperor. The blue bull accompanied the saint to the world, but was born in my Dugu family. If we still don't know whether to live or die and leave the blue bull in the Dugu family, then what awaits us in the Dugu family is probably a dead end. The elder of the Dugu family can be said to be old and wise. When all the people in the Dugu family were overwhelmed by joy, only this elder saw the hidden crisis. What the elder said makes sense. Even if the current emperor doesn't care, the ministers in the court who don't get along with my Dugu family will take the opportunity to attack my Dugu family. Dugu Shang was full of fear. But the head of the family doesn't need to worry too much. Although it is a crisis, if it is handled well, it may not be impossible for my Dugu family to move to a higher level. The elder of the Dugu family stroked his beard gently with a smile on his face. The emperor was a man of great talent and military strategy, and his achievements covered the 18 dynasties of the north and south. He compared himself to a saint. In 3 months, it will be the 300th birthday of the current emperor. If we regard the green ox as a good omen and present it to the emperor, and prove that the current emperor is a saint, and the emperor is very pleased, how can my Dugu family not benefit less? Great! Dugu Shang slapped his thigh. As expected, an old man in the family is like a treasure. On the other side, Wang Pan has been taken back to the Dugu family's mansion and is being served with delicious food and drink. Various precious spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines are available for Wang Pan to eat. My mental state is a little wrong. Wang Pan chewed a spiritual flower that ordinary people would fight for in the outside world, while thinking. Wang Pan felt that he was too impulsive today. He knew that the other party was much stronger than him, but he still took the initiative to attack. Twice, exactly twice. Whether it's the old Taoist priest or Dugu Shang, they can easily crush me to death. If I hadn't been a green bull accompanying the saint, I'm afraid my actions would have killed me countless times. Wang Pan felt something was wrong. Although he was not afraid of things, he was not so reckless. Especially knowing that abnormal death in this world is real death, he shouldn't have done such a thing today. It's said that bull temper, I understand it now. Wang Pan smiled bitterly. Today, he was affected by the nature of the bull. Once his mind was wrapped in anger, he would act without any worries. Wang Pan felt that if he couldn't control this emotion, he would sooner or later fall into the bull temper in this world. For the next month, Wang Pan lived a very good life. When he was thirsty, he drank the spiritual spring. When he was hungry, the servants brought all kinds of medicine, and when his fur was dirty, there were maids to clean it for Wang Pan. The Dugu family was not stupid. They did not listen to the old Taoist priest's words. Instead, they spent a month looking for various ancient books and other materials. They confirmed that the blue cows were born after the saints came to the world, and then they decided to offer the blue cows to the current emperor. No mistakes in one sentence, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Just when Wang Pan thought that he could live like this and be a home cow. But he was put into an iron cage and sent to Chengdu under the protection of a large number of Dugu family masters. A month and a half later, the Dugu family arrived in Chengdu. Wang Pan was also sent to the Dugu family's mansion in Chengdu. Chengdu is the capital of Dacian, with a population of over 100 million, magnificent and can be called the first city in the world. The whole city is shrouded by a large formation, enough to resist any external threats. Countless masters in the city patrol day and night to kill all evil. There is also the Dacian sword hanging upside down above the 9 heavens, suppressing the national destiny. The birthday of the great Qian emperor is approaching, and every day, noble families and great sects enter the city with gifts. A large number of outsiders have poured into the capital, and naturally, various conflicts are inevitable. However, they have been suppressed by various departments. The emperor's birthday is approaching, and what is needed is stability. After this period of time, as long as you don't fight in the capital, these departments will not care about you. After Wang Pan came to Chengdu, he had enough food and drink every day, but he was always locked in an iron cage, and there were masters from the Dugu family to protect Wang Pan's safety. This made Wang Pan a little irritable, and when he looked at the people from the Dugu family, he was also full of anger. Dugu family, you have narrowed your path. Wang Pan secretly made a note of the Dugu family in his little notebook, and decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely lock the people from the Dugu family in an iron cage to let them know that the iron cage is very uncomfortable. During this period, Wang Pan's strength became more and more terrifying under the good food and drink of the Dugu family. Various talents have made Wang Pan's strength progress rapidly. As time passed, every household in the entire capital was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and it was very lively. Early that morning, the strong man from the Dugu family took Wang Pan into the palace. Wang Pan also looked around curiously, and felt more and more the horror of this world. In the palace, countless eunuchs and maids were busy in an orderly manner. Wang Pan could sense danger from most of the eunuchs and maids. What kind of a world is this? Are the eunuchs and maids so strong? Wang Pan was autistic. In such a huge palace, there were probably tens of thousands of eunuchs and maids. In other words, there were few people in the palace that he could beat. It seems that I will have to stay in the palace for a long time in the future, and I have to be a cow with my tail between my legs. The good news is that I don't have to worry about my life. There should be no place in the world safer than the Dacian palace. Wang Pan was in a complicated mood, and his cow face was full of frustration. The Qianyuan Hall is a space of its own, which is more than 10 times larger than the Qianyuan Hall from the outside. Those who can be in the Qianyuan Hall are all important officials, powerful families, and successors of great religions. Any of these people in the Qianyuan Palace, if you throw them outside, are all powerful and respected by thousands of people. The Dugu family was originally not qualified to enter the Qianyuan Palace, but who allowed Dugu Sheng to have a good daughter, who became the queen of Dacian and was favored by the current emperor. The Dugu family has developed rapidly in recent years because of Queen Dugu, and their status has also increased. Therefore, the Dugu family is also qualified to enter the Qianyuan Palace. These people in the Qianyuan Palace are roughly divided into 3 factions. One faction is the important ministers of the court. These people hold great power in their hands, and any decision can affect tens of millions of people. One sect is an aristocratic family, with generations of dignitaries, a long history of family education, and tentacles spread throughout Dacian. The other sect is the great sect with ancient inheritance. Many great sects can be traced back to ancient times. They have countless disciples and strong men emerge endlessly. In the Qianyuan Hall, each of the 3 sects has its own circle and is clearly differentiated. They are even hostile to each other. This situation is what Dacian is happy to see. If all 3 sects were to be happy, the Holy Emperor would not be able to sleep well. Fellow Taoist, I heard that your White Lotus sect has spent a lot of money this time and brought the pure world White Lotus here. A Taoist master from Xiantian sect said with a smile. The Holy One is like all creation in the sky. Our White Lotus sect is bathed in the Emperor's grace, and everyone in the sect is extremely grateful. It coincides with the 300th birthday of His Majesty, and the only thing our religion can bring out is the most precious item, the holy purifying White Lotus. The holy goddess of the White Lotus sect looked calm and spoke softly. Our White Lotus sect is a small family, but we are not as generous as your Xiantian sect. I heard that your Xiantian sect has prepared a 2 Qilin inner elixir this time? The holy maiden of the White Lotus sect asked in return. White Lotus sect, gratitude illustration? The Taoist master of the Xiantian sect did not take the words of the holy lady of the White Lotus sect and made a sarcastic comment. Everyone knows that the White Lotus sect is a professional rebel. They are either rebelling or preparing to rebel. If you say that the White Lotus sect will repay kindness with revenge, everyone will believe it. But if you say that the White Lotus sect is grateful, then you are kidding me. The state of mind of White Lotus sect Saint Gujing Wubo was almost broken by Xiantian sect Taoist master. He glared at Xiantian Taoist master fiercely, then closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to others. The Holy One has arrived. An old eunuch suddenly appeared above the hall. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Hiss! This old eunuch has such a terrifying cultivation level. I didn't realize when this old eunuch appeared. It's scary. I'm afraid this old eunuch is not a leader of a great religion. Dagon is indeed unfathomable. It's just an unknown old eunuch in the deep palace who has such strength. Everyone in the Qian Yuan hall became quiet. Everyone returned to their seats, but their hearts were not at peace. I see you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty may live forever. Above the Qian Yuan hall, the emperor and the queen sat down, while everyone below them knelt on the ground. At this moment, no matter you are an important minister in the court, a noble family, or a supreme religion, all you can do is surrender in front of Emperor Dakian. Everyone who loves you, I am happy to be with you today, so don't be too formal. There was no dignity in Emperor Dakian's tone. At first glance, he thought he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. But such a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and no authority around him is actually the Emperor of Dakian. This emperor reigned for 240 years. During this period, Dakian's national power reached its peak, its territory expanded dozens of times, and countless great religions and aristocratic families were suppressed in the territory. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the emperor spoke, everyone stood up and sat down. I heard that you have worked hard for my birthday. I wonder what you found. I am also very curious. Why don't you show it to me to open my eyes? Emperor Dakian could be said to do whatever he wanted, and he didn't care whether saying this would damage the emperor's majesty, so he smiled and said. The people below were not surprised by this, as this Dakian emperor often acted unexpectedly. Your Majesty, I, the White Lotus sect, present the pure White Lotus to the Holy One, and wish the Holy One a long life and a prosperous national destiny. The saint of the White Lotus sect stood up from her seat, bowed to Emperor Dakian, and then said. A snow-white lotus appears in the hands of the saint of the White Lotus sect. This lotus is withering, blooming, and blooming all the time. A soft light enveloped the Qian Yuan hall. Under the light, everyone could feel that their bodies and even their qualifications had improved. Oh! The White Lotus sect is really interested. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Emperor Dakian smiled half-heartedly, praised it, and then motioned to the eunuch beside him to put it away. Everyone says that the White Lotus sect has hidden evil intentions and takes it as its own mission to bring trouble to the world. Now it seems that the world has quite a misunderstanding of the White Lotus sect. Emperor Dakian talked lightly and wrote a few words, which made the holy goddess of the White Lotus sect change his face constantly, and his heart was full of anxiety. The Holy One is aware of everything. Now our White Lotus sect has completely changed its appearance in the hands of the current leader. The Holy One has said that everyone in the White Lotus sect is willing to die for the Holy One. The saint of the White Lotus sect hurriedly knelt on the ground, her body curves clearly visible, and her buttocks outlined a perfect arc. The White Lotus saint, who was originally like a fairy in the sky and untouched by dust, now has a panic tone. 130 years ago, Dakian attacked 13 countries at the same time. The country was empty. The leader of the White Lotus at that time felt that the opportunity had come. He dragged the people of a state with him, intending to rebel and bring chaos to the world. Then it was cold. At the order of the Emperor of Dakian, Haihanhu led 30,000 Shinwu troops to directly break through the gate of the White Lotus Mountain. Countless heads rolled down, and the blood of killing dyed the White Lotus Mountain red. That battle directly collapsed the White Lotus, and the vitality of the White Lotus, which had been passed down for 30,000 years, was greatly damaged. Now more than 100 years have passed, and the White Lotus is far from recovering. If it weren't for the fact that an old antique in the White Lotus had awakened from the seal at that time, the White Lotus would probably have been completely wiped out. Some of the remaining disciples apologized to the Emperor of Dakian and offered countless rare treasures in the secret collection of the White Lotus, which made the Emperor of Dakian no longer pursue the remaining White Lotus disciples. At that time, a court minister advised the Emperor Dakian to completely wipe out the White Lotus sect to prevent it from reviving and holding a grudge for today. The Emperor Dakian laughed and said that everyone in the world who has the ability can rebel. Not only that, after the rebels are defeated and captured, as long as you can offer a price that satisfies me, I can forgive you. The existence of the White Lotus sect is to show the world that what I said is true. Get up, now I see the changes in the White Lotus sect, I am very relieved. The Emperor Dakian looked at the White Lotus saint who was kneeling on the ground with his eyes squinting, touching his chin, thinking, should I summon this girl to the palace? Thank you, Your Majesty. The White Lotus saint stood up and sat down, with faint sweat stains on her temples. Your Majesty, I, Xian Tian sect, offer you a Earth Qilin inner elixir, and wish you a long life. The Taoist leader of Xian Tian sect stood up, and a jade box appeared on his palm. The jade box was crystal clear, and you could directly see an irregular inner elixir floating in the jade box. This inner elixir looked bumpy, like a piece of ordinary mud. There was nothing magical about it. But when the Taoist leader of Xiantian sect opened the jade box, the phantom of an earth qilin suddenly jumped out of the inner elixir, roaring silently. Everyone could feel the suppression coming from their blood. Ha, who dares to say that he is invincible, who can live forever? I am also a human being, and there will naturally be a day when my lifespan runs out. Throughout the ages, there have been countless geniuses and heroes, like the sands of the Ganges, but in the end, they all died. What virtue and ability do I have to be able to do something that has never been done before? The Emperor Dakian laughed loudly, and he did not think that it was taboo to say the word death on his birthday. The people below were so scared that they knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. You, I said, don't be so reserved today. The Emperor Dakian smiled and shook his head. However, with this earth qilin inner pill, I can live another 500 years. The Emperor Dakian waved his hand, and the shadow of the earth qilin broke, and the inner pill fell into the hands of the Emperor Dakian. Damn Xiantian sect, why are you offering the earth qilin inner pill? I'm afraid your brain has been kicked by the earth qilin. 500 years, 500 years. Xiantian sect is really not a human being. On the surface, everyone in the hall congratulated the emperor on getting the treasure, but in their hearts they cursed Xiantian sect. When they thought of the emperor's extra 500 years of life, they felt desperate. Originally, all the noble families and big sects were shrouded in the shadow of the emperor, and everyone lived in fear of the emperor. They all wished that the emperor would die immediately so that everyone could live a little better. As a result, the Xiantian sect was afraid that the emperor would die, and they got an earth qilin inner pill from somewhere to add 500 years of life to the emperor. If the emperor was not sitting above, I'm afraid that most of the people present would immediately kick over the table and rush up to beat the Xiantian Dao people to the ground. While beating, they had to curse at the same time, "You have too many TM problems, you don't give me good things, but you give me earth qilin inner pill." As time passed, all the noble families and the great religions had presented their gifts, and the emperor was so happy to receive them. But there was not a penny in return gift. According to the etiquette, the emperor should also return gifts to show his appreciation after receiving the gifts. However, this emperor was not a person who played by the rules. To use a sentence that the emperor often said, that is, small wealth comes from frugality, great wealth comes from heaven, and the super rich never give money. Although the gifts from many ministers were not as precious as the gifts from the noble families and the great religions, they were rare treasures in the outside world. The emperor was not angry that these ministers could take out such precious gifts. The ministers did not shy away, fearing that they would be punished by the emperor. As long as they did not starve people to death or forcibly occupy other people's property. The emperor did not care whether his ministers were corrupt, but only cared whether the tasks assigned to you could be done well. If you do not do a good job, then behead him and replace him. Your Majesty, the offering I have is outside the palace. Please allow me to bring it into the palace. Dugusheng stood up, bowed to the emperor, and then spoke. Oh, I agree. The emperor was also a little curious. Could it be that the father-in-law sent me a few beautiful women? In front of the queen, should I accept it or not? The emperor was a little distracted and had a lot of thoughts. At Dugusheng's signal, a servant behind him hurried out of the palace. After a while, a cage covered with cloth was carried into the hall. Hua la! Dugusheng stepped forward, grabbed a corner, and pulled it down, revealing a blue cow imprisoned in the cage. Your Majesty, this is a blue cow. When a blue cow appears in the world, a saint must be born. Now that this blue cow has appeared in my Dakian territory, it means that your Majesty is a saint. Dugusheng looked excited and spoke in an excited tone. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers in the hall echoed. Bang! Wang Pan kicked the iron cage open with his hoof, and walked out of the gap in a rage. Moo! The next moment, Wang Pan knelt on the ground with his front hooves and bowed his head to the emperor. It's not shabby to hug a thigh. Ha! The father-in-law's gift is very pleasing to me. A terrifying aura rose in the hall, like the blazing sun. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. They only felt that this pressure was like the great way of heaven, and they couldn't think of resisting at all. The emperor stood up, walked in the air, walked step by step to Wang Pan, and looked at Wang Pan with satisfaction. The next moment, the emperor stretched out his hand, and a 2 qilin inner pill lay in the emperor's palm. Moo! Wang Pan's eyes were instantly wide open, staring at the emperor's palm. The emperor saw this and felt interesting, shaking his palm left and right. Wang Pan's head also swayed left and right with the emperor's palm, and his saliva was about to flow out. Take a look at the book form without any mistakes. Before, a drop of Earth Chilen's blood made Wang Pan salivate, and now an Earth Chilen's inner pill is within reach. You can imagine how tempting it is for Wang Pan. No, you can't eat it. Wang Pan only had this thought in his mind, and he stood still without moving a step. Wang Pan can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Since he will spend a long time in the palace in the future, what can make No feel at ease more than hugging the emperor's thigh? Now that the emperor has not spoken, Wang Pan will not speak even if he is beaten to death. Let the emperor feel the authority of being an emperor, satisfy the emperor's vanity, and cater to the preferences of the superior. Sure enough, the emperor saw that Wang Pan could hold back, and his eyes showed some appreciation. Eat it. The emperor sent the Earth Chilen inner pill to Wang Pan's mouth, and he was in a very good mood. Moo! Wang Pan called out to the emperor, then carefully extended his tongue, rolled up the Earth Chilen inner pill from the emperor's palm and swallowed it. What a waste of resources! Damn it, this cow actually ate the Earth Chilen inner pill. I'm going to kill it. Woo woo woo, Your Majesty, I want the Earth Chilen inner pill too. Inside the palace, a group of people watched the Earth Chilen inner pill being swallowed by Wang Pan, the cow, and they all beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing they could turn into cows. 500 years, enough to extend the life of 500 years of the Earth Chilen inner pill. An extremely precious Earth Chilen inner pill that was enough to make even the leader-level existence break their heads was given to Wang Pan by the emperor without any care. After Wang Pan swallowed the Earth Chilen inner pill, he felt like he had swallowed a ball of fire. Countless energies burst out from the Earth Chilen inner pill, and the terrifying energy had formed a solid, directly filling Wang Pan's body. Wang Pan's many talents burned to help Wang Pan refine this terrifying energy. Wang Pan's body began to grow, and the terrifying demonic energy filled the hall. Moo! Wang Pan roared to the sky. The sky outside suddenly darkened. It was originally noon, and a scorching sun was hanging high in the sky, but now the sky has changed. A round moon is getting bigger and bigger, and under the blooming moonlight, it competes with the sun for brilliance. On one side is the scorching sun in the sky, and on the other side is a full moon hanging high. The scorching sun and the full moon dropped a thick brilliance, which directly penetrated the Qianyuan Hall and fell on Wang Pan's body. The violent power of the scorching sun continued to destroy Wang Pan's body, and the full moon's moonlight quickly repaired his injuries. Wang Pan's body became stronger and stronger under the tempering of the two powers of the sun and the moon. A pair of huge bull horns swallowed a large amount of the power of the sun and the moon, and countless runes were intertwined on the bull horns layer by layer. More than half of the power of the Earth Unicorn inner elixir in the body was absorbed by a pair of bull horns, making the bull horns more magical. Wang Pan's size began to grow. 10 feet. 100 feet. 1,000 feet. After reaching a height of 1,000 feet, this change stopped. In the sky, the energy beams cast by the sun and the moon gradually shrank and eventually disappeared. The full moon hanging high in the sky also gradually shrank and eventually disappeared. Wang Pan's body is as high as thousands of feet, and countless runes on the horns of the cow are outlined. The monster rushed to Ling Xiao, and the sun was shielded by the demon. Stimulated by Wang Pan's demon, the large array of the entire dry capital began to operate, and the drooping sword on Jiuxiao also trembled and buzzed. There is the power of the supreme kill to lock the King Pan, and you can cut out a shock at any time. The King Pan, which was locked by this big dry sword, only felt cold, and the tough fur of the body was cracking abnormally. Countless sharp sword air walked upstream in the body of the King Pan, and opened a piece of mouth. Wang Pan's body was stiff and dared not move. A pair of cow's eyes looked at the big dry emperor below. Come back. Emperor Degan squeezed the print with one hand, and the two runes fell on the horns of Wang Pan. The next moment, the edge of Wang Pan disappeared, and the feeling of the great difficulty disappeared. Wang Pan narrowed his body, fell from the air, and then ran to the Emperor Dan Huan, stretched out the rough beef tongue, and licked the palm of Emperor Dan. Lick the cow! Seeing that Wang Pan was so close to himself, Emperor Dagon felt that this green cattle was accompanied by herself. Then the Emperor disappeared in place and appeared on the back of the king's panel the next moment. Well! Wang Pan is furious, and speak well when you speak. Why are you riding up? Intersection. I just wanted to throw the Dan Emperor down, but the next moment, Wang Pan was stiff, and then returned to nature. The roaring of Yang Tian, Wang Pan carried the Dan Emperor and started to run. After a few steps, Wang Pan suddenly jumped up and ran in the void. The speed was fast. Ordinary people could only see a blue light flashing from the eyes. Pass. In the Qianyuan Hall, a group of people stared at them with big eyes. The emperor runs a bull, will this banquet be held? A group of people are uncomfortable. They are emptied in thought of the emperor, and presented countless treasures of treasures. As a result, it was better to make the emperor happy as a cow. How long did he run over the sky? Wang Pan returned to the Qianyuan Hall under the sign of Emperor Danan. Come, bring the green cattle into the royal park, take care of it, you must not make any mistakes. The emperor ordered the old eunuch beside him. For the emperor, the symbolic significance is greater than practical significance. Although the emperor did nothing taboos, it was impossible to bring the green cattle beside him. So put Wang Pan in the royal park, and look at it when you think of it. Well. The old eunuch turned around, left Wang Pan, and went to the royal beast garden. Wang Pan also licked the emperor's palm. A pair of cows was full of reluctance. He turned around in 3 steps and left with the old eunuch. After the Qianyuan Hall, Wang Pan was not installed, and the face of the cattle's face disappeared, and a pair of cattle eyes looked around. This little smart ghost. At this point, how could he hide the Emperor Danan, and saw the green cow, who was still full of herself just now, and immediately changed his face when he came out of the temple door, almost breaking the defense of the emperor. However, the emperor didn't care, but felt that the green cattle was very interesting. Green bull, you don't have to be difficult, the old eunuch just wanted to speak to comfort the green cattle. As a result, Wang Pan changed his face fast, so that what the old lady wanted to say behind was stuck in his throat. When Wang Pan heard the old eunuch's speech, he turned around and shouted at the old eunuch. A pair of cows were curious. Say, what do you want to say? The old eunuch closed, and silently led the road ahead, but lamented in her heart, she was really stupid, really. Even a cow can perform more than myself. No wonder I have been for so many years, and I am just an attendant eunuch. I really live on a dog. The royal beast garden is very large and is directly connected to the Chilean mountains behind the imperial city. The so-called royal park is just a piece of land directly in the Chilean mountains. The Chilean mountains are the royal hunting ground. Every year in late autumn, the Emperor of Danan led the cultural and military officials into the Chilean mountains to hunt. Before you close the royal park, you can hear the roar of the beast. The old eunuch left Wang Pan to the emperor's escape, and after conveying the meaning of Emperor Danan, he left. Master Qingyo, what do you usually like to eat? The little ones are so prepared for you. A little eunuch accompanied the smile, and nodded at Wang Pan. Well. Wang Pan was a little depressed, and a cattle roared, feeling that the little eunuch did not open the pot. If you can talk, I will still bullish? Intersection there is no energy at all. Ha! Lord Qingyo, you haven't refined the horizontal bones and can't speak? The eunuch stunned, and some was unbelievable. At the high monster of Wang Pan, there was still no refining in crossing bones. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. Well. Wang Pan's nostrils sprayed too hot air with Mars, and his expression was a little bad. Lord Qingyo, you can ask how other big monsters in the royal beast garden refine the horizontal bones. In addition, Lord Qingyo can act in the royal beast garden, and return here when you are hungry. We will prepare food for you. The eunuch's back was cold. After laughing twice, he ran away. Wang Pan slowly walked into the jungle and could perceive the horrible demon in the jungle. There are many monsters in the beast garden. Some are tributes from other countries, some are brought back by the emperor when hunting, and some monsters run into the beast garden from the Chilean mountains. Some run into the beast garden to avoid powerful enemies, and some are greedy for the food in the beast garden. Every now and then, they run out from the depths of the Chilean mountains and enter the beast garden to eat and drink. Except for a few monsters that the Emperor Dakian cares about, no one cares if the rest of the monsters die. Therefore, the beast guard is a lucrative job. Monsters are full of treasures. Therefore, some eunuchs in the beast guard will secretly hunt monsters in exchange for resources for cultivation. Wang Pan doesn't have to worry, because Wang Pan is the mount that the Emperor Dakian has ridden, and no one dares to attack Wang Pan. There are even strong men in the beast guard who secretly protect Wang Pan to prevent him from being killed by other big monsters. My strength has improved too fast, it can be said that I have ascended to heaven in one step. But this kind of strength is like a castle in the air, it has no foundation at all, and it is all forcibly improved by the inner elixir of the earth Qilin. The most urgent task is not to continue to improve strength, but to lay a solid foundation.
Wang Pan lay in the grass, lost in thought. I need knowledge now, a vast amount of knowledge. Only after I fully understand the cultivation system of this world can I completely integrate into this world.
Wang Pan was not overwhelmed by the sudden surge in strength, but chose to settle down.
Time passed quietly, and Wang Pan was 3 years old in a flash. The simulation mark was refreshed. You did not become a plowing ox at the age of 3, you changed your destiny. You are the mount of the Emperor of Dakian, you rely on the power of others, and your status is noble.
You get 200,000 simulation points.
You get an advanced talent, cicada perception.
The cicada perceives before the golden wind moves. You have amazing spiritual perception. After the simulation mark was refreshed, Wang Pan was stunned. So many?
Wang Pan's mouth was cracked to the back of his ears.
200,000 simulation points, and a high-level talent.
However, I am afraid that most of the gains are due to the blessing of the identity of the Emperor of Dakian. Wang Pan felt that this was the truth. If the identity of the Emperor of Dakian's mount was not included, he would probably only get 10,000 or 20,000 simulation points.
As for the talent, don't even think about it.
It's a good deal to hold this thigh.
Wang Pan didn't feel ashamed about holding thighs. Anyway, it's a life simulation, and anything can happen.
Besides, in the Qianyuan Hall, the civil and military officials, the aristocratic families, which of these people is not higher than his current status?
Don't you have to honestly submit to the feet of the Emperor of Dakian? Wang Pan doesn't think he is special. You must know that even in the life simulation, everyone in the main world has a chance. I just have one more talent every time I simulate. The most important thing for people is self-knowledge.
When you can't recognize yourself, one day, someone will come to make you recognize yourself. But at that time, the tuition fee may be a little expensive for you to accept. Wang Pan settled down in the beast garden with peace of mind, and often used ox horns and ox hooves to communicate with other monsters in the beast garden in a friendly manner. In the first year in the beast garden, Wang Pan beat all the monsters in the beast garden that were weaker than himself and gained a lot of knowledge. With the low-level talent of memorizing, a lot of knowledge was forcibly memorized by Wang Pan. In the second year of the beast garden, Wang Pan did not fight everywhere, but began to absorb a lot of knowledge he had memorized.
Roar! Magic power! Devour the moon!
Wang Pan roared to the sky, and the demonic energy soared to the sky. In the sky, a full moon fell and was swallowed by Wang Pan in one gulp. When the full moon was swallowed by Wang Pan was dim and dark within 1,000 feet around him, and he couldn't see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. Countless pure moonlight power washed Wang Pan's body and strengthened Wang Pan's soul. After a moment, the moonlight was absorbed by Wang Pan, and the darkness around him quickly faded away.
It's still not perfect.
Wang Pan was a little dissatisfied, but this was the limit of what he could do at the moment. This magical power can be used for fighting, or it can be used to assist in cultivation. It was deduced by Wang Pan after he obtained a lot of knowledge in this world, combined with his own talents.
Now it seems a little unsatisfactory. I need more knowledge.
Wang Pan thought silently, but before that, Wang Pan decided to refine the transverse bone first. Wang Pan has been continuously flushing the transverse bone with demonic energy for a year, and only recently noticed that the transverse bone began to loosen and showed signs of being refined. Wang Pan decided to work harder and strive to refine the transverse bone today. Countless demonic energy surged in Wang Pan's body and quickly reached the throat. The continuous demonic energy began to flush the transverse bone, making the transverse bone shine brightly. The transverse bone is one of the hardest bones in the body of the monster. The hardness of Wang Pan's transverse bone can even be compared with the horn of a cow. Fortunately, the horizontal bone itself is part of the monster, and you only need to refine the horizontal bone to speak human language. After a whole night, Wang Pan felt an itch in his throat and felt very uncomfortable.
Cough, cough.
After a long dry cough, a palm-sized, black bone was spit out by Wang Pan.
Bang!
The horizontal bone fell to the ground and directly crushed a round table-sized stone.
A small horizontal bone weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Finally I can speak.
Wang Pan was very excited. God knows how uncomfortable it is to not be able to speak for these years and only make a moo sound.
Although he was excited, Wang Pan did not forget to collect the horizontal bone on the ground. The horizontal bone of the monster is very precious.
Whether it is for humans or monsters, it is the best material for refining magic weapons.
Wang Pan was reluctant to throw it away.
In the palace, Queen Dugu felt a little lonely. In such a large palace, it was a little deserted for Queen Dugu. The higher the status,
the more lonely you will feel in the palace. Because everyone else is afraid of you, or wants to replace you. The emperor's favor for Empress Dugu made many concubines in the harem jealous. On the surface, the sisters are harmonious, but secretly there is no lack of intrigue. Empress Dugu has never liked these, so she would not meet these concubines if she could. Although the emperor doted on Empress Dugu, as the ruler of a country, he also had to deal with countless things every day. The emperor would only come to accompany Empress Dugu once in a long time, and he would leave after not staying for much time each time, which made Empress Dugu's daily life very boring. After being quiet for a long time, Empress Dugu prepared to go to the beast garden to see her colorful phoenix. When she arrived at the beast garden, Empress Dugu also showed a little smile on her face. Take a delicate bell from your waist and shake it gently. The sound of ding-ling-ling spread into the depths of the beast garden. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one look. Deep in the beast garden, in an active volcano, a phoenix bird woke up from its deep sleep when it heard the sound of a bell. Yo! A high-pitched cry cracked the clouds in the sky, and the volcano erupted. A phoenix bird with a colorful body and a body length of hundreds of meters flew into the sky. The terrifying demonic energy tore the earth apart, and countless demonic beasts were terrified and trembling under this shocking breath. The phoenix dragged its 7-colored tail feathers longer than its body, gracefully crossing the sky, leaving a rainbow light in the sky. Yo! The phoenix approached the building of the beast garden and swooped down from a height of 10,000 meters. When it landed, it turned into a bird slightly larger than a palm, flew to Queen Dugu's shoulder, and happily rubbed her head against Queen Dugu's cheek. Phoenix! Queen Dugu was a little itchy from the phoenix, and couldn't help laughing. My queen, you haven't come to see me for a long time, Phoenix misses you so much. The colorful phoenix uttered a crisp girl's voice from its mouth, chirping. I miss Phoenix very much, too. Queen Dugu smiled on her beautiful face, and reached out to stroke the head of the colorful phoenix. Look, I brought a fire spirit fish for Phoenix. Queen Dugu sat down in the pavilion, surrounded by countless strong men hiding in the void. Wow, Your Majesty, you are so kind to Huanger. The 7-colored phoenix bird has the mind of a little girl. When it saw the 3-tailed fire spirit fish, it jumped happily on Queen Dugu's shoulder. Eat it quickly. This is something I had someone find with great difficulty. Queen Dugu looked at the 7-colored phoenix bird with a strong maternal love. The Emperor of Dakian was too strong, which made Queen Dugu not give birth to a child for him. It's not that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. The stronger the cultivator, the lower the chance of giving birth to offspring. Nowadays, the princes and princesses of Dakian were born when the emperor was still the crown prince. Therefore, Queen Dugu was particularly fond of the 7-colored phoenix bird with the mind of a little girl, and raised it like her own daughter. However, because the 7-colored phoenix bird suffered a severe injury when it was young, its origin was damaged, and it needed to stay in an active volcano to hibernate and absorb the power of the volcano to make up for its own origin. Queen Dugu didn't bring it with her all the time, but chose to visit the 7-colored phoenix bird every once in a while. Thank you, my queen. With these 3 fire spirit fish, Huanger can stay awake for a while longer. Huanger doesn't want to sleep in the volcano anymore, the smell of the volcano is too bad. The colorful phoenix bird smiled. In the pavilion of the royal beast garden, Queen Dugu holds her chin in her hands, smiling like a goddess before her. Her hair is tied into a bun with hibiscus, her face is not too much pink and white, her eyebrows are furrowed, and her eyes are full of autumn water. She is charming, boneless and gorgeous, but she is also dignified and graceful. It's hard to imagine that these 2 completely different temperaments could be so harmonious in one woman. Wearing a long black skirt, the neckline is embroidered with a phoenix pattern with fire silk, and the train is embroidered with a large god pattern. The slender waist was tied up with a piece of blue satin, which highlighted Queen Dugu's slender waist. At this time, Empress Dugu was smiling, quietly listening to the chirping of the colorful phoenix bird, without any trace of impatience on her face. This girl is so pretty. Several miles away, Wang Pan stared at Queen Dugu, and then sighed in his heart. Wang Pan didn't dare to say it out loud, so he could only sigh in his heart. A distance of several miles is nothing to a strong person. When the queen travels, there is no doubt that there must be terrifying and powerful people hiding around her. Once Wang Pan speaks out, even the faintest sound of mosquitoes and ants will be heard, and the next moment his head will be in danger. The emperor rides me, so is there any problem if I ride the queen? No problem. Thinking of this, Wang Pan slowly walked out of the forest. The next moment, Wang Pan noticed several terrifying pressures falling on him,
making him unable to move. Queen, I am His Majesty's mount, the green bull that accompanies the saint into the world. Wang Pan spoke hurriedly, and his voice reached Queen Dugu's ears. Hey, it's you little calf, let it come over. Queen Dugu ordered towards the void. Here. A voice came from the void. Then the pressure on Wang Pan dissipated, but Wang Pan could still feel that there were always eyes on him in the void. Once he makes a move that threatens Queen Dugu, he will receive a thunderous strike the next moment. Wang Pan naturally would not do anything stupid, so he took a step forward and came to Queen Dugu. Greetings to the Empress. Her beauty will last forever, and she will outshine all other beauties. Wang Pan knelt on the ground and greeted Queen Dugu. Sit down, you little calf has a sweet mouth. Queen Dugu smiled like a flower and thought this green cow was really interesting. Thank you, Empress. My dear, Chengyo was not sweet-talking, Chengyo was telling the truth. There is absolutely no lie. In the eyes of Chengyo, the Empress is so beautiful that she is the most beautiful and magnificent in the world. The ancients will never be seen before, and the newcomers will never be seen again. Wang Panyo's face was full of seriousness, and he shook his head and said, Chengyo, our human race has a saying that if you show courtesy for nothing, you are either committing adultery or stealing. Queen Dugu laughed so hard that her branches were trembling. This little calf is not honest. Lies just come out of your mouth. Although the little calf's words made Queen Dugu very happy, after all, what woman doesn't care about her appearance? But Queen Dugu would not think that Qing Niu was telling the truth. After all, the races are all different, so how can the aesthetics be the same? In the eyes of monsters, only their own kind are the most beautiful. Your Majesty is wise, Qing Niu knows that she can't hide from your Majesty. Madam, Qing Niu wants to go into the library to sleep on the classics. Of course, Qing Niu did not lie, but truly believed that the Queen's country was beautiful and fragrant. Wang Pan's face was filled with flattery. Queen Dugu smiled, and then waved, signaling Wang Pan to come forward. Wang Pan immediately trotted forward and came to Queen Dugu. Without saying anything, he stuck out his tongue and licked Queen Dugu's palm wildly. Just like a licking cow. Giggle. The rough cow tongue licked the palm of her hand. Queen Dugu felt a little itchy and couldn't help laughing. Wang Pan was also very measured and stopped after licking for a while. After seeing that Queen Dugu was not disgusted by his actions, Wang Pan became bolder. The bull's head was gently placed on Queen Dugu's lap. Queen Dugu was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Then Queen Dugu gently stroked Wang Pan's furry head, and Wang Pan squinted his eyes in comfort. Big stupid cow, don't compete with Huanger for your wife. The colorful phoenix bird, which was happily pecking at the firefish, suddenly became furious when it saw this. He gave up the delicious food, flapped his wings, flew to Wang Pan's forehead, and pecked him hard. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and Wang Pan felt a sharp pain on his forehead. Moo! Wang Pan roared in pain. Ha, you're afraid. Big stupid cow, let's see if you still dare to compete with Huanger for your wife. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. The colorful phoenix bird flew to the horns of the king pan, tilting its head, its eyes full of pride. Of course, the colorful phoenix bird just punished Wang Pan a little. Otherwise, with the strength of the colorful phoenix bird, the peck just now would have caused Wang Pan more than just pain. Your Majesty, save me. The colorful phoenix bird stood on Wang Pan's horn, and the demonic power leaked out, making Wang Pan feel a great destruction and terror, and he did not dare to move at all. He was afraid that this colorful phoenix bird would be unhappy and kill him directly. Wang Pan looked at Queen Dugu helplessly, his tone full of pity and grievance. Huanger is joking with you. Queen Dugu felt that this shameless green bull had met its nemesis, and then waved to the colorful phoenix bird. The colorful phoenix flew to Queen Dugu's shoulder, gently rubbed Queen Dugu's cheek, and gave Wang Pan a proud look, as if saying that he was Queen Dugu's favorite child. This made Wang Pan's eyes red with envy. This is a sub-seal of my phoenix seal. With this sub-seal, you can go unimpeded in the imperial city. Queen Dugu took out a small seal and handed it to Wang Pan. The small seal was only the size of an egg, bronze in color, and made of divine gold. The small seal was engraved with a phoenix flapping its wings and about to fly, and countless array runes were intertwined. The power contained in it made Wang Pan frightened. Thank you, Queen. Wang Pan was full of joy, hung the small seal on the horn of the cow, and thanked Queen Dugu. Qingyo will not disturb the Queen for now. When the Queen is free in the future, Qingyo will come to visit the Queen. Wang Pan held the small seal on the horn of the cow and disappeared in a flash. This little calf is so realistic.
Empress Dugu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sighed. Wang Pan, wearing Empress Dugu's small seal, walked out of the Imperial Beast Garden unimpeded and walked into the palace. By the way, where is the library?
Wang Pan suddenly stopped, his eyes full of confusion.
Then, little eunuch, come here, I want to ask you, where is the library?
Wang Pan wandered around, caught a little eunuch and asked.
Greetings, sir.
The little eunuch stood in front of Wang Pan, trembling, almost crying.
Don't talk nonsense, do you know where the library is? Wang Pan glared at the little eunuch, and the little eunuch almost fainted. I know.
The little eunuch nodded hurriedly, fearing that if he answered too slowly, the big monster in front of him would swallow him in anger.
Lead me the way, this purple fruit is your reward.
Wang Pan thought for a while, spit out a purple fruit from his mouth, and it fell into the hands of the little eunuch. After being rewarded with a purple fruit, the young eunuch's eyes widened, and he was no longer afraid of Wang Pan, and instantly became a guide.
Sir, the library is ahead. I am of low status and cannot go any further.
The young eunuch looked flattering, wishing to worship Wang Pan as his own father.
He was so generous that he could get a purple fruit just for leading the way. A purple fruit was enough to save the young eunuch from decades of hard work. Yes. Wang Pan nodded and walked straight to the library.
The young eunuch left with a smile on his face, and he made a lot of money on this trip. The library should be called the Dacian Imperial Scriptures Pavilion. The knowledge collected in the Scriptures Pavilion is as vast as smoke, and it contains countless cultivation methods, magical powers, and martial arts of the human race or monsters. The emperors of Dacian in all dynasties would collect various knowledge and pass it on to the Scriptures Pavilion. However, the knowledge collected by emperors of all dynasties combined is not as good as that of the current Dacian emperor. The current Dacian emperor is a ruthless man. During his reign, he conquered dozens of countries, slaughtered countless unruly families, and trampled on the ancestral temples of many supreme sects. All the inheritances of these countries, families, and supreme sects were placed in the Sutra library by the Dacian emperor, becoming the foundation of the Dacian royal family. When Wang Pan came to the outside of the Sutra library, countless eyes fell on Wang Pan in an instant. The phoenix seal hanging on the horn of the ox lit up, and countless runes emerged from it, wrapping Wang Pan.
These runes intertwined and finally turned into a lifelike phoenix, with faint phoenix calls.
Countless sights locked on Wang Pan disappeared, the void fluctuated, and an old figure suddenly appeared in the air, bowing to the small seal hanging on Wang Pan's horn.
Qingniu greets the senior.
Wang Pan stood up, his front hooves touched together, and he saluted the old man. The old man's eyes twitched, and he felt that his eyes were broken. It was so painful to see this bull demon behave so indecently.
Come in with me, little bull demon is lucky to be given the phoenix seal by the queen. The old man looked at Wang Pan with surprise, wondering why this bull demon was favored by the queen. Wang Pan said nothing and followed the old man into the Sutra library.
The Sutra library has 12 floors, covering everything. Whether it is magical powers, supreme heavenly scriptures, or peerless fighting methods, it has everything.
Ordinary people cannot finish reading one floor in their lifetime. Except for the 12th floor, you can read the rest. The old man took Wang Pan through layers of formations and entered the Sutra library. Wang Pan's eyes were wide open.
I saw endless bookshelves standing tall, with countless classics displayed on the bookshelves.
This Sutra library is surprisingly unique.
The first floor alone covers an area of no less than 10 square kilometers.
The books in it are probably worth billions. No wonder the old man said that ordinary people can't finish reading one floor in their lifetime.
Wang Pan almost turned around and left.
How long would it take to finish reading it?
But in a breath, Wang Pan calmed down.
This is simply a great opportunity for me.
Wang Pan muttered to himself. The old man beside him disappeared without knowing when.
Wang Pan also took a deep breath and began to read a book.
Without seeking to understand everything, Wang Pan decided to memorize all these books first. These books will become his own foundation. One day, these foundations will burst out and become his strongest helper. During this period, other people in the Sutra library also saw Wang Pan. Although they were a little surprised that a bull demon could enter the Sutra library, no one was stupid enough to come forward and mock him.
These people are different from Wang Pan.
Wang Pan has a small seal given by Queen Dugu, so he can stay as long as he wants.
These people are different.
They all have the opportunity to enter the Sutra library because of their merits to Dacian. According to the size of their merits, they can stay in the Sutra library for a long time.
Time is very precious to them. They are busy looking for useful inheritances for themselves, so how can they have time to bother Wang Pan? In the first year of entering the sutra library, Wang Pan was full of distracting thoughts and upset, and he couldn't read the classics at all. From time to time, Wang Pan would run out of the sutra library and return to the beast garden to fight with the big monsters. During this period, he relied on the phoenix seal given by Queen Dugu to travel freely in the palace, so Wang Pan often ran to Queen Dugu's palace to take advantage of her. Every time he took advantage of her, Wang Pan would be happy for a while. During this period, reading classics was the most efficient. So from then on, once Wang Pan was upset, he would run to Queen Dugu's palace, take advantage of her, and then return to the sutra library to read the classics. Queen Dugu was not disgusted, but felt that the presence of Qingniao made the deserted palace more lively. Wang Pan gained a lot this year and read hundreds of thousands of classics. No mistakes in one post, one content, 1/6, 1/9, one book, one bar. Time passed slowly, and Wang Pan's life was very monotonous, just going back and forth between the sutra library and Queen Dugu's palace. Wang Pan did not find it boring, but enjoyed it. In this situation, Wang Pan's state of mind was sublimated. He began to be able to calm down and really read the classics, instead of forcing himself to remember them. Simulation mark refreshed. You are 14 years old and have no illness or disaster. You have successfully changed your destiny. You get 30,000 simulation points. All simulation events are completed. Do you want to return? No, Wang Pan just took a look and then didn't care. It's impossible to return. Wouldn't it be nice to read the classics and take advantage of the queen? Where can I find such a good life after returning? These classics were collected by Dakian with countless manpower and material resources, but now Wang Pan is allowed to read them at will. Such opportunities are rare. In addition, Wang Pan did not forget that he came to this world to forge magic weapons. However, Wang Pan put the forging of magic weapons at the end and set a small goal to read all the classics in the sutra library. Anyway, Wang Pan has plenty of time now. Wang Pan can clearly sense his lifespan. With the strength of Wang Pan, the great demon, he can live for thousands of years. Once he breaks through again, this lifespan will increase. Therefore, Wang Pan is not in a hurry at all. However, Wang Pan is a little curious. How long can the Emperor of Dakian live? Wang Pan wants to be a wife, but the Emperor of Dakian is still there. Although this Dakian Emperor seems a little unreliable, he is a tough guy. He was able to destroy dozens of countries, massacre countless aristocratic families, and trample on the ancestral temple of the Supreme Great Sect. No matter how absurd and unruly he acted, no one dared to look down on him. The road to becoming a wife is long and arduous. Wang Pan sighed. With his own strength, he could live for thousands of years. Not to mention this Dakian emperor, although he usually does not show his talents, he looks like an ordinary person who has not practiced. But if someone really believes it, then there is something wrong with their brains. Everyone believes that the strength of this emperor can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in the world. With such a fierce man alive, Wang Pan is still thinking about Queen Dugu, which makes Wang Pan feel weak sometimes. Chapter 51 of the Supernatural Powers. The boldness, starving and daring. As long as the courage is big, the queen releases leave. Wang Pan secretly cheered himself. However, before that, Wang Pan felt that he was necessary to become an adult form. Although I feel exciting without thinking about it, Wang Pan believes that Dugu Queen may not accept it. Speaking, I never seem to have seen the monsters that have been turned into shape, and I have never seen relevant records. Wang Pan suddenly stunned, thinking of a possibility. Could it be that the monsters in this world cannot be turned into shape? That's the calf. Thinking of this, Wang Pan couldn't sit still, and hurriedly started to review the information. It's over, since ancient times, there has never been a record of monsters. Wang Pan's eyes were godless, and the whole cow was not good. Well, other monsters cannot be turned into shape, and it does not mean that I can't. Wang Pan suddenly flashed, thinking of his talent. Senior talent, mutation. As long as you have enough energy, you can change in a good direction according to Wang Pan's own thoughts. Can you mutate adults? Wang Pan is in contemplation. In theory, it should be done. But after all, the talent you own is mutation, not evolution. If the talent this time is evolution, then Wang Pan feels that he can evolve 100%. Although the mutant is a certain feasibility, it is full of variables after all. But no matter what, Wang Pan also decided to try. Out of the Tibetan scripture tower, Wang Pan walked towards the Chilean mountains deep in the depths of the royal beast garden. The Chilean mountains are huge, as if they divide the heavens and the earth into two. It is rumored that there is a dynasty that is not weaker than Danan. It is just that the Chilean mountains are too huge, and there are countless big monsters, so rumors are just rumors. The reason why Danon built the country under the Chilean mountains is also the emperors guarding the country. Block the big monsters in the Chilean mountains and fight for the living space for the human race. Wang Pan seemed to take a slow step, but every step of the body disappeared abruptly. The next moment appeared in a few miles and outside, it was like shrinking the ground. This kind of slow and fast sense of weirdness makes ordinary people see vomiting blood. Soon, Wang Pan had penetrated into the Chilean mountains. The big trees with dozens of people stood up, covering the sun. Obviously at noon, the light in the forest was a little dim, and occasionally a ray of sunlight was projected on the ground from the gap between plant leaves. Coo! Squeak! There was a bug of insects in the dark forests in all directions, and there was no insect. Wang Pan seemed to walk in the jungle leisurely, but the whole body's demon power had been mobilized and did not cause. Since entering this forest, Wang Pan feels that he has been stared at. The surrounding worms had disappeared unknowingly. Boom! The horrible demon exploded, and the ground began to fluctuate. Wang Pan had noticed it, but was caught by surprise. Two earth-shaped yellow-like nodes like a huge sickle revealed from the ground, and firmly grasped Wang Pan's body. Wang Pan did not expect that it would be on the ground that his monsters would be on the ground. Of course, this big demon attack was too fast. Wang Pan only saw two yellow mang fleeting, and he was caught. At this time, the secret monster was completely drilled from the ground, revealing the truth. It was a golden cicada with a height of more than 30 meters. No wonder I didn't find it, it's a golden cicada. Wang Pan feels that he is not wronged. Ordinary golden cicadas live in the ground for a lifetime, and only when you are cicadas can you get out of the ground. The Jin Chan in front of him didn't know how many years have lived, and he has been endured that he hasn't turned the cicada. However, if you think this is the case, you can kill me. Do you look at me too? Although Wang Pan was locked by Jin Chan's forelimbs, he was not panic. With a cold snort, the horrible magic power of the whole body broke out, and a round of blue moon rose from the middle of the two horns. The horrible edge erupted from this round of cyan round, making the surrounding spaces cut out of dark cracks. Boom! The round moon burst, the light flickered, and the dim forest was illuminated. Squeak! There is no mistake. 1 one book, 1 a book. Jin Chan is also a ruthless character. He just fights on the top of the king, but he does not mean to let go of the king pan. The staggered scars appear on the huge body of the golden cicada. The yellow mucus flows from the wound to make the golden cicada fierce. Hiss! With a roar, the land around Jin Chan began to fluctuate, and Jin Chan began to sink into the earth. I clearly want to drag Wang Pan into the ground. Shinto. Steal the moon. Wang Pan will not let Jin Chan be as expected, otherwise you will be able to hit this Jin Chan. Wang Pan opened his mouth and sucked it towards Jin Chan. The space is twisted, and there is no darkness in the square and the number of squares. The horrible swallowing force made the golden cicada wound tore again, and a large amount of earthy yellow blood sprayed, and was swallowed into the belly by Wang Pan. Roar! Without waiting for Jin Chan to resist, Wang Panjan showed his true body and skyrocketed. Instantly broke the control of Jin Chan, and thousands of feet huge cattle demon appeared in the mountains. The terrifying demonic power stained the heaven and earth, turning them into a dark blue color. Seeing that the situation was not good, the golden cicada controlled the earth, and countless muds were turned out from the depths of the earth, gathered together, and turned into several golden cicadas made of mud. Each of the golden cicadas made of mud was 1,000 feet tall, and at this time, they roared silently and pounced on Wang Pan. The golden cicada itself drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Want to run? Too late. How could Wang Pan let this golden cicada escape from under his nose? Several thousand-foot golden cicadas made of mud were directly ignored by Wang Pan. Magic power. Falling sun. Wang Pan sucked the sun in the sky, and a sun was pulled down by Wang Pan. For a moment, it seemed that there were two suns, one large and one small, in the sky. The terrifying high temperature made the plants in the mountains wither quickly. Boom! The sun fell to the ground, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up, and the dazzling light was about to compete with the sun above the 9 heavens. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, countless towering trees were broken in half, and the upper half of many peaks exploded directly. Countless boulders were thrown dozens of miles away. Wang Pan was also swept away for several miles by the shockwave, and was a little embarrassed. This magical power was the first time Wang Pan used it, and he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Compared with the devouring moon, the falling sun is much more powerful. Of course, this is also because the main function of the devouring moon is actually to assist in cultivation, and killing is incidental. But the falling sun is different, and the falling sun pursues the ultimate killing. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, Wang Pan himself was stunned. What he saw was a mess. Several nearby peaks were only affected, and half of the mountain body had been exploded. As for the center of the falling sun, the original jungle had disappeared. What appeared in the original place was a tianqing with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers and a depth of hundreds of meters. A golden cicada with half of its body missing was lying at the bottom of the tianqing, with smoke coming out of it, and it was dying. An invisible ladder seemed to appear at Wang Pan's feet, supporting Wang Pan from mid-air to the bottom of the sinkhole. Gulu! Wang Pan's mouth suddenly enlarged hundreds of times, and he swallowed the golden cicada, which was dozens of meters high, in one mouthful. Belch! Wang Pan burped and walked away. The flesh and blood of a big demon contained terrifying energy, and Wang Pan was ready to find a place to refine the big demon. I randomly found a cave and swallowed an unlucky black bear. Wang Pan occupied Black Bear's cave and sealed the cave entrance. Wang Pan began to concentrate on refining the golden cicada. As Wang Pan began to digest the golden cicada's body in his stomach, surging energy continued to emerge from his stomach, and was quickly swallowed up by Wang Pan's entire body. Wang Pan's talents burned one after another, helping Wang Pan refine the demon's body faster. Among them, the advanced talent mutation is like a bottomless pit, devouring energy crazily. After 7 full days, Wang Pan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. My strength has become stronger again. With the blessing of many talents, my body is far stronger than the great demon of the same realm. After Wang Pan felt his condition, he opened his mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth. The body seems to have undergone subtle changes under the influence of the advanced talent mutation, but this change is so small that it is almost imperceptible. But it is a good result after all. If I continue, maybe I can actually transform. Wang Pan felt a little distressed. This mutated talent consumes too much energy. He swallowed a big demon. After refining the big demon, almost half of the energy was swallowed by the talent of mutation. If you want to transform, you still have a long way to go. But what is this thing inside my body? The inner elixir of the monster? Or Bezor? Wang Pan was a little confused and could detect the changes happening in his body. A large amount of demon power and blood merged to form a golden bead the size of a thumb. After tinkering for a long time, Wang Pan didn't know what this was, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After returning to the Sutra Collection building, he looked through the classics to see what was going on. 3 months later, Wang Pan came out of the Chilean mountains. Wang Pan hunted and killed 9 great demons, and after absorbing the essence and demonic power of the 9-headed great demons, Wang Pan's strength reached a higher level, but it seemed that he was still far from the next great realm. The next realm is called Demon King. The Demon King is so powerful that he can command a group of demons and launch a beast tide. And deep in the Chilean mountains, there are many Demon Kings. Wang Pan did not dare to go too deep into the Chilean mountains, otherwise he would encounter a Demon King and Wang Pan would not be able to escape death even if he tried his best. Back in the palace, Wang Pan was not in a hurry to go to the scripture library. After all, the scripture library stood there and he would not run away. I haven't seen Queen Dugu for almost a year. I miss her. When he thought of Queen Dugu, Wang Pan couldn't help but smile, and his cow's tail swung around, proving that Wang Pan was in a good mood. Humming a vague ditty in his mouth, he broke into Queen Dugu's palace with steps that he didn't recognize his relatives. Wang Pan didn't know what he liked about Queen Dugu, her stunning appearance? Or is it the noble status of the queen? Only calves make choices, old cows want them all. Wang Pan smiled, his sharp teeth shining brightly. Who can refuse a woman who is both charming and noble? The sense of accomplishment in getting such a woman is beyond words. As for Queen Dugu being the wife of Emperor Dakian? If you want to say this, then Wang Pan will be even more excited. Empress, I'm here to see you. Wang Pan excitedly broke into Queen Dugu's palace, looking for Queen Dugu everywhere. The palace maids around were not surprised by this. Since the Empress didn't care about the Green Bull's behavior, they naturally wouldn't talk too much as palace maids. Lord Qingniu, your majesty is taking a bath, you may have to wait for a while. Mr. Qingniu, is there anything you want to eat? The maid goes to prepare for the lord. A palace maid came to Wang Pan and said respectfully. Then you go do your thing and don't Worry about me. I'll go wandering around. Wang Pan waved his ox hoof and signaled the maids to step back.
Humph. Wang Pan blew out 2 hot sparks from his nose and paved the ground with his hooves excitedly.
Sir, are you okay?
The palace maid was about to leave, but when she saw Wang Pan's strange appearance, she couldn't help but ask.
It's okay. What can I do?
It's just that I haven't seen my empress for a long time and I can't wait. Wang Pan stiffened, feeling that he might have acted too obviously, so he calmed down calmly and replied.
There is no mistake.
1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, 1 read. The maid has retired first.
If you need anything, you can call the maid at any time.
The palace maid bowed to Wang Pan and then left in a hurry. Wang Pan didn't pay attention to the departure of the palace maid, and his mind was filled with thoughts of Queen Dugu taking a bath. Secretly remember this time and try it next time to see if Queen Dugu bathes at this time every time.
Wang Pan approached the direction of Kunchi unhurriedly. Relaxed demeanor.
Kunchi is the place where the queen bathes. It is a separate palace with a huge pool built in the palace. The pool maintains a temperature suitable for Queen Dugu to bathe at any time. Every time you take a bath, a medicinal solution prepared by the imperial physician using many rare treasures will be put into the water. This medicine can delay the aging of the face, increase lifespan, and give birth to the most suitable physique for women, with ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Women with this physique are cold on the outside and warm on the inside, with endless benefits.
In addition, this physique can greatly increase the speed of cultivation.
In Kunchi, smoke was lingering, and the figure of Queen Dugu was looming in the mist. There were some water droplets on Queen Dugu's beautiful face, and her skin was pink and tender.
The water droplets slowly slid down Queen Dugu's snow-white and slender neck.
The closer Wang Pan got to Kunchi, the more excited he became. But when Wang Pan really got close to Kunchi, his body froze.
Advanced talent. Burning cicada sense.
As soon as Wang Pan got close, his amazing spiritual sense noticed that something was wrong, and he was being watched by a strong man. It was like a basin of cold water poured on his head.
Wang Pan remained calm and did not get close to Kunchi again. Instead, he lay under a big tree and took a nap.
I knew that when Empress Dugu was bathing, there would be no powerful female officials guarding her.
Wang Pan's expression remained unchanged, and he did not feel disappointed. It was expected. Facts proved that Wang Pan's guess was correct. There really was a powerful female official hidden in the void.
Although there was no example of monsters in this world transforming, and Wang Pan was just a green bull, Wang Pan did not dare to gamble. If he lost the bet and was killed by the female official hidden in the void, Wang Pan would die with regret. As Wang Pan stopped approaching Kunchi, the female official hidden in the void also withdrew her gaze and no longer paid attention to Wang Pan. The feeling of impending disaster disappeared from Wang Pan's heart, and Wang Pan, who was lying under the tree, also breathed a sigh of relief.
Crash. In Kunchi, Queen Dugu walked out of the pool.
After a while, he was dressed neatly under the service of the palace ladies. Queen Dugu was wearing a goose yellow dress, revealing her delicate collarbones. Perhaps she had just taken a bath, and her skin was exuding a faint blush. There is no powder applied on the face, the eyebrows are like willow tips, and there is water mist in the eyes. It can be said that the hibiscus emerges from clear water, and the carvings are naturally removed.
Empress! Wang Pan's eyes lit up and he rushed to Queen Dugu.
Where did you go?
I sent people to the Sutra Library to look for you a few days ago, but they didn't find you.
A smile appeared on Queen Dugu's face, and she moved her hands skillfully, stroking Wang Pan's huge head with her slender, boneless palms. Time seems to have left no trace on Queen Dugu's face, and her appearance is still flawless. Wang Pan also squinted his eyes comfortably and leaned his head forward to make Queen Dugu's posture more appropriate.
Mother, I went into the Chilean mountains a few days ago and swallowed a few big monsters.
Wang Pan's tone was full of showing off, and he raised his head proudly. You, be careful of being swallowed by the Demon King. But thinking about it, with your cleverness and cowardice, you won't provoke the Demon King.
Queen Dugu tilted her head and said. Wang Pan looked at Queen Dugu's cute appearance and instantly felt his nostrils heat up. Gone.
When Queen Dugu saw Wang Pan, she didn't know why she was so happy, and the corners of her mouth were almost split to the roots behind her ears. His eyes were out of focus, and he seemed to be distracted, so he couldn't help but pat Wang Pan's head.
Your Majesty, wait for me.
Wang Pan came back to his senses and blushed. Fortunately, his face was hairy and could not be seen. After taking a sip of the saliva that was about to drip from his mouth, Wang Pan followed Queen Dugu step by step.
Sometimes, happiness is that simple.
Back in the palace, Wang Pan lay down in front of Queen Dugu, waiting for Queen Dugu to feed her.
My dear, do you think monsters can take the form of humans? Wang Pan swallowed a spiritual fruit, looked up at Queen Dugu, and asked with unclear meaning. How can a monster become a human? What's wrong? Do you want to become a human?
Queen Dugu was stunned for a moment, then replied.
Of course I do. If I could become a human, I would take my wife home and make her my wife.
Wang Pan said something shocking. At this time, Wang Pan was no longer afraid. In the Kuan Palace, except for a few palace maids standing far away, no strong man was hiding. Wang Pan was not afraid that a strong man would emerge from the void and chop off his own bull's head. Giggle. Little calf, you have a beautiful thought. You are not afraid that after these words are spread, you will be served on the table tomorrow. Queen Dugu laughed so hard that her branches trembled, and she reached out her hand and tapped Wang Pan's forehead in annoyance. Wang Panyo smiled with a smile on his face, stretched out his tongue to lick the palm of Queen Dugu's hand, and said to please, everyone has a love for beauty, and I think your empress is the most beautiful.
Your Majesty is a kind-hearted person. As long as your Majesty doesn't say anything, who knows what I said? Then I'm just waiting for the day when you turn into a human and come to rob me.
After saying this, Queen Dugu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
Empress, this is what you said.
Wang Pan's eyes were full of cunning. Then he said mysteriously, Mother, look at my cow's hooves. Queen Dugu's curiosity was aroused when she saw Wang Pan's mysterious appearance.
My dear, look.
Wang Pan stretched out a front hoof and waved it in front of Queen Dugu's eyes. The next moment, half of the front hoof turned into a slender hand. This Queen Dugu stuttered a bit, her flawless face full of shock. Thinking that he had seen it wrong, he even couldn't help but reach out and rub his eyes.
My dear, am I great?
Wang Pan tried not to laugh out loud, his eyes kept wandering over Queen Dugu.
Not everyone could see this cute look.
Seeing that Queen Dugu remained silent and had not yet recovered from the shock, Wang Pan couldn't help but buttressed Queen Dugu with his head. A flash of shyness flashed in Queen Dugu's eyes, and then she said with a smile, I didn't expect that monsters can actually transform into humans.
Xing Yo, you really hide your secrets.
Wang Pan, who was in the gentle land and couldn't extricate himself, felt a thump in his heart and the hair on his back exploded.
There is no mistake.
One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. That's bad, I got too carried away and exposed my bottom. I'm afraid all my little thoughts will be exposed in the eyes of Queen Dugu.
Wang Pan's mind was spinning rapidly, and he quietly looked at Queen Dugu's expression with his peripheral vision.
Wang Pan knelt down and said, Mother, I can only transform into one palm, and I am still far away from transforming into a human being.
Oh, then I have wrongly blamed you?
Queen Dugu lay lazily on the chair, her body curves showing, and she said casually. Wang Pan said cautiously, Your Majesty is the person closest to me, and I will not hide anything from your Majesty. So after I was able to form a palm, I immediately thought of the Empress and wanted to share my joy with her.
Tell me, what should I do with you? Ha? I haven't eaten cow demon meat for a long time.
A cow demon in the great demon realm should taste good.
What do you think?
Queen Dugu's expression changed instantly, her pretty face was covered with frost, and her tone was as cold as the winter wind and snow. My dear, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it next time. Also, my meat is not tasty at all, madam.
If madam wants to eat beef, I will go to the Chilean mountains and catch one for you.
Wang Pan knew that he had passed this level, but he did not relax and still acted with Queen Dugu.
The monster is indeed a monster.
It does not even let go of its own kind.
It is so natural.
Queen Dugu suddenly felt a little bored.
What kind of people? I want to transform into a human.
In my heart, only madam is the most important.
They can't even compare to a hair of madam. It's their honor for madam to eat them. Wang Pan did not change his expression and licked Queen Dugu wildly.
You are so sweet. Today, you can kill your own kind for me without changing your expression.
Who knows, will I become a dead soul under your hands tomorrow because of this reason?
Queen Dugu smiled peacefully, and her tone was flat with a little sarcasm.
Madam, you can always trust me.
Wang Pan stood up and slapped his chest with his front hooves.
Go, I'm tired. Empress Dugu waved her hand and asked Wang Pan to go. My queen, take a good rest. I'm leaving first. Wang Pan knew that everything should be done in moderation.
It was enough for today to have developed to this point. If he stayed any longer, he would have a brain problem. Wang Pan finished speaking quickly, then greased his feet and ran away. He looked so embarrassed, as if there was a dog chasing him. Puff! What a clever little ghost.
Empress Dugu looked at Wang Pan and couldn't help laughing.
This smile can be said to be a smile that makes all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. After a long time, looking at the empty hall, Empress Dugu felt a touch of melancholy and loss in her heart.
It seems that you have to enter the Chilean mountains frequently.
You can rely on myself, and the year of the monkey can turn into an adult shape.
Except for Koan Palace, Wang Pan thought contemplative. The energy required for mutation is too great.
The energy of the Wang Pan alone is afraid that it is not possible to turn into an adult shape.
In the Chilean mountains, the most lacking is the big demon.
As long as you swallow a big monster across 3 differences, you can speed up your own adult shape. Wang Pan, who was in a beautiful mood, drilled into the Tibetan scripture tower and began to study hard. After half a year, Wang Pan came out of the Tibetan scripture tower, and his demon power became more and more pure, and his sharpness disappeared. Obviously it is a monster, but the whole body exudes a heavy spirit. In the Chilean mountains, the surrounding terrain was destroyed, and the horrible demon power was raging.
The 13th head.
Wang Pan was in a good mood, swallowing the pig demon in front of him.
Wait until I refine this pig demon, should I be able to get out of the palm?
Wang Pan said to himself, and said uncertainly. Then lift the forelimb hoof, and see a pair of long palms under the forestep for a moment. Wang Pan moved his fingers, and his eyes were satisfied. As long as you can see the hope of the adult, it doesn't matter if you can slowly. Wang Pan has enough patience and time to wait.
Wang Pan was moving, and the palm disappeared in the next moment, and became a cow hoof.
Wang Pan's figure disappeared in place, found a cave, and drilled in and started to refine the big monster in the belly.
Sure enough, my efforts for more than half a year have not been wasted. After the magical power.
After the moon-to-moon improvement, it acts in the body, and the speed of refining the great demon blood has been increased by several times. In just a long time, the whole body of the big demon's whole body, flesh and blood, was devoured by the King Pan. And Wang Pan also turned out of the palm, and even a small cut appeared on the wrist. This makes Wang Pan even more motivated to devour the big demon.
30 years later, Wang Pan didn't know how many big monsters he had devoured.
Now Wang Pan is full of evil spirits, and the demon power is surging. Wherever he is, even if the big demon sees such a scene, he runs and runs. Although most of these big monsters swallowed by the King Pan are supplied to talent mutation, it is only a small part of the remaining part, which also greatly increases the strength of the King Pan.
After countless killings, Wang Pan described his demon power like his arms.
However, the realm is a lot worse than the Demon King, but the strength of Wang Pan is far exceeding his own cultivation.
It's been 30 years since it comes, it's time to go back. Wang Pan is going to return to the palace. After so many killings, the big monsters swallowed by Wang Pan are countless.
The evil spirits formed by the different realm of the same realm and even stronger monsters are almost substantial. There is such a shame that can't be concealed, and it will be perceived by the other big demon across the distance, so as to avoid the King Pan. This makes Wang Pan feel helpless. If you want to hunt the big demon again, it seems that you have to wait for himself to hide the evil spirits of the body. As for removing this fastness into a substantial evil, Wang Pan was reluctant. The good use of evil spirits can enhance the strength of Wang Pan. Although I have encountered several crises of life and death over the years, these are worth it compared with my gains.
Wang Pan smiled.
The Tibetan scripture building contained thousands of books, and Wang Pan also read dozens of millions of books, but most of them just remember.
In these 30 years of fighting, Wang Pan integrates the content recorded in these classics.
Various combat methods, hand in hand. These classics have been turned into Wang Pan's heritage, making the two-type magical powers created by Wang Pan more powerful.
In addition, Wang Pan is now transformed into a humanoid except for a pair of horns. This process is much slower than Wang Pan's imagination.
The main reason is that it consumes too much energy when the head of Nyo head is the head.
The remaining half body is not unexpected, and the energy will be much less.
In other words, it won't be long before Wang Pan can completely get rid of the animal body and form an adult. The half-person and half-cow King Pan stretched out one hand and touched the two horns on his head, and he was wondering. After all, the head is the top priority. I also recognize the more energy that it takes to consume the human form. Wang Pan feels a little big. Two bending horns grew from behind the ear of the Pan Pan and extended, winding up. The horns are dark red, just like the golden casting of the gods. It is indestructible, and the dense runes are engraved under the horns. Forget it, keep it with the corner, it is strange to look good.
Wang Pan looked at his reflection in the water and felt like this. There is an extra pair of horns. It was a bit weird at first glance. After seeing it, it added a little domineering to Wang Pan. I haven't seen the Queen of Duga for so long, and I do know that Duga Queen thought about me. Wang Pan muttered, and originally planned to go back in 2 or 3 years. As a result, I looked at my beast body into a human shape, making Wang Pan happy, and to kill the big demon. As a result, 30 years have passed after returning to God. There is no mistake, 1 book, 1, a book. Fortunately, everyone is a cultivator with a long life. Otherwise, for 30 years, you can make green hair. However, after so long, I don't know if the Lone Queen will be angry with me. Wang Pan touched his chin and thought about it. I think it's better to prepare some gifts to take back for safety. First of all, the Queen said she wanted to eat the meat of the great demon bull, so this must be arranged. I'll kill a bull and carry it back later. What else should I prepare? Wang Pan murmured to himself, thinking that just one bull was not enough. If I can get a flash of ephemeral flower for Queen Dugu, I think she will be very happy. Wang Pan felt that no woman could resist the flash of ephemeral flower. The flash of ephemeral flower is a fairy treasure, and its medicinal name is the flash of ephemeral flower, not the flash of ephemeral flower. The biggest effect of this flash of ephemeral flower is that it can make people look young and youthful forever. The flash of ephemeral flower is also eternal. After taking it, your appearance will always remain at the moment of appearance, forever unchanged. This fairy treasure has extremely demanding requirements for the growth environment. If there is a slight change, it will wither. It can be said that it is hard to find in the world. The last recorded flash of ephemeral flower appeared 1,800 years ago, and women from all countries were crazy about it at that time. Finally, it was obtained by the princess of the ancient country of Qingkong at a huge price. Now, 1,800 years have passed, and the princess still looks the same, without any signs of aging. You want to ask Wang Pan, a cow, how he knows these things? Well, now the princess of the ancient country of Qingkong is in the harem of Dakian and is named the imperial concubine. And by chance, Wang Pan knows the location of a blooming flower. It's a bit troublesome. The place where this blooming flower grows is the territory of a spider monster. Wang Pan feels a little tricky. 12 years ago, Wang Pan almost died at the hands of this spider monster. The strength of this spider monster is incomparable, catching up with the Monster King. Even now, Wang Pan is not sure of winning against this spider monster, at best it is 50-50. However, with my current strength, it should be no problem to ask this spider monster to give me some face, right? Anyway, the ephemeral flower has no effect on cultivation. Its only effect is to keep youth forever and keep its appearance young. A spider monster cannot transform into a human, so it shouldn't care about its appearance, right? With my kind words of persuasion, this spider monster won't fight me to death for an ephemeral flower that is useless to it, right? After thinking about it, Wang Pan felt that this wave was stable. Why is it still not working? Deep in the Chilean mountains, in a skull-shaped mountain, a snow-white spider went berserk. This spider was only the size of a millstone, but the demonic energy around it was surging. The remains of countless human beings covered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. In the deeper caves, bones piled up like a mountain. I don't know how many humans died at the hands of this spider. Ha! Where did this big demon come from? How dare you break into my territory? The originally beastly snow-white spider suddenly quieted down, with a cold tone. The snow-white spider moved, waving its spider legs, and the spider legs were like divine spears, easily leaving holes on the ground. The figure instantly appeared outside the skull mountain, and a demonic energy rose from the snow-white spider body, soaring into the sky, changing the sky. Countless red divine thunders wandered in the sky, and one after another, divine thunders fell randomly, and from time to time, trees and rocks were hit by divine thunders and turned into dust. I haven't seen you for a long time, Madame Bai is still so irritable. Wang Pan was not afraid and faced this terrifying monster head-on. It turned out to be you. The little calf let you run away before, and now you come back to seek revenge on me? A pair of compound eyes lit up, and blood-red light burst out, and Madame Bai sneered. Madame Bai, I didn't come here to fight this time. I came to ask Madame Bai for something. Wang Pan shook his head, thinking that he was mentally ill to fight with this monster. What do you want? Madame Bai breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then asked with some doubts. But she decided in her heart that as long as what Wang Pan wanted was not too excessive, she would give it to him.
Before, when she sensed Wang Pan's breath outside the Skull Mountain, Madame Bai, who was furious, felt that she was offended that a monster dared to break into her territory. After rushing out, he found that the monster on the opposite side was not easy to deal with. That evil spirit that was almost transformed into substance, I don't know how many monsters of the same realm it has slaughtered.
Its terrifying strength made Mrs. Bai look sideways.
I want a flash of ephemeral flower. Wang Pan did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit.
Impossible.
Mrs. Bai suddenly got angry and refused directly. Although the flash of ephemeral flower is precious, it is not helpful for cultivation. It is useless for Mrs. Bai to come.
It is better to give it to me. The grudge between us is wiped out.
In addition, I owe Mrs. Bai a favor. Wang Pan's heart sank, knowing that this was trouble. Hearing the tone of the big monster, he knew that the other party would never hand over the flash of ephemeral flower easily. Wang Pan wanted the flash of ephemeral flower, but he was unwilling to fight with this big monster, so he could only analyze the pros and cons with Mrs. Bai, hoping that Mrs. Bai would give him the flash of ephemeral flower. No room for negotiation. This lady has gone through so much hardship to cultivate a blooming flower.
Why do you want to take it away just by moving your mouth?
As for grudges?
There is no grudge between you and me.
It is the instinct of the strong to prey on the weak among monsters. If it dies, you can't blame it, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. The monster that died in your hands deserved it. As for you, if you didn't escape more than 10 years ago and was killed by me, it would be your fate. You can only blame yourself for being too weak.
The excuse is just the unwillingness and wailing of the weak.
Mrs. Bai's words were full of sarcasm. This blooming flower was prepared for her transformation. Although there has been no example of monsters transforming into humans from ancient times to the present, Mrs. Bai did not give up. Over the years, Mrs. Bai has captured countless human beings in order to dissect the human body, understand the structure of the human race inch by inch, and provide reference for her own transformation into humans.
Mrs. Bai is obsessed with transformation into humans and is almost crazy.
Madame Bai wanted to transform into a human and live with her lover forever, instead of fainting every time the other party saw this spider body. Although Madame Bai has no idea about transforming into a human, it does not prevent Madame Bai from attaching importance to the short-lived beauty.
Madame Bai has taught me a lesson. I have learned from it.
In this case, please let Madame Bai die. Wang Pan sighed, with a look of regret on his face.
The next moment, Wang Pan and Madame Bai acted together.
No mistakes, one sentence, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. When the two big monsters collided, the leaked demonic power directly destroyed the surroundings.
The mountain collapsed, and countless boulders fell.
Madame Bai opened her mouth and spit out countless snow-white spider silks, which instantly formed a huge spider web between heaven and earth. Wang Pan was not afraid at all, and countless runes on the horns flew, as if they were alive. The terrifying edge burst out from the horns, cutting off countless spider silks.
Madame Bai was not panicked at all.
Her 8 legs flew and her spider legs turned into divine spears, which directly chopped off Wang Pan's horns.
Dang!
The two collided with each other, bursting out brilliant light, and sparks as big as bowls flew everywhere, burning dark holes in the void. The evil spirit rose around Wang Pan, and countless monsters wailed and roared in the evil spirit, as if they were alive. The evil spirit was pervasive, impacting Madame Bai's mind. Madame Bai opened her compound eyes, and her blood-red eyes burst out red light, directly imprinted on Wang Pan. The countless evil spirits melted, and Wang Pan also felt a sense of fear, and his body could not move. The next moment, Wang Pan directly chopped off the fear, roared to the sky, and the sound waves were like tides, spreading in circles. Countless mountaintops exploded under Wang Pan's roar, and towering ancient trees turned directly into ashes. Madame Bai was not afraid at all, and she also screamed, shaking Wang Pan's internal organs, causing Wang Pan's demonic power to be disordered for a moment. Madame Bai had experienced countless battles to have the current strength. How could she miss such an opportunity? Spider silks ran across the 8 directions and stirred Wang Pan fiercely. The spider silks as thin as hair were extremely sharp, and the void was cut open. The green fur around Wang Pan's body glowed with green light, and his feet did not stop, cutting against countless spider silks, and quickly approached Madame Bai. The snow-white spider body was extremely light, just the spider feet exerted force, and lightly jumped, directly hanging upside down in the sky. In the surrounding void, Madame Bai had already laid a net of heaven and earth. With the help of the spider web, Madame Bai came and went freely.
Magic power. Falling sun. Wang Pan was upset by the countless spider silks, and used his magic power without hesitation. He looked up at the sky and sucked hard at the thick clouds. A sun fell from the sky, dispersing the clouds. Infinite light and heat burst out, and the spider silks all over the world were swept away. Madame Bai looked terrified, and the thought of running away arose in her heart, but the next moment, Madame Bai restrained her instinct. Her face showed a cruel look, and countless compound eyes on the snow-white spider body exploded, and blood dyed Madame Bai's spider body red. A bloody light gathered together, evil and weird. A bloody sun rose between heaven and earth. The two suns collided, silently, and eroded each other. The sky was twisted, and when the two suns eroded each other and merged together, the world became quiet. Everything seemed to be still, without the slightest sound. Boom! The sun in the sky exploded. All things withered, and life was annihilated. Facing this destructive force, Madame Bai in the air was the first to bear the brunt, and 8 spider legs like magic weapons blocked in front of her. The destructive force continued to attack, each time stronger than the last. Cracks spread across the spider's legs, and then exploded. Finally, Mrs. Bai screamed, her body was blown away, and half of the spider's legs were directly destroyed. Mrs. Bai was miserable, and Wang Pan was not much better. The void twisted and wrinkled. Wang Pan only had time to emit green light to protect his whole body, and the next moment he was pressed deep into the ground by this energy that destroyed everything. 8 spider lance. Mrs. Bai's body was half evaporated, and green blood flowed all over her body. Even so, Mrs. Bai was not moved at all, and the resentment revealed in her eyes was as real as substance. The 5 spider legs fell off from Mrs. Bai's body by themselves, and the spider legs merged together one by one. After each spider leg merged, the aura it exuded became stronger. When the 5 spider legs merged together, the sharp aura emanating from the spider legs had reached the point of shaking the world. Go! Mrs. Bai moved her mind, and the spider legs cut through the sky, and the void was shattered inch by inch under the spear tip. The spider legs turned into spears that flashed and disappeared, and in mid-air, the spears began to break from the inside out. The spear was covered with cracks, and through the cracks one could see the light emanating from the inside of the spear. At this moment, the light emanating from the spear became stronger and stronger, like a rising sun. Boom! The spear fell on Wang Pan's body and exploded. A huge mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the red divine thunder roared and wandered in the mushroom cloud. Ahem! After doing all this, Mrs. Bai's body collapsed on the ground, and her only remaining pair of eyes were full of pleasure. Mrs. Bai struggled with her broken body and wanted to crawl into the underground of Skull Mountain. This time, Mrs. Bai was seriously injured, and it would take at least decades of recuperation to recover. But it was all worth it. Mrs. Bai already felt that her realm had loosened. As long as I recover from my injuries, I will definitely become a demon king. Mrs. Bai was happy in her heart, and this way, her chance of turning into a human form increased by 1 point. Ayun, wait for me. Wait a little longer. I will definitely be able to transform into a human form and stay with you from now on. Mrs. Bai murmured, her face full of madness. After a while, Mrs. Bai went deep into the Skull Mountain and returned to her old nest. This made Mrs. Bai feel relieved. Whether it was a human or a demon, when they were in danger or weak, they would subconsciously hide in a familiar place. When they came to the depths of the ground, countless spider webs were densely covered. In the center of the spider web, there was a large cocoon made of countless spider silks. In the large cocoon, a handsome and extraordinary young man closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Mrs. Bai looked at the appearance of her lover, her heart was full of peace, and her originally ferocious expression gradually calmed down, and her body was filled with a sacred and tranquil atmosphere. The next moment, a dazzling attack descended and fell on the large cocoon. No! Mrs. Bai screamed, her demon power surged, and her body moved abruptly in front of the large cocoon. Poochie! A bloody horn pierced through Mrs. Bai's body, tearing through layers of spider silk and piercing the body of the man in the cocoon. It's really touching. I didn't expect that you, as a demon beast, would fall in love with a human, an ordinary person with no power at all. Wang Pan's figure appeared in the cave, and he said with a smile. Wang Pan's condition was not good at this time. Most of his flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only dark golden bones with patterns supporting his body. Under the bones, the internal organs were clearly visible. If Wang Pan had not been blessed with many talents and his body was far superior to that of ordinary demons, he would probably have died. Even so, Wang Pan was also at the end of his strength. Fortunately, Mrs. Bai was the same.
Mrs. Bai was so seriously injured that she didn't even notice that Wang Pan had entered the cave and was only a few dozen meters away from her.
Ayun.
Mrs. Bai ignored Wang Pan and didn't care about her own injuries. She went straight to the cocoon and blocked the man in the cocoon with her body.
You lunatic! Lunatic! I'm finally free!
The man in the cocoon looked down at the big hole that pierced his body.
Not only was he not afraid, but there was a look of relief on his face.
He used up his last strength, clenched his palms, raised his arms, and then punched Mrs. Bai's forehead hard.
Then the man lowered his head with a smile on his face and died. Who knows what kind of torture this man has suffered?
A ferocious big spider would find the man to reproduce every now and then.
But the man couldn't even die.
What's more, Mrs. Bai took great pains to find a lot of longevity medicine to feed the man. This allowed an ordinary person with no cultivation to live for hundreds of years. Now death may be the greatest relief for him. Wang Pan had 9 coffins, 6 of which were crooked. His values were very upright, so he had never seen such a scene of life and death. With a look of compassion on his face, he raised his hoof and trampled hard.
No mistakes, just read it in the 6-9 book bar. Bang! Mrs. Bai's head exploded, she couldn't be deader.
Wang Pan breathed a sigh of relief, and his body limped to the ground. He gasped for air, and through his bones he could see that Wang Pan's internal organs were violently heaving, with countless tiny blood threads seeping out of his internal organs.
Hey, I didn't listen to the old man, and I suffered a loss. If you had given me the flash of the pan earlier, wouldn't there be nothing wrong? Wang Pan was talking nonsense, shaking his head.
The horns that pierced Mrs. Bai's body also flew back and landed on Wang Pan's head. Using up his last bit of strength, Wang Pan opened his mouth wide and swallowed the spider body on the ground into his stomach.
He could no longer hold on and fainted.
There had just been a big battle outside the Skull Mountain. 2 big monsters with almost the strength of the Demon King fought to the death. All the monsters within 1,000 miles were scared away. Inside the Skull Mountain, it was Madame Bai's territory, exuding the breath of Madame Bai. No blind monster dared to step into the Skull Mountain for 100 miles.
So Wang Pan did not encounter any danger during his sleep.
It took Wang Pan 3 full months to wake up from his sleep. Monsters that can reach the level of a great demon but whose strength is faintly at the level of a demon king are not easy to mess with.
Wang Pan took a deep breath and secretly warned himself not to be so reckless next time. This time he was lucky.
At the critical moment, he activated the horns and blocked the fatal blow for himself.
If he was less lucky, he would be completely dead.
Although he said so, a thought arose in Wang Pan's heart.
That is, if he had to choose again, Wang Pan would still fight Mrs. Bai to the death. For no other reason, he would retreat once and retreat again and again.
He didn't even dare to fight opponents of equal strength. Even if he had a life simulator, he couldn't change the fact that he was a waste.
The strong always came out of fighting.
No one can become a strong person safely with just a secret book and enough resources. Such a person is definitely not a strong person.
Although Wang Pan has a life simulator, he can quickly improve every time he gets a high evaluation realm. But what is the difference between him and other simulators?
Wang Pan was very stable in his previous life, and he was also very stable before he was 18 years old in this life. But this is not what Wang Pan wants. The instinct in his bones cannot be changed.
Wang Pan longs to fight with the strong and enjoy the exhilaration after the fight. Every battle makes Wang Pan happy. Payment and harvest are directly proportional. Although this time is very dangerous, the benefits cannot be estimated. Wang Pan smiled.
When Wang Pan was sleeping, the spider body swallowed into his body was completely digested. A big monster with almost the realm of the Demon King, the essence of flesh and blood contained in the Demon King. Wang Pan not only took the realm to the next level, but also a step away from the Demon King's realm, but also completely turned into a human form.
Simulation mark refresh. You are the first demon in the world in ancient times.
You change your life against the sky, form a man with the body of the monster, and open up a road to the monster family. You get the world's youth. This reward can forcibly enhance the final evaluation of the first level simulation life.
You get the title, the Demon Master. You are the teacher of the monster.
When you fight with the monsters, the combat power increases tripled. You get a senior talent, Yijing Wash. Your constitution is greatly enhanced, and your body is suitable for all cultivation systems.
You get 3 million analog points. It's big.
Wang Pan buzzed his mind, leaving only this idea. Just blessing this title, Wang Pan dares to go to fight with the Demon King now.
In addition, the world is also very against the sky. If the final evaluation of the King Pan is the S-class, then after using the world's bonus, the evaluation is S+. The difference in the first level not only represents the improvement of the strength level of the simulator, but also represents a certain permissions. Therefore, the higher the final score, the more important the simulation life will pay more attention to you. Due to the excellent performance of the simulated several times, the simulation life will temporarily start a talent synthesis for you. It is detected that the simulator has an intermediate talent, the body is strong and strong. Intermediate talent, bone-blood connected. Advanced talent, aging wash. Advanced talent, Zen consciousness. Detecting simulator has a special title, Pioneer. Does it consume the world's weeping, and the 3 million analog points will synthesize it? The simulation mark refresh, let Wang Pan hold it. Wang Pan never thought that talent and title can still be synthesized. Sure enough, I guess it is right. As long as the final evaluation is high every time, the more you will be valued by the simulation life. Wang Pan had only had this feeling before, but now it has confirmed that Wang Pan's feeling is not wrong. Can I know the relevant information of the King of Martial Arts? Wang Pan patted his cheeks, let himself calm down, and asked the simulation mark. Martial Arts King is talent and the title. Top talent titles? Martial Arts King, fighting a master, thousands of skills melted. Your whole body is full of fatal weapons, and the basic combat power is 5 times. Your constitution, speed, strength, recovery power exceeds 5 times the same realm. The simulation mark gives the relevant information of the King of Martial Arts. After Wang Pan read it, his eyes became red instantly. Synthesis. Wang Pan did not hesitate to agree. If this is not synthetic, there is a problem with the brain. The cost of impossible to synthesize the King of Martial Arts just requires the world's weeping and 3 million simulation points. There is no doubt that this is definitely a symbolic of simulation of life. Wang Panxin is the same as the mirror. How can there be such a coincidence that the synthetic cost is just to bear it? Top talent titles? The combination of the Martial Arts King is over. It was only instantly, and many middle and senior talents owned by Wang Pan disappeared. Instead, it is Chan Chan's Martial Arts King boom. The power of horrible qi and blood broke out, and the strength of Wang Pan suddenly skyrocketed to a terrible point. The monster broke out from the body of Wang Pan, and directly broke the skeleton mountain, tearing the sky. The top talent title of Wu Do Tian Wang? The blessing of Wang Pan is too strong. The enhancement of the basic combat power is actually just an attachment. What is really powerful is physical, speed, and strength, and the effective recovery is 5 times stronger than the same realm. Forcing the front line, when life and death fight, they have dominated. Besides, it is 5 times stronger. Wang Pan is now the real realm like a chicken. Even if the King Pan realm has not reached the great realm of the Demon King, it can cooperate with the title of Martial Arts King and the Demon Master, and Wang Pan can easily kill the Demon King. This time is a wave of fat. Wang Pan couldn't hold his mouth with a smile, and the harvest was too big. There is no mistake. 1,619, one book, 1,1,1,1,1, a book. When he came to the top of the skeleton mountain, Wang Pan took out the jade box and carefully packed the flowers into the jade box. After this time, Wang Pan returned to the bottom of the skeleton mountain and packed the many snow-white clues in the cave. It's still a big monster with a big demon realm, Wang Pan said to himself, but he didn't stop his hand. The seal was hit from the hand of the Pan Pan, and the horrible demon power wrapped a white clue, constantly tempting. There are so many classics in the Tibetan scripture building, and Wang Pan is not in vain. Among them, the part of the refiner is now just used. For a long time, Wang Pan's movement stopped, and he looked at the dozens of pairs of stockings in his hand. Hey, so you can see the long legs of the mother's long legs in black silk. Wang Pan showed an idiot-like smile, but just thinking about it in his mind, Wang Pan felt that he couldn't hold it a little, and his nose was hot. After leaving the Skull Mountain, Wang Pan recognized the position and disappeared in place. 3 days later, Wang Pan walked out of the Chilean mountains. Behind him, he dragged a half-dead bull demon with a snow-white spider web. Wang Pan still maintained the appearance of a green bull. It was not convenient for too many people to know that he could transform into a human. It was not because Wang Pan was afraid of being pried into the secret, but because everyone knew that he could transform into a human, so how could he take advantage of Queen Dugu? Although Queen Dugu did not dislike Wang Pan taking advantage, others would care.
Once they knew that Wang Pan could transform into a human, it would not be so easy for Wang Pan to walk in the palace.
He might even get stabbed.
When he thought of getting stabbed, Wang Pan felt a chill down there and couldn't help but clamp his legs together. Arriving at Koan Palace with ease, Wang Pan skillfully rushed in. Beside the artificial lake of Koan Palace, Queen Dugu was wearing a blood-colored cloak and a white dress inside, with a string of silver bells tied around her fair wrists. Queen Dugu gently shook her palm, and the pleasant sound of bells rang by the lake. Fish food fell from Queen Dugu's palm into the lake, and countless colorful and huge spiritual fish in the lake were scrambling for food. After grabbing all the fish food, a group of spiritual fish floated to the surface, opened their mouths wide, and looked at Queen Dugu eagerly. Queen Dugu, the pavilion by the lake, the colorful spiritual fish in the lake, and the hazy mist rising from the lake, merged into a peerless painting.
Empress, I'm back. Wang Pan rushed into this painting excitedly, destroying the artistic conception completely.
As for the captured bull demon, it has been handed over to the servants in Koan Palace by Wang Pan.
You still remember to come back?
Queen Dugu leaned lazily against the pavilion, looked up at Wang Pan when she heard the words, said something calmly, then retracted her gaze and continued to feed the spiritual fish in the lake. Empress, although I am no longer with you, my heart is always by your side. Those who are thick-skinned can eat enough, but those who are thin-skinned cannot. Wang Pan was so thick-skinned. He didn't mind at all when he heard this, and stepped forward to please him with a shy face.
Do you think I will believe it?
Queen Dugu turned her head, with a faint smile on her face.
Your Majesty, I can't eat well outside, and I can't sleep warmly. All I can think about is your Majesty.
Wang Pan grinned and unceremoniously pushed the maid beside Queen Dugu away, stretched out his tongue and licked Queen Dugu's palm. While licking, he carefully raised his head to check Queen Dugu's face. Seeing that Queen Dugu's expression didn't change much, Wang Pan licked even more happily.
I remember before, you said you would bring back a bull demon in the great demon realm for me. Where is the bull? If you forget, then I might as well put you on the table.
Queen Dugu's red lips parted slightly and she stared at Wang Pan's body, looking up and down, as if she was looking at which part was more delicious. Of course I dare not forget that the cow demon has been handed over to the servants to cook.
I think it will be on the table in a while.
Wang Pan took advantage of the situation and laid his huge head on Queen Dugu's lap. Fortunately, Queen Dugu was not weak, otherwise she would have been suppressed.
What a pity.
Queen Dugu sighed, seeming a little regretful. Then he turned his head and continued feeding the spiritual fish by the lake.
Your Majesty, this fish is really well taken care of.
Seeing that Queen Dugu ignored him, Wang Pan rolled his eyes, came to the pavilion, put the cow's head over the railing, and looked into the lake.
The chubby big-headed fish are opening their mouths, waiting to be fed. Wang Pan couldn't help but admired. Oh? Then tell me, what's so good about it?
Queen Dugu seemed to be deliberately looking for trouble and took over Wang Pan's words.
The good thing is that they are all fat and strong, so they will definitely taste good.
Wang Pan admired sincerely. The spirit fish below are each nearly 10 feet long, bright in color, and the taste is certainly not much different.
Quick, light the fire and set up the pot. Wang Pan's demon power came out of his body and he easily caught a spiritual fish. Wang Pan smiled happily and ordered the maids around him. The surrounding maids were in a dilemma and couldn't help but look at Queen Dugu.
They knew how kind Queen Dugu was to these spirit fish. In the deserted Koan Palace, feeding these spiritual fish every day is one of Queen Dugu's few interests.
Go and set up the pot.
I have been feeding these spirit fish for so long, and I am very curious about their taste. Queen Dugu did not stop her, but became interested and ordered the maids around her.
Soon, with the efforts of the palace ladies, a large pot was set up.
The tangy spice makes people salivate when they smell it. Wang Pan had been in the Chilean mountains for so long that his mouth almost turned like a bird, and he couldn't help but look into the pot frequently. Wang Pan swallowed his saliva and turned his demonic power into a blade, instantly slicing the nearly 10-foot-long spiritual fish into slices as thin as cicada wings. There are also many vegetables placed beside the pot, as well as the cow demon blood and meat brought back by Wang Pan.
Mother, are you hungry? Let's have some food.
Wang Pan laid the cow's head on Queen Dugu's lap and pointed at his open mouth with the cow's hooves. Queen Dugu showed a hint of disgust on her face, but her hand movements were very sincere. She put the fish fillets into the pot, rinsed them, and then put them into Wang Pan's mouth.
Ah, comfortable. The fish slices melted in your mouth and had a rich aroma.
Wang Pan narrowed his eyes with a happy look on his face.
Stand back.
Queen Dugu suddenly waved her hand to the palace maids around her and gave her instructions without any doubt.
Promise. Many of the palace ladies swallowed and then withdrew. Before you left, you were able to form a palm. After so many years of walking, what can you do now? Queen Dugu asked casually while feeding Wang Pan. Empress, I can already transform into a human being. Wang Pan didn't hide anything.
After he finished speaking, he stopped chewing and looked at Queen Dugu with his eyes. Oh, I am well read, but I have never heard of a monster that can transform into a human being.
So, you are the first monster to transform into a human being in ancient times?
Queen Dugu stiffened, then softened, and praised Wang Pan.
Empress, I can now transform into a human being. There is no mistake.
One post, one content, 161, one book, one read.
Wang Pan said seriously. So what? You don't really want to snatch this palace away from the emperor, do you?
It's not that I look down on you, but with your little strength, any member of the royal family can kill you with a single strike. Queen Dugu smiled, her face was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
I have made up my mind to become the Chow thief, and even the emperor cannot stop him, I said so. Wang Pan held his head high and spoke in a domineering tone.
Bang!
It took Queen Dugu a long time to stop smiling, raised her slender hand, and gave Wang Pan a headache.
I talk nonsense all the time. There's so much food to eat that I can't even fill your mouth. Ha! The taste was surprisingly good.
Queen Dugu taught Wang Pan a lesson, and then she took a piece of spiritual fish meat and put it into her mouth. She was a little surprised at the deliciousness of the fish meat.
Mother, I have prepared a gift for you. You will definitely like it. Wang Pan was not discouraged at all. He took out a jade box, put it on the table, and motioned Queen Dugu to open it. Oh, you still have some conscience. It's worth it that I always care about you.
Queen Dugu raised her lips and opened the jade box.
Ah, this is a flash in the pan?
Queen Dugu was puzzled at first, then her pupils contracted and she exclaimed. Originally, Queen Dugu did not expect how good the gift Wang Pan gave her. Although Wang Pan could transform into a human, Queen Dugu still looked at Wang Pan with the eyes of a monster. She thought that a monster, how could he know what gift he liked?
But Queen Dugu was still very happy. It didn't matter what the gift was.
What mattered was the thought. Queen Dugu thought a lot before opening the jade box, but she didn't expect that there was a flash in the pan in the jade box. Although the flash in the pan is extremely rare, most women in powerful families know the flash in the pan. How many women sighed at the information about epiphyllum and the classics, hoping that they could get an epiphyllum? The page about epiphyllum and the classics was almost torn apart. After all, no woman can resist the temptation of epiphyllum.
Who in the world doesn't want to get an epiphyllum that can make people look forever young? The gift I prepared for the queen is epiphyllum. I almost lost my life for this epiphyllum. But as long as the queen likes it, it's worth it. Wang Pan didn't hide it, and directly told Queen Dugu about the dangerous process of getting this epiphyllum. After all, if Wang Pan didn't tell Queen Dugu about the dangers, how could he move Queen Dugu? Sometimes, the process is not important, but the result is important.
Sometimes, the process is important, and the result is also important.
Sometimes, the process is not important, and the result is not important. How to grasp the scale depends on personal understanding.
Wang Pan told Queen Dugu about his situation over the years, and emphasized how much he paid for the flash in the pan. Queen Dugu stared at the flash in the pan in the jade box without blinking, her eyes full of joy.
As for what Wang Pan said, Queen Dugu ignored it. What storms and waves has Queen Dugu not seen? Do you really think that Queen Dugu is inexperienced in the deep palace?
If she was really inexperienced, Queen Dugu would probably not be sitting in front of Wang Pan now, but turned into bones in a dry well in the palace. The dangers in the harem can be said to be bloodless, and the real naivete will not survive. So Queen Dugu only believed half of Wang Pan's words.
Little calf, I don't know how many people and monsters you have deceived with your mouth, and now you have deceived me? I believe that you have gone through a life and death struggle to get the epiphany. But if you say how much you love me?
Empress Dugu turned her eyes away from the epiphany, raised the corners of her mouth, and said playfully.
My queen, I have a name, my name is Wang Pan.
My love for you is like this epiphany in front of me, although it is only a moment, but it is also eternal. Wang Pan smiled awkwardly, and under the gaze of Empress Dugu's eyes as bright as stars, Wang Pan's eyes twitched, and he felt inexplicably weak in his heart.
Wang Pan asked himself, do you like Empress Dugu?
Of course I like her. But it's just because Empress Dugu is beautiful, has a good figure, and is of noble status. To put it bluntly, he is simply greedy for Empress Dugu's body.
You can keep these words to deceive others. If you have nothing to do, just leave.
Empress Dugu rolled her eyes.
This little calf is so bad, whoever believes it is a fool.
When Wang Pan saw Empress Dugu's posture, it was clear that she was ready to kill the cow after she had done her work. At this time, Wang Pan would not really leave. Wang Pan transformed into a human, picked up Empress Dugu who had not yet reacted, and put her on his thigh.
Bold Wang Pan, you dare to flirt with me. I must chop off your head.
Empress Dugu did not expect Wang Pan to be so bold. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her expression was cold and murderous, and she scolded Wang Pan. Empress Dugu wanted to break free from Wang Pan's arms, but Wang Pan's hands passed through Empress Dugu's waist and hugged her tightly.
Wang Pan leaned his head on Empress Dugu's shoulder, and the tip of his nose could smell the fragrance coming from Empress Dugu. Wang Pan smiled.
With the strength of Queen Dugu, Wang Pan would not be surprised if she killed him in 3 or 2 moves, let alone breaking free from his arms. With the strength of Dakian, as the queen of a country, even if she was piled with resources, she could be made into a strong one.
Not to mention that the emperor of Dakian of this generation was ambitious, and would he look down on a woman with a beautiful appearance? If the queen doesn't want to, how can I flirt with her?
Wang Pan whispered in Queen Dugu's ear. The hot air exhaled by Wang Pan hit Queen Dugu's ears, causing her to twist her body. A blush reappeared on her cheeks, and her eyes were full of mist, as if water was about to drip out.
You are so bold, why don't you let me go quickly? I must report to His Majesty and let him know that his queen is held in the arms of his mount. At that time, I will make you wish you were dead or alive.
Queen Dugu's voice was slightly trembling, and she turned her head and said to Wang Pan viciously, "Ha, if your Majesty is not afraid of being ruined, just go and tell the Emperor."
Majesty, I am willing to work for you. Wait. Majesty, just talk, why are you taking off my clothes? Although Wang Pan didn't know why Queen Dugu was so reluctant, it didn't prevent Wang Pan from happily accompanying Queen Dugu to act.
Wang Pan, who was originally cooperating with Queen Dugu in the play, was confused by Queen Dugu's sudden move.
I couldn't help but fall into deep thought, who is greedy for whose body? Why do I feel like I am the prey?
These thoughts only appeared in Wang Pan's mind for a moment, and then Wang Pan didn't care about them, and didn't care so much. Seeing Queen Dugu's beautiful face, misty eyes, and delicate red lips, Wang Pan bravely ate up. Hands were also placed where they should be. Queen Dugu's body trembled, and she was about to push Wang Pan away, but in the end Queen Dugu put down her arms and indulged in it. Who? After a long time, Wang Pan finally let go of Queen Dugu.
Okay, you two dogs and bitches, I'm going to tell His Majesty and let him chop off your heads.
On the lake, a fathead fish surfaced, seeing everything, speaking human language, with a proud tone. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1/6, 1 book, 1 bar. The fathead fish felt that he was going to be successful. Who would have thought that as the queen of Dakian, he would do something unfaithful to his wife?
Dip in the pig cage, dip in the pig cage. The queen has cheated on His Majesty.
A group of spirit fish surfaced, laughing and pointing at Wang Pan and Queen Dugu. Puff Wang Pan and Queen Dugu were amused by this group of spirit fish.
White hair is 3,000 feet long, women decide the fate of the world.
Queen Dugu still had a blush on her face, and she smiled and spoke. The sky and the earth changed color, and the whole space froze. Wang Pan only felt that the figure of Queen Dugu in front of him was getting bigger and bigger, turning into a peak that people could only look up to. The overwhelming pressure filled the entire space. The next moment, all the black hair of Queen Dugu turned into white hair. The white hair moved without wind, and the hair tips cut through the space, and countless dark space cracks appeared and disappeared. The white hair was like a god gold, sharp and unmatched. The white hair pierced through the space and drilled into the dark space cracks. The next moment, above the sky, countless white hairs fell from the sky, piercing through the sky and the earth. Each white hair contained terrifying power, and the whole lake instantly turned into a pool of blood. Whether it was the spirit fish in the great demon realm in the lake, or the spirit turtle hiding in the deep mud at the bottom of the lake, none of them were spared and all died. The thick death aura permeated the lake, and the whole lake was dyed red with blood. On the surface of the lake, a wisp of death aura gathered together, forming a layer of black mist covering it, floating on the surface of the lake.
Guliolu. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Wang Pan swallowed his saliva.
Although he had some guesses, when he really saw the tip of the iceberg of Queen Dugu's strength, Wang Pan was scared.
What are you still standing there for?
Queen Dugu turned around and looked at Wang Pan in confusion. Her beautiful face was full of innocence and confusion, just like a simple and naive little girl. But behind her was the lake stained red by blood, and the refreshing fragrance of blood entered his nose. Wang Pan shook his body and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Let's die. Wang Pan risked his life, stepped forward and hugged Queen Dugu by the waist. In the Koan Palace, the lights are bright. The silver moonlight was covered on the ground. The moonlight is beautiful, not as beautiful as the Lone Queen. There is no round moon outside the window. Under the light of the moonlight, the skin of the lonely queen exudes a hazy halo. Bold cow demon, you. Queen Dugu scolded Wang Pan with a face. Wang Pan did not listen to the Queen of Dugu, but he was still doing it. Mix the account, you dare to do this palace like this. This palace. Essence this palace must kill you. Queen Dugu was annoyed, but his heart was unprecedentedly stimulating. Mother, you are looking down on me, but you still have thought to think about something else. Wang Pan revealed a white teeth, and then it became more dismissal. The second day. Wang Pan woke up from the bed, beside him with the sleeping Dun Queen. At this time, the exquisite and beautiful face of the Dugu Queen had a little frightened face, which may be a nightmare. Wang Pan didn't get up, and his palm stroked the lonely Queen's jade back. After a while, the eyelashes of Dugu Queen trembled and opened his eyes. A pair of eyes are full of confusion. Little calf, are you satisfied now? If the matter was known last night, you will die. How about, are you afraid? The lowly queen raised the corner of her mouth, and her tone was full. The corner of Wang Pan's mouth was drawn, and his tone was bland. Mother, all that should be done, if you are afraid, I will not lie here. Bad. Dugu Queen groaned, like a little girl who did not get toys. Seeing that he was chilling, Wang Pan was shuddering, approaching the Queen of Dugu, and quietly said something to Queen Dugu. Dugu Queen's expression kept changing. First, he was ashamed, then curious, and finally with a difficult color, and eventually he was talked about by Wang Pan. After 3 days in a row, Wang Pan and Dugu Queen did not even come out, staying in the palace. Wang Pan was also used for the Dun Queen with spy silk. I have to say that the black silk is the forever. During this period, Wang Pan also saw a different side of the Dugu Queen. Everyone in the entire Koan Palace comes and goes, and even the maid serves the King Pan and the Lone Queen. But Queen Dugu didn't care. This means that the Dugu Queen has absolute confidence, which can control everything and not let the news come out. This is terrible. The entire Koan Palace only recognizes the Queen of Dugu and does not recognize the Emperor Dan. Mother, I'm going to the collection. On this day, Wang Panping lying on the phoenix talked to Dugu Queen. The Queen Dugu heard that he was full of grievances. This palace knows that there is no good thing in a man. Mother, you are very ambitious, my strength is too weak to help you. After all, you are still afraid, you are afraid of death. What do you say like me? Essence it is a flash of flowers, and it is eternal. My actions these days can prove my love for my mother, but it has been going on like this, and the days are comfortable. But strength will not grow out of thin air. I want to help you. Even if what you want to do fails, I can save you. I am preparing for our future. Wang Pan also said that the smaller the voice, and he felt that he was full of confidence. Wen Yin was anxious, and he was indifferent to Wang Pan. If you want to improve your strength, you say that there are countless resources to improve your strength in the inner library of this palace, which is enough to cultivate you into a strong person. Don't you go, will you accompany the palace? There is no mistake. 1 one book, 1 a book. Queen Dugu looked at Wang Pan poorly. Resources are important, but it should not be too dependent on resources. The New Year pigs were cultivated in this way, which killed meat. What I pursue is not a moment of strong, as long as I think, I can break through the current realm now and reach the Demon King. But this is meaningless to me. What I want is to dig out the potential of each realm as much as possible. Wang Pan refused, and the soft rice was very fragrant, but the soft rice of the Lonely Queen was a bit dangerous. After all, the husband of the Lonely Queen was the Emperor of Dayton. Without sufficient strength, once the incident, in the face of the Emperor Dan, Wang Pan will die. In addition, as Wang Pan said, Wang Pan knows his goals from beginning to end. Now it seems that all the potentials of each realm can be tapped as much as possible. But these are not meaningless moves. These will turn into the heritage of the King Pan, supporting the King Pan further and stronger. Once in the real world, when Wang Pan reaches the human king's realm, he can be cultivated by himself without being disturbed by pollution in heaven and earth.
At that time, what Wang Pan experienced in the simulation world will turn into the food on Wang Pan's road, allowing Wang Pan to make a rapid progress, and the fish leaps the dragon door. Therefore, Wang Pan did not blindly pursue the realm, but stayed in a realm. It felt that Wang Pan would choose to break through after digging out the potential of the current realm with his current ability. Queen Dugu acknowledged that Wang Pan was very reasonable, but it was a matter of two things: that the truth and reasoning were reasonable. The current Dugu Queen is justified that he does not want to listen to Wang Pan's reason. Seeing this, Wang Pan had to chase the Queen Dugu Queen and kill him. Make Dugu Queen cannot be divided into thoughts. Looking at the lone queen who was sleeping in the past, Wang Pan was full of pride, dressed well, humming xiaozu, and left Koan Palace. After Wang Pan left, Empress Dugu opened her eyes with a complicated expression, sighed with an unclear meaning, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the previous decades of fighting, Wang Pan also felt that the two magical powers he created still had shortcomings, and there was also a lot of room for improvement. However, the creation of these two magical powers has exhausted Wang Pan's foundation. If he wants to continue to improve the two magical powers, he needs to go to the library to read classics. Reading thousands of books, writing like a god. This sentence is also applicable to cultivation. After leaving Koan Palace, Wang Pan returned to his original body. This is the Imperial Palace. Wang Pan has no doubt that once the fact that he is transformed into a human is exposed, the first thing he will face is not being studied, but being cut off and punished forever. Inside Koan Palace, Queen Dugu woke up from a deep sleep, and the quilt slipped off her body, revealing her snow-white skin. Like a kitten that had just woken up, she stretched her body lazily. A huge amount of luck washed over every inch of Queen Dugu's body. The entire Koan Palace seemed to be completely separated from the outside world at this moment, forming a world of its own. The sun, moon, and stars hung high on the top of Koan Palace, and infinite starlight burst out, turning Koan Palace into a sea of stars. After a long time, everything dissipated and returned to normal. But in this short period of time, Queen Dugu's strength ushered in a leap-forward explosion. As expected of the number one demon in the ancient times, your great luck has finally enabled me to cultivate the 9th level of the Qiankuan conferred god technique. Empress Dugu licked her lips, then smiled and whispered to herself, Emperor Qian, my strength is not inferior to yours now. As long as I can improve my cultivation, the great Qian kingdom will be in my pocket. Come here. After putting on her dress, Empress Dugu spoke majestically. Your subordinate greets the queen. A response suddenly came from the empty Koan Palace hall. A middle-aged woman stepped out of the void, came to Empress Dugu, and then knelt on one knee. Go contact the people of Xiantian sect, White Lotus sect, and Tianhua sect. Let them try the strength of our great Qian emperor. Our emperor is too hidden. Empress Dugu lay lazily on the chair and gave instructions carelessly. Yes. The middle-aged woman's pupils contracted and her body trembled with excitement. Is this day finally coming? Emperor Qian, what are you going to do? Empress Dugu's eyes were full of confusion, and then she murmured, but it doesn't matter. I am far inferior to you in terms of scheming, but as long as I am strong enough, no matter how many calculations you make, I will break them with my strength. Wang Pan entered the sutra library familiarly, just like going home. The classics that I thought were boring in the past are now interesting to read. Decades of tense fighting have made Wang Pan physically and mentally exhausted. Afterwards, he had in-depth exchanges with Empress Dugu for several days. Between relaxation and relaxation, Wang Pan actually gained more insights into his own power. The title of Demon Master is not so easy to get. As the saying goes, if one's virtue is not worthy of the position, there will be disasters. To be worthy of the title of Demon Master, it is not enough for me to transform into a human. However, the reason why I can transform into a human is all due to the mutation of advanced talents. I am a special case. My transformation is not universal. Wang Pan flipped through the classics with dull eyes. It is obvious that his attention is not on the classics. The most difficult thing is often the breakthrough from 0 to 1. Although my transformation is not universal, it finally allows me to fully understand the process of transformation. The most difficult thing from nothing to something has been solved. Is it still far to create a universal method that can make monsters transform? A smile appeared on his face, and countless inspirations burst out and collided in his mind. Without bothering to read the classics, Wang Pan hurriedly left the sutra library. Half a year passed in a flash. In the Beast Control Garden, many monsters were harmed by Wang Pan. The Beast Control Garden, which used to be bustling, is now extremely cold, and no monster can be found for a long time. Many monsters fled into the Chilean mountains. Those who didn't run away all became Wang Pan's test subjects. Bang! The body of a big monster kept changing, sometimes it was a beast limb, and sometimes it was a human limb. When it was completely transformed into a human arm, before Wang Pan was happy, the next moment this arm exploded, shattered into blood mist. Before the blood mist spread, Wang Pan waved his sleeves to blow away the blood mist and fell into deep thought. Big brother, it's none of my business. My arm exploded by itself. The tiger demon didn't care about his own limbs exploding, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Wang Pan timidly. A pair of huge eyes were full of grievances at this time, looking at Wang Pan eagerly. It doesn't make sense, why did it fail again? Wang Pan ignored the pitiful tiger demon and muttered to himself. Although it only existed for a moment, it finally turned into a human form, which is also a big step. Coming back to his senses, Wang Pan dispelled all the negative emotions in his mind. Looking at the aggrieved tiger demon in front of him, Wang Pan waved his hand and said, "You have nothing to do here." The tiger demon was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Fearing that Wang Pan would go back on his word, the tiger demon with only one leg left limped and ran away. Pa! The tiger demon with a chubby face ran into the Chilean mountains in one breath, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, and then slapped himself without hesitation. I told you not to run earlier. I told you to stay in the beast garden. In order to provide 3 meals a day for the beast garden, now it's all right. I lost one of my front and back limbs, how can I find a tigress? The tiger demon cried loudly and slapped himself. Ha? Slap? No, I'm a tiger demon, where does the slap come from? No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1619, 1 book, 1 bar, look. The tiger demon stopped crying and raised the only remaining forelimb in a daze. What appeared in front of him was not a furry tiger claw, but a human arm. No, I have to run quickly. If that crazy blue bull knows about it, he will definitely catch me and continue to study me. Thinking of this, the tiger demon couldn't sit still, and it went deep into the Chilean mountains as if its butt was on fire. Wang Pan left the beast garden and returned to the sutra library. In the past 6 months, the tiger demon has been lucky. All those who were not lucky died. Among so many experimental subjects, only the tiger demon survived. It must be that I am not well educated enough. I will succeed next time if I read more books. Brave Nyo Nyo is not afraid of difficulties. Wang Pan cheered himself up. Half a month later, Wang Pan walked out of the sutra library reluctantly. Anyway, I will be used as a mount by the Emperor of Dakian in a few days, so I will find his queen to ride back first. Wang Pan was furious and rushed into Kuan Palace without saying a word. Queen Dugu only had time to exclaim before she was pressed on the table by Wang Pan. It was dark. Queen Dugu tidied her clothes, and said coquettishly, "What's wrong with you? Who made you angry?" "Your husband made me angry, and I am very angry now." Wang Pan said. "Well, you coward, you are angry, why do you want to take it out on me? If you have the guts, go find the great Emperor Dakian. You are a bully in your own house, what's the point of bullying a weak woman like me?" Empress Dugu looked at Wang Pan, rolled her eyes, and said vaguely, "I can't beat the Emperor Dakian. I can only bully his queen." Wang Pan's face was thicker than the wall, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Shameless. Empress Dugu was angry. Cough cough. Empress Dugu choked and coughed. Gulp. Empress Dugu covered her mouth and swallowed her saliva. "Little calf, are you satisfied now?" Empress Dugu looked at Wang Pan with resentment and said pitifully, "I am a big bull and forgive the Emperor Dakian." Wang Pan was so magnanimous that he didn't hate the Emperor Dakian for such a trivial matter. He waved his hand and said that he didn't care. 3 days later, Wang Pan transformed into a green bull and walked out of Kuan Palace. Empress Dugu sat on the back of Wang Pan's green bull, followed by many palace maids and eunuchs. Empress Dugu wore a phoenix crown and a fiery red dress, like a phoenix bathing in fire. The fiery red skirt fluttered as Wang Pan walked. Empress Dugu's body trembled, then her eyes moved, and she glared at Wang Pan, asking him to be honest. "Little calf, are you really not afraid of death?" Empress Dugu whispered to Wang Pan in a bad mood. "Who dares to investigate the queen? Who has the strength to investigate the queen?" Wang Pan asked back. "Humph." Empress Dugu was angry and ignored Wang Pan's little action. It was late autumn now, and Emperor Dakian summoned all civil and military officials to prepare for autumn hunting. Wang Pan carried Empress Dugu and came to the outside of Qian Palace to meet Emperor Dakian. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you."
Empress Dugu landed from Wang Pan's back, her fiery red dress dragging on the ground, and she bowed to Emperor Dakian.
Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Wang Pan also bent his front hooves and saluted Emperor Dakian.
The dampness on his back had disappeared without a sound. But this time when he saw Emperor Qian, Wang Pan no longer felt awe, but instead felt like he had met a like-minded person.
Queen, there is no need to be polite.
Emperor Dakian's face remained unchanged, and he still looked ordinary. Although Wang Pan's advanced talent, Chanju, had been integrated into the king of martial arts, this did not mean that this talent had disappeared. On the contrary, this talent was even stronger.
Wang Pan could sense a vague sense of crisis coming from Emperor Dakian.
This sense of crisis was very weak and would be ignored if he was not careful. This did not mean that Emperor Dakian was weak, on the contrary, it proved that Emperor Dakian was very strong.
Strong beyond imagination. Wang Pan turned into a transparent cow and followed Emperor Dakian and Empress Dugu silently. This blue bull is a real worry to me.
I haven't seen it in such a long time since I entered the palace.
During the autumn hunt, I asked the eunuchs to go to the beast garden every time, but they couldn't find it.
Emperor Dakian was angry when he said this, and glanced at Wang Pan casually. Wang Pan's body tensed up immediately, and he felt that the world was eclipsed at this moment. The overwhelming pressure fell on Wang Pan's body, making Wang Pan unable to move. At this moment, Wang Pan seemed to be against the world. Even if he tried his best, he was still a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A wise and ambitious emperor, every word he said was full of deep meaning. He could speak casually, but if the ministers below listened casually, then basically this minister was not far from death. Wang Pan knew that this was Emperor Dakian expressing his dissatisfaction with him, and it was also a warning.
Your Majesty, I think this little calf is quite capable. Why not give this little calf to me?
Empress Dugu looked back and forth between Emperor Qian and Wang Pan, smiling. Wang Pan was almost scared to death. I know I am very capable, but you should consider the occasion when you are feverish.
Is this something you can say to Emperor Qian in person?
Oh.
Emperor Dakian became interested and asked, what did this little calf do?
While speaking, the pressure around Wang Pan dissipated, and Wang Pan staggered and almost fell to the ground.
Empress Dugu smiled but said nothing.
Was she going to say that this little calf was so bold that he used your queen as a mount? This little calf has worked hard for me, and has gone through great pains to find a blooming ephemeral flower for me.
Your Majesty, do you think I can't like such a little calf? Emperor Dakian felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. So this blue bull is quite loyal and capable. Since the queen likes it, I will give it to her from now on. Emperor Dakian waved his hand and gave the royal plate to Queen Dugu. It was just a blue bull, not worth mentioning to Emperor Dakian. It was just a saying that a saint must be accompanied by a blue bull. No mistakes, just read it in 169 book bar. If the blue bull follows anyone now, is that person a saint? Emperor Dakian thought that it was probably because the blue bull clan was thick-skinned. Whenever a saint appeared, the shameless blue bull clan would rush to hug the saint's thigh. Before, I also thought that it was bullshit that a saint would be accompanied by a blue bull when he came to the world. But today I believe it. What virtue and ability do I have, Wang Pan? It is a great blessing to meet a female bodhisattva. I didn't expect to meet a saint today. Although it is not to give the queen to me, it is the same to give me to the queen. From now on, you, the Emperor Dakian, are the saint. Many thoughts kept emerging in Wang Pan's mind. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. The skin under the clothes of Empress Dugu has begun to turn red. It is too exciting to say these words in front of Emperor Qian. It's getting late. Let's go. The ministers are probably waiting impatiently. That's what he said, but Emperor Qian walked forward slowly, not caring about the ministers who were waiting. A large open space has been cleared in the beast garden. On the open space, 100,000 soldiers wearing armor and holding sharp weapons are lined up neatly. The dazzling golden armor shines brightly in the sun. This is the Imperial Guard, and every soldier in it is the strongest one selected from the entire Dakian army. With only 100,000 soldiers, once they form a military formation, even a strong man at the level of the Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sect will be surrounded and killed, and he can't even escape. In front of these 100,000 soldiers, thousands of young men and women stood quietly. These young men and women have prominent family backgrounds. Some are the descendants of ministers in the court, some are the young masters of aristocratic families, and some are the direct descendants of a great sect. They all hope that they will perform well in this autumn hunt and be remembered by Emperor Qian. In the front are the civil and military ministers of the court,
standing on the left and right. The huge parade ground was silent.
Many ministers and soldiers were not impatient at all, quietly waiting for their emperor to appear. See my emperor! My emperor unified the mountains and rivers. De Qian! De Qian! De Qian!
When Emperor Qian appeared on the high platform with the queen, a sound like a tsunami came. The whole world trembled under this sound. A terrifying human destiny rose to the sky and changed the sky. In the mountains, at this moment, countless small demons died. Many big demons were also severely injured, dragging their injured bodies to hide in the depths of the Chilean mountains.
Wang Pan did not react much. With the blessing of the phoenix seal given by Empress Dugu, Wang Pan was not targeted by the human destiny.
Instead, he felt that after the torrent of human destiny washed over him, his strength was 3 times stronger.
All the ministers, please stand up.
The Emperor Dakian raised his hand gently. His voice was not loud, but it was full of majesty.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
The sound of armor colliding mixed with the voices, full of solemnity.
This is my way. Sensing this overwhelming human destiny, Wang Pan had a clear understanding in his heart. Overwhelm all things with humanity. His thoughts are clear, his body is sublimated, and a blue halo blooms from the inside out.
The realm naturally shattered, and quietly, Wang Pan had reached the Demon King realm. In the process of sublimation, countless thoughts collided and exploded in Wang Pan's mind. The evil spirit lingering around Wang Pan disappeared little by little. Not to be wiped out, but to be controlled by Wang Pan. It turns into the intention of killing. Wang Pan was immersed in this sublimation of life levels. As for what Emperor Dakian said standing on the high platform, Wang Pan didn't hear it at all. You all are the future of Dakian, go ahead, I'm watching you, Dakian's luck will protect you. When Wang Pan came to his senses, Emperor Dakian's speech had ended and the army set off. The Royal Forest Army got on their horses and charged into the Chilean mountains in a mighty manner. Every horse is unique and has the strength of a great demon. It can travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a day if it works hard. The purpose of the Royal Forest Army was to enclose the territory and eliminate the demon kings in the Chilean mountains, so as to prevent the younger generation from suffering heavy casualties. The sky suddenly darkened, and a strange bird spread its wings, blocking out the sky and casting a large shadow.
Bah!
A cry that pierced the sky resounded throughout the world.
Boom!
The huge body fell from the sky and landed in front of Emperor Qian.
Bah!
The giant eagle's eyes were full of joy, and it gently rubbed against Emperor Dakian.
This giant eagle is as huge as a mountain, with a wingspan of over 100,000 meters.
The feathers all over the body are golden, without any variegation. The feathers are as if made of divine gold, and are extremely sharp. The claws are like old trees, vigorous and powerful. Layers of fine scales cover the feet, possessing terrifying defensive power.
This is a giant eagle at the peak of the Demon King.
The realm and strength are so terrifying that Wang Pan, who has just entered the realm of the Demon King, can be killed in just 3 or 2 moves.
This is not because Wang Pan is weak, but because this giant eagle is too strong.
No matter in terms of combat power or realm, he is at the peak of the Demon King realm. Although Wang Pan realm is just the first time he has entered the Demon King realm, his combat power is comparable to that of the veteran Demon King realm.
Wang Pan didn't feel frustrated at all.
He was confident that when he and the giant eagle were at the same peak as the Demon King, Wang Pan could kill it in 2 or 3 moves.
Queen, do you want to hunt with me? Emperor Qian landed on the back of the giant eagle and asked Queen Dugu.
I don't like fighting and killing, so I will wait here for the Holy Master to return with a full load. Queen Dugu refused with a smile on her face.
Emperor Qian didn't care, anyway, he just asked as a pretense. Queen Dugu did the same thing in previous years. Mountain Eagle. Qiandi called out. Bah!
The mountain eagle realized this, let out a piercing cry, and fluttered its wings into the sky. In just an instant, the mountain eagle appeared hundreds of thousands of meters in the sky, and then flapped its wings again, and its huge body disappeared in front of you.
This mountain eagle is so stupid that he can't even speak. Still good to you. Queen Dugu pouted and muttered. Mother, let's go hunting too, come up quickly. Wang Pan looked at the girlish Queen Dugu and swallowed. Queen Dugu is so awesome. Bah, little calf, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking.
Queen Dugu secretly spat, this little calf is so bad. But Queen Dugu's body was very honest, and she was already sitting on the back of Wang Pan Kingu.
Hey, Wang Pan gave a strange laugh. Didn't you say you want to hunt? Why don't you leave quickly? Drive! Queen Dugu blushed with shame and couldn't help but kick Wang Pan. Great. My dear, I'll be a cow or a horse for you, so don't forget to feed me. Without waiting for Queen Dugu to respond, Wang Panpangpang ran out with Queen Dugu on his back. The surrounding maids and eunuchs saw this and wanted to follow in a hurry. But under the look of Queen Dugu, they all stopped. Rust. Rustle. Hold head high. Roar. Wang Pan took Queen Dugu for a walk in the jungle, and various calls came from time to time. Maybe it was because the weather was too hot, so Queen Dugu was sweating. Sweat drops are muddy. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Queen Dugu's temples were also wet with sweat, and her beautiful cheeks were flushed. This made Wang Pan a little worried about Queen Dugu suffering from heatstroke, so he was ready to find a place to relieve Queen Dugu from the heat. See you, Empress. The Empress as well. Along the way, I could occasionally meet juniors who were hunting, and they all saluted Queen Dugu. At first, Queen Dugu's body was tense and her expression was unnatural. When Wang Pan saw this, he became interested and went wherever there were people. Soon, Wang Pan took Queen Dugu to Skull Mountain and entered the depths of the ground. Queen Dugu fell off Wang Pan's back, leaving large stains of sweat. Wang Pan couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward. Previously, there was a terrifying spider demon entrenched at the bottom of Skull Mountain. Even after the spider demon died for so long, the remaining pressure prevented any creature from daring to set foot in the cave. What's the most common thing in the spider demon's cave? Of course it's a cobweb. Without saying a word, Wang Pan tied the spider silk around Queen Dugu's feet, hung her upside down, and tortured Queen Dugu. The sweet screams echoed for a long time. On the morning of the third day, Wang Pan, who had eaten and drunk enough, brought Queen Dugu back to the training ground of the Beast Garden. Thanks to Wang Pan's efforts, Queen Dugu did not suffer from heatstroke, and her face looked very healthy and in good condition. The autumn hunt lasted for 3 days, but some people had already returned with prey. However, Emperor Qian usually came back last, and this time he might be a little later. Queen Dugu did not think that the strength of the Xiantian sect, Tianhua sect and other major sects could surround and kill Emperor Qian. It was just that these major sects were testing the depth of Emperor Qian. At the same time, Queen Dugu also understood that the so-called autumn hunt was just a cover. Emperor Qian would personally hunt down the Demon King every autumn hunt, take its essence and blood, and deprive it of its demon pill. As for what Emperor Qian did with the huge amount of Demon King's essence and demon pill, Queen Dugu was not clear. She just had some vague guesses. In the depths of the Qilian Mountains, Emperor Qian cooperated with the mountain eagle to be domineering in the mountains and acted recklessly. Any demon beast in the Demon King realm that appeared would die tragically in the hands of Emperor Qian. Even the demon saints were no exception. That's enough. If we keep killing, we'll be in trouble if we provoke the demon emperor. After extracting the essence and demon pill of a demon saint once again, Emperor Qian stopped. Emperor Qian could sense that several eyes from the deeper part of the mountain were staring at him. The anger was rising. He had reached the limit of his patience. This time, the harvest is good. 381 demon kings and 7 demon saints. It's almost there. It's almost there. The demon beasts in this world are the real protagonists. This world does not allow people to reach the Emperor realm. If not, with my talent, I would have achieved the Emperor realm long ago, and even higher realms can be glimpsed. Emperor Dakian muttered to himself. The mountain eagle looked horrified. How could a dumb bird like him listen to such a thing? Without even thinking about it, the mountain eagle was about to overturn Emperor Qian and then escape. The next moment, the huge body of the mountain eagle disappeared silently. Only the essence and blood and a demon pill were left in the pocket of Emperor Qian. In the depths of Xuantiangio Mountain Gate, there is a hole in the sky. Do you say, which step is this emperor now? An old and decaying sound echoed in the Blessing Land. Who knows, compared with this emperor, I waited for an age to live on the dog. A response with a little depression. Who would have thought that the emperor was so amazing and had such strength in just hundreds of years? It has been 100 years since the last shot of Dongdi. Another old voice appeared. The discussion stopped abruptly. A century ago, Danan attacked other countries and had a rebellion inside. Xiantian taught a sage to assassinate the king to kill him, and there is the rest of the great religion. As a result, when the sage of Xiantian religion came to Dan Emperor, he wouldn't move. In the eyes of everyone, the Emperor Degan got up slowly, stepped, and walked to the body of Xian Tianzhou. It also refers to the sword, and the eyebrows of Xian Tianzhou sages. In a stunning era, the sages who suppressed countless strong men died like this. The family in the world is strong, and the Pope's door has been scared. This time, the strong man was hidden in the dark, contacted major forces, and opened the benefits that many forces could not refuse. Let him take a shot to test the strength of the emperor. With Xian Tianjiao forces, he couldn't find out who the person behind him was. But there is no doubt that the people of Xian Tianjiao agreed that this person or a brother of the emperor may even be one of the sons of the emperor. But then, you said, will there be Zongmen this time, or will the forces take it in person? The first old voice sounded, and the tone was full of fun. Shouldn't it be so stupid? As far as I know, the people behind this scene have said that a lot of power is comparable to my Xian Tianjiao. However, today's great religions have been inherited for countless years. It should not be stupid enough to take it in person. Lao Sun was a little hesitant. But having said that the person behind this scene is so generous, although it will not cost a lot of outsourcing out of the test of the emperor's strength, the remaining resources are enough for me for decades. A sound with a strong life appeared, and the strange grass in the whole piece of blessing was infected by the words and began to wither. Hey, if there is such a fool, it is interesting. For a while, in the blessing place, a group of ancestors of Xian Tianjiao made strange laughter, making people shudder. Although Queen Dugu just seduced the major teachings of the Great Gate, he did not expect these great religions actually holding the resources given to them and outsourcing the strength of Dongdi. A group of people eat the buckle and eat, and they have shifted the risks to others. Deep in the Chilean mountains, Emperor Gon accepted the sperm blood of the eagle. After Niden, he did not leave. The whole person was suspended in the air, a smile on his face showed a funny smile, and whispered, after standing for so long, haven't you shot it? Snort! Emperor Dog, today is your death. The emperor is indifferent, killing you is waiting for my destiny. Losses do not lose, and the six-way shadow appears from the void. These 6 people are the sages in horrible strength, but they know that they are just here to die. There was no way, supreme education, Zongmen did not dare to take a shot to test the emperor, fearing that he was caught by the handle of the emperor, and directly destroyed them. You can only entice and throw this trouble to others. And the 6 people in front of them knew they died, but they still came. One is that they give too much. 2-1 is the supreme religion. The knives of the Zongmen are on their neck, and it will not work. They don't know which great religion it is. The people of Zongmen asked them to test the emperor. Otherwise, they must turn their heads to sell these great religions to Gandhi. By Yundao, closed the death of 1,300 years ago, the world said that you died. I did not expect that you can reach the sage. You said isn't it good to pretend to die honestly? You have to jump out. And you, the elder of the Tianshi Palace, a real person. At the beginning, your Tianshi Palace made his army a heavy injury. Dan Emperor's eyes shot into the magpie, directly seeing the camouflage of these people, and seeing the true body. The 2 people who were broken by Dan Emperor looked unchanged, and they had no choice but to die. When Emperor Gon moved his eyes and saw another person again, he couldn't help but show his confusion with the city's city. Are you so brave? Lord Bai Lian, look around. Which one of these people is Zongmen, the people of the great religion? There is no mistake. 1,619, one book, 1, a book. Emperor Qian was laughed. Oh, mother! The Lord Bai Lian vomited blood, scolding the rest of the gate and teaching. Your mother, saying that everyone is on my shoulders. As a result, I am stupid now. These great religions, Zongmen are beasts. Such an important thing, actually doing so outsourcing like this. The most angry thing is that if you have such a good idea, you don't know to notify me? Intersection, is this a person who can do it? It's too late to this day. The White Lotus sect leader did not expect that he had changed his appearance, and even this body was not his own. Even with such a disguise, he could still be seen through by Emperor Qian at a glance. This time he was screwed. What a pity, I thought I could catch a few big fish. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Emperor Qian was a little disappointed, but he quickly calmed down. These big sects are all very clever, and the White Lotus sect is abnormal. Emperor Qian walked like a dragon and a tiger, just like a real dragon, accompanied by clouds and rain, changing the sky. Emperor Qian was too fast. At this moment, 6 figures of Emperor Qian appeared in the sky. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the 6 people and attacked the 6 people at the same time. The terrifying attack fell on them, directly annihilated their vitality and destroyed their souls. From beginning to end, these 6 people did not even have the ability to resist. They also wanted to kill Emperor Qian with thunder and lightning as soon as they appeared.
They didn't want to listen to Emperor Qian's nagging, and they were all pretending by Emperor Qian.
But they couldn't do it. From the moment they appeared, the whole world restricted their actions, and they couldn't even blink.
They could only passively listen to Emperor Qian talking.
The 6 sages didn't even have the qualifications to fight in front of Emperor Qian.
They were killed cleanly by Emperor Qian like cutting melons and vegetables.
The strength of people can't be generalized. For example, me. My sage realm is different from your sage realm.
My sage realm can kill the Emperor realm.
Emperor Qian put his hands behind his back, and his voice echoed between heaven and earth. If you don't leave, then don't leave. It's just right to stay and keep us company.
A sharp voice suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Emperor Qian's face became flustered, and he stopped pretending and ran away quickly.
A bunch of old immortals, how come they haven't died after living for so long? Emperor Qian cursed and his face was very ugly. When I succeed, I will kill you all.
Emperor Qian said harshly and walked away in disgrace.
I was going to deal with the White Lotus sect when I returned. If I can't deal with these old guys, can't I deal with your White Lotus sect? Well, I remember that the saint of the White Lotus sect is good. I will spare her life and take her into the palace. Emperor Dakian talked to himself, and then all his annoyance was swept away, and he became excited.
When he thought of this, Emperor Dakian got motivated and ran faster.
For a long time.
In the depths of the Chilean mountains, a vast roar resounded through the world.
Countless huge mountains collapsed and disappeared in this roar. Scorpio, stop it. A centipede drilled out from deep underground, speaking human language, and stopped Scorpio's madness. This centipede is as big as a mountain, and its back is as purple as glass.
There are dense spikes on its back shell, and 2 pairs of large jaws grow on its head, which are extremely sharp. The body is like a ball after another, and the tail is forked, turning into 2 sharp whips.
Is your plan feasible? In my opinion, just kill this Emperor Qian.
This Emperor Qian rushes into my Chilean mountains to kill every year, and how many descendants have died in his hands? Scorpio was extremely angry, and just a little breath was emitted, and the void began to collapse.
Scorpio, be careful.
This is the decision of the Great Venerable, and it cannot be changed. If you kill Emperor Qian and ruin the Great Venerable's plan, the consequences are not something you can bear.
A golden-haired roar as big as an adult tiger looked unhappy and scolded Scorpio. This world is really poisonous. Scorpio calmed down, regained his sanity, and cursed secretly. No one understood his thoughts.
Originally, the monsters were the protagonists of this world,
favored by the world.
But everything changed after the human race appeared. The luck originally bestowed on the monster clan began to transfer to the human race.
In just 10,000 years, 20% was taken away by the human race.
20% of the luck may not seem much, but in fact it caused heavy losses to the monster clan. The most intuitive manifestation is that it is more difficult for monsters to break through, and there are fewer offspring.
This directly made the monster clan at that time furious.
Under the leadership of many powerful monsters, the monster clan prepared to destroy the human race and take back the luck. At that time, the human race was weak. How could it resist the attack of the monsters?
The human race was once on the verge of extinction.
The reason why the human race still exists and is getting stronger is not because the monsters were merciful and let the human race go. But the monsters found that the more humans died, the faster the luck of the monster clan disappeared. All these lost auras were transferred to the human race. And the more he killed, the more he felt that a disaster was coming.
There were even demon emperors who died suddenly and inexplicably. Today, the human race has 40% of the luck and is favored by the world.
Although the demon beasts that lost 40% of their luck are still favored by him, it also caused all the demon beasts to be trapped in the Emperor realm since then. He wavered between the demon beasts and the human race and was hesitant to make up his mind. The world level and energy level are limited. He can only provide resources for a tribe to survive. In this situation, the great master of the demon beast tribe made a plan.
Allow the human race to expand its territory and become stronger and stronger.
After waiting for hundreds of thousands of years, finally, a unified dynasty appeared in the human race. Originally, there was also a strong dynasty on the other side of the Chilean mountains, but it was destroyed by the demon beast tribe.
Now in this world, only Dakian exists. All the luck of humanity and the favor of destiny are bestowed on Dakian. Among them, Emperor Qian has a huge amount of luck of humanity and the favor of destiny. This also led to Emperor Qian's smooth cultivation.
In just a few hundred years, he had reached the end of the human cultivation path in this world. But because the human race only had 40% of his luck, the human cultivators were trapped in the sage realm and had no hope of reaching the emperor realm. How could Emperor Qian be willing to accept this? He must try every possible way to break through to the emperor realm. But in this way, he fell into the plan of the monster beast master. For this plan, the monster beast master has been planning for hundreds of thousands of years. In each era, there are fragments of how the human race broke the shackles, and some incomplete information. When Emperor Qian discovered these ancient records, in order to reach the emperor realm, would he not be able to resist studying them? As long as he studied them, he would fall into the pit dug by the monster beast master and couldn't even climb out. Because these incomplete records, whether explicitly or implicitly, emphasize one thing, that is, monsters are favored and loved by this world. Only monsters can break through to the emperor realm. Now, from the fact that Emperor Qian enters the Chilean mountains every year and personally deprives the monster kings and even the monster saints of their essence, blood, and monster pills, it can be seen. No mistakes, just read the content of the first 6-9 book. The plan of the monster lord has succeeded. The rest is up to time. When Emperor Qian turns from a human to a monster, it is the time when the human race's luck is deprived. Without his attention and favor, with the strength of the monster race, the human race cannot resist at all. In fact, Wang Pan also pitted the human race unknowingly. If there is no King Pan, with the development of the human race today, I am afraid that it will not be 10 years, and it will once again grab the monster and beasts. Once the human race has 50% of Qi, he will liberalize the restrictions of the human race. The strong who is trapped in the peak of the sages will usher in the opportunity to break through to the emperor. However, the King Pan has formed an adult, and the human race is not light. Monsterization formed an adult, the first monster in ancient times. This identity has soared the luck of the monster family. Even in turn, began to seize the 40% luck of the people. If it wasn't for the hard work of the Duga Queen, he sucked back a lot of luck from Wang Pan, and I am afraid that the people would not even have 40% of the luck. Wait at ease. It has been waiting for so many years, and this is not bad. As for these demon kings, the demon saint, die when you die. As long as Dazuan's plan can succeed, everything is worth it. Golden Mao roared sighed, and then turned into a golden light in shape, disappearing. On the school field of the royal park, the bloody smell is extremely strong. Many monster bones have accumulated mountains. Many young men and women hugged 3 or 2, and they ended their heads. Show off the gains of this autumn hunting. Come back. A pair of autumn water-like eyes looked at the high platform and whispered softly. Mother, what is back? Wang Pan was in a small movement in secret, and he heard a little confusion. He saw the eyes of the lonely queen, and suddenly scared his body trembling and honestly. On the high platform, Qiandi's figure did not know when it would appear, and several emperors have been here and never left. But as soon as Emperor Qian appeared, it was like the center of heaven and earth. The world's eyes are focused on the body. No matter what the people on the school farm are doing, and whether they see the emperor's figure, they can't help but shift their eyes and look at the emperor. Emperor Qian stood on the high platform, and the cold wind blew through Emperor Qian's clothes. Where is the Minister of War? Emperor Qian's eyes were like a torch, scanning the crowd, and he slowly spoke. I'm here. A sturdy middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and prostrated himself on the ground. The White Lotus cult rebelled and attempted to assassinate the king. Eradicate the White Lotus sect within 3 days, no delay. Emperor Qian's tone was calm, and he did not put the White Lotus sect in his eyes at all. Kill. Rebellious ministers and traitors shall be punished. This White Lotus sect is really stubborn and is actually trying to assassinate the Holy One. After everyone below heard the news, they were furious. A mere White Lotus sect dares to do such a thing, so its gate must be broken down and its followers must be killed. However, Emperor Qian privately sent a message to the Minister of War. I want to live without any harm to the White Lotus Saint. I obey the decree. The Minister of War looked stunned for a moment, then took the order and left. Next, Emperor Qian met with the top 3 leaders of the autumn hunt, gave them rewards and encouragement, and then the entire autumn hunt dispersed. The emperor and ministers went back to their homes. In just half a day's effort, the White Lotus sect's mountain gate was breached. The entire White Lotus sect's top brass was slaughtered. The believers scattered in various places were also surrounded and suppressed by the army, resulting in heavy casualties. The White Lotus sect, which has been inherited since ancient times, was destroyed. When the news spread that the White Lotus sect was destroyed, the great sects in the world remained silent.
Everyone became honest and did not dare to make mistakes. 3 days later, the saint of the White Lotus sect was also captured and sent to the palace. Early that morning, Wang Pan was doing morning exercises with Queen Dugu. A maid came to report, and the third prince came to pay his respects to Queen Dugu. Tell him to come back another day. I am not available now.
Queen Dugu's voice came from behind the screen.
Promise.
The maid did not dare to raise her head, but she knew what was going on between Queen Dugu and Wang Pan.
Wait, let him in.
Wang Pan became interested and stopped the maid. The maid was in a dilemma and hesitated in place.
Are you crazy?
Queen Dugu looked calm, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes.
Forget it, let him in. Queen Dugu ordered.
The maid then hurried out as if she had been pardoned.
My son, I pay my respects to my mother. The maid accompanied the third prince Lin Wuyo into the room.
All princes must call the queen mother and their mother's mother concubine. Therefore, even though Lin Wuyo is not the daughter of Empress Dugu, she still needs to be called the queen mother. Lin Wuyo has a handsome face, like a jade tree facing the wind, but he has a lazy temperament and does not like political affairs. He is known as a virtuous person among the people of Dakian.
Xiao Wuyo, when did you come back?
It is rare to see you come to this palace all year round.
Tell me, what are you asking me to do again this time?
Queen Dugu's voice came from behind the screen. My son returned to Chengdu late last night and came early to pay his respects to his mother.
Lin Wuyo said with a sneer. You need to change your temper. As a prince, there are some things you can't avoid. Queen Dugu sighed and taught Lin Wuyo earnestly. My son understands.
When Lin Wuyo heard this, his heart was filled with emotion. Although he is not the descendant of the queen regards him as her descendant.
You don't understand, your lazy temper will kill you one day.
After finishing her words, Queen Dugu turned her head to look at Wang Pan with a smile, and then said, young people must have the energy of young people.
Do you understand? Crack. Wang Pan said that he understood and immediately increased his strength. My son understands.
Lin Wuyo smiled bitterly. Queen Dugu shook her head. Wang Pan understood, but you still don't understand. In the dormitory, crisp and continuous slaps suddenly sounded.
Before Queen Dugu could react, Wang Pan quickly covered Queen Dugu's mouth. Mother, what is this?
Lin Wuyo was a little surprised when he heard the sound in his ears. This servant is ignorant, I let her take charge of her own words.
There is no mistake.
One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Queen Dugu's face did not turn red when she told lies.
Mother, if it's just a small matter, please spare her.
Lin Wuyo was kind-hearted by nature, so he couldn't help but beg Queen Dugu to see such a thing.
No. She will definitely get this punishment today. No.
Otherwise, the mood in my heart will not go down smoothly.
Queen Dugu looked like she was so angry that she was delirious, and she spoke intermittently. Mother, don't get angry because of a servant. Lin Wuyo wasn't stupid either. He didn't plead for mercy anymore.
From the tone of his voice, he knew that his mother was very angry. But Lin Wuyo, who was kind-hearted, felt uncomfortable listening to the slaps coming from behind the screen.
Lin Wuyo felt that this person was simply stupid. Your mother asked you to slap the words yourself, so why don't you know how to hit her a little gentler? Even a little bit? The slap sounds so loud, how painful it must be to hit your body. Mother, Wuyo wants to ask you something.
After hesitating for a long time, Lin Wuyo said coyly.
I know, why would you come to see me for no reason?
Queen Dugu's tone was a little annoyed, a look of pain suddenly appeared on her face, and her eyes were fixed on Wang Pan.
A pretty face full of shame and anger.
Wang Pan sneered at Queen Dugu. Just now, while Queen Dugu was talking to the third prince, Wang Pan took advantage of the situation and made a joke. Queen Mother, I want to marry Dukengua's eldest daughter, and I hope that Queen Mother will make it happen.
When Lin Wuyo said this, there was light in his eyes and longing on his face. Asshole! You are so angry with me. Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid?
Dukengua has great power in the court and is in charge of hundreds of thousands of Tianqing troops.
Do you know that once you marry Nguagon's eldest daughter, you don't even know how you will die? Queen Dugu turned her anger on Lin Wuyo and scolded Lin Wuyo.
Mother, Liner and I truly love each other. When Lin Wuyo heard this, his face turned pale and bloodless, and he staggered back a few steps.
I believe you truly love each other. But will your brothers and younger brothers believe it?
They will only think that you have been hiding and peeking at the throne for so many years.
The early bird gets eaten.
Once you show up at this time,
Your brothers will unite and tear you apart in an instant. Queen Dugu was full of sarcasm, and then rolled her eyes disdainfully. How could this happen? Mother, you must have a solution, right? Please help me, Queen Mother. I will never marry anyone other than Linner in this life. Lin Wuyo said eagerly, even stepping forward to get behind the screen and plead face to face. But Lin Wuyo finally had some sense and stopped abruptly. At this moment, Wang Pan clearly felt that Queen Dugu was nervous. You go back first, I will think of something for you on this matter. Queen Dugu relaxed and said casually. Thank you very much, Queen Mother. Lin Wuyo replied bitterly. Then he bowed to Queen Dugu, turned around and exited Queen Dugu's palace. After a long time, everything is calm. Wang Pan was full of face. The lowly queen on the side had no eyes, and gasped, and he returned to God for a long time. You dare to practice this palace will kill you. The Queen Dugu was cold and a delicate face, like an iceberg, exuding a bitter chill. Mother, you listen to me. Ah! Don't face your mother. Wang Pan feels that he can explain it, such as too slippery, accidentally. But before he finished speaking, he was hung up by the angry Dugu queen. Wang Pan was beaten and raised, and he left Koan Palace with his clothes pants. This lady is really cruel. Wang Pan's nose was swollen, his head was full of bags, and he looked funny. Don't come in a short time, wait for this woman to disappear again. The good man did not eat in front of him, and Wang Pan would not admit that he was afraid of Dugu queen. It turned into the green cow's body, and Wang Pan was swollen into a big face, and he limped into the library. 3 years have passed. In the past 3 years, Wang Pan traveled in the ocean of knowledge, went to Wu Tsuanjing, and took advantage of it. After sorting out yourself, the two-type supernatural powers have become more and more complete. In the Chilean mountains, a disabled tiger occupied a site, which was called the king. His Majesty's little demon is tens of thousands, his wife and concubine are in groups, so good. Sometimes, this tiger demon will miss his beautiful time in the beast garden. At that time, some people feed 3 meals a day, with salt and taste. Now, although they come out to start a business, they have laid a piece of riverside. But after eating meat for a few years, his mouth was almost fading out of the bird. Sometimes, the tiger demon also wanted to return to the royal park. But every time you have this idea, a horrible cow demon will appear in the mind of the tiger demon, like a nightmare, lingering. The tiger demon felt that his demon was dark and could not see the way. The tiger demon decides to find something to do, and only waste will lie in the cave all day. As an ambitious tiger demon, upholds the spirit of being disabled. The experiments that the tiger demon began to make Wang Pan on it was directly moved to many little monsters under his majesty. 3 years later, tens of thousands of little demon died, most of the remaining half of the incompleteness, and some more clever escape. Dan Emperor couldn't fight every year, entered the Chilean mountains to hunt, and became more and more crazy. Every time he killed a lot of monsters. Even in the middle, there was a Scorpio that had long seen the uncomfortable emperor. The emperor gone could kill the emperor with the sages. But Scorpio is not in this range. Scorpio who does not know how long is alive, it has reached the end of the emperor. Just a blow, the Emperor Qian made the Chilean mountains. If it wasn't for Emperor Dan, Scorpio would be killed directly. Instead of given a lesson for Dan Emperor. In the Koan Palace, Wang Pan has never found the Dugu Queen for 3 years, which has made the Dugu Queen's temper more irritable, and from time to time, he jumped out of the King Pan. However, after the scolding, Dugu Queen also secretly reflected himself. Did he really knock Wang Pan, causing Wang Pan to be afraid of himself? Otherwise, how can he endure for 3 years with the temperament of Wang Pan? Don't come, just let it go. Is it possible to practice the palace like this or the fault of the palace? Intersection can't let this palace be softened, right? The Queen Dugu held his cheeks with both hands and looked proud. Thanks to the annihilation of Bai Lian religion 3 years ago, it shocked the ambitious Home and Danan. Nowadays, the overall stability is stable, everything is methodical, and the national strength is booming. It is worth mentioning that Wang Pan secretly went out once. Decades ago, Wang Pan did not forget. The people in the Dugu family were beaten by Wang Pan, closed into the iron cage, and even the spiritual dog raised by Dugu family beaten. After Wang Pan left, the frustrated Dugu family ran directly to find Dugu Queen as the master. There is no mistake, 1 book, 1, a book. As a result, the Queen Dugu was scolded and returned slippery.
It became the Demon King's realm, and the speed of Wang Pan's reading classics greatly increased, coupled with the blessing of talents. 3 years, enough for the achievements of the previous decades. To say, Wang Pan is the most learned monster in the Demon King's realm, and it is not too much at all. When I arrived at the Demon King realm, I wanted to improve their strength, but it was not so fast.
In 3 years, Wang Pan has almost improved much. As for Emperor Qian and Dugu Queen, those two are hanging. After reading the classics of so many alchemy, it should be practical now.
Wang Pan put down the last classics and spit out a bite of turbid air. The expression was a little excited, and finally he could start to make his own destiny soldiers. But before that, for the sake of insurance, Wang Pan decided to refine other things to practice. After all, Wang Pan is preparing to use his own horizontal bones and a pair of horns as a material for refining the soldier. If the horizontal bone and horns are abolished, the King Pan is to cry without tears. It is not that other materials are not good. Not to mention this world, there are many materials in the inner library of Dugu Queen than the King Pan, higher horns. Instead, Wang Pan feels that his horizontal bones and horns are the most suitable for you. Grow with yourself, and imprint the soul atmosphere belonging to Wang Pan.
As long as the innate magic weapon is refined, it can be easily refined and integrated into the body.
What's more, Wang Pan has been using his own blood and demonic power to nurture the transverse bone and horn over the years, which has greatly improved their quality. No matter what, it is the hardest bone on Wang Pan, the Demon King. As long as the person who refines it is not too bad, it will be no problem to reach the evaluation of the heavenly grade magic weapon after it is formed. What's more, the refined innate magic weapon naturally has the aura of Wang Pan's soul, and it fits Wang Pan perfectly. After considering these situations, Wang Pan decisively gave up the idea of refining the innate magic weapon with other materials. Wang Pan is a lonely man, so he naturally has no materials to practice. But it doesn't matter if Wang Pan doesn't have it, as long as Queen Dugu has it. Queen Dugu's small treasury is not rich enough to rival a country, but compared with many supreme sects, the sect is still much stronger. I just don't know if Empress Dugu has calmed down.
If she hasn't, I'm afraid I'll get beaten again.
When Wang Pan thought of this, his expression froze. Forget it, a real man should be able to bend and stretch.
At worst, I can use my eloquence to convince Empress Dugu.
I think after my teaching, Empress Dugu will understand my good intentions. She will definitely be grateful to me at that time.
Wang Pan strode into Kuan Palace with a heroic spirit. Wang Pan was now very familiar with Kuan Palace. Coming to Kuan Palace felt like going home.
He entered the bedroom familiarly and dismissed the maids and eunuchs around him. Wang Pan came behind Empress Dugu and gently held her in his arms. Empress Dugu was wearing a black gauze dress, through which a large area of snow-white skin could be faintly seen.
Wang Pan embraced Empress Dugu from behind, put his head on Empress Dugu's shoulder, and a faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose. It must be said that this is the good thing about cultivators. Even if you don't wash your hair for 10 days or half a month, you don't have to worry about the smell of oil on your hair. Not to mention Empress Dugu.
Every day, there will be palace maids to serve and dress her up.
When bathing, all kinds of precious magic medicines and spices are thrown into the pool as if they are free.
The whole person is fragrant, which makes Wang Pan very fascinated. Empress Dugu stood in front of the dressing mirror as tall as her, without looking back, raised her delicate hands, and began to draw her eyebrows. She also ignored the burning feeling coming from behind. Wang Pan did not say anything, and gently pushed the gauze aside with his hand. Queen Dugu frowned, and her hand holding the eyebrow pencil trembled. After a moment, she pretended nothing happened and continued to draw her eyebrows. However, Queen Dugu might be used to being served by the palace maids, and now when she drew her eyebrows, she found that her skills were very rusty. After trembling for a long time, there was no change. Wang Pan put his hands around Queen Dugu's calf joints and picked her up. 2 blushes appeared on Queen Dugu's cheeks, like a little girl who was shy and dared not see strangers at home. Her eyes were dodging, and she dared not look at the mirror. But as time passed, Queen Dugu quietly opened her eyes without knowing when. Although she still looked shy, she had an unprecedented innovative experience.
You still know how to come back? Queen Dugu opened her red lips slightly, full of resentment. I miss you.
After Wang Pan finished speaking, he was silent, implementing the concept of doing more and talking less.
Are you thinking about me or my body?
Empress Dugu said unhappily, rolling her eyes at the same time, which was very cute. At night, the lights in Koan Palace were bright as day.
Wang Pan had fallen asleep.
Queen Dugu, who was standing by, looked at the sleeping Wang Pan with a complicated expression, and her pair of watery eyes were full of struggle. Queen Dugu gently raised her right hand, and the terrifying power was in her hand. Alas! After a while, Queen Dugu finally put down her hand and let out an ambiguous sigh. My heart is not cruel enough after all. Queen Dugu's heart was in turmoil. Originally, Queen Dugu treated Wang Pan as a pet and teased him. But later, when she saw Wang Pan again, Queen Dugu sensed the terrifying power of destiny in Wang Pan. The Qiankuan Fengshen technique practiced by Queen Dugu made Wang Pan like a small sun in Queen Dugu's eyes, emitting endless light. So Queen Dugu went with the flow and let Wang Pan take her down. The luck she drew from Wang Pan did not disappoint Queen Dugu, and made the Qiankuan Fengshen technique break through easily. For Queen Dugu, Wang Pan was now a waste. He was no longer useful and could be discarded. But Queen Dugu fell into it unconsciously. Of course, this does not mean that Queen Dugu fell in love with Wang Pan, but she enjoyed and indulged in what she did with Wang Pan. Wang Pan was the same. Simply put, these two dogs and men took what they needed, only cared about interests, not love. Of course, Queen Dugu and Wang Pan were willing to do things for each other that did not involve their own fundamental interests. It's not bad to keep it like this. In the end, Queen Dugu still convinced herself. Putting Wang Pan's arm on herself, she hugged Wang Pan tightly like an octopus, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the early morning, Wang Pan felt strange. He opened his eyes and lifted a corner of the quilt. He looked into the misty eyes of Empress Dugu. Empress Dugu looked at Wang Pan pitifully, which made Wang Pan's heart tremble. He motioned Empress Dugu to continue. Wang Pan put one arm behind his head and closed his eyes. Maybe it was summer. The sun shone through the window on Wang Pan, and soon Wang Pan felt a warmth coming. Empress Dugu had sat up at some point, with her back to Wang Pan. She might be angry and didn't want to pay attention to Wang Pan. Her body was up and down with anger. Empress, the emperor is here, and he is already outside Kuan Palace. Half an hour later, the maid's somewhat flustered voice came. Empress Dugu's body suddenly froze, and a little panic appeared on her face. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one bar. Wang Pan was even more frightened and shuddered. But at this time, Wang Pan didn't care whether he was satisfied with the shiver or not. He hurriedly started to clean up. With a wave of his hand, the odor in the room disappeared. Queen Dugu began to clean up herself slowly, and Wang Pan wanted to help. Wang Pan returned to his original form, came to the screen, and lay on the cold ground. Queen Dugu also cleaned herself up before Emperor Qian arrived. Your Majesty! Wang Pan also pretended to be awakened and hurriedly saluted. But Wang Pan's words trembled a little. After all, he was guilty and lacked confidence. Queen, you are so old, why are you still lying in bed like a little girl? Emperor Qian glanced at Wang Pan and ignored him. Looking at the sleepy and rubbing Queen Dugu, Emperor Qian couldn't help laughing and teasing her. What's wrong with a person of your age staying in bed? You don't know that I wet the bed last night. Queen Dugu thought silently. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. It can only be said that women are born to act. Queen Dugu didn't show any flaws at all and bowed to Emperor Qian. Emperor Qian looked at Queen Dugu and felt hot in his heart. But he finally held back. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Emperor Qian convinced himself silently. Because Emperor Qian began to study the transformation of demons, and had achieved some results decades ago. Now Emperor Qian's body has begun to show some signs of demonization. Under his clothes, dark golden scales have appeared on his back. In order not to be discovered, Emperor Qian has not had sex with Queen Dugu for decades. Usually, when he was in the mood, he would kill her after he had used her up. For example, the unlucky White Lotus sect 3 years ago. The White Lotus Saint was captured alive and sent to the palace. But she disappeared without a trace. Even after Emperor Qian favored the White Lotus Saint, in order to keep his secrets from being exposed, Emperor Qian could only tearfully grind the White Lotus Saint to dust. Emperor Qian did not think about imprisoning the White Lotus Saint, but in the end, Emperor Qian still believed that only the dead could keep the secret. After all, once the news leaked out, once his research on demon transformation was exposed, he would probably be cursed by the people and the whole world would rebel. Even with Emperor Qian's prestige and control over Daqian, he could never bear the consequences. By the way, I just saw Qingyo here too. You two have such a good relationship. I am usually very busy with government affairs and cannot accompany the Queen. Before, the Queen was very unhappy all day, and I was very worried. I also feel quite guilty and owe the Queen a lot. But now it seems that the queen looks very good, and this Qingniu will please you. Emperor Daqian sighed, and expressed high praise for Qingniu's hardworking, down-to-earth and hardworking spirit. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Sheng Shang. If it wasn't for the holy green bull to give this green cow to Chen Sun would not know that this green cattle was so capable. The key is that this green cow is happy with the tricks. The lonely queen smiled gently, from the inner happiness. Oh? It seems that I want to reward the green cow. Dongdi was in a good mood, and turned his head to the outside. The green cattle came up. Holy! When Wang Pan heard Emperor Qian's words, he also came in. I have always rewarded and punished clearly. You can make the queen happy in comfort. Say, what kind of reward do you want? Intersection Dan Emperor's face was majestic and asked. Make the queen mother-in-law happy, but the duty of the minister dare not work. Wang Pan feels that this emperor is a real essence old person. From the heart, I feel that they are not human. The lonely queen has to do itself, and then the reward of the emperor. What did you become? Intersection you are loyal, and if you are Manchuan military, you will be worrying like you. Emperor Qian sighed, but the words turned, the merit is too much, and I have always rewarded and punished. I will not wait for the ministers. Let's do this. I see that you have arrived in the Demon King. Essence. You take this inner Dan Emperor thought a little bit, reached out and grabbed the void, and a grinding-sized demon Dan appeared in his hands. Emperor Gon felt that this green cow was good, he was not proud of himself, and he only did a real thing. It was much stronger than those ministers who only saved money in the middle of the Chaozhong. This is a demon Saint Niden, precious. As soon as it appeared, the void surrounding volatilized, swallowing the aura of heaven and earth. There are countless roars exploded in your ears. I didn't say anything just now. Wang Pan thought silently in his heart, and then took the demon Dan from Qian Emperor, smiled and looked at the demon Dan repurse, do it well, but don't relax, don't forget your original intention. Emperor Gon also warned Wang Pan. Without waiting for Wang Pan to speak, the lone queen on the side naturally took over the topic. Sanctuary, rest assured that the concubine will supervise it well. If you want to be lazy, you can disagree. The Queen Dugu said, looking at Wang Pan a meaningful look. Ha, the queen doesn't have to be too harsh. Emperor Qian couldn't help but be interesting. The holy said is that Chun-Ing has been taught. Queen Dugu laughed without saying a word. It's just that you have strong strength and strong recovery, and you can easily do it. Well, the queen is so resting, I still have to deal with it, come and see you again day after another. After Emperor said, he got up and was about to leave. Sending Gong Gong to Saint. Gong Gong send holy. The voice of the Dugu queen and Wang Pan sounded one after the other. Emperor Qian turned his back and waved his hand. The back of the departure cannot be said. Mother, but Emperor Gon made me continue to work hard, do you see? Wang Pan turned into an adult shape, picked up the lonely queen and threw it on the phoenix. Bold, the holy is not far away, you dare to bully the palace. This palace goes to the sanctuary and let him kill you. Dugu queen's drama, a scared look, curled up in the corner. Ah, mother-in-law, I am doing things, cut first and then play, and the imperial power is allowed. Wang Pan also played with Dugu queen to play, and a villain was aspirational and arrogant. The little pitiful queen trembled, and when he saw that Wang Pan was not afraid of threat, he could only begging and let Wang Pan let her go. Mother, many refined materials in your inner library are also placed, and take it out for me. Wang Pan was full of face, and his words were humble, sad and helpless. Make money, not cold. Men's husband, can be flexed and stretched out. Are you still practicing? The lonely queen was curious in a pair of bright eyes. Kiki, it is a good, I know the theory, but I just practice it. Wang Pan scratched his head and was a little unconfident. Isn't there the old guy in the refiner? Let them practice. Anyway, they were idle. The Queen Dugu looked at Wang Pan in doubt, and did not understand why Wang Pan wanted to work hard. There is no mistake, 1 book, 1, a book. Mother, let's not say that these old guys are very high, and I can't use them to use their refining. Besides, I want to make my own soldiers myself, how can I fake others? Only the soldiers made by yourself are the best for you. Wang Pan thinks so in mind, and is ready to do so. Who tells you that only the soldiers who have been made are the most suitable for you? If everyone thinks like this, then everyone goes to study the refiners. Why do you think the refiner is divided alone? Stupid.
The real refiner master, the master shot, the refined soldiers are definitely more in line with the god soldiers made by yourself. The Queen Dugu looked at Wang Pan with dislike and said slowly. I didn't go to see that Wang Pan was a little stunned, and Queen Dugu went on, for you, it is difficult to make those people in the refiner. But for this palace, it is a sentence. How about it? Do you want me to help you? Queen Dugu looked arrogant, her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and her eyes were all saying, are you begging me? Nothing to ask for. Madam, does our relationship need to be so unfamiliar? After all, I am also your confidant. If it were revealed that I don't even have a divine weapon, wouldn't it make people laugh? Wang Pansan smiled. Okay, then I will make an exception and let you go through the back door. Later, I will ask the old guys in the weapon refining department to put aside what they are doing and start refining the weapons for you. A smile broke out on Queen Dugu's face, still laughing and joking, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. You! How unreasonable! I want it. I want to kill you. His delicate little face was wrinkled together, with a crazy look on his face, and he punched and kicked Wang Pan, trying to push Wang Pan away. Wang Pan remained silent as Queen Dugu's fists rained down on him. After more than 10 minutes, Queen Dugu also accepted her fate. The strength of her little fist became weaker and weaker, and she finally grabbed Wang Pan tightly. Mother, you can't blame me for this. You just promised it yourself. I just obey your orders, my queen. Wang Pan spread his hands, indicating that he was obeying orders and had no choice but to do so. Queen Dugu closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and ignored Wang Pan. Now Queen Dugu was very angry, so angry that her body was trembling and she didn't want to talk to Wang Pan. I'm telling you, don't push yourself too far. In less than half a minute, Queen Dugu couldn't help it anymore and scolded her in shame. Pushing the limit? Is that okay? Forget it. Today I really pushed the limit. Wang Pan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he did not flinch at all and began to push the limit. Wang Pan was tough, and Queen Dugu gave in. I was wrong, please forgive me. Queen Dugu begged bitterly. But Wang Pan felt that Queen Dugu was not asking for help, but was provoking. Listen. She called herself a concubine. Isn't this a provocation? Can Wang Pan tolerate this? Without saying a word, he picked up a stick and beat Queen Dugu. In the evening, Wang Pan left with Queen Dugu's handwritten order. In Koan Palace, Queen Dugu was sulking. She felt that her bottom line was just a decoration in front of Wang Pan, and was constantly being broken. Queen Dugu was reluctant to kill Wang Pan, which led to Wang Pan's defeat. Wang Pan is now acting with confidence. In this simulated world, all events have been passed. This means that Wang Pan can return to the main world at any time if he wants to. This is a special simulated world, and it is true that he will die. But that is before the simulated events are completed. Wang Pan has survived the killing calamity, and his own destiny has been greatly changed. Wang Pan can return with just a thought. Therefore, Wang Pan has never been courting death from the beginning to the end. As long as Wang Pan dies quickly, no one can kill Wang Pan. The refining department is not in Chengdu due to special needs. Instead, it is located in Tianhua City, tens of thousands of miles away from Chengdu. Compared with other cities in Daqian, Tianhua City is not big, with a population of only hundreds of thousands. Because of the important position of the refining department, Tianhua City alone has 80,000 garrisons. The entire Tianhua City is built on a huge volcano that connects the sky and the earth. Ordinary people can't even last half an hour in this city because the temperature is too high. This huge volcano provides excellent natural conditions for refining weapons. Tens of thousands of weapon refiners are sweating inside the volcano, creating a large number of weapons. Wang Pan's figure appeared at the foot of this huge volcano, with shock in his eyes. This huge volcano in front of him is really too majestic, towering into the clouds, and the whole picture cannot be seen. Compared with the world, human power is so insignificant. Because of the existence of this volcano, there is no grass growing within 1,000 miles. The supplies needed by Tianhua City require huge manpower and material resources to be transported from afar. Bold bull monster, this is the city of our human race, why don't you retreat quickly? Soon, the patrolling soldiers found Wang Pan, and a team of 10 people wearing red armor raised their weapons to Wang Pan. The strength of this team of soldiers is very weak for Wang Pan, and he can annihilate them in one breath. Wang Pan did not hide his strength. The terrifying demonic energy condensed into substance and turned into a crown, covering Wang Pan's head. The soldiers were full of energy and spirit, with a little fear in their resolute eyes.
But they still came, and no one took a step back.
Because this is their duty. Don't be nervous, I came here on the order of the Queen. Wang Pan showed admiration in his eyes, and then put away the demonic aura.
The reason why he actively released the demonic aura was just to let people discover him.
If he really stupidly broke in directly, Wang Pan would have to die here. The entire volcano is covered by the formation, and the energy source of this formation is this huge volcano, which can be said to have endless energy. Not to mention Wang Pan, even the Sage Realm will die.
It is no exaggeration to say that the formation here is stronger than the formation of Qiandu due to its unique advantages.
Without a pass, breaking in without permission is an invader.
During the operation of the formation, the sages will also be wiped out.
Do you have a certificate?
The leading captain did not relax his vigilance and asked.
This is the handwritten order of the Queen.
Wang Pan handed a scroll to the leading soldier. Soon, the captain called a man and gave him instructions.
After receiving the order, the soldiers left quickly. It's my duty, I hope the bull monster will see you. Ahem, I hope you will forgive me.
The captain of the soldiers said with a slurred mouth, and then looked embarrassed.
No problem. Wang Pan didn't bother with the soldiers and stayed where he was quietly.
Soon, a human king came down from the volcano and came to Wang Pan. No mistake, one sentence, one content, 1619, one book, one bar, take a look.
Come with me in, the chief wants to see you. This is the pass token. As a monster, if you lose the pass token, you will be attacked by the formation. Don't lose it.
This human king had a cold face and didn't look good to Wang Pan.
It was a completely official attitude. He didn't come forward to please and be respectful just because Wang Pan held the handwritten order of Queen Dugu. It was obvious that this human king didn't like or even hated monsters. This situation is not uncommon, and it can be said to be everywhere in Dakian. If Wang Pan had not held the handwritten order of Queen Dugu, Wang Pan had no doubt that the next moment this human king would call his friends and a group of people would come to surround and kill him. Curiously looking at the pass token in his hand, Wang Pan did not understand how this formation recognized it. It also has automatic recognition and positioning? Plus attack. Wow, black technology. The art of formation is profound and even more difficult than refining weapons. Of course, the top refiners must be proficient in formations. As soon as he entered the range of the formation, Wang Pan instantly felt a force sweeping over him. Wang Pan's mind was trembling, and countless chaotic thoughts emerged. All the cells in his body were screaming, telling him to run away. Fortunately, this force was only a flash, and the great fear that rose in Wang Pan's heart also dissipated. Erasing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Wang Pan's soul was clear, and his inside and outside were the same, and he made some progress. The human king who had been watching Wang Pan showed a little disappointment on his face. He thought he could see the green bull make a fool of himself, but he didn't expect that it only made the green bull pause, and then it returned to normal. This human king has seen many big figures monster mounts make a fool of themselves when they first entered the formation, and some were even frightened to incontinence. Without seeing the good show, the human king felt bored. After taking Wang Pan to see the head of the weapon refining department, he left in a hurry. The head of the weapon refining department also took Wang Pan into the volcano, handed Wang Pan to a short and strong old man and left. If it weren't for the face of Queen Dugu, the head of the weapon refining department would not care about a mere monster beast, and could just find a weapon refiner to get rid of it. After Wang Pan saw the short and strong weapon refiner, he felt that it was settled. As we all know, the top weapon refiners are not necessarily strong and short, but the strong and short among the weapon refiners must be the top weapon refiners. After Wang Pan expressed his needs, the short and strong weapon refiner also asked Wang Pan to show all the fighting skills he had learned. After completing all this, Wang Pan took out the transverse bone and ox horn that he had nurtured for a long time and handed them to the short and strong weapon refiner. Ha! This pair of horns is quite interesting. It is actually naturally engraved with a formation. The short and strong weapon refiner's eyes lit up as he looked at the horns. Little bull demon, why don't you give me this pair of horns? I will use Houtnian gold to make a magic weapon for you, which is definitely stronger than the material of your horns. The research value of this horn is much stronger than the material of the horns themselves. It's a bit of a waste to use it to refine a magic weapon. There are very few monsters that can generate natural formations on their bones, and I have only obtained a few of them. It's a pity that I didn't pay attention when I was researching, and it was damaged. The short and strong weapon refiner sighed, turned around and said to Wang Pan with a smile. The proposal of the short and strong weapon refiner was very pertinent.
If it were an ordinary person, he would have agreed long ago.
After all, Houtnan gold is extremely rare and is one of the best materials for making magic weapons.
No, Wang Pan shook his head and refused. Although Houtnan gold is better than his ox horn and transverse bone in terms of material, its fit and growth potential are far inferior to his ox horn and transverse bone.
Forget it.
Hearing this, the short and strong weapon refiner sighed and felt a little pity.
But he didn't say anything more. Wang Pan is not the only monster with natural formations on his body, it's just rare.
As one of the masters of the human race, this short and strong weapon refiner has seen all kinds of materials. In his opinion, the ox horn and transverse bone are just of some research value, and he won't shamelessly ask Wang Pan to exchange them.
Wait here, don't leave. I'll call you in later, so come in.
After instructing Wang Pan, the short and strong weapon refiner entered the weapon refinery room with the horns and the crossbones. The weapon refinery room was built on volcanic lava, and the temperature was terrifyingly high.
The fire from the Earth's core can melt everything.
In less than half an hour, the voice of the short and strong old man came from the weapon refinery room.
Wang Pan did not delay and went straight into the weapon refinery room.
The weapon refinery room was huge, covering several acres. It was made of red crystal stones as clear as crystal, and in the center was a huge forging furnace.
The nearly colorless, slightly orange Earth's core fire was eternal and burning.
The terrifying temperature made Wang Pan, the Demon King, feel the burning sensation.
It's refined so quickly?
Wang Pan was a little surprised, it was too fast.
Little calf, what's with that look in your eyes?
I personally forged a magic weapon of the Demon King realm.
How long do you think it would take? If it weren't for your special horns, I wouldn't want to destroy them.
A magic weapon of the Demon King realm could be forged in a moment. The short and strong weapon refiner glared at Wang Pan, veins popping out on his arms, and muscles like divine gold, as if he would rush up to give Wang Pan a hammer at any time.
Ahem. Your Excellency will not bear grudges against the little demon. Forgive my shallow knowledge.
Wang Pan said with a wry smile.
Come here, bleed.
The short and strong weapon refiner looked much better after hearing this. He took Wang Pan closer to the forging furnace, pointed at the mold in front of the forging furnace and ordered. After hearing the short and strong weapon refiner's words, Wang Pan did not hesitate and stretched out his hoof directly. A cut appeared silently, and a stream of blood flowed from the front hoof.
Who can use this little blood of yours?
The short and strong weapon refiner was a ruthless man who didn't say much. He grabbed Wang Pan's front hoof and slashed it vertically. The blood splattered and poured into the mold.
Wang Pan's mouth twitched.
This old guy was so strong.
Wang Pan didn't react.
If that knife had landed on his neck, he would have died without knowing how he died. Soon, the mold was already bright red, and the blood filled the mold.
Okay, there's nothing for you to do. Go out and wait.
The short and strong weapon refiner nodded with satisfaction and drove Wang Pan out. Then he opened the furnace.
The melted liquid flowed into the mold along the groove. Shoo! Galulialu!
The melted liquid from the horns and transverse bones was terribly high in temperature. The moment it collided with the blood in the mold, it began to react. The blood evaporated quickly, and a large amount of blood mist rose up. As time passed, the remaining blood intertwined with the liquid from the melted horn bone and finally merged. When the magic weapon in the mold cooled, the blood mist that had been floating on the mold was sucked by a force and finally swallowed up by the magic weapon in the mold. The short and strong weapon refiner took out the sword from the mold, looked at it, shook his head, and was a little dissatisfied. The level of the material limits the upper limit of this magic weapon. With the level of the short and strong weapon refiner, it can only be refined to the current level. The sword is 7 centimeters wide and about 1 meter and 2 meters long, with pits all over. The sword is covered with dark red rust stains here and there. The short and strong weapon refiner took the sword and put it into the fire of the Earth's core. The sword body began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clang! The short and strong weapon refiner took out the sword directly, swung the ancestral hammer and hit it. This was repeated 3 times.
Take a look at the book form without any mistakes. The sword has completely transformed.
The dark red rust on the sword disappeared.
The potholes were gone.
Instead, there were strands of vein-like lines hidden under the sword, as if blood was constantly flowing in it, which was extremely magical.
Well, it looks much better now.
The short and strong weapon refiner nodded with satisfaction. After handing the magic weapon to Wang Pan, he closed the stone door of the weapon refinery room, opened the formation, and ignored external affairs.
Wang Pan looked at the magic weapon in his hand and smiled. As soon as he touched the magic weapon, Wang Pan felt an incomparable fit. It was as if this was not a sword, but an extension of his hands and feet. From now on, your name is Pan Wang Sword. Wang Pan laughed. Then he imprinted his soul mark on Pan Wang Sword. Now my purpose in coming to this special simulation world has been fulfilled. Wang Pan sighed. It's really good to eat soft rice. If I rely on myself alone, it will take a long time to forge a magic weapon. Now it's just a word from Queen Dugu, which saves me countless time. Next, I can focus on dealing with Queen Dugu, Emperor Qian, Queen Dugu, and the monster clan. I want to see what you are doing. Wang Pan's eyes were full of thoughts. Decided not to return to the main world first, but stay and see. Anyway, if there is benefit, go, if there is no benefit, run. No one can stay if I want to return to the main world. Wang Pan has a unique advantage. After all, in the simulation world, the greater the changes you make to your own destiny in the world, the higher the evaluation will be when you return to the main world to settle the rewards. Wang Pan noticed something wrong. The first is Queen Dugu. Queen Dugu's attitude towards him has changed too much. I completed all the simulations before, relying on my trump card that I can return at any time. While reading the classics, I thought that I was idle anyway, so I might as well find some fun to adjust my mood. So I was not afraid of death, and I went forward to tease Queen Dugu. I never thought that I could take down Queen Dugu. But this almost impossible thing happened. Wang Pan muttered to himself, and it was from here that Wang Pan realized something was wrong. Queen Dugu's attitude towards me changed drastically when I completely transformed into a human. She even gave me her body that night. I don't think there was a deep relationship between Queen Dugu and me before I transformed into a human. Then the only explanation is benefit. Even the benefit was so great that Queen Dugu couldn't help but willingly give her body to me. But Wang Pan hadn't thought about what Queen Dugu got from him. In addition to the strange behavior of Empress Dugu, there is also Emperor Qian. Although Wang Pan thinks that Emperor Qian is an honest man in the matter of Empress Dugu. But Wang Pan would not really think that Emperor Qian, who can unify the country and suppress many major sects and aristocratic families, would be a fool. Wang Pan would not think that Emperor Qian was cultivating his sentiments during the autumn hunt every year. Then the question is, what did Emperor Qian do alone in the Qilian Mountains during the autumn hunt every year? In addition, the monsters also behaved very strangely. There are countless monster kings in the depths of the Qilian Mountains, but since Dakian unified the country, large-scale beast tides have not occurred again. If one person behaves strangely, it can be said that he is independent and independent. But if everyone does this, there is a problem. Unfortunately, I know too little information. Wang Pan sighed. It feels like these people are all old cunning. If you are not careful, you will be calculated by them and you will die without knowing how. All the way back to Chengdu, Wang Pan lived a secluded life. He spent most of his time reading books in the library, enriching his knowledge. The inner elixir of the demon saint bestowed by Emperor Qian was also refined by Wang Pan, which greatly enhanced Wang Pan's strength. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. And Wang Pan was interested in color whenever he had time. When he was bored reading books, he went to Queen Dugu. When he was stronger and happy, he went to Queen Dugu. 7 years passed in a flash. In the Qilian Mountains, the tiger demon with missing arms and legs was overthrown 3 years ago because of its brutal rule. However, the art of transformation has become more and more perfect and has been passed down. Now it is possible to transform into a part of the human body without side effects. If the transformation of a part of the human body cannot be transformed back into a demon body, it is considered a side effect. This also caused the strength of this part of the demons to be greatly reduced, and they were also excluded by the demon beasts in the Qilian Mountains. In the end, these thousands of demons found a paradise, migrated into it, and sealed the entrance, without contact with the outside world. Wang Pan's beast transformation technique has been almost perfected. But Wang Pan has not taken it out. After all, it is foreseeable that once the fact that the beast can transform into a human is discovered, the first to be unlucky are the many beasts in the palace, and they will definitely be stabbed. Just thinking about it, Wang Pan shuddered in his heart. Therefore, Wang Pan decided to pass on the beast transformation technique when he was about to return. In the past few years, Queen Dugu's subordinates discovered an ancient relic and accidentally obtained some records about human transformation into a demon. This gave Queen Dugu a guess in her heart. Emperor Qian, do you want to transform into a demon? Queen Dugu's expression flickered and she whispered softly.
The next moment, the bodies of many palace maids who heard Queen Dugu's words suddenly turned into a rainbow light and dissipated between heaven and earth.
Ah, Emperor Qian, you are courting death. You dare to defy the world and want to transform yourself into a demon. Empress Dugu laughed until her tears came out.
Empress Dugu knew without thinking that once this matter was exposed, the strong men in the world would surround and kill Emperor Qian. After a long time, Empress Dugu wiped her tears.
Come to the deep underground of Koan Palace. This is one of Empress Dugu's inner vaults, which contains countless extremely precious treasures.
Passing through many formations, Empress Dugu did not even look at the precious treasures around her, and went straight to the deepest part of the inner vault. There are only 3 things in the deepest part of the inner vault. The first one is the Phoenix Seal, a treasure of luck forged by the whole country. It is also an extremely terrifying divine weapon. The second one is a fan, which is made of countless monster feathers. Each feather is integrated with the essence and blood of the monster and the demon pill. Each feather represents a bird of the lowest level of the Demon King. At first glance, this fan is so densely packed with countless flying beasts that I wonder how much time it took to find so many flying beasts.
This is the most precious magic weapon of Queen Dugu.
Since she got this flying fan, Queen Dugu would sacrifice it whenever she had time.
She even kept finding new flying feathers and integrating them into the flying fan.
This flying fan is so powerful that it is enough to rank among the top 10 in the world. The third item is a dreamlike flower. It blooms, withers, and blooms all the time. It goes back and forth, unchanged from ancient times. This flower was originally collected by Queen Dugu because it was rare in the world and the moment it bloomed was stunning. The reason why it is rare in the world is that this kind of flower has only been discovered twice before ancient times, and the one in Queen Dugu's hand is the first one to appear since ancient times.
It is the most poisonous flower in the world.
No mistakes in 1 zone, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9. It has no effect on humans, but it is fatal to monsters.
Once you get a little pollen on it, it is enough to kill the monster.
Whether you are a little monster or a monster emperor, you will die. However, the stronger the monster is, the longer it can resist. In ancient times, a monster emperor accidentally ate this flower. With his extremely powerful cultivation, this monster emperor died suddenly after only 6 years.
As for the monster king, he will probably die in a few days. It's really an unintentional success.
Looking at the dreamy flower in her hand, Queen Dugu also smiled.
A few months later, autumn hunting.
Before the autumn hunting, the lone queen disappeared silently for several days. On the school farm, the Dugu queen looked at the emperor who came back from the Chilean mountains, and also showed a smile from the heart. The next day, Dugu queen disappeared again and entered the depths of the Chilean mountains. After coming out of the Chilean mountains again, the lone queen knew that this was going. Among the monster beasts poisoned by the Dugu queen, the 13 demon king and a demon saint disappeared.
Unfortunately, there is only one. If there are enough, the monsters will have to die.
The Queen Dugu sighed and whispered to himself, "Next, I will give time to time. When the emperor turns the demon, it is the beginning of his death."
The pollen of this flower has no effect on humans.
Once Dang Emperor used the monster essence and Demon Dan who had used pollen toxins, the pollen would be transferred to Qiandi's body. At this time, pollen was harmless to Dan Emperor. But as long as the emperor turns the demon, the pollen lurking in the body will become the world to poison.
Well, 1 day husband and wife, 100 days. Let the palace be sent to you for a long time. This will not bother with you and me. Dugu Queen is sad and sad. Then I couldn't help laughing. Half a month later, the Chilean mountains were piled up by hundreds of rotten monsters. The minimum of these hundreds of monsters are the Demon King's realm. All around, a few demon emperors were dared to approach. This is a demon poisonous flower. I didn't expect this flower to exist. I thought this flower was extinct. Golden Mao's roar is full of fear.
At that time, the unlucky demon emperor came from the Golden Retriever's family.
Are all the corpses here? Scorpio asked. It's here. A demon king trembled under the breath of several demon emperors. Well, since this is here, let's deal with it. Scorpio nodded, and then spit out a purple-black flame.
The fist size of the flames fell lightly in hundreds of corpses, and then suddenly rose into the sky. In the moment, all the bones were burned into ashes. The scorpion tail was planted to the ground later, and a tens of thousands of abyss appeared. All ashes are buried under the abyss. Originally, the golden-haired Howler and the other demon emperors received reports from their subordinates that many demon beasts had suddenly died in the past few days.
That's why these demon emperors gathered together. Now that the matter has been resolved, the demon emperors have dispersed. In the depths of the Qian Palace, countless large formations are surrounding it, full of murderous intent. There are even several saints sitting outside the Qian Palace. Under the Qian Palace, the lights are bright. The strong smell of blood fills the entire Qian Palace underground, making people sick. Faintly, the wailing of countless demon beasts echoes in the quiet underground passage. In the deepest part of the Qian Palace underground, there is a huge blood pool. The blood of countless demon beasts is rolling in the blood pool, gurgling. At the bottom of the blood pool, several old men filled with death are sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. The blood of countless demon beasts slowly merges into these old bodies. These are the foundation of Dakian, the strong men in the royal family. Each of them has reached the limit of the saint realm. For a long time, after they reached the sage realm, they were trapped in this realm and could not break through. So they put their minds on finding ways to improve their combat power. Although their combat power is not as good as Emperor Qian's sage killing the demon emperor, they are definitely super strong in the sage realm. Any one of them can pacify a large sect. It's not that the talents of the people in the Dakian royal family are so high, but Dakian represents the orthodoxy of the human race. Just a little luck is enough to make these people reach the peak of the sage realm. But no matter how strong, they can't resist the erosion of time. The lives of these old men have come to the end. If they don't break through, they will die. At this time, Emperor Qian found them. He told them about his plan to transform into a demon. At first, these old men were furious after hearing it, and even wanted to join forces to kill Emperor Qian. But when they learned that only after transforming into a demon, there is a chance to break through to the emperor realm, the old men hesitated. After that, time passed day by day. Every day, several old men could feel that death was one step closer to them. This kind of life where they could do nothing but wait for death made several old men retreat. They were afraid. Afraid of death. Being in a high position, their strength was terrifying. It can be said that they were the most powerful people in the world besides Emperor Qian. Once they got the power, they couldn't let it go. What really made them determined was death. In decades, a royal family member died of old age. This made several people completely give up their perseverance, and they went to Emperor Qian overnight, eager to become monsters. What human orthodoxy and righteousness were thrown aside in the face of life and death, and being alive was the most important thing. Emperor Qian naturally agreed. After all, there was no better experimental material than these old guys. After all, Emperor Qian would not risk his life and rashly try to become a monster. And this old guy who was as strong as himself was the most perfect toolman. After achieving certain results on these old guys, Emperor Qian was relieved to start his own experiments. The monster blood and monster pills prepared by Emperor Qian for himself were the best. This is to have greater potential after the transformation. Emperor Qian can feel that his own foundation is increasing little by little. When he completely transforms into a demon, these foundations will burst out. Help him become a strong demon emperor. Hey, do you really think I'm a fool? Emperor Qian sneered. Although the demon transformation technique was discovered from the relics of ancient times, it seems that there is no problem at all, but Emperor Qian doesn't believe it will be so coincidental. Seemingly no problem is the biggest problem. After all, this demon transformation technique has existed for too long. In such a long time, how could these relics be discovered by Dakian so coincidentally, and there is a common point in them? That is, the demon transformation technique exists in all the relics, either explicitly or implicitly. This is the biggest flaw. Emperor Qian smelled the smell of conspiracy. Although he didn't know what the person behind the scenes was going to do, there was no doubt that the demon transformation technique was the key. And from the fact that I finally got the technique of demon transformation, there is no doubt that it was aimed at me. However, you underestimate me too much. I want to eat the bait. I want to eat the fisherman too. Emperor Qian was filled with pride. Emperor Qian had actually completed the technique of demon transformation a long time ago. As long as Emperor Qian wanted, he could transform into a demon in an instant. It was just that Emperor Qian had noticed something was wrong a long time ago, and at the last moment when he was about to transform into a demon, he abruptly interrupted the process of transformation. However, no matter who was behind the scenes, I have to thank you. If you hadn't given me inspiration, I wouldn't have been able to create this heavenly demon scripture. Now I have cultivated the heavenly demon scripture to the 11th level, and can defeat the demon emperor. No mistakes. Once I become a demon, I can cultivate to the 12th level in an instant. By then, I will be able to fight against those immortal demon emperors in the Chilean mountains." When Emperor Qian said this, his words were full of fear. Those immortal demon beasts in the Chilean mountains are too long-lived. In theory, even if demon beasts live longer than humans at the same level, these demon emperors should have died long ago. But these demon beasts not only did not die, but were incredibly vigorous. There are longevity elixirs that can work on the emperor realm, but they are all rare treasures, not to mention that they don't have such strong effects. Emperor Qian felt that there must be a big secret deep in the Chilean mountains. Emperor Qian even suspected that this demonization technique was a pit dug for himself by these immortal monsters. In other words, it was not a pit dug for himself, but it was himself who unified the mountains and rivers, so it was himself who jumped into the pit. Emperor Qian had no doubt that if it was another person who unified the mountains and rivers, the demonization technique would also appear in front of another person by coincidence. No matter what you are planning or calculating, as long as I am strong enough, all calculations are useless. Emperor Qian was confident and felt that he must be the one who laughed last. Opening the gap in the formation, Emperor Qian stepped into it and disappeared. Although the underground of Qian Palace was very safe, as an emperor, suspicious nature had become an instinct. How could Emperor Qian let people know where the place of demonization was? After all, when he was demonized, it could be said to be the strongest and the weakest at the same time. And the blood pool under Qian Palace was just a cover, and several royal elders were just targets in the open. When Emperor Qian appeared again, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. Tianhua City. In the depths of the volcano that connects the sky and the earth, Emperor Qian appeared here silently. Emperor Qian walked calmly in the lava, and a thin shield isolated the lava. The lava in the depths of the volcano was already red gold, and the temperature was beyond imagination. Ordinary saints who came to this depth would definitely not be able to withstand this terrifying high temperature. The lower you go, the higher the temperature. As he continued to sink, the shield outside Emperor Qian's body began to ripple and crumble. But Emperor Qian's face did not change, and he sacrificed a full moon-like magic weapon. The magic weapon was red all over and was made of the spine of a phoenix. The magic weapon surrounded Emperor Qian and flew up and down. The terrifying temperature of the lava was completely isolated. Finally, Emperor Qian arrived at his destination, a space hidden deep in the volcano. It is hard to imagine that under the lava of this supervolcano, there is a vacuum zone without any lava and scorching temperature. All the lava is repelled by an invisible force. This space has a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters. In the center is an incomplete skeleton of a creature. This is a phoenix. Its strength in life has surpassed the realm of the demon emperor. But in ancient times, this phoenix was besieged by the human race and the demon beasts. Although this phoenix broke through the siege with its extremely strong strength, it was also seriously injured and eventually fell here. At that time, the spine and feathers of this phoenix were refined into a magic weapon. Emperor Qian's magic weapon was made from the spine of the phoenix in front of him. In addition, the main material of Queen Dugu's bird fan also came from this phoenix. Even though this phoenix is dead, its terrifying powers still opened up a vacuum zone in this supervolcano. All the lava bypassed the corpse of this phoenix. Emperor Qian approached the corpse of the phoenix under heavy pressure. If it weren't for the magic weapon that came from the same source as this phoenix, even Emperor Qian couldn't withstand this pressure. Below the phoenix corpse, there is a pool about 10 feet wide. Countless monster bloods are boiling in it, and even blood drops turn into monsters in their lifetime to fight with other bloods. The most eye-catching one is a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood turns into a phoenix, stretching its body gracefully on the pool. Anyone who dares to approach it, the monster transformed by blood will collapse silently. The remaining beast nature is completely wiped out and turned into pure blood. Emperor Qian waved his hand, and hundreds of monster kings, monster saints, and monster pills fell into this blood pool. Roar! Cry! On! The originally calm blood pool suddenly surged. It raised a blood wave several feet high. Countless monsters are roaring and roaring. The terrifying murderous aura is enough to break the mind of a human king in an instant. Cry! The golden blood that turned into a phoenix was unhappy. It felt provoked. The blood instantly expanded and turned into a divine bird of 10 feet in size. Every feather on its body was lifelike. It was as if it was really alive. The phoenix cried and flew into the sky. Then it fell into the blood pool from a height of dozens of meters. The terrifying golden flames lingered around the phoenix, emitting infinite light and heat. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood mist rose. The fierce spirits of the many monsters that were making trouble in the blood pool were completely annihilated. Only one phoenix was left, proudly raising its head and looking around its territory. Then the phoenix of 10 feet in size shrank and perched on the blood pool. However, the phoenix was less than half of its original size at this time, and the golden flames lingering around it were obviously dimmed. Soon. Just one more time, the phoenix's blood can be completely integrated into the blood pool.
Emperor Qian became excited, his eyes full of heat.
Emperor Qian used this drop of phoenix blood to wipe out the remaining hostility in the blood of many monsters. In turn, the blood of many monsters can also wipe out the remaining will in the phoenix blood.
When the phoenix blood and the blood of many monsters merge into one, then this mouthful of the 10,000 monster pool that Emperor Qian prepared for himself to transform into a monster will be completed. Once he transforms into a monster with the help of this mouthful of the 10,000 monster pool, Emperor Qian's foundation and strength will instantly rise to a terrifying level. Enough to ascend to heaven in one step.
Another year has passed.
On this day, Wang Pan and Queen Dugu were discussing and studying classics.
For a long time.
Only 2 breathing sounds, one light and one heavy, remained.
My queen, why are you so happy today? Wang Pan asked Queen Dugu beside him in some confusion.
At the same time, his hands were not idle, playing with the treasure in his hand.
Is it so obvious?
Queen Dugu's skin still had a blush that had not dissipated, and the whole person had not come back to his senses. After hearing Wang Pan's words, she replied after a while.
It's almost written on her face.
Wang Pan said affirmatively. After all, he and Queen Dugu are close friends, and he has a deep understanding and analysis of Queen Dugu. Although they have been together for a long time, when doing this in the past, Queen Dugu's face was always cold and shy.
It's not like tonight, it feels like a different person.
Recently, you should stay in the library honestly and don't go to the Chilean mountains.
Queen Dugu didn't answer Wang Pan why she was happy. She just gave a serious instruction. Okay.
Wang Pan's expression moved, guessing that there might be a big change in the near future.
Well, go to sleep.
Queen Dugu nodded with satisfaction, like a kitten, curled up in Wang Pan's arms.
3 days later, Emperor Qian turned into a demon.
No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. A strong man from Tianhua City saw a phoenix bird flying out of the volcano. But this phoenix bird was too strong. The strong men in the city did not dare to stop it because the formation did not attack it.
They could only let it go. I was wrong. I am a sinner of the human race. Emperor Qian regretted it. If he could do it again, Emperor Qian would never turn into a demon in order to break through to the Emperor realm. Originally, he thought that no matter what the people behind the scenes were planning, as long as his strength was strong enough, all calculations were false in front of him. In fact, Emperor Qian succeeded.
Once he turned into a demon, Emperor Qian stood at the limit of the Emperor realm. Enough to fight those immortal beasts in the Chilean mountains.
But Qiandi also failed.
At the moment when he transformed into a demon, Emperor Qian had a sudden enlightenment. He made a choice, wavered for countless years, and made a choice today. Emperor Qian could feel his luck dissipate. Humanity's fate has collapsed. As the Lord of Dakian and the only unifying emperor of the human race, Emperor Qian has a tremendous amount of luck. At this time, after Emperor Qian turned into a demon, all his luck, or his favor, was swallowed up by the Demon Beast clan.
Emperor Qian was wrong, so wrong. Just as Qiandi thought, the monster clan was the mastermind behind his guess.
But Emperor Qian didn't expect that the other party was not planning for himself, nor for a city or a country. Instead, he planned to ruin the future of the human race. At the same time, Emperor Qian also realized that he had been poisoned. Even if Emperor Qian now stands at the limit of the Emperor realm, he can't stop the spread of poison even if he tries his best. 10 years, if things continue like this, I will. I must die. Emperor Qian hesitated, then gave a wry smile and changed his name to me.
I feel that I am not qualified to call myself me anymore. Even if I die, I will still create a future for the human race. Emperor Qian went crazy.
Although Emperor Qian turned into a demon, it was only to break through to the imperial realm.
After all, the pressure brought by the immortal monsters in the Chilean mountains was too great for Emperor Qian.
Therefore, Emperor Qian chose to transform into a demon in order to be able to fight. Even if he turns into a demon, Emperor Qian believes that as long as he has a heart for the human race, he will still be a human being. But now the monster clan actually wants to ruin the future of the human race.
This is something Qiandi cannot bear. Although Emperor Qian had shortcomings such as selfishness, greed for money, lust, and so on.
But at this moment, Emperor Qian showed the responsibility of an emperor. Emperor Qian directly visited various major sects, aristocratic families, and the supreme religion, and told all the matters to many saints and sages. Many sages were also astonished.
Just scold his mother in front of Emperor Qian. After all, we just want to rebel against you. We are just thinking about it, and we haven't taken action yet. It's a shame for you, just destroy the future of the human race. The ancestors of the major family, Zongmen, and supreme education were defended by Emperor Qian.
The old guys who were almost in the soil trembled.
Not the son. A hot-tempered old man pointed at Dan Emperor and scolded. But Emperor Gon didn't care, he just listened silently. Is it over?
It's time to work after speaking.
When everyone's voice was weak, Dan Emperor calmly said. Solution, how to solve it? Who can stop the old and immortal demon emperors in the Chilean mountains? An old man's face was bitter. I'm here. I have been living in a few years.
Therefore, I will try my best to pull them.
As for the rest of the monsters, it will be given to you.
I can die, but the human race cannot die. Dan Emperor said calmly, there was no fluctuation in his life and death.
Well, it's really a big mold. A group of ancestors-level characters sighed.
Your kid is really ruthless.
We haven't created you still. You are good. Now we will be brought to a pot. Xian Tian taught an invincible old Taoist leader and said hoarsely.
Indeed, it was brought by Dan Emperor.
After this battle, I don't know how many people can survive.
You go back to prepare first, we will wake up our own family.
By the way.
Essence by the way, arrange the funeral.
Leave a few seedlings for our Zongmen.
After all, Taoism cannot be extinct in my generation.
Tianhua Zong sighed.
3 years. I have been waiting for you at most for 3 years. For more than 3 years, the poison in my body will affect my state. After speaking, Dang Emperor hesitated for a moment and gave the magic technique to these ancestors. This is the technique of turning monsters. Once you can turn the demon, your strength will definitely return to its peak, and even some of them will break through to the Emperor. Now it has reached the critical juncture of human races.
Dan Emperor did not have the slightest privately. In addition to turning the monster, he also opened the Danan secret library and opened to them. Emperor Qian left, leaving a group of ancestors-level figures. Later, more and more sighs sounded, and everyone's figure disappeared.
These inheritance from ancient times, even ancient times, family, and supreme education in ancient times have their own heritage.
I have to start now.
The ancestors returned to their respective sites, began to wave their hoe, and dug out the family heritage. The Emperor Gon returned to the palace and came to the bottom of the Gon palace.
Holy, are you successful? This coercion, Emperor. Emperor Qian did not hide his own practice. As soon as he appeared by the blood pool, he was perceived by several royal family at the bottom of the blood pool.
The old people who were about to enter the coffin were excited. This means that the technique of turning the demon can really make people break through the shackles and reach the Emperor.
This news is good news for people like them who are about to die.
Every ethnic group, I want to cut the monsters, and the power of the human race fights with the monsters and beasts. Emperor Gon made everything out of all things, and then silently listened to the opinions of several old people.
I don't agree. The monster is too strong. Once the war starts, we will send it to death. After we turn the demon, it is the monster and the beast. What is the matter of the human race?
Intersection, an old saying of a tribe, was excited, and it was easy to see the hope of breaking through the realm.
Why should they be sent to death? Even if the old man is dead, he will die on the battlefield. Another family was dissatisfied with the old people who just opposed.
Yes, anyway, the old man has lived enough for a long time, and die if you die. At least, you can pull the monster cubs to accompany me to die. The third family is full of resoluteness, and his mood has his death. Well, as a royal family, our Lin family enjoys the worship of the human race.
Now it is time to pay back to the people.
After the last old man said this, his expression was complicated.
Then suddenly shot. An old palm instantly penetrated the first old body of the first family.
The old-fashioned palm holds a beating heart.
Puff!
Lao Sun held his palm tightly, his heart burst.
All this happened too fast.
The first family did not expect that the old man would shoot him. Without preparation, he was directly killed by his old man, who was not weaker than his old man. When the old man's palm passed through his body, the horrible power permeated the body instantly, directly annihilating his flesh and soul. A strong man who came to the limits of the sage fell quietly. But for the sudden rise of the old man, the emperor gone and the other two people were not surprised at all. There is no mistake. 619, one book, a book. It seems that they knew that Lao Sun would take a shot. Well, since the person who disagree has already agreed, then all the races will always start to turn off the demon. Emperor Qian didn't look at the old people who fell in the blood pool, and said to the remaining 3 people. The next day seemed to be restored, and the entire Big Dry was quiet. But under this calm, there is a stunning dark current. Anyone or forces who are restless at this time and do not want to be quiet are cleaned up as soon as possible. Emperor Qian came to Koan Palace and told Empress Dugu everything. I will pick out the last fire of the human race, and then, once I go to war with the monsters, you will take the last fire of the human race and run away. The farther you run, the better, and live well. Emperor Qian said softly. Except that after you turn into a monster, the luck of the human race will be swallowed up by the monsters. I know everything else. I was the one who poisoned you. After listening, Empress Dugu laughed. Emperor Qian looked stunned and asked in confusion, why did you do this? After asking, Emperor Qian did not wait for Empress Dugu to answer, and waved his hand and said, forget it, it doesn't matter. You have the courage to go to war with the monsters and want to carve out a bloody path for the human race. Am I worse? Empress Dugu wanted to answer Emperor Qian's question, but since Emperor Qian didn't care, forget it. Just like what Emperor Qian said, none of this matters. At this moment, Empress Dugu's long black hair turned snow white and hung down to her waist. Her whole aura changed drastically, like a female emperor, emitting a terrifying aura. Haha, I know that you, the queen, are hiding very deeply, but I didn't expect that you, the queen, are hiding so deeply. Everyone underestimated you, but you have reached such a point without making any noise. Emperor Dakian laughed, happy from the bottom of his heart. This was really beyond Emperor Qian's expectation. Empress Dugu's strength at this time was not weaker than her before she turned into a demon. She can kill the emperor with a saint. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed you earlier. Now, you will definitely die in a fight with a demon beast. I don't think I will have the chance to fight you myself. Empress Dugu was a little depressed. The evil spirit around Empress Dugu was shocking and changed the sky. Pieces of black snowflakes fell from the sky, and the evil spirit turned into substance. You can't blame me for this. You and I have been married for so many years, and you have had countless opportunities to take action. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not taking action earlier. Emperor Qian was not prepared at all, and his back was exposed to Empress Dugu. Emperor Qian was in a good mood, humming a little tune, and left Koan Palace step by step. Sister, I still couldn't kill him, but he won't live long. A tear appeared in the corner of Empress Dugu's eyes, and the next moment it disappeared. It made people think that the tear just now was just an illusion. Looking at Empress Dugu again, her face was cold, arrogant, and majestic. In the Chilean mountains, inside a volcano, a colorful phoenix bird is sleeping. The surrounding wisps of earth-vein fire merged into the body of the colorful phoenix bird, repairing the damaged origin of the colorful phoenix bird. Younger sister, the colorful phoenix bird murmured, then rolled over, causing a volcanic riot. Lord Wangpan, the queen wants you to see her. A palace maid came to the sutra library, looked for Wangpan, and said respectfully, I see. Wangpan nodded without taking his eyes off the tome. The palace maid had already conveyed the words, then took 2 steps back, turned and left. After a while, Wangpan put the classics in his hands back on the bookshelf and stretched. Then he came to Koan Palace with ease and met Queen Dugu. Empress, what do you want from me? Wangpan strode forward, picked up Queen Dugu, put her on his lap, and then asked. But she didn't expect Queen Dugu to directly knock Wangpan down without saying a word. Late at night, everything calmed down. Queen Dugu turned Wangpan's head to face him. A pair of misty eyes stared at Wangpan without blinking. Little calf, I want to ask you. If we, the human race, fight to the death with monsters, whose side are you on? Queen Dugu asked seemingly casually. Of course I'm on your side. Wangpan didn't notice anything was wrong yet, so he played with the treasure in his hand dishonestly and couldn't put it down. Queen Dugu frowned, then relaxed. Later, Empress Dugu turned Emperor Qian into a demon, and the fate of the human race was swallowed up by the monsters, and he lost his favor. The human race has reached a critical moment of life and death, etc. Tell Wangpan everything.
What now?
After finishing speaking, Queen Dugu's eyes couldn't tell what kind of emotion it was. It looked like anticipation and a little fear. After Wang Pan heard half of it, he stopped. When he finished listening, Wang Pan silently let go of the treasure in his palm. Well, you are a monster, so of course you are a member of the monster clan. Queen Dugu noticed that Wang Pan loosened his hand and sighed immediately, thinking that Wang Pan had chosen to draw a clear line between himself and the human race.
I'm human. Wang Pan's tone was full of determination. It was before and it is now.
Emperor Qian is not afraid of life and death, and the sages of many sects, aristocratic families, and supreme religions in the human race are not afraid of life and death.
I can too.
Wang Pan's tone was decisive and unquestionable. This is not because Wang Pan is obsessed with Queen Dugu. This is Wang Pan's way.
Humane. With the way of humanity, conquer all ways. Under Huang Wang's humanity, everything will be crushed. Wang Pan follows his own heart. To deny humanity is to deny yourself. People in this world are not afraid of life and death, so how can Wang Pan be afraid? Even if it is an insignificant ray of flame, Wang Pan must emit a ray of light.
Wang Pan's blood is roaring and transforming. The spirit is clarified, the thoughts are clear, and the soul begins to sublimate. Queen Dugu felt the change in Wang Pan, and her expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled, and the world around him seemed a little brighter.
Little calf, you are qualified to be a man in this palace. Queen Dugu whispered softly. Wang Pan's transformation is not over yet.
Everything I have experienced and learned in the 3 simulated worlds has not been in vain. They all burst out at this moment and began to contribute to the sublimation of the king plate.
A faint ray of artistic conception began to be born. Humane.
Although it was only an insignificant wisp, as soon as it appeared, it completely destroyed the artistic conception of life and death and the artistic conception of killing. The artistic conception of life and death and the artistic conception of killing turned into fire, making the humanistic artistic conception begin to become stronger. Wang Pan's realm began to advance by leaps and bounds. All the countless fighting techniques he had seen were digested and absorbed by Wang Pan.
Realm and strength go hand in hand.
In the end, Wang Pan's transformation ended, and his realm was stabilized at the peak of the Demon King, 1 step away from the Demon Saint. Its strength is strong enough to defeat the Demon Saint.
Wait until the Demon Saint is vulnerable in front of Wang Pan. You can kill it easily. Call. Wang Pan exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing his own changes.
When she opened her eyes, what came into view was Queen Dugu's misty eyes, which seemed to be able to drip water. Little Niu Xiaozi, your performance really surprised me.
Who is the real you?
Queen Dugu said with a smile, full of curiosity.
What kind of person am I in your heart? Wang Pan asked rhetorically. Sexy and bold, greedy for life and afraid of death. There is no mistake.
1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, 1 read.
Queen Dugu blurted out without even thinking.
Then he said, but today, I saw another side of you.
You are extremely talented, passionate, and not afraid of life or death. I am very curious, who is the real you? Wang Pan smiled, it's all me. Queen Dugu was surprised and said, it's all you? It's all me.
It's me who's lustful and bold, and it's me who's greedy for life and afraid of death. It's me who is extremely talented, and it's me who is passionate and fearless of life and death.
As long as I need, as long as I want, I can be whoever I am.
I just live for spontaneity and do whatever comes to my mind. I don't care whether others recognize it or not.
Live spontaneously, Queen Dugu sighed. It was simple to say, but there are a few people who can do it.
Then Queen Dugu came back to her senses, and the love she could not hide in her eyes when she looked at Wang Pan.
It was not until this moment that Queen Dugu truly recognized Wang Pan.
The shadow of Wang Pan remained in her heart.
That night, Queen Dugu was particularly active and obedient.
Everything was allowed to be done by Wang Pan. In the days that followed, Wang Pan passed on the art of transforming monsters. He established his title of Demon Master. Wang Pan also appeared directly in the palace in human form. Deep in the Qilian Mountains, under an extremely huge ancient tree, several demon emperors gathered together.
Finally succeeded. From now on, there will only be my demon beast clan in this world. I have sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. In less than 100 years, I will become the demon emperor.
Although they have lived for countless years and their hearts are extremely strong, now several demon emperors can't help but yell. The heritage of many major sects, and families has been awakened and revived. Many powerful human beings began to kill monsters quietly, collect monster blood and monster pills, and prepare for transformation. Even if they don't have time to break through to the Emperor realm after transformation. But it can also allow the ancestors to recover their peak and burst out with stronger strength. At this time, any opportunity to improve strength, even if it is a little bit, will not be missed. Because a little more power may change the future of the human race. Because there are several terrifying monster emperors in the Chilean mountains, the human race held back and did not hunt the big monsters and monster kings in the Chilean mountains. However, the Tongtian mountains guarded by the Dugu family suffered a great misfortune. There are also countless big monsters, monster kings, and even monster saints in the Tongtian mountains. But under the siege of the entire human race, countless monsters died tragically. The strongest monster in the entire Tongtian mountains is only at the peak of the saint, and is not the opponent of many powerful human beings at all. The monsters in the entire Tongtian mountains were slaughtered. Countless human warriors and soldiers wandered around, carrying the corpses of monsters one by one, and came to the Tanchi formed by a dead volcano in the Tongtian mountains. The Tanchi formed by the entire crater has been dyed red by the monster's blood and demon pills. The strong smell of blood wafted for dozens or hundreds of miles without dissipating. At the bottom of Tanchi, which was dyed red by the blood of demonic beasts and demonic elixirs, hundreds of powerful human beings were sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. Every strong person is in the realm of saints. His face was old, and his body was filled with a strong aura of death. These are the foundations of major sects, aristocratic families, and major religions. A strong man who has survived to this day by using a special secret method to sleep and slow down the passage of his lifespan. These are foundations and cannot be touched lightly. Because when these powerful men who seal themselves with special secret methods are awakened, they will soon fall completely. Unless each major sect is in danger of being destroyed, nothing can be done. But now that the human race has reached a critical moment of life and death, naturally it doesn't care so much anymore. Therefore, when these families were confused and had not yet figured out their background, they were dug out by the contemporary sect leaders, religious leaders, and family heads. The hundreds or thousands of people in front of me are just those who survived. More powerful men who choose to seal themselves, fall into deep sleep, and transform themselves into descendants are dead. He died quietly and no one knew about it. At the same time, De Qian also started to select a very small number of people as fire kindlings and sent them away secretly. No one knew where they went except Emperor Qian. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The war is coming. The human race suddenly rose up, and countless human kings and saints entered the Chilean mountains under the leadership of Emperor Qian. Many soldiers followed behind the strong men of the human race, responsible for cleaning the battlefield and hunting down the monsters under the Demon King. Many monsters are constantly rushing out of the Chilean mountains, fighting with the human army. Massive numbers of people and monsters died every moment. All the legions that can be mobilized in the entire Dacian are pressing forward. Dozens and millions of soldiers form a military formation to mobilize the power of the sun. The immeasurable light and heat directly kill the monsters trapped in the formation. There were also human legions that were overrun by monsters, collapsing in the countless waves of beasts that fought bravely and fearlessly. The terrifying evil spirits soared into the sky. The smell of blood fills the world. It is obviously the hottest time of the year, but now with the two clans fighting, the sky has changed. Thick dark clouds covered the sky. At the edge of the battlefield, black snowflakes fell from the sky one after another. When they landed on the ground, they merged into the earth. With the snowflakes falling to the ground as the center, a 1-meter radius was frozen. But it was completely different in the center of the battlefield. Before the black snowflakes even hit the ground, they were evaporated by the strong energy and blood in mid-air. Although the battlefield here looks the most brutal. But it is also the least important. The battlefield here is just two races consuming each other's potential. The real battlefield is still deep in the Chilean mountains. Many powerful human beings have entered the depths of the Chilean mountains. The number of monsters in the same realm is dozens of times that of the powerful human beings. There are even many demon emperors. And because of the demon transformation technique taught by Emperor Qian, the human race has also given birth to 11 emperors. If they wait a little longer, there will definitely be someone who can break through to the emperor. It's just a pity that we don't have enough time. All of these powerful human beings turned into monsters, and because of the technique taught by Wang Pan to turn monsters into humans, everyone now maintains their human form. After all, they have been human beings all their lives, so naturally only the human form is the most suitable for them to fight. The form of the monsters will affect their combat power. It's just that many powerful human beings have weird expressions, and they feel that Emperor Qian and Wang Pan are not good people. From humans to demons, and from demons to humans. A group of people like them were being teased back and forth by these two people as if they were walking dogs. Kill. Wang Pan was covered in blood and was holding Pan Wang's sword. All the demon kings who were close to the king's plate were killed by the sword energy surrounding them. Snort. A toad as big as a mountain couldn't help but snorted coldly when it saw Wang Pan killing a bunch of demon kings like melons and vegetables. A tongue popped out instantly, as if it had penetrated the space. In an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Pan from thousands of meters away. Well done. Wang Pan shouted loudly. Pan Wang's sword trembled and let out a sword roar. The bright sword light stunned time and shattered space. With just one strike of his sword, Wang Pan cut the demon saint's tongue into bifurcations. Quack! The sudden pain made the toad demon saint go crazy and roar. The toad demon saint with blood-red eyes used his hind legs and jumped up. Boom! The earth was shattered by the power of the toad demon saint, and the mountain peaks collapsed. The toad leaping into the sky turned into a small black dot at this moment, and then the black dot became larger and larger. The falling speed is getting faster and faster. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. A layer of flames flickering with electric light wrapped around the body of the toad demon saint. The eyes of the toad demon saint showed cruelty and excitement. Wang Pan stood there, looking up at the fallen toad demon saint, his expression unchanged. Without evading, Wang Pan held his sword and split the sky with one strike. The brilliant way of humanity is unstoppable. Under the general trend of humanity, all those who stand in the way will be crushed. There was fear in the eyes of the toad demon saint, and he wanted to run away the next moment. But under the suppression of the humane artistic conception, the toad demon saint moved a little slower. A dragon-like sword light penetrated the body of the toad demon saint and continued to castrate, tearing a huge hole in the black clouds high in the sky. After wielding the sword, Wang Pan turned around and walked away without even looking at the toad demon saint in the sky. Boom! After Wang Pan fought with another demon saint, the huge body of the toad demon saint in the sky fell to the ground. A demon beast that was considered quite powerful among demon saints just died just like that. But no one cared. Facing a demon beast that was dozens of times more powerful than the human race warriors had no time to pay attention to others. They all went crazy and didn't care about anything, just to kill the demon beast as quickly as possible. Quack! A crow with blood-red feathers cried, and the harsh sound waves stirred the space, turning into a terrifying sound wave, roaring and rolling towards several human race warriors. Puff! Bang! Several warriors who were swept into this terrifying sound wave couldn't even resist, and their bodies exploded directly and turned into blood mist. Hiss! The blood-red crow made a proud cry, and then tilted its head back and sucked the blood mist fiercely. Quack! The blood-red crow closed its eyes and was intoxicated. After refining the blood and essence of these several warriors, it was enough to match the crow's decades of hard work. Bang! A bowstring sounded, insignificant. The body of the crow, which was feeling proud, froze, and then all its feathers exploded. A terrifying crisis enveloped the crow's body. Without even thinking, the blood-red crow wanted to flap its wings and escape. But it was too late. A dark golden arrow pierced through the space and instantly appeared in front of the crow. Quack! The crow screamed in fear, and the blood-red demonic power formed a shield, wrapping the crow in it. The arrow hit the shield formed by the blood-red demonic power fiercely. The dark gold and blood-red forces intertwined, colliding violently. The force contained in the arrow pushed the crow back hundreds of meters. The dark golden arrow penetrated the shield inch by inch, and no matter how hard the crow tried, it could not stop it. In the end, the arrow penetrated the shield, penetrated the crow's head, and nailed its huge body to the ground. This scene is everywhere. Crystal and sacred blood flowed wildly, gathered into a blood depression. Everyone did not notice that these blood vessels disappeared a little bit. A red root, the thickness of the dogtails, drilled out of the soil, tied the roots into the blood, and devoured the blood. These roots are all over the Chilean mountains. It can be seen everywhere. But no one noticed. The war is still continuing. There are too many monsters. Although all the sages of the human tribe are not afraid of death, isn't the monster no blood? The monsters are also crazy, and the strong bloody smell stimulates the animal nature of their bodies, making them also not afraid of life and death.
The human race is in disadvantages, and often a human ancestors will face more than a dozen heads, even dozens of monsters. Wang Pan's chest also appeared a huge wound, and blood was stained with Wang Pan's clothes. Ho hoo! Wang Pan was holding the sword and breathed a large mouth. The eyes were full of perseverance. Seeing that a sage of the human race not far away fell into a crisis, Wang Pan gritted his teeth and waved his sword to kill the Demon King. The king who was rescued by Wang Pan just glanced at Wang Pan with gratefulness. Before he thanked him, he killed the halberd to the monster. Soon, this king was surrounded by several monsters, and his body was split. The halberd was broken into several sections, and only the halberd blade was inserted on the ground. Farther, the peaks of one by one collapsed, and the power of horror continued to fluctuate. Several figures hit the sky from the ground. You can cut off the river with one hit and crash the mountains. It was the battlefield of Qian Emperor and several demon emperors. No one dared to approach. They are too strong. Strong enough to be like a demon emperor. The unusual emperor is about the same as the ants in front of them, and you can click to death. Emperor gone, destiny must not be violated, delusions are stupid, how stupid. Now you are my monster family, it is better to join us. A pair of clamps in Scorpio had a bowl of Mars with a large bowl of mouth, and the void collapsed by the high temperature of Mars. Your strength is strong, we recognize your strength. Why bother to die in vain? Golden Mao roar shines in golden light, like a round of sun, and under the roar, the mountains and rivers shake. Dan Emperor did not speak, and he was already dead, and he was fighting with his life. It is precisely because of the fighting of Emperor gone, making Jin Mao roar a few demon emperors in fear, but for a while, he was fighting. Several demon emperors also had to admit that they were underestimated. I did not expect that Dan Emperor actually spanned a large realm, and when he broke through, he stood at the peak of the demon emperor. Both the realm and the strength have reached the limit of the demon emperor. This made several demon emperors get love for talents and squeezed their words. Seeing that the oil and salt did not enter, a few demon emperors were also angry. They looked at each other and made up their minds. Since the recruitment cannot be achieved, it can only be surrounded by emperor. Otherwise, once the emperor gone escaped, it would be a disaster. Several demon emperors reached a consensus and decided to pay some costs to leave the emperor gone. Emperor Qian was very strong. Facing the golden retriever's roar alone, any of these demon emperors could not fall down. But they couldn't resist these demon emperors to be surrounded. Because the emperor was fighting, several demon emperors did not want to be buried by the emperor, or were severely damaged. After all, the monster is not a iron plate. If it weren't for a monster and beastly pressed on the top of the head, the golden retriever roared between these monsters, I am afraid that the dog's mind would have been hit. There are still many demon emperors below the status of a few monsters in the golden retriever. Once you suffer severely in the fight with Gangdi, I am afraid that the demon emperors below will kill them first. Golden Mao roar took the lead. Roar! A roar sounded deep into the depths of the emperor. The emperor's soul trembled violently, and the whole body was stiff. The huge bugs of the mountain spit out a bite of poisonous mist, and instantly rolled towards the emperor Dan Emperor. Smile! As soon as the poisonous mist appeared, a smell was emitted. The space is potholes under the corrosion of poisonous fog, which is fragmented. Give me town. Dan Emperor sang and defeated the gallow of the soul of Golden M turn. There is no mistake. 1 book. 1 a book. The body recovered, but the poisonous mist had reached the eyes of Emperor Gon. Emperor Qian didn't panic, and he vomited a red golden flame. As soon as the flame appeared, the temperature between the heavens and the earth began to rise rapidly. It was just an instant. The ground of the emperor's hundreds of meters began to emerge from the ground, and then melted. Phoenix is really inflated. Several demon emperors seemed to see ghosts, and quickly opened their bodies. Scorpio screamed, and his eyes were screaming. Scorpio is an Oldine Beep and is ready to attack the Emperor Gon. The horrible tail poison needle pierced the void and hidden around the Emperor of the Emperor. As a result, Emperor Qian actually had a card. Scorpio's poisonous needle has been burned by the Phoenix. If it is not retreating, the terror will be burned. The poisonous mist spit out as huge as a mountain range is not close to the Emperor, and it is evolved by the high temperature of the true and horrible of the Phoenix. Golden Mao roared a few demon emperors. There is a Phoenix who is known as the burning of the sea, and it is difficult to even close to the Emperor. How else is this? Just staring blankly before the Phoenix flame is extinguished? No one wants to be the first to stand out, and the golden-haired Ho and others are ready to give up. Before Emperor Qian had the Phoenix Flame, he could still be surrounded and killed by paying a little price. But with Emperor Qian with the Phoenix Flame, even if several demon emperors surrounded and killed him, Emperor Qian would definitely replace one of them. Now that there is hope for a breakthrough, no one wants to be the unlucky one who is buried with Emperor Qian. But the next moment, countless red roots drilled out from the ground and entangled the bodies of several demon emperors. Ha ha ha, the great venerable has taken action. Kill! Several demon emperors were overjoyed and jumped up one after another. One after another, terrifying magical powers and martial arts burst out. It seems that there is only a thin layer of tree roots, but it has weakened the power of the Phoenix Flame by half. Although it still makes several demon emperors very uncomfortable, it is not unacceptable to grit their teeth and endure it. The divine weapon made of the phoenix spine turned into a big sun, and a phoenix figure could be seen faintly in the light ball. The phoenix life will trembled and made a buzzing sound. The unparalleled sharpness burst out, and the surrounding space was cut into pieces by the vertical and horizontal sharp edges. Several demon emperors were not willing to be outdone, and they all set up their own divine weapons and collided with the phoenix life wheel. Dang! The divine weapons collided, and countless sparks the size of bowls burst out. Emperor Qian's whole body turned into weapons, and he rushed forward, sat on the back of the scorpion, raised his fist, and hammered. The scorpion was furious, with its tail raised high, and the poison needle flashed with cold light, piercing through the space from high above and stabbing down. Emperor Qian seemed to have eyes on his back, and his figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he broke one of the fangs of the golden-haired roar with a punch. Chapter 79 Hete. On the other side. Empress Dugu did not join the battle, but came to Tianhua City alone with the Wanyao flying bird fan. The first thing was to close the formation based on the volcano, and then stand on Tianhua City, looking at the direction of the Qilian Mountains tens of thousands of miles away. Then he went deep into the volcano alone. In the Qilian Mountains, the sages of the human race could no longer stop them. There were only 100 people left, and many of them were seriously injured. There were less than 300 human kings left. However, the number of monsters seemed endless. The dense monsters were aroused, with bloodshot eyes, staring at the prey in front of them. Emperor Qian in the distance split a little of his mind and kept an eye on the battle here. Almost. Emperor Qian smiled, and then resisted the blow of Scorpio. With the help of Scorpio's blow, his figure instantly appeared in the battlefield of the Sage and Human King realm. Phoenix Fate Wheel, burning the sky. The Phoenix Fate Wheel was completely revived, and a Phoenix Phantom emerged from the magic weapon. Cry! A Phoenix cry resounded through the heaven and earth. Countless monsters felt their bodies sink, and their blood was trembling. This was the suppression from the superior. The phoenix soared into the air, stretching its body to its heart's content. The feathers formed by the flame shone brightly. Countless feathers fell off and burst onto the ground. Puff! The feathers formed by the flames easily pierced through the powerful bodies of these monster kings and monster saints. A golden flame burst out from the wounds of these monster kings and monster saints pierced by the feathers. Like fire snakes, they entangled their bodies wantonly. With just one strike, more than hundreds of monster saints and thousands of monster kings were turned into ashes. When the other monsters saw it, they were immediately frightened. What beast nature, what enemy, it didn't matter. One monster after another ran away. Similarly, the saints and kings of the human race also ran out of the Qilian Mountains. The fastest runner among them was Wang Pan. Wang Pan started running the moment Emperor Qian appeared. It was obvious that since Emperor Qian could attack these monsters, the golden-haired Ho demon emperors would not attack the saints and kings of the human race? Even if the golden-haired Ho demon emperors did not attack themselves. When the golden-haired Ho demon emperors caught up with Emperor Qian, just the slight aftermath of their fight would be enough to kill them hundreds of times. Wang Pan was willing to sacrifice his life and blood for his own way and for the human race. But this did not mean that Wang Pan would stupidly crash into the battlefield between Emperor Qian and the golden-haired Ho demon emperors. That was not practicing his own way. But it was a lack of mind. As expected, the golden-haired Ho demon emperors who realized that they were being fooled were furious. They caught up directly and fought with Emperor Qian. The people and monsters who ran slower were crushed to death by the aftermath before they could even say a word. Catch up and completely destroy the human race. Scorpio said angrily as he looked at the scattered demon king and demon saint. A group of monsters looked at each other, but finally they gritted their teeth and chased in the direction where the human race fled.
The giant insect, as big as a mountain, suddenly twisted its body, surging one section after another, and then raised its tail and whipped towards Emperor Qian. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Emperor Qian did not expect that this demon emperor, who was as big as a mountain and moved the slowest, would have such a fast attack speed. And when this tail whipped, the surrounding world seemed to solidify. Although Emperor Qian broke the suppression of the world in a blink of an eye and broke free, he was too late to avoid it. A huge tail has appeared in front of Emperor Qian. Cut! Emperor Qian roared, desperately squeezing his potential in exchange for stronger combat power. Controlling the Phoenix Fate Wheel to cut down the tail. Boom! This insect, as big as a mountain, did not retreat. The scales on the tail were surging with flowing light, and the terrifying demonic power condensed into a thin layer of crystals, covering the scales. Knowing that Emperor Qian's magic weapon Phoenix Fate Wheel was extremely sharp, he still dared to use his tail to hit Emperor Qian. This was not stupid, but absolute confidence. Sure enough, the two collided together. The sharp and unmatched magic weapon Phoenix Fate will only cut a wound on the tail of the giant insect. The wound was not worth mentioning for the size of the giant insect. However, the Phoenix True Flame carried by the Phoenix Fate Wheel went deep into the bones, burning the wound of the giant insect and constantly drilling into the wound. On! The giant insect roared and rolled on the ground in pain. Emperor Qian was not feeling well either. When the Phoenix Fate Wheel collided with the giant insect's tail, an extremely powerful force poured into Emperor Qian's body. The defense of Emperor Qian was crushed and smashed into the depths of the earth. The earth broke, and cracks hundreds of meters wide and bottomless appeared. Countless dark red magma surged under the cracks. Ahem! The correct one-shot one content 169 book bar. Emperor Qian emerged from the depths of the earth, in a state of embarrassment. But he laughed happily, coughing up blood while laughing. The wound on the giant worm's tail quickly became charred and filled with a fragrance. The flesh and blood on the giant worm's wound surged rapidly, trying to repair the wound. But because of the domineering Phoenix True Flame and the remaining sharpness on the wound could not heal for a long time, and it kept changing between repair and rupture. Looking at the miserable appearance of the giant insect, the golden-haired howler and other demon emperors did not dare to step forward for a while. I will kill you! Kill you! The giant insect was mad with pain and let out a high-pitched roar like a dragon's roar. Countless lines lit up on its body, and there was a stream of light swimming rapidly on the lines. The sky cracked. The heavy dark clouds dissipated at this moment. The giant insect opened a disgusting big mouth, and the circles of teeth in the big mouth were arranged in an extremely hideous manner. The giant insect sucked hard towards the sky. A silver divine thunder that penetrated the sky and the earth fell into the giant insect's mouth. Crackle! The divine thunder ran around in the giant insect's mouth, and the giant insect trembled all over. The terrifying demon power gathered in the giant insect's mouth and continued to flow into the divine thunder. Finally, it turned into a huge purple thunderball. He-tee. The giant insect pointed its mouth at Emperor Qian viciously and spit out the thunderball in its mouth. It looked a little funny, but Emperor Qian felt a strong sense of crisis. I am the emperor of the human race, and I should fight for a bright future for the human race. Kill! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Emperor Qian stroked the divine weapon in his hand, which had lost much of its luster, and then laughed out loud. The divine weapon Phoenix Fate Wheel gradually became ethereal, and then merged into Emperor Qian's body. It began to disintegrate in Emperor Qian's body. Infinite light burst out from Emperor Qian's body, illuminating the world. Emperor Qian did not dodge, and went straight to the thunderball. Emperor Qian's body turned into a stream of light, and the supreme edge tore through the space, leaving a long dark space channel. Puff! In just a moment, Emperor Qian collided with the thunderball. Silently, Emperor Qian passed through the thunderball and approached the giant insect's mouth that had not yet closed. In the process of approaching, Emperor Qian began to feather. When he came to the giant insect's mouth, Emperor Qian had turned into a huge phoenix of dozens of feet. Then he plunged into the body of the giant insect. The phoenix fire burned. The giant insect's pair of small eyes that were completely out of proportion to its body were full of fear. Help! Save me! The giant insect rolled on the ground, roared, and wailed. But the golden-haired howler and other demon emperors were indifferent, with cold expressions, watching without saying a word. Emperor Qian was obviously desperate in this state. After killing the giant insect, he would be disabled if he didn't die. It would be much easier and safer to kill Emperor Qian at that time. Emperor Qian's state just now was obviously abnormal.
Only a fool would come forward to help the giant insect at this time. If you don't pay attention, you will get yourself involved. The giant worm rolled on the ground, and its huge body destroyed the surroundings. The terrifying vitality of this giant worm made it live a life worse than death at this moment. After struggling for several minutes, the giant worm's body, as huge as a mountain, completely stopped moving. The air was filled with a strong smell of meat, which made the golden-haired howler swallow his saliva. Inside the giant worm's belly, Emperor Qian's body was covered with cracks. The whole person was like countless fragments forcibly pieced together. Phoenix Nirvana. Emperor Qian's expression did not change, and a raging fire began to burn all over his body from the inside out. This time the flame did not have an extreme temperature, but only an extremely vigorous vitality. The flame turned into a large cocoon, wrapping Emperor Qian in it. In the outside world, seeing that the giant worm was completely dead, the golden-haired howler and other demon emperors did not see Emperor Qian move for a long time, and they could not help but attack together. One attack after another fell on the giant insect's mature body. Without the blessing of demonic power, the giant insect's body was still very strong, but it could not withstand the attacks of several demon emperors of the same realm. Tear. The giant insect's huge body was torn into pieces by the attacks of several demon emperors. The Chen emperor who was in nirvana was exposed inside the giant insect. He is in nirvana. Together, kill him. Once he succeeds in nirvana, he will return to his prime. Several demon emperors looked solemn and attacked together, and all kinds of magical powers fell on the large cocoon formed by the flames. It was not easy to wear Qian Emperor to death, and even a giant insect that had reached the limit of Demon Emperor died for this. How could it be possible to let Qian Emperor pass nirvana safely now? They didn't want to wait until Qian Emperor succeeded in nirvana and forced themselves to replace him. Magic power. Thousands of miles of red land. The golden-haired roared to the sky, and the bright sun in the sky seemed to be closer to the ground at this moment. A ray of scorching sun power erupted from the sun, penetrating the heaven and earth. The large cocoon outside Emperor Qian's body fluctuated violently. Magic power. Scorpio worships the moon. Scorpio was unwilling to fall behind and fought desperately. A huge Scorpio phantom appeared behind Scorpio, roaring to the sky, and the power of the moon exploded. A layer of frost quickly condensed in a radius of hundreds of miles, and everything was frozen. It's no wonder that Scorpio fought so hard. Although everyone was at the limit of the Emperor realm, there was still a little gap. Scorpio was the weakest, and he picked the weak ones. Scorpio felt that if he couldn't kill Emperor Qian during his nirvana, I'm afraid that after Emperor Qian's nirvana is successful, he will be the one who is unlucky. The other two demon emperors also attacked together and showed their best skills. Boom! The four demon emperors tried their best to hit the large cocoon formed by the fire of nirvana, and the power of destroying the world exploded. The terrifying explosion echoed between heaven and earth. A huge mushroom cloud rose slowly, and countless smoke and dust rose into the sky. In the mushroom cloud, red divine thunder roamed, full of violent and destructive breath. After a long time, the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, and countless dust floated in the air. Call the wind. The tiger demon summoned a strong wind to blow away the dust. A huge Tian King appeared on the ground, and the inside of the Tian King was dark, as if it led to the abyss. Cry! A phoenix cry resounded through the world. A phoenix flew out from the abyss and fell to the ground. The phoenix turned into a human form, revealing the true body of Emperor Qian. Emperor Qian coughed up blood, his face full of unwillingness. Just one step away from nirvana. Emperor Qian, you are able to fight with us to this extent, you make us look at you with new eyes. What a pity. If you are given some more time, I am afraid that breaking through to the Demon King realm will not be a problem. The golden-haired roar slowly stepped forward, his tone full of regret. Why did such a genius lean towards the human race? You are already a demon, isn't it good to be a demon? Now, my life is at stake. You don't understand. Even if I am a demon, so what? As long as I think I am a human, then I am a human. It has nothing to do with what body I am. Emperor Qian said with a smile. Unfortunately, no matter what you are, you have to die. The golden-haired roar shook his head, and his body turned into a golden light, instantly piercing through Emperor Qian's body. No mistakes, one sentence, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Emperor Qian looked down at the big hole in his chest, then fell to the ground, his eyes looking up at the sky, with a smile on his lips. The four demon emperors showed a scorching light in their eyes, staring at Emperor Qian's body. Emperor Qian is a great tonic for them. Naturally, it cannot be wasted. But the next moment, the heat in front of the 4 demon emperors disappeared. Under the ground, countless tiny roots drilled out and wrapped Emperor Qian and the dead giant insect body. The roots penetrated into the bodies of Emperor Qian and the giant insect, absorbing nutrients. Several demon emperors watched this scene, but dared not speak. There was a cold light in their eyes. In just a moment, the essence of the bodies of Emperor Qian and the giant insect was devoured. The bodies dried up, fell to the ground, and turned into ashes. Deep in the Chilean mountains, a human face suddenly appeared on a towering tree. This is a willow tree, with a diameter of several kilometers. As high as the sky. The lush canopy blocked the sky and no sunlight could penetrate the canopy. Countless branches moved without wind, and cracks were cut into the void when the willow branches twitched. Countless red aerial roots spread throughout the Chilean mountains. Whether it is a human or a demon beast, it is its nutrition. Countless air roots transported the essence of the flesh and blood of the human race and the monsters back to the main body. The main body was rendered red by countless essences of flesh and blood. At this moment, the face of the old man Son who appeared on the trunk of the willow tree was full of fear. Damn it, demon poison flower. The old man's piercing scream resounded through the world. Then, without hesitation, he directly disconnected the part of the air roots that devoured the essence of the flesh and blood of Emperor Qian from the main body. After losing the main body of the willow tree, countless red air roots began to wither rapidly and rot deep underground. The old man's face was full of fear. It was almost there. If it weren't for my special form, I would have been killed this time. Even so, the willow tree suffered heavy losses and lost about 1/10 of its air roots. But fortunately, my savings are enough now. The face of the old man's son on the willow tree showed excitement. After countless years of planning, he finally took this step. The whole world was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. No matter where you are, if you look up, you will see dark clouds. Fine raindrops fall from the sky. The raindrops contain terrifying vitality. On the earth, countless plants begin to grow wildly. Animals also come out from their hiding places, bathing in the gifts of heaven and earth. The raindrops fall on the people of Dakian, making them stronger, and many hidden diseases and injuries in their bodies disappear. The vast fairy sound is faintly heard between heaven and earth. There are countless golden lotuses taking root and sprouting from the void, and blooming flowers. This is heaven and earth celebrating the willow tree. After countless years, a demon king finally appeared on this star again. In the depths of the Chilean mountains, the huge willow tree directly raised its roots. The main roots and secondary roots, as thick as mountains, broke out of the ground one by one, and they were rooted in the ground without knowing how deep. The huge body of the willow tree soared into the sky. Countless main roots and secondary roots comparable to mountains were flying, ferocious like demons. At this time, the willow tree was transforming, and life began to migrate. Countless blood and flesh essences were rapidly refined and turned into nutrients for life evolution. It is the great master of the monster clan. The brilliant green light painted the world, countless golden lotuses disappeared in the void, and the fairy sound lingered. Crack! The huge trunk of the willow tree cracked. A strong life essence that turned into substance burst out. Drops of green grass essence dripped into the earth, and countless plants broke out of the ground and grew rapidly. A green dragon head struggled to drill out from the cracked trunk of the willow tree. On! The high-pitched and cold dragon roar resounded through the world. Sanching wood dragon. With the body of a plant, it transformed into a dragon body. A green dragon hundreds of feet long drilled out of the willow tree. The huge dragon power swept the world, making all things speechless. Without the tree trunk, Sangmu Qinglong hovered in the air, stretching his body. The green scales were shining and colorful, with strong defensive power. The dragon horns were winding and branching out. The dragon whiskers were like vines, floating in the air with the wind. The dragon claws were covered with thick scales, and the claw tips flashed with cold light, extremely sharp. Finally succeeded. Sanqingwood Dragon's eyes were filled with tears, and his long-cherished wish for countless years was finally realized. Breaking through to the Demon King realm has never been its goal. Its goal is to transform into a dragon. And now it has succeeded. Let the destruction of the human race witness the joy of this emperor. Sanqingwood Dragon's pair of vertical pupils were full of coldness and indifference, and he let out a dragon roar, and his figure disappeared on the spot. Roar! Sanqingwood Dragon drilled into the space, and the space was like thin paper in front of its pair of sharp dragon horns, and it broke with a poke. The next moment, the body of the Bluewood Dragon appeared in the battlefield between humans and monsters. Wang Pan and others had already fled,
but hundreds of millions of Dacian soldiers were still fighting with many monsters in the Chilean mountains. Blood dyed every inch of the battlefield red. But many legion commanders and generals vowed to never retreat. But as the huge body of the blue-wood dragon appeared on the battlefield, the battle between humans and monsters stopped. Whether it was humans or monsters, they all stared at the figure in the sky that seemed to have walked out of a myth. Unspeakable fear enveloped the hearts of all living beings. Dragon breath. The blue-wood dragon opened its mouth and spit out a green beam of light. Boom! The beam of light fell to the ground, the earth shook, and the sky collapsed. Countless human soldiers turned into ashes under this attack. Run away! It's not a monster, it's a dragon. Don't be afraid, even if it's a dragon, so what? Charge! Hold steady! Don't retreat! You can't retreat, follow me! Many soldiers collapsed. The soldiers began to mutiny. Facing such a monster that came out of mythology, no one can not be afraid. Many generals stood up one after another, trying to stabilize the morale. There were even generals with bloodshot eyes, leading his soldiers to rush towards the Tsunching-wood dragon fearlessly. A bunch of ants. The Tsunching-wood dragon's eyes were full of indifference, and his voice echoed between heaven and earth. Qingmu domain. The scales around the Tsunching-wood dragon stood up, and a layer of halo spread from the Tsunching-wood dragon's body to the surroundings. In just an instant, it covered dozens of miles. Destroy! The Tsunching-wood dragon spit out a word coldly. The next moment, all the creatures in the Tsunching-wood dragon's domain turned into ashes. A huge open space appeared among the human soldiers. With just this one strike, millions of soldiers died tragically. Numbers were no longer effective in front of the Tsunching-wood dragon. For the Tsunching-wood dragon, even if there were 100 or 1,000 times more human soldiers in front of him, they could not hurt him at all. There was silence between heaven and earth. Despair spread among the human soldiers. An 18-year-old soldier was covered in blood on his armor, and his hair was dyed red with blood, condensing into a ball. At this time, the young soldier looked up at the Tsunching-wood dragon in the sky and couldn't help but murmured, "Can we really kill such a creature?" The young soldier showed determination in his eyes, pulled out the already pitted sword, and slashed it fiercely in the direction of the Tsunching-wood dragon. The next moment, the Tsunching-wood dragon's attack fell again. The young soldier was annihilated inch by inch under the attack of the Tsunching-wood dragon, turning into ashes, leaving nothing behind. No, he left behind his spirit. The spirit of humanity. Heaven moves with vigor, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. The body can be worn out, but his spirit, the spirit of the human race, will last forever. Even if it is a god, I will kill you to see. Kill. Countless soldiers drew their swords at this moment and swung them at the blue wooden dragon in the sky. No mistake, one sentence, one post, one content, 1 book, one bar. Millions and tens of millions of human spirits united at this moment. Even with the strength of these ordinary soldiers, even if they swung their swords, the attack would not fall on the blue wooden dragon, but they still swung their swords without hesitation. Even if the heaven and earth abandoned the human race and withdrew their favor, so what? When will our human race need you to decide the future of the human race? Kill. Kill a future. The spirits of countless people merged into one, turning into a huge sword. The sword flew across the sky, and the sword energy was everywhere. The human realm was revived and wrapped around the blade. Even as strong as Song Cheng Mulong, at this moment, there was shock in the dragon's eyes. The sword fell. A piece of dragon claw fell from the sky. It fell on the ground. Tick, tick. Song Cheng Mulong lowered his head, looked at his wound that was constantly flowing with green blood, and fell into silence, even with fear that he himself could not perceive. This knife was a knife that all the soldiers' spirits merged into one, and it was a knife that they cut with their lives. After one knife, all the soldiers' vitality was drained, their bodies decayed, their faces old, and then their bodies turned into a pool of mud and fell to the ground. What a human race! Song Cheng Mulong couldn't help but admire. Just now, Song Cheng Mulong used all his means but couldn't stop it. A dragon claw was cut off. If it weren't for the last moment, Song Cheng Mulong moved his body, he would have been seriously injured by that knife. Of course, this was also because Song Cheng Mulong, who had just turned into a dragon, wanted to test the sharpness of this knife. Otherwise, this knife couldn't even lock Song Cheng Mulong's body. Countless buds began to grow at the broken limbs of Song Cheng Mulong, intertwining and entangled with each other. In just a few words, a new dragon claw had grown out. Monsters, follow me to kill. Trample the human race. The voice of Song Cheng Mulong rang in the ears of all monsters. Roar!
On! Countless beast roars rang out. Under the leadership of Songcheng Mulong and the four demon emperors, countless monsters of the monster clan broke through the human defense line and killed into the human heartland. Countless human races couldn't even resist when facing these monsters, and were all killed and devoured. The elite of the human race had been destroyed in the Chilean mountains, and only many ordinary people were left in the entire Dacian. These ordinary people are just food in front of the monsters. Occasionally, there are rebels, but they are quickly killed by the powerful monsters that rush over. The number of deaths every day is an astronomical figure. The last elites of the entire human race gathered in Tianhua City, and countless humans also began to drag their families and rush to Tianhua City to seek shelter. The war was raging in Dacian. The powerful sects, families, and masters of the supreme sects in Dacian came out in full force, and most of them were destroyed in one battle. The remaining civilian strongmen could not resist the invasion of monsters. The human race in city after city was slaughtered by monsters. This is not a war, but a genocide. Tianhua City is already the last pure land of the human race. Millions of human races gathered in one city. The gates of Tianhua City were wide open, and the formation that used the supervolcano as energy has been closed. The nearby human races gathered at the foot of the volcano. The temperature in Tianhua City was too high, and ordinary people could not survive at all. They could only settle for the second best in camp around this supervolcano. As time passed, more and more human races came to the foot of the supervolcano, gathered together, forming various villages. Although the conditions here are very difficult, it is better than being skinned and eaten by monsters. What's more, now the only remaining strong men of the entire human race are gathered in Tianhua City. This gave some hope to the human race who came here. In Tianhua City, some sages from aristocratic families, sects, and great religions stood on the city wall and looked at the countless human race at the foot of the mountain. Their eyes seemed to penetrate the void and could see the appearance of these fellows. Many people showed reluctance in their eyes. Are we really not going to do anything? A descendant of a great sect asked the master. Even if they leave, where can they go? The elder of Tianhua sect who was asked back. At least it's better than waiting to die here, right? The descendant of Tianhua sect couldn't help but say. Then what? If they all leave, will the monsters come? The reluctance in the eyes of the elder of Tianhua sect only appeared for a moment, and then he returned to calm. But, shut up. The descendant of Tianhua sect wanted to say something, but was stopped. Do you think I don't want them to live? They are our people, the fathers of our children, the children of our parents, but now they have only one name, the human race. The great elder of Tianhua sect suddenly became furious, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was choosing someone to eat. He said word by word, listen to me, for this plan, our human race has paid too much. Emperor Qian died in battle. Countless strong men fell. Millions of soldiers were dead. They must stay here, and can only stay here. Is it worth it? The body of the direct descendant of Tianhua sect was struck by lightning, and his feet staggered. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, raised his head, and tears ran across his face. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. Only in this way can our human race have a glimmer of hope. The great elder of Tianhua sect said firmly. The direct descendant of Tianhua sect heard the voices of many human races at the foot of the mountain. The human race is self-reliant. No matter where they are, even in desperate situations, they can't erase the light in their hearts. This is the light of hope. The difficulties ahead are only temporary, and everything will be fine. One day, the human race will kill their enemies, restore their homeland, and reach for prosperity again. Deep in Tianhua City, Wang Pan came behind Queen Dugu, stretched out his hand and gently held Queen Dugu in his arms. Wang Pan was rare and serious, and did not make any moves. He just hugged Queen Dugu and enjoyed this moment of peace. Wang Pan could smell the fragrance coming from Queen Dugu. Queen Dugu could sense the temperature of the person behind her. Neither of them spoke, afraid to break this warm tranquility. For a long time, Queen Dugu turned around and faced Wang Pan, saying, "You go, if you don't leave, you can't leave." "No, I'll be there wherever you are. I want to accompany you more. Also, I won't die. Death is just a new beginning for me." Wang Pan looked into Queen Dugu's eyes and said softly. Wang Pan was telling the truth. As long as Wang Pan wanted, he could return to the main world at any time. Queen Dugu trembled when she heard the words, mist rose in her eyes, and her heart was full of emotion. Husband, a perfect poem, a post, a content, a 6-9 book, a bar. Queen Dugu's face showed a gentleness that Wang Pan had never seen before,
her red lips parted slightly, and she called softly.
Madam.
Wang Pan smiled and responded to Queen Dugu, then hugged Queen Dugu tightly in his arms.
Here I come.
Queen Dugu turned her head to look at the horizon outside the window and let go of Wang Pan. Husband Queen Dugu's tone was full of reluctance, and her eyes stared at Wang Pan's face, as if she wanted to engrave Wang Pan's appearance in the depths of her soul.
The next moment, Queen Dugu's body dissipated like foam.
Wang Pan came to the yard, lying on the red flame grass without any image, emptying his mind. The tip of his nose seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of Queen Dugu, and there seemed to be the residual heat of Queen Dugu on his palm.
Is each simulated world real or fake?
Wang Pan's eyes were dull, and his mind was wandering.
For a moment, he was confused.
It was said to be fake, but Queen Dugu was real to Wang Pan.
She was a living person.
She was a person with flesh and blood.
She could be sad. She could be happy.
She could act like a spoiled child.
She had all the emotions of a human being. Wang Pan ignored the wailing of countless humans at the foot of the volcano. Ignored the many demon kings and demon saints attacking Tianhua City.
Ignored the many human ancestors who fought fearlessly with the demon emperor.
Ignored the blue wood dragon in the sky with a mighty dragon like a prison.
I just recalled every simulated world I experienced, every person I met, and everything.
There is no doubt that they are real. No one can erase their existence.
The closed formation has revived. It directly covers all the strong men of the Demon Beast clan. This formation was built by the ancestors of the human race with great effort, and was strengthened by the human race from generation to generation.
Now its power is incredibly powerful. Even the demon emperor will be trapped and cannot escape for a while.
It is obviously unrealistic to want to trap the strong men of the Demon Beast clan to death with this formation. The human race has never thought that this formation can kill many demon kings, demon saints, and demon emperors.
Not to mention the blue wood dragon in the demon emperor realm.
The human race only needs this formation to trap the monster beasts for a moment. In the sky, the blue wood dragon coiled up, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at the battle below coldly. He didn't care about the sudden formation at all.
The blue wood dragon has absolute confidence in his own strength.
This formation is very strong, but as long as he wants, he can break it at will. The blue wood dragon watched the human race strongmen come one after another, but they could only be killed by the monster beasts, and he felt happy in his heart. From now on, this world will completely belong to the monster beasts, and to himself. In the depths of the underground lava, the figure of Queen Dugu appeared. He turned a blind eye to the surrounding lava, and his steps were neither hurried nor slow, but every step he took was abruptly disappeared in the original place, and he appeared again in the distance. As Queen Dugu went deeper, the surrounding lava was already red gold, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. Soon, Queen Dugu came to the place where the phoenix corpse was. But Queen Dugu did not stop. She used the bird fan to resist the high temperature and continued to go deeper. From the beginning, Emperor Qian knew that the human race was no match for the monsters.
So Emperor Qian made a plan.
For this plan, Emperor Qian did not hesitate to let himself die in the Qilian mountains.
Many human race warriors also died.
Millions of Dacian soldiers all died in the Qilian mountains.
Countless humans were slaughtered by monsters.
It was to reassure the monsters.
Let down their guard.
After all, after losing Emperor Qian and most of the human race warriors, the human race was no longer able to resist the monsters' attack. At this time, the remaining human race warriors all gathered in Tianhua City.
Will the high-spirited monsters take advantage of the victory and destroy all the human race warriors?
They will definitely. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, many warriors let many human races flee from all directions and gather at the foot of the supervolcano.
Now the entire Dacian has become a paradise for the monsters.
Bones are exposed in the wild, and there is no one for thousands of miles. At this time, the location of Tianhua City is like a light in the dark night for the monsters.
Dazzling. So the monsters are here. Emperor Qian's plan succeeded.
The price paid for this was extremely heavy.
Because all the creatures here today must die.
Whether it is the remaining strong men of the human race who must die, or the millions of human race gathered around Tianhua City, they must also die. It can be said that except for a very small number of people who were selected as human seeds and secretly sent away by Emperor Qian, everyone died because of Emperor Qian's plan.
Deep underground in the volcano,
Queen Dugu was struggling, sweat appeared on her forehead, and the next moment it was evaporated by the high temperature. The many monster feathers on the Wanyao bird fan were bursting with brilliant light, protecting Queen Dugu. However, as the depth of descent became deeper and deeper, the monster feathers on the Wanyao bird fan began to spontaneously combust. The feathers curled up, lost their luster, and finally turned into ashes. Finally, Queen Dugu's body turned red, and her dress began to emit green smoke and burn. Queen Dugu seemed to be oblivious to her own condition. Her skin dried up and her blood boiled. 3,000 white hairs turned to ashes. A demon pill as big as a millstone was taken out by Queen Dugu and held in her hand. As soon as the demon pill appeared, a terrifying vision broke out. The surrounding lava was directly repelled. A phoenix phantom roamed around Queen Dugu, and wherever the phoenix phantom passed, the lava retreated. Queen Dugu tried her best to inject her own power into the phoenix demon pill. Then her body fell powerlessly into the depths of the lava, and her body was wrapped and swallowed by the magma. Queen Dugu's flesh and blood quickly turned into charcoal and then shattered, revealing the jade white bones. Then the bones disappeared under the swallowing of the lava, leaving no trace. When Queen Dugu's soul was about to be wiped out, a swallowing force came from under the lava. Queen Dugu's soul had no power to resist and was sucked down. Then Queen Dugu felt her soul wrapped in warmth, lazily as if she had returned to her mother's body, and she couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. If someone could come here, they would find that there was a nest in the depths of the volcano. The nest was built by unknown plants that were red and transparent like crystal. The infinite temperature was swallowed and absorbed by this nest. A golden egg with phoenix patterns was nurtured in the nest. The egg was several people tall, swallowing and spitting out huge energy every moment. The surrounding lava caused tides as the egg swallowed and spit out. After Queen Dugu's soul entered this egg, the whole egg shook violently. A vigorous vitality came out of the egg. Countless flames shook violently at this moment, as if cheering, jumping for joy. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Then came the riot of underground lava. The phoenix demon pill was broken. The power that Queen Dugu injected into the demon pill was just the trigger. It broke the balance of power in the demon pill. Dazzling golden light burst out from the cracks of the demon pill. Even though countless years have passed, the power of this demon pill has been lost a lot, but the remaining power is also extremely huge. Boom! The demon pill exploded. Countless violent energies burst out from the demon pill. The terrifying power erupted in this closed environment deep underground, and the destruction caused was beyond imagination. Countless lava rolled back and was squeezed deep underground. On the ground, in Tianhua City, the battle was coming to an end. Without Sangqing Mulong taking action personally, the remaining strong men of the human race were no match for the monsters. Many strong men of the human race died tragically at the hands of the monsters. In the city lord's mansion, Wang Pan fell into enlightenment. The human realm that he had just realized was rapidly improving. It soon reached 10%. Just as Wang Pan's human realm was still improving, a terrifying crisis woke Wang Pan up from his enlightenment. Wang Pan came back to his senses and looked at the ground, or more precisely, at the supervolcano under his feet. Here it comes. No mistake, take a look at the 6-9 book forum. Wang Pan couldn't tell what he felt. The appearance of this terrifying crisis meant that Queen Dugu had completely fallen. Wang Pan is one of the few people who knows Emperor Qian's plan. The scales of the Tsunching Wood Dragon hovering in the sky suddenly exploded, and a chilling fear rose in the heart of the Tsunching Wood Dragon. The Tsunching Wood Dragon looked doubtful, and his pair of dragon eyes quickly patrolled the surroundings. But he only found some human races who were struggling to support. Something is wrong. These human races can't pose any threat to me at all. Then where does the sense of crisis in my heart come from? The Tsunching Wood Dragon became a little anxious. The many monsters that were originally fighting with the human race also suddenly exploded, forced the human race in front of them to retreat, and withdrew, looking around with fear. They also sensed the crisis. On! The Tsunching Wood Dragon had just turned into a dragon not long ago, and it destroyed the human race again. It was a time of high spirits in his heart. He felt that the world was so big that nothing could threaten himself as a demon king. But he didn't expect that the slap in the face came so quickly. Although Sangchang Mulong didn't want to admit it, the crisis in his heart could not be faked. Sangchang Mulong was ready to run away first. A good dragon would not suffer a loss in front of him. He would come back to get back at the place after he had completely stabilized his demon king realm. But before leaving, Sangchang Mulong looked at the human race below with his pupils vertical. The dragon roared, and Sangchang Mulong exhaled a breath of dragon, sweeping across the 8 directions. All the human race strongmen fell. After doing all this, Sangchang Mulong, who was originally ready to run away, found that the crisis in his heart disappeared. Carefully sensing the surroundings, he did not find anything unusual, which made Song Ching Mulong puzzled, and his eyes were full of doubts. Boom! A vibration suddenly appeared, and the mountain began to shake. Looking down at the world from a high altitude, you will find that it is not only this supervolcano that is shaking, but the land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles suddenly sank several meters at this moment. Countless flying insects and beasts began to flee frantically in groups. The ground suddenly sank, causing a thick layer of dust to float in the air. The next moment, the land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles began to rise and rise. Then countless magma erupted. The terrifying explosion came. The terrifying shockwave swept everything. Tens of millions of tons of mountain bodies were thrown into the sky. More than 1/20th of the area of the entire star was blown up at this moment. Looking at this huge planet from outer space, you will find that this star is missing a corner. It's like being bitten by a giant beast. In such an explosion, whether you are a demon king or a demon emperor, all beings are equal at this moment. The Bluewood dragon wanted to escape, but was blocked by the formation for a moment. Then the explosion came. As strong as the Bluewood dragon, it only lasted less than 30 breaths before turning into ashes. What's worse is that countless lands that were blown away were captured and pulled again because of the gravity of the stars. The first to be captured by the gravity of the stars are of course the largest fragments. These land fragments with a diameter of tens of kilometers fell from the sky and fell into the stars. These fragments did not fly out from somewhere and then fall back to the original place. It was random. So, in the following, 400s of years and thousands of years, fragments were captured by the gravity of the stars from time to time. The entire star was hit by these subsequent fragments and was riddled with holes. Countless smoke and dust covered the sky. The world began to fall into the Ice Age. The supervolcano where the original Tianhua city was located disappeared, and a huge pit with a diameter of tens of millions of miles appeared in its place. As time passed, the magma from deep underground surged up, slowly accumulated, filled it up, and turned it into a magma lake. Wang Pan ran away as soon as he saw the situation was not good. With a thought, Wang Pan returned. In addition to Wang Pan's magic weapon Pan Wang sword also returned with Wang Pan. But when Wang Pan returned, he heard a swear word faintly in his ear. Wang Pan looked a little strange. Is it because the worlds will can't afford to play with it and the defense is broken? Wang Pan's mouth corners raised. In Wang Pan's view, the will of this world is a traitor, jumping between the human race and the monster race. As a result, it was played too hard. A corner of the planet was blown off, and a huge wound appeared. After laughing, Wang Pan felt a little sad. After sighing, he threw away many thoughts in his mind. Begin to look forward to this harvest. This simulation life ends. This simulation life experience is deprived and stored in the memory crystal. Please check it yourself. The world expresses disgust with you and prohibits you from entering the world again. The Sims are negotiating with the will of the world. Negotiation completed. After the Sims' sweat, unremitting efforts, and kind smiles, the world burst into tears, realized its mistakes, and said that it would definitely correct them. The world welcomes you to come next time. Puff. Wang Pan was stunned. What kind of lewd words are these? Are you afraid to punch the will of the world with your fists? Also, are you sure it's a kind smile? A kind smile. I don't believe you, you Sims are very bad and not serious. In this Sims, you changed all your fate and completed all life events in excess. As a blue cow that should have died of exhaustion, you became a demon king through your efforts. This time the evaluation has been greatly improved. A cow actually used the Queen of Dakian as a mount. Your feat is unprecedented. Although the Sims didn't understand, they were greatly shocked. This time the evaluation has been greatly improved. You have made contributions to the human race, you have shed blood for the human race, and the human race will not forget you. The Sims mark is refreshing quickly. It seems that the reward this time will exceed my imagination. Wang Pan's mouth twitched. I have long felt that this Sims is not serious, and now it seems that it is true. What is a mount? That's called true love. Didn't you hear Queen Dugu calling her husband softly? Wang Pan muttered indignantly. The Sims mark is still refreshing, ignoring Wang Pan's complaints. The Sims is settling. This simulation is rated X. The upper limit of a single evaluation has been reached. You get 3 additional simulation permissions. You get the magic weapon, Pan Wang sword. Your excellence makes the Sims admire. You get the gift of the Sims. You get the protection halo.
Protection Halo, the gift of The Sims. You can give the protection halo to anyone once. The one who is granted will receive your protection. When the protected person encounters a crisis, you can use your strongest full-strength attack in the simulation world. Warning! This protection aura is only effective in the simulation world. The protection aura is only effective once in each simulation world. Pie in the sky. This is the first thought that came to Wang Pan's mind. Whether it is the additional 3 simulation permissions or this protection aura, it is what Wang Pan needs most. What Wang Pan lacks now is time. As long as there is enough time and enough experience in the simulation world, Wang Pan will grow up quickly. Therefore, the more additional simulation permissions for Wang Pan, the better. And the protection aura is even more amazing. The simulator level is upgraded to the second level of the Xianbing realm. The upper limit of a single simulation upgrade has been reached. A terrifying force quickly appeared in Wang Pan's body. The momentum around Wang Pan is getting stronger and stronger. It directly spans an entire realm. The sudden surge in power did not get out of control, and was easily controlled by Wang Pan. The experience in the simulation world is one of the most precious treasures of every simulator. Wang Pan has reached the limit of the Demon King realm in the simulation world. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. The combat power is enough to defeat the Demon Saint. Therefore, the sudden surge of power in the body is not beyond Wang Pan's control. However, just talking about the realm without considering the combat power, it seems to be stronger than in the simulation world at the same realm. Wang Pan fell into deep thought. Some doubts. Then his expression was stunned and thought of a possibility. The cultivation path of the main world is formed by the essence of countless cultivation civilizations integrated by the simulation life. The strongest in the same realm. And the various cultivation paths that have appeared in different simulation worlds, perhaps the essence of them has long been captured by the simulation life and integrated into the simulator's cultivation path. In addition, the realm is the realm, and the combat power is the combat power, which are two different things. Wang Pan's combat power exceeds the realm by too much. If he encounters a simulator who is also at the second level of the Xianbing realm, Wang Pan can crush him with just one finger. You get the title, Night Watchman of the human race. The human race will not forget anyone who helped them when the eternal night is approaching. Your reputation among the human race has been greatly improved. In a world dominated by the human race, the authorities' favorability towards you is naturally increased by 1 level. Based on your performance in this simulation world, you get the advanced talent, Bold as a Thing. Your courage is greatly improved when facing women. Basic combat power is doubled. You get the advanced talent, Legacy of Chao Wei. When you fight with a married woman, your basic combat power is doubled. You get the low-level talent, Keep Calm. You can control your face not to change. You get the intermediate talent, Stay Calm in the face of danger. When you encounter danger, you will not be afraid. You get a total of 1.8 million simulation points in this world. The title of capitalist is taking effect. This simulation point income is increased by 20%, and you get 2.16 million simulation points. A series of talents made Wang Pan dazzled. It was just that the 2 talents of Bold as a Thing and Legacy of Chao Wei made Wang Pan's head big. It felt that the Sims was implying himself, but Wang Pan had no evidence. Although the names of these 2 talents were not very good. But the bonus of these 2 talents to Wang Pan is really good. These 2 talents are already very strong alone, and the 2 talents working together are even more outrageous. When Wang Pan meets a married woman, he doesn't have to do anything, and his basic combat power is automatically doubled. This capitalist title will become stronger as time goes on. Wang Pan felt that he had to find a way to see if he could get the higher title of capitalist. Just this time, he got 360,000 simulation points out of thin air. This is because he consumed 3 million simulation points in this simulation world and synthesized the top talent, Fighting King. This capitalist title makes his simulation points snowball, and the later it is, the greater the increase. Who wouldn't be happy to get 20% of the simulation points for free? Wang Pan is also happy. Wang Pan wrote down this idea. What he did in the simulation world can largely affect the talents and titles he obtained. When Wang Pan decided to simulate the next world, he would give it a try without affecting his final evaluation. There was no rush to buy goods in the simulator mall. Wang Pan chose to return to the main world. He returned from the simulator's special space and appeared at home. There were weak cicada chirps in his ears, and the breeze in the air was full of heat waves. Everything he had experienced before seemed like a dream. Although he had not stayed in this simulated world for a long time. But he had experienced the most. Even if the irrelevant memories were stripped away and stored in the memory crystal. But Wang Pan still felt tired. This was the fatigue from the depths of his soul. The best way was to have a good rest, and nothing would happen after waking up from a sleep. Without saying a word, Wang Pan took off his clothes and lay on the bed. Almost touching the pillow, Wang Pan fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. Wang Pan heard someone calling his name beside him in a daze. "Mom, I'm too sleepy, let me sleep a little longer." Wang Pan murmured softly without opening his eyes. The voice disappeared. The footsteps gradually faded away, and the door was slowly closed. Panner has experienced the simulated world again? This is too frequent. He is so tired. No, wait for his father to come back, I have to ask him if it has any effect on Panner. Zhang Yao's face was full of worry. The reason why I guessed that Wang Pan had experienced the simulated world again was because Wang Pan usually had a regular schedule. But today he rarely stayed in bed. Zhang Yao ate alone, sat on the sofa, and watched TV absent-mindedly. With concern in her beautiful eyes, she looked at Wang Pan's room from time to time. It is estimated that after watching TV, Zhang Yao herself did not know what was on TV. Another hour passed. Wang Pan opened his eyes, sat up straight with a carp. It was dark outside, and only the lights of thousands of houses were on outside the window. After waking up from this sleep, he felt refreshed, and the fatigue in his soul had dissipated a lot. "Mom, I'm hungry." Wang Pan put on his clothes, opened the door, and walked to the living room. He was yelling before he saw anyone. "I called you for a long time but couldn't wake you up. I'll eat first. I'll heat up the food for you in the pot." Zhang Yao's hair was simply tied behind her head. She wore a slim short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts. She was happily watching a drama on the sofa with her legs crossed. She said without turning her head when she heard Wang Pan's words. Wang Pan's mouth twitched. That was because Wang Pan didn't feel any hostility, and Zhang Yao stayed by his side, making him feel safe and warm. If it were someone else, no matter if they were hostile or not, they would be noticed by Wang Pan and wake up when they were still outside the door. After all, this main world is not safe either. There are a bunch of crazy people like the World Destroyer Society and the Savior. It's not easy to get along in the main world. How could Wang Pan really sleep so deeply? If he really slept so deeply, he wouldn't know how he died. Got it. Wang Pan responded. He went into the kitchen, brought the food to the table, and started eating. Zhang Yao is a good cook. Although they are all ordinary ingredients, they have a unique flavor. Wang Pan ate very happily. He swept away the food in a flash and touched his stomach comfortably. Then he was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. As a simulator of the second level of the Xianbing realm, this ordinary meal was just to satisfy his appetite. How could Wang Pan be full? However, touching his stomach was more like a habit after eating. He subconsciously felt that he was full. Putting the dishes together, Wang Pan came to the kitchen and washed the dishes. With Wang Pan's strength, he could clean the stains on the dishes with just a wave of his hand. But Wang Pan didn't do that. Wang Pan honestly added water, detergent, and started washing dishes. Not only was he not bored, but he especially enjoyed this feeling. He felt unprecedented peace in his heart. Because Wang Pan knew that as his strength became stronger and stronger, such opportunities would become less and less in the future. Cherish every moment. After washing the dishes, Wang Pan came to the living room. He chatted with Zhang Yao for a while. Then Wang Pan returned to his room and fell on the bed to continue sleeping. As for Wang Jun, he is still working overtime at the simulator administration. One night passed. No mistakes in one zone, one post, one content, 1-6, 1-9, one book, one bar. The sun shone on Wang Pan from the window, and Wang Pan slept until he woke up naturally. His whole state was restored to the peak. Wang Pan's room is the master bedroom with a separate bathroom. Wang Pan took a shower, changed his clothes, opened the door and walked out. On the sofa in the living room, Zhang Yao and Wang Jun were talking about something. Mom and Dad. What are you talking about? Wang Pan called out and sat on the sofa. Did you enter the simulation world again yesterday? Your mother was worried about you and asked me. Does your frequent entry into the simulation world have any effect on you? Wang Jun said with a smile. Then he said, your mother has long hair and short knowledge. Zhang Yao was so angry that her chest kept rising and falling. She stretched out her slender jade hand, twisted Wang Jun's ear, and then turned around. It hurts. Yao Yao, let go. Wang Jun's face turned green and he begged for mercy. What do I, a woman, know? I'm not a simulator. My hair is short.
Zhang Yao said with a gentle smile on his face, and said with a smile.
But to say that the hand is not loose. Yao Yao, I was wrong.
I was short-sighted and my hair was short.
Panner, quickly persuade your mother. Wang Pan's mouth twitched, and he felt that Wang Jun was too unreliable. What family status did he have a little bit?
You said, what do you have to mess with her, this time, I can't help you.
Wang Pan stood up with both hands, indicating that he was powerless. Yao Yao, I am wrong, I dare not again next time.
Wang Jun suffered a bitter face, feeling that his proud problems should be changed well.
Do you want to have it next time? Never mind.
Forgive you this time, dare to say that my hair has a short knowledge next time, you see how I clean up you. Zhang Yao was also afraid that he really hurt Wang Jun and could not help but softened. Inconsistently, he said proudly.
Yao Yao, you are so nice to me, love you. Well, old and unruly, not ashamed, my son is still there.
Wang Pan feels that he is still too young.
Where is the contradiction between the two? By the way, my parents, I will go out in the afternoon. Wang Pan couldn't stand it anymore, and said.
Where to go?
Zhang Yao was confused. Obviously, Wang Pan is ready to go away.
If only in Jiangshi, Wang Pan would not tell himself.
I want to go to Chuzhou.
Well, then you pay attention to safety, and you have multiple eyes when you go out. Wang Jun didn't say anything, he just told him.
I know.
Wang Pan heard Wang Jun's instructions, but did not refute, but was a little weird. Wang Pan believes that he is not a good person. They don't have trouble for others, they have to burn high incense.
Who can eat yourself?
After lunch, Wang Pan boarded the train to Chuzhou alone.
Only when picking up candidates can the train go directly into Chuzhou University. Trains are not allowed to enter Chuzhou University at ordinary times. The train travels very fast and arrives in Chuzhou in just half an hour. After getting off at Chuzhou South Station, as soon as he walked out of the station, a group of people rushed to Wang Pan like zombies. Brother, this is your first time in Chuzhou, do you need a car? No, my house is cheap. Stay at my house.
I have a female simulator at home, with high looks, good figure, obedient and not much trouble. Wang Pan raised his eyebrows. Good brother, if you tell me this, then I won't be sleepy. Forget it, who doesn't know the stuff in your house, it looks like a pig demon. A group of people surrounded Wang Pan and started soliciting customers.
Reluctantly rejecting everyone, Wang Pan left without looking back. He took a taxi and came to the gate of Chuzhou University. Wang Pan looked at Chuzhou University and exclaimed. On the surface, there is nothing surprising, and there is even a Chuzhou University, just like this? The school gate looks very old, and the surrounding walls look no different from ordinary universities. But in Wang Pan's eyes, he can see what ordinary people can't see.
In Wang Pan's eyes, the sky above Chuzhou University is shrouded by a huge black tortoise phantom. When Wang Pan looked at the huge phantom of the black tortoise also glanced at Wang Pan.
Just one glance made Wang Pan feel frightened.
He went to the guard honestly and began to register his own information and the level of the simulator.
After going through a lot of strict identity verification, Wang Pan was able to enter Chuzhou University.
It's just that the black tortoise on Chuzhou University kept staring at Wang Pan. This is not just for Wang Pan alone.
All outsiders who enter Chuzhou University can enjoy this treatment. Even if someone with bad intentions enters Chuzhou University, they can't do anything under the gaze of the black tortoise. Because the black tortoise in the sky will teach you how to be a man. The entire Chuzhou University is like a city within a city. Although small, it has everything.
Wang Pan walked in the campus, looking at the beautiful young figures beside him, and sighed in his heart.
College life is so good. Young and full of vitality. Of course, Chuzhou University will recruit a group of simulators every year. Among them, less than 100 simulators can graduate successfully. Within 3 years, you can graduate only if you become a military commander simulator.
Simulators who can graduate successfully will enjoy generous resource tilt. As for those who cannot become military commander simulators within 3 years, I'm sorry, Chuzhou University does not raise waste. Simulators are a pyramid structure, the higher the level, the fewer people. Use limited resources to cultivate real geniuses.
In Chuzhou University, there are only a few lazy simulators.
Most people still work very hard and cherish this hard-won opportunity. The university has a strong training force for simulators and has many resources.
It is much stronger than wild simulators. Therefore, the atmosphere in the entire Chuzhou University is still relatively tense.
Most people are trying their best to compete for resources and improve themselves. Of course, there are also those who want to find a way out and take shortcuts. For example, the simulator who walked in front of Wang Pan and stopped him. Lin Shui had already noticed Wang Pan.
In Chuzhou University, the level of the simulator cannot be concealed.
Therefore, Wang Pan's simulator level of Xianbing realm is also revealed. Wang Pan looked up and down at the woman in front of him. Lin Shui has a beautiful face and a graceful figure. She wore a black and white striped off-shoulder shirt on her upper body, and her snow-white and delicate collarbone was exposed. She wore a pair of shorts on her lower body, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Her legs were slender and straight. Lin Shui's body stiffened.
Wang Pan's eyes were too invasive.
Under Wang Pan's scrutiny, Lin Shui felt like she was naked.
You are not a student of our school.
Resisting the reaction of her body, Lin Shui showed her white teeth and said with a smile.
Yes, this is my first time at Chuzhou University. Wang Pan smiled and nodded.
There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Anyway, it would be boring to wait for Shang Xiang, so he might as well play with her.
I can be your guide. During the period of being a guide, you can ask me for help if you have any problem.
Lin Shui said playfully and cutely.
Oh? Really anything?
Wang Pan suddenly moved closer, and his face was only a fist away from Lin Shui's face.
Yeah.
Lin Shui's cheeks flushed, lowered her head, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito.
Wang Pan smiled. You are talking about the transaction as love here?
Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no problem.
Isn't it said that the best love is, you understand my evil intentions, and I understand your pretentiousness? This is love.
No mistakes in one zone, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one look.
Okay, stop pretending.
Girls, you need to know how to love yourself. If you don't know how to love yourself, how can you expect others to love you?
Wang Pan took 2 steps back, feeling bored. Is this okay? You are not good at business. It's obvious that you were playing tricks during the training and didn't listen carefully. Brother, I understand the truth, but you can talk, but can you stop touching me?
Lin Shui was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person? Lin Shui looked at the hand on her hips, and then looked at Wang Pan expressionlessly.
Next time. Wang Pan's face looks like a righteous look. Lin Shui snorted and turned away. I thought I could get some benefits from Wang Pan. Wait a while. A girl jumped in Wang Pan's vision.
Wang Pan's face showed a smile from his heart.
Xiang Xiang, here. Wang Pan beckoned to the girl.
Elder brother. Wang Shangxiang exclaimed, then stretched out his hands and flew over to Wang Pan. Seeing this, Wang Pan picked up Wang Shangxiang and kept Wang Shangxiang from falling.
You are really here, I thought you were lied to me.
Wang Shangxiang had a surprise on a small face, and the smile on his face had not disappeared.
How can I lie to you? Wang Pan put Wang Shangxiang down and said a gentle tone.
Big liar, I also said that I came to Chuzhou with me before.
Wang Shangxiang said, and couldn't help turning his eyes. Cough.
Hearing that Wang Pan was a little embarrassed, this little Nizi remembered is really good.
I give you a good thing. Wang Pan opened the topic, and then moved Wang Shangxiang as the shelter.
Great martial arts king, to the holy demon master, the title of the knights of the human race, Wang Pan. Is the shelter for you, do the simulator accept asylum?
Outrex, Wang Shangxiang's simulation mark refreshed.
Wang Shangxiang was stunned. A pair of eyes were full of doubts and looked up at Wang Pan.
Don't ask, don't talk.
Wang Pan shook his head and did not explain.
Accept.
Wang Shangxiang's obedient obedience, no inquiries, chose to accept. Simulator has received Wang Pan asylum. When the simulator encounters a crisis, shelter takes effect. You can use the great king of martial arts, to the holy master, the title of the night guard of the human race, Wang Pan.
Simulate the strongest blow in the world. Warn.
This asylum is effective in simulation world.
This asylum, each simulation world only takes effect once. Everyone in Wang Shangxiang was dumbfounded and stayed in place. It feels like a dream, a little unreal. How did his brother become the king of martial arts, the holy demon master, and the night watchman of the human race? Just listening to these titles, Wang Shangxiang felt that they were not simple.
Not to mention the effect of this protection.
Wang Shangxiang also learned a lot of knowledge about imitators at Chuzhou University. But I had never heard of this ability to grant others protection. Wang Pan also breathed a sigh of relief quietly. This sim is good and can be dealt with. When something happens, choose something nice to say. Look, what kind of style is the king of martial arts, the holy demon master, and the human race night watchman?
But what if among the several talent titles, there are a few Chao Wei remnants, those who are extremely sexually audacious and so on? If that girl Shangxiang heard this, Wang Pan would die on the spot. Wang Pan feels that this critical moment in the sim's life is still very reliable.
Elder brother.
Wang Shangxiang came back to her senses, her expression couldn't hide her excitement, and she opened her mouth to say something.
But the next moment, Wang Shangxiang thought of Wang Pan's words and couldn't ask or say anything.
Wang Shangxiang stretched out her little hand and covered her mouth.
You can't tell the others. Wang Pan looked at Wang Shangxiang's cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. However, Wang Pan warned him again. I'm not a kid anymore.
Seeing Wang Pan looking like coaxing a child, Wang Shangxiang couldn't help but stamp her feet. Xianxiang has grown up and is indeed no longer a child. When Wang Pan heard this, his eyes stayed on a certain place on Wang Shangxiang for a moment. After carefully looking at it, Wang Pan nodded in agreement.
Snort!
Wang Shangxiang noticed Wang Pan's gaze, a blush appeared on her face, her eyes were full of shyness, and her ears were very hot. He stretched out his foot and kicked Wang Pan, then turned his head away and snorted arrogantly.
Okay, don't be angry. It's a rare visit. It would be a pity to go back like this. Take me to visit Chuzhou University.
Wang Pan stretched out his hand and rubbed Wang Shangxiang's brain.
Wang Shangxiang ignored her shyness and hurriedly turned around and said, Brother, are you going back? I'll go back later. Wang Pan nodded.
Then I saw mist rising in Wang Shangxiang's eyes, and her delicate and pretty face was full of sadness.
Brother, can you not leave? Wang Shangxiang's eyes almost fell out, and she looked at Wang Pan pitifully. Shangxiang, please don't cry. I won't leave, not today. Wang Pan looked at Xiang, whose eyes were already red, and couldn't help but promise. Brother, you have been fooled. Just a little bit.
Wang Shangxiang stuck out her tongue and made a face at Wang Pan. Then Wang Shangxiang said arrogantly, Brother, you have already promised me, you can't go back on it.
I promised and I won't regret it.
Wang Pan smiled and said nothing.
What a liar, you were about to cry just now.
Wang Pan chose not to know. To save some face for Shangxiang, the little girl was thin-skinned.
It's really about to be exposed. When Shangxiang gets angry, she has to coax herself.
Along the way, Wang Shangxiang's chirping voice was mostly heard.
Wang Pan just nodded in agreement and listened carefully. Time flies. Soon the sky darkened. You can stay overnight at Chuzhou University. There are hotels specifically designed to accommodate foreigners.
New students are usually not allowed to leave the school except for practice trips led by teachers.
Foreigners who come to visit their children, boyfriends and girlfriends can stay in the hotel on campus if they dislike the trouble of entering and exiting Chuzhou University. The fee is simulated point.
Doing 10 simulated points in one night is just water for Wang Pan, and he doesn't feel bad at all.
You get what you pay for. Everything in the hotel is top-notch. Xianxiang, aren't you going back to the dormitory? Wang Pan asked in surprise. Chuzhou University covers a large area, and each student has separate accommodation.
After all, as a simulator, there are too many secrets.
Need to have your own private space. I'll go back later.
Wang Shangxiang stuck out her tongue. For a girl who left home for the first time, when she saw Wang Pan, her emotions of happiness and dependence were infinitely magnified.
My brother will go back tomorrow, and I don't know when I can see him next time. Wang Shangxiang doesn't want to go back so soon. Wang Pan saw this and said nothing more. Wang Shangxiang followed Wang Pan into the hotel room like a follower. There is no mistake.
One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Wang Shangxiang entered the hotel room like a curious baby, looking around the hotel room.
What are you looking at? Wang Pan was a little confused and didn't understand what was so interesting.
It was my first time entering a hotel and I wanted to see what was different about a hotel room.
Wang Shangxiang said a little disappointed. They are all rooms, what else can be different? Wang Pan was amused by Wang Shangxiang's words. You watch TV first, and I'll take a shower.
After Wang Pan finished speaking, he walked into the bathroom without waiting for Wang Shangxiang's response. Soon the sound of rushing water reached Wang Shangxiang's ears.
Brother Stinky, can't you wait until I'm gone before you wash it? Wang Shangxiang was a little restless, still muttering in her mouth.
Wang Shangxiang amplified the sound of the TV and drowned out the sound of the water. Wang Shangxiang nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the box beside the bed, Wang Shangxiang picked it up curiously and looked at it. Then, as if the box was hot, she put it back in a hurry. Wang Shangxiang's face flushed, and her heart was full of shyness. Like an ostrich, she lowered her head and stared at her toes.
Xiangxiang, what's wrong with you?
Wang Pan just took a shower and came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe in a few minutes. Looking at the suddenly quiet Wang Shangxiang, Wang Pan was a little confused.
Wasn't she fine just now? Nothing.
Wang Shangxiang unconsciously glanced at the box on the bedside with her peripheral vision, and then answered calmly.
Wang Shangxiang's little action certainly could not be hidden from Wang Pan.
Looking in the direction of Wang Shangxiang's eyes, Wang Pan almost laughed out loud.
You are so curious, now you are honest.
Oh, seeing your face is so red, I thought you had a cold.
Wang Pan said seriously.
Although Wang Shangxiang is only an 8th grade simulator, it is impossible for her to catch a cold.
You lied to me again. Wang Shangxiang was guilty and panicked after hearing this.
After taking out a small mirror and taking a look, Wang Shangxiang knew that she had been deceived. Wang Shangxiang, with her claws spread out, suddenly pounced in front of Wang Pan and wanted to bite him.
Goose, 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 ha, brother, I was wrong.
Wang Pan stretched out his hand and gently scratched Wang Shangxiang's waist, and Wang Shangxiang immediately became timid. Wang Shangxiang laughed like a goose, twisted her body, and avoided Wang Pan's hand. After playing for a while, Wang Pan took out 2 cards and handed them to Wang Shangxiang. Brother, keep them for yourself, I don't want them. Wang Shangxiang did not take them and shook her head.
Take what's given to you, I still have some.
Wang Pan's tone revealed that he could not refuse.
But this is too precious, I can't take it.
Wang Shangxiang bit her lip and shook her head. Wang Shangxiang took over the ID card and the like, but one of the 2 cards was an ID card and the other was a simulator authority card. Its price in the simulator mall was 500,000 simulation points.
500,000 simulation points was simply an astronomical figure for Wang Shangxiang. Brother is not lacking in this. Wang Pan put his hands on Wang Shangxiang's shoulders, looked at her and said seriously. Brother, it's your business if you don't lack, and it's my choice if you don't. 500,000 simulation points, how many simulations do I have to do to earn it? It would be a waste to give it to me. It's not even worth 500,000 simulation points if you sell me.
Wang Shangxiang's face wrinkled and she spoke seriously.
Okay. Wang Pan suddenly laughed. Hearing Wang Pan's clueless answer, Wang Shangxiang's little head was filled with confusion.
I said yes, in my heart, the fragrance of my home is priceless. I can buy it for 500,000 simulation points, I made a lot of money. Wang Pan said with a smile. Brother, when Wang Shangxiang heard this, mist rose in her eyes, and her heart was filled with emotion. She called Wang Pan coquettishly, and then threw herself into Wang Pan's arms.
She was so moved that she was in a mess.
Wang Pan also stroked Wang Shangxiang's back to comfort him. After a long while, Wang Shangxiang let go of Wang Pan and wiped away her tears.
Okay, I've cried like a little cat. Wang Pan teased Wang Shangxiang. Hey, if you don't want it, I can just throw it away.
Wang Pan raised the 2 cards in his hand.
Yes, why don't you want it? It's mine now. I will use it another day.
I feel so sorry for you. With tears in her eyes, Wang Shangxiang snatched the 2 cards from Wang Pan's hand and carefully put them away as if they were treasures.
If you accept everything, then you will be mine from now on. Wang Pan said happily.
Humph, stinky brother, I will eat your food, drink your food, and wear your clothes from now on. Let you support me forever. The more Wang Shangxiang spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and her tone was full of expectation.
Good. Wang Pan pretended to be sad and nodded.
My heart is already full of joy, no matter what I eat, drink, or wear.
How many simulation points can this cost? It's late at night.
Wang Shangxiang had no intention of leaving.
Naturally, Wang Pan would not chase Wang Shangxiang away.
I don't know when, Wang Shangxiang got into the bed, only her little head was exposed.
You took my bed, where should I sleep?
Wang Pan reached out and poked Wang Shangxiang's head and asked.
Anyway, the bed is so big, it can sleep 2 people.
Wang Shangxiang opened the quilt and reached out to pat the empty space next to her.
Can Wang Pan endure this?
Without saying a word, he got into bed. Then turned off the light. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of breathing sounded.
About an hour passed. Brother, are you asleep? In the darkness, Wang Xiangxiang's weak voice sounded.
After waiting for a while, when Wang Pan didn't reply, Wang Xiangxiang also closed her eyes and prepared to sleep.
Elder brother? When Wang Xiangxiang was getting ready to sleep, she felt movement from behind.
Wang Pan didn't know when, but he had already moved up, stretched out his hand from behind Wang Xiangxiang, and hugged Wang Xiangxiang.
Elder brother. Stop talking and sleep. Wang Pan interrupted Wang Xiangxiang's words and said softly. Oh. Wang Xiangxiang was hugged by Wang Pan, and she didn't dare to move, her body was tense.
Hearing this, he replied aggrievedly. At this time, Wang Xiangxiang was weak, pitiful and helpless.
Wang Pan also made no other moves. That night, Wang Xiangxiang had countless thoughts in her mind, and she fell asleep in a daze until late at night. Early morning.
Wang Xiangxiang woke up with her back to Wang Pan, but Wang Xiangxiang did not open her eyes. Because she was still held in Wang Pan's arms, Wang Xiangxiang did not dare to move for fear of waking Wang Pan. Wang Pan behind him seemed to have slept in the same position for too long. He was a little uncomfortable and could not help but twist his body.
After another half hour, Wang Pan let go of Wang Xiangxiang. Pull away.
Wang Pan opened his eyes and stretched.
There is no mistake.
One post, one content, 161, one book, one read.
Let's stop here today. If we stay any longer, this little girl might really get angry.
Wang Pan was snickering in his heart.
Xiangxiang, wake up.
Wang Pan got dressed, pretended not to know that Wang Xiangxiang was pretending to sleep, and called Wang Xiangxiang softly.
Brother morning.
After several calls in succession, Wang Xiangxiang responded falsely. He also stretched out a pair of white and slender little hands and rubbed his eyes.
It's just that the big blush on Wang Xiangxiang's face has given her away. She doesn't know it yet, and she thinks she is pretending to be the same. I'm going back and will come see you next time. You go on sleeping, there is no need to get up to see me off. Besides,
Xiangxiang didn't expect that you are such an old person. Why do you still wet the bed like you did when you were a child? After Wang Pan finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing, waved to Wang Xiangxiang, closed the hotel door, and slipped away.
I'm so angry, and it's not because of you.
Wang Xiangxiang grabbed the pillow on the side and hit it with a hammer. How could the poor pillow withstand the strength of Wang Xiangxiang, an 8th-level imitator?
Just a few punches and the pillow was blown open.
After venting his anger, Wang Xiangxiang sat blankly on the bed, feeling a little disappointed.
My brother is gone and I don't know when I will see him again.
This state of affairs did not last long. Because Wang Xiangxiang remembered that she wet the bed. Wang Xiangxiang was full of shame and anger.
I got up in a hurry and started to pack up.
In this process, it is inevitable to curse Wang Pan a few times. Wang Pan had already rushed to the station at this time.
Half an hour later, Wang Pan had returned to Jiangcheng.
But after returning home, Wang Pan found that there were guests at home. Wang Pan looked at another middle-aged man on the sofa in the living room. Wang Pan had already noticed it before he entered the door.
This must be your son. He is truly a talented person. Heroes come from young boys.
Lu Han looked at Wang Pan, a smile appeared on his round face, and he spoke cheerfully.
Captain, you've done me a favor. I don't know how much this kid weighs. How can I bear such praise from you?
Wang Jun smiled from ear to ear, but he still spoke modestly.
Come on, Panner, let me introduce you. This is our Captain Lu Han. Wang Jun introduced. Hello, Uncle Lu.
Wang Pan also greeted him respectfully, and there was nothing wrong with his etiquette. I came here specifically for you this time, and I also brought your reward, 3,000 simulation points. Although it is not much, it is also the sincerity of our simulator administration. In addition, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Jiangcheng Simulator Management Bureau. Thank you for your contribution to Jiangcheng. I had so many tasks before that I couldn't spare the time, so I didn't come to the door until today.
Lu Han stood up and said solemnly. Wang Pan clearly, is this a follow-up to the previous World Destruction Society? But Wang Pan didn't believe it.
Just for such a trivial matter, he would let a captain come to the door in person.
Do you really think they have nothing to do? There are only 8 captains in the entire Jiangcheng, and each of them started at the Xinbing realm. 7 of the captains are in charge of the 7 branches in Jiangcheng, and 1 is in charge of the General Bureau. Just to express gratitude, who can give the reward? As Jiangcheng people, this is what I should do. Besides, I just want to protect themselves and dare not work.
Wang Pan hurriedly waved his hand to signal that he could not afford the gratitude of the Jiangcheng Sims Management Bureau. No matter what the purpose you come from,
But the result is good. If you were not shot before, I don't know how many people will die in the hands of the world. You are worthy of this honor. Lu Han didn't think so, the so-called argument, no matter what the mind was, no matter how he was. Wang Pan also pushed away and looked like. Seeing the steps, I immediately followed the steps. Wang Pan readily accepted the 3,000 simulation points given by the Jiangcheng Simulation Bureau. The 3,000 simulation points are not worth mentioning for Wang Pan, but for simulated such as Wang Jun, it may experience a simulation world, and the simulation points are not much more than this number. In addition, are you interested in joining the simulator administration? After finishing the Jiangcheng Simulator Administration's gratitude to Wang Pan and the process of rewarding, Lu Han's solemn expression on his face also relaxed. It shows the real purpose of myself this time. Jiangcheng is too young. The attractiveness to the simulation is also small. Most of the capable simulators want to send Wei to jump out of Jiangcheng and go to better urban development. The entire Jiangcheng, more than 30 million people, relied on the Jiangcheng Sims Management Bureau to be guarded by 200 simulators. Stress. The chiefs and the 8 brigades were almost worried. If it was not because of the mandatory requirements of Chuzhou University, the simulated simulators who have not graduated in 3 years must obey the distribution and go to the city's simulator administration bureaus for 1 year. I am afraid that the Jiangcheng Simulator Administration does not even have 200 simulators. As for the non-official wild simulation of Jiangcheng folk, there are even more than the simulator of the Sims Authority. Perhaps the number of unofficial wilds simulated in Jiangcheng exceeds 500. But as a simulator, even if it is the minimum simulation, they will be simpler to live a good life. Why should I join the Jiangcheng Simulator Administration to find a crime? I do and say it as soon as I greedy, and I will be controlled by the rules, which is more likely to die at any time. Not all simulators are willing to accept such a life. When the newcomer of Wang Pan appeared, Lu Han was like a cat who smelled the fishy smell, and his eyes were shining. Fart and came to the door. Lu Han feels that the opportunity to persuade Wang Pan to join the simulator administration is great. Wang Pan can be described as the roots of Miao Hong, and his father is also in the Sims Management Bureau. In my own name, I move, and seduce it, this way this stable. Thanks to Uncle Lu for his value to me, but now I am not enough to take on this task. So I want to wait until I have enough ability, and then join the Sims Authority. Wang Pan declined. Wang Jun, who was about to speak, was relieved. Just now Wang Jun wanted to cross the topic. He was afraid that Wang Pan was young and couldn't hold it. He lost himself in Lu Han's compliment. Wang Jun himself is willing to spark blood for the city of Jiangcheng, but this does not mean that Wang Jun hopes that Wang Pan will also enter the Sims Management Bureau. The opponent of the Sims Authority, Wang Jun, is too clear. They are all human. In case of Wang Pan's wrong joining the MICS Authority, Wang Jun did not know how to replace Zhang Yao, and he couldn't get through in his heart. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough abilities, you can cultivate. The benefits of our simulator administration are very good, and there are fixed simulation income every month. In addition, every time you go out, you will get additional rewards. Lu Han was unwilling to give up and persuaded. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Wang Jun, which meant that Wang Jun could help persuade. But Wang Jun directly ignored Lu Han's eyes. Uncle Lu, although I do not join the simulator administration now, I think we can make a transaction now. Wang Pan's expression moved, proposed. What transactions? Lu Han's face was full of disappointment, knowing that he persuaded Wang Pan to join the simulator administration. I get a technology in the simulation world. You can remove the human brain and transplant them into the body of the robot. Not only can it be greatly extended, but it can even allow it to have the comprehensive strength of the 8 products. The main thing is, cheap. And can be promoted on a large scale. As long as the factory is complete in the early stage, the cost of each person can be controlled between 1.5 million and 2 million summer dollars. Wang Pan said slowly. This technology is useless for himself, and Wang Pan has no time and energy to run a company. There is no mistake. 1,1,1,1,1,1,619, one book, 1,1,1,1,1, a book. It is better to give the officials directly for the benefits. Similar technology, Xiaoguo must have it. Even having a technology that directly uploads consciousness to the body of the robot, Wang Pan will not be surprised. Wang Pan has the advantages of technology that is cheap. It only takes 1.5 million to 2 million summer coins, and you
Can create a strong person with a comprehensive strength in the 8-pin Sims.
Hiss. Luhan took a breath and made outstanding contributions to global warming.
But the next moment, Luhan calmed down.
Human experiments will not be performed above. Luhan shook his head and was not optimistic about this technology. Uncle Lu, I think the higher-ups will agree.
Wang Pan smiled, and then without waiting for Luhan to refute, he continued, don't forget, I said that this technology can greatly increase people's lifespan. It is enough to increase the lifespan limit of ordinary people to about 150 years.
If it is a normal person in his prime, even if they are willing, the higher-ups will definitely not agree. But what if you choose someone who is about to die of old age or has a terminal illness?
They are about to die, and they can get a different kind of new life, and they can also shine for Xiagua.
What reason do you think the higher-ups have for not agreeing? Wang Pan asked back.
After listening to Wang Pan's words, Luhan was stunned.
Yes.
Putting a normal person's brain into a robot's body, Xiagua would definitely not do such a thing.
But what if it is a dying person? That would save a life. Luhan felt that the higher-ups would most likely agree.
But Luhan was only the captain of the Jiangqing Simulator Management Bureau, and Luhan could not make the decision on such matters.
Just let Wang Pan prepare the complete technical information, and Luhan left in a hurry.
This matter is too big, Luhan has to go back and report to his superiors.
This is why I always say that the various knowledge in the simulation world is one of the truly valuable wealth. After Luhan left, Wang Pan said silently in his heart.
Ordinary simulators only change for the sake of changing simulation events. And Wang Pan will absorb the knowledge of various worlds eagerly every time in the simulation world. It seems that it is of no help to change the current events in the current simulation world, but the benefits brought by this knowledge will subtly affect Wang Pan's life.
After receiving the report from Luhan, the upper reaction speed of Xiagua was very fast. Just like Wang Pan. Ordinary people who want to transform for normal age will not agree on the upper levels.
But this technology is used in people who are terminally ill and life to end, but there are no problems.
Of course, this technology does not promote national promotion.
It will only be used in a small range. For example, it is used in the army and the police system that has suffered major injuries and had to retire. Such staff is not a small number.
The current situation is unstable.
Ordinary people face the people who have destroyed the world, and various beasts that have been contaminated and mutated have no ability to resist at all.
Although there are simulator administrations exist,
there are more than 30 million people in Jiangqing alone.
With the people of the Jiangqing Simulator Administration, how can they manage it?
Therefore, ordinary people in the military and political system are still required. But because of this, the casualty rate of people in the two systems remains high. The emergence of this technology now allows these disabled personnel to regain their new life and even become stronger. Back to the team to continue to contribute to Xiagua, which makes it very important. Give all the information of this technology to those who sent the information above.
As for the reward, you need to wait for a while.
It is not to say that it will be given to Wang Pan on the spot. Because the technology requires many verifications, as well as experiments and other processes. It does not rely on Wang Pan a few words to make people believe. Wang Pan did not worry. Xiagua's official reputation has been established by generations for thousands of years. Once the process of verification is over, the reward will naturally be left to Wang Pan.
Outside Jiangqing, in a manor. There are dances in the manor, there are hundreds of people, there are men and women.
Everyone was with a smile on his face, holding a glass in his hand, and talking together in three or three.
Just watching everyone is dressed and looks like a social elite. From a distance, this scene will only think that this is a normal ball. But if you get closer, you will be frightened. The content of their conversation is creepy.
The people of this group of simulator administrations are like dogs.
The nose is too spiritual, chasing me.
Once wearing gorgeous off-back evening dresses, a silver crown, a pretty woman was full of disgust in the tone.
Hey, just kill it? Simulators' flesh can be more popular than ordinary people's flesh.
Next to, a young man with a pale complexion said with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes, dancing, and exaggeratedly.
It's easy to say, but the simulator is stronger than us in the same realm, but my sister, but I don't have that. The woman wearing a back evening dress was distorted, full of jealousy. Why can they be a simulator and enjoy the attention? But I can only see a mouse hiding in the sewer, I don't see the sky.
Huihua, pay attention to control your emotions. If you continue like this, you will get out of control.
I don't want to see you falling like the beast below. Domestic desire is crazy.
An old man frowned, and a sharp light shot in a pair of eyes, telling.
Ho-hoo.
Huihua's body stiffened, and then breathed a large mouth, and the distorted face gradually returned to calmness.
Thank you this time.
Huihua's heart was lingering, but after thinking that after he was out of control, he fell into crazy like a beast, Huihua felt cold in his heart. This is more uncomfortable for the Huihua who loves beauty, always paying attention to his image.
It's okay, since we chose this road, there is no way back.
On this road, the old man didn't want to even have no companion who could communicate.
Only when we support each other can we go further.
The old man took the cigarette rod, let's take 2 sips, then slowly said. When he heard the old man's words, the rest of the people who had gathered together to form a small team were calm, and they even said that the old man was right and made sense.
However, everyone took a few steps back, secretly alerting the elderly. Even Huihua is the same. Is the old man normal?
Whether it looks like or what he said, it is normal to be normal. But because it is normal, it is the biggest abnormal.
In the death of the world, they are unwilling, or extreme people.
They did not become simulated, but they were unwilling to be ordinary.
There is no mistake. 1 one book, 1 a book.
So I chose to join the destroyer and believe in the 3 giant beasts of the starry sky. With the flesh and blood of the same family in exchange for his joy and vertical, gain extraordinary power. Such a person, coupled with the crazy and violent energy of the heavens and the earth, how can it be normal? The more normal, the more abnormal he is.
It is likely to reach the edge of out of control. May be out of control at any time. Once you get out of control, you will not care about any enemy. All who appear in front of him and have a life response will be his target. Those who are destroyed will be controlled and struggle with constant outset control.
Kiki, quiet. A middle-aged man appeared, and his voice clearly passed into the ears of everyone present.
Just this control of the power, knowing that this middle-aged person is not easy. Very strong.
After the middle-aged man said this, everyone in the hall fell silent and looked at him, knowing that he was very strong. Because he was not strong, he could not suppress the group of people below. Without the simulator administration, the group of people below would be happy to send him to the west. I received news that Chuzhou is already planning to merge all the cities together. The middle-aged man revealed a big news right away.
How is it possible? Yes, it can't be fake news?
If all the cities in Chuzhou are really merged together, it will be difficult for us to perform blood sacrifice again.
Didn't there also news that Xiaogua's national policy is to expand outward and strive for more living space for the human race and have enough buffer areas? Isn't this too sudden? A group of people were talking below.
Quiet. A little scarlet appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes, and a terrifying pressure bloomed from the middle-aged man.
Plop. Wow. The huge pressure enveloped everyone. Some people did not change their faces, some knelt on the ground, and some vomited blood. I'm notifying you, not discussing with you.
The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction when no one spoke, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated silently. But the scene was silent. No matter what everyone thought in their hearts, they were honest on the surface. I decided to do a big deal before all the cities in Chuzhou merged. Blood sacrifice the whole Jiangchang.
After I finish speaking, who is in favor and who is against?
The middle-aged man's words are shocking.
What he said made a group of crazy people feel scalp numb. It's obvious that once this plan succeeds, blood sacrifice the whole Jiangchang will definitely anger Xiaogua. It's even possible that a human king will appear. But the risks are accompanied by huge benefits. Once you can blood sacrifice the whole Jiangchang, to what extent will your strength be improved? Even if this piece of cake is shared by everyone present, you can still eat it up. Agree. I support.
A group of people's breathing became heavier, and scarlet spots appeared in their eyes, and then the scarlet spots expanded and connected into one piece. In the end, a pair of eyes turned blood red, and rich blood light burst out of the eye sockets. The people of the World Destruction Society are all crazy. Compared with death, they are more afraid of not being able to improve their strength. Because if their strength stays in one realm for too long, they will lose control and fall into madness without anyone else's help. Only by constantly improving their strength can they get time to survive. Every time they break through a realm, the possibility of them losing control will also decrease. In other words, it is not that their possibility of losing control will decrease, but that their tolerance limit has been increased. Compared with the gains this time, they are willing to take risks. At worst, after doing this job, they can change their appearance. Whether it is going abroad to harm people in other countries, or leaving Jiangcheng and going to other cities, it is a good choice. Anyway, there are so many people here. It's impossible that I am the only one who was unlucky to be caught, right? Everyone thinks so. After finishing this job, they fled in all directions. There were companions and good brothers who shared the risk for them. They did this job. In that case, let's decide, blood sacrifice in Jiangcheng. The middle-aged man grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Blood sacrifice in Jiangcheng. Everyone was cheering. The body was shaking with excitement, and they raised the wine glass in their hands to celebrate. The wine glass was not red wine, but blood. You are a simulator, and I am the world destroyer. We all have a bright future. Very good, then what about the specific plan? The middle-aged man nodded, thinking that morale could be used. Puff! As soon as these words came out, the cheers of the group of people present stopped abruptly. A group of people looked at each other. There was confusion in their eyes. Brother, didn't you propose the blood sacrifice in Jiangcheng? Don't you have a perfect plan? Everyone had a bad premonition. You don't have only one slogan of blood sacrifice in Jiangcheng? What's the difference between you and making a fortune out of nothing? Ahem, I think we should keep calm and put the blood sacrifice in Jiangcheng aside for now. A voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Everyone seemed to come alive suddenly and spoke one after another. I suddenly remembered that my mother had prepared dinner and asked me to go home to eat. A boy who looked like an underage said with a serious face. Didn't you kill your mother a long time ago? Have you found another mother? The middle-aged woman who brought the underage boy to join the club said to spoil the show. The boy's face turned red, and he shouted something like everyone has a mother, so I can't find another one. For a while, the scene was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Enough! The middle-aged man couldn't hold it anymore. This group of people simply didn't take him seriously. This is not laughing at whether the boy has a mother or not, it's clearly laughing at me. This is simply too much. Wuxi, we can tolerate you once, twice. But it doesn't mean we can tolerate you 3 times. If you dare to scold us again, we will kill you. The old man took 2 puffs of his pipe and said carelessly. You are right, I can't control my emotions. Wuxi subconsciously wanted to scold the old man. But as soon as he said a word, he forcibly changed what he wanted to say and gave in instead. Because just now, everyone below looked up, revealing a pair of bloodthirsty, crazy, and red eyes, staring at Wuxi. Wuxi was scared, because just now Wuxi had realized that he was locked by everyone. The terrifying murderous aura enveloped Wuxi. Wuxi had no doubt that as long as he said something wrong just now, these lunatics would pounce on him and tear him to pieces the next moment. Although Wuxi's strength is the strongest among everyone. But this strength is not enough to support Wuxi to kill everyone by himself. After being with this group of people for so long, how could I forget that they are all crazy? What bad luck! And you, old man, I'll find a chance to kill you. Wuxi's attitude changed drastically. He smiled at everyone, but cursed in his heart, completely forgetting that he was also a madman. Now that everyone is calmed down, let's discuss how to sacrifice blood to Jiangcheng. Such a big piece of cake is right in front of me, and I don't want to just watch it. Even if I break my teeth, I want to take a bite and taste it. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. It was not until late at night that the gate of the manor was reopened. Everyone went their separate ways and went back to their own homes. No outsider knew what they talked about. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one bar. In the center of Jiangcheng, the headquarters of the simulator administration is located here. The headquarters also has the largest number of people, with a total of 63 simulators. The strongest among them is the captain, who has the level of a third-rate general. Unexpectedly, the director of the Jiangcheng Simulator Administration is just an ordinary person without any strength. This is not a class confrontation between ordinary people and simulators, nor is it a separation of civil and military affairs, nor is it a defense against simulators. Rather, Xiaohua has always believed that every profession has its own specialty. The wise are responsible for making plans, and the simulators are responsible for completing the plans. Everyone does what they should do well. No matter how strong you are, if you don't have brains, you can only work as a laborer and a thug. You can be given corresponding positions and resources, but if you want to become a manager, sorry, it's impossible. If you don't have brains, let someone with brains manage you, so as not to implicate others. Of course, if you are a simulator and have management talents, then Xiagua would like to add more burdens to you. This is not only the style here in Jiangcheng, but also the whole Xiagua. From the emergence of the Sims until now, thousands of years have passed, and Xiagua has been doing this. This is a national policy and cannot be changed. It is also because of this that Xiagua is getting stronger and stronger. Foreign countries are different, they are directly judged by strength. Theoretically, even if you don't have brains, as long as you are strong, you can also control countless people, participate in and decide major national affairs. Of course, the reason why it is a theory is that no one who can become a human king simulator is a fool. Smart people are not necessarily simulators, but simulators who can reach the human king realm are definitely smart people. At this time, the lights were bright in the headquarters of the Jiangcheng Simulator Management Bureau. Hundreds of people were busy. Except for the 63 simulators, the rest were civilians, responsible for assisting the simulators, such as organizing materials and other tasks. They were also an indispensable part. It's just that they were secretly contributing their own strength silently. Has the news spread? The director took a sip of tea and asked the captain by Sean. The director was old and an ordinary person. His energy was not as good as before. He could only rely on drinking tea to wake up his mind. It's spread out. He is no longer useful. Do you want to get rid of him? As a simulator of the military commander realm, Baishan was initially dissatisfied with being led by ordinary people. But after getting along for a long time, Baishan sincerely admired this old man who had given his whole life to the simulator administration. He was even more convinced by him. Ahem, keep him, don't alert the enemy. An abnormal blush appeared on the director's old face. This time, I will pull out all these rats in the sewer. I'll leave it to you later. The director sighed, and a touch of loneliness appeared on his face. It would be great if I were also a simulator, but unfortunately I was young and frivolous, which led to me failing the simulator assessment and I can only be an ordinary person. When he was in school, the director was recognized by all the teachers and students in the school as being able to pass the simulation test. Then the director lost himself in the compliments. As a young man, I always think that I am different. The director at that time did not realize that no matter how talented you are, you can only have a future if you become an imitator. From the beginning, the director wanted to make a splash. Just stuck in the evaluation, eh? Passing the simulator assessment is not what the director wants. The director wants to get a higher evaluation when passing the simulator assessment. Then there is no more. The director's simulator failed the assessment. After the failure, the director realized that he was wrong from the beginning. After passing the simulator assessment, you have plenty of time to prove yourself. Unfortunately, the director realized it too late. Once the imitator failed the assessment, he would no longer have the chance to become an imitator. Director, you need to pay attention to your health. Seeing this, Baishan frowned and said worriedly. On the one hand, it is out of respect for the director, and on the other hand, it is out of concern for friends. What's more important is that Baishan doesn't want a director to parachute down after the director burps. After all, I have worked with the director for so many years and know each other relatively well. Ahem, don't worry, I won't die yet, old man. There was a smile on the director's old face. He is obviously only 50 years old, but anyone who sees him will think that the secretary is over 70 years old. Speaking of which, I have to thank that little guy for the technology he provided. When this plan is over, I will be ready to submit an application to the higher authorities. I'm also curious about what it's like to own a Man of Steel. The director was eager to give it a try and was not at all sad. In this day and age, being able to survive is already pretty good. Isn't it just giving up my old body? This is not a problem at all. I heard from the captain below that I wanted to invite this little guy to the Simulator Management Bureau, but he was rejected. The technology this little guy came up with has helped us a lot. Baishan also echoed. Everyone has his or her own ideas, so don't force it. The director shook his head and said so, but there was still some regret in his tone. It would also be good to have one more simulator to reduce the pressure on the simulator administration. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's refine the plan carefully. Don't let anything go wrong then. The director's expression became serious. Plans are just plans. Don't let the people of the World Destruction Society be lured out and sacrifice Jiangcheng's blood. That would be ridiculous. In the simulator's family area, the king's status has returned to its peak. Use the simulation permission once and start the simulation. With a thought, Wang Pan consumed one simulation authority. The figure disappeared in place.
Miracle shines in you. This simulation randomly creates a talent. The birth of talent is completed. Advanced talent, see through the autumn water. Your eyes can see through a certain degree of obstruction, making it easier to see through flaws in your opponent's moves. This talent is good. Wang Pan smiled happily and felt happy in his heart. This talent suits me very well and can make my overall strength stronger. Wang Pan believed that if this was a talent rewarded by the Sims, it would not be the ability to see through autumn trousers, but would most likely become a weird talent such as seeing through autumn trousers. Wang Pan expressed his deep belief in this. Who makes this sim life a little unfair? Talents such as King of Martial Arts are now in effect. Titles such as Holy Demon Master and Human Night Watch are currently being blessed. Sims events are being generated. 0 years old, you were born in a wealthy family, and you are the only son in the family. 13 years old, you were beaten half to death because you bumped into a noble. Your family paid half of their property to make the noble master appease his anger and spare your life. 16 years old, your business is getting bigger and bigger, making money every day. 23 years old, you are still resentful about being beaten to death by a nobleman when you were young. Finally, you found an opportunity to wipe out the family of the nobleman who beat you when you were young. In the same year, the empire began to launch a war. Because military expenditures were insufficient, your family's property was confiscated. 24 years old, the incident happened, you were sentenced to be hanged for killing a noble, and you died. The Sims events are loaded and the simulation begins. With a cry, Wang Pan was born. In a blink of an eye, Wang Pan turned 10 years old, and Wang Pan showed that he was smarter than his peers. Because of various talents, 10-year-old Wang Pan is as strong as a calf. At this time, Wang Pan was lying on the grass, his eyes dull. There is a maid on the side gently shaking the fan to cool down the king's plate and drive away mosquitoes. After the simulation event was generated, Wang Pan already wanted to curse. What kind of rubbish country is this? It has no military spending and wants to start a war. Co-author: all the big businessmen in the country are raising leaks and can cut them as they please. Wang Pan has no doubt that even if there is no lack of military spending to launch a war, there will be countless other reasons to cut leaks. What makes Wang Pan even more uncomfortable is that this world's extraordinary system seems to be very weak. Although the family where Wang Pan was born is just a businessman, he can make all the difference if he has money. It also attracted many worshippers with extraordinary power. It was precisely because of seeing these offerings that Wang Pan believed that the extraordinary system of this world was weak. Wang Pan saw with his own eyes that one of the most powerful priests in the family was knocked to the ground by 20 or 30 bandits. Afterwards, Wang Pan asked about other offerings and learned that this offering was considered good. That's it? Wang Pan was stunned at that time and fell into deep thought. This magic power is not enough. With the idea of gaining true knowledge through practice, Wang Pan couldn't help but sigh after learning magic. Feeling the weak magic power in his body, he was speechless. This magical power is too weak to strengthen the body. According to the classification of this world's extraordinary system, I am already a magister. From low to high, the extraordinary system in this world is divided into apprentices, wizards, magisters, great magisters, and the most powerful natural disaster magister. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Wang Pan felt that this magical power had increased his physical strength by about 1/10. Of course, this is because Wang Pan is blessed with various talents and is born with an incredibly strong body. If it were an ordinary person who could practice this magic power to reach the level of a magister, it should make the ordinary person's body much better than ordinary people. It can probably make it possible to fight only one person instead of 10. Wang Pan, who is blessed with many talents and titles, even if he does nothing and only needs to wait until he reaches adulthood, he can still fight 1 against 100. Even if I become the strongest natural disaster mage, my physical strength will increase 2 or 3 times if I am exhausted. Wang Pan made an estimate, and then his face darkened. In other words, even if Wang Pan reaches the level of natural disaster mage, he can still defeat 1,000. Once he encounters a well-equipped and organized army of thousands of people, Wang Pan can only run away. This is a hammer. Wang Pan decided to lie down. This magical power is so deceptive. In addition to strengthening his body, Wang Pan has not found any other uses for this magical power. The key is that the power of this magic guide is weak, but it requires a lot of resources to practice. Wang Pan spent tens of thousands of gold coins just to cultivate to the level of a magister. Tens of thousands of gold coins are enough to support an army of 10,000 people armed to the teeth for a year.
As a result, Wang Pan's father now avoids Wang Pan and is often away from home on the excuse of doing business. She was afraid that when she saw her son would ask her for money. It's true that money comes from strong winds. After a year, the entire family only makes a profit of 30,000 to 50,000 gold coins, half of which has to be handed over to the noble master who protects the family. If this son was not his biological son and his only son, no matter what Wang Pan's father said, he would have to make Wang Pan understand what a father's love is like. While there is still some money in hand, Wang Pan's father is already raising a concubine outside.
This eldest son consumes too much money.
In order to prevent the eldest son from losing all the family property and having no money to support himself in old age, it's better to practice a few trumpets just in case you need them.
Well, Wang Pan sighed.
But the next moment, a smile appeared on Wang Pan's face. Although this magical power is a bit rubbish, I still hope that the advanced talent of penetrating Qiu Shui can soothe my injured heart. Wang Pan thought silently, then turned to look at the maid who was kneeling on the grass, fanning herself.
Master?
The maid Xiaomei is not very old either, only 12 or 13 years old. At this time, seeing Wang Pan looking at him intently, he couldn't help but stop what he was doing and asked doubtfully.
It's okay, you continue. Wang Pan smiled.
Okay, master.
Xiaomei replied, and then continued to fan silently.
It's just that Xiaomei's ears were very hot and she was twisting her body a little restlessly.
I always felt like I was naked under the young master's gaze. Well, this fan is so big, bah. This fan is so white. Xiaomei's feeling was right.
In Wang Pan's eyes, the clothes she was wearing were indeed the same as not wearing anything. Advanced talent, seeing through autumn water, can not only see through the flaws in the moves, but also see through the obstruction to a certain extent. In order to know how far he could see through a certain degree of obstruction, Wang Pan used his talent of seeing through autumn water.
For example, if there is a wall, Wang Pan cannot see through it.
But if it was as thick as a few pieces of clothing, Wang Pan's eyes would pop out of his head. After a while, Wang Pan spit out the grass roots in his mouth, stood up and dusted himself off.
It's meal time.
If nothing else, the food in this world doesn't taste very good.
The key is a plant called basil.
Thyme itself has no flavor, but it is amazing at stimulating the aroma of other ingredients. So Wang Pan is still looking forward to eating.
Son, come to your mother quickly.
In the dining room, a beautiful woman was already sitting at the dining table. After seeing Wang Pan, he waved Wang Pan forward.
Wang Pan's eyes twitched,
then silently turned off the talent of seeing through autumn water.
Why are you all dirty again? Xiaomei, how did you take care of the young master?
Seeing that Wang Pan still had some grass clippings on his body, he couldn't help but frown and asked Xiaomei. Xiaomei was so frightened that she almost cried, tears welling up in her eyes. Mother, I will not get dirty next time. Wang Pan came to Han Bingning's body and said, well. Okay, the mother will not punish her, come and eat, today I will give you the dishes you love to eat. Han Bingning had a gentle smile on his face, touched Wang Pan's head, and let Wang Pan sit down to eat. After dinner, Wang Pan didn't rush to leave, but accompanied Han Bingning for a while before leaving. Seeing that Wang Pan was gone, the smile on Han Bingning's face gradually disappeared.
Did you find them?
Han Bingning's face was frosty, and his tone was cold. Mississippi, a worship stops.
Ha? No? Han Bingxing looked at the worship.
I found it, but just worshipping the branch, there is no following.
What is it? Han Bingning asked indifferently.
Forget it, die. Seeing the appearance of Han Bingning, he worshipped his scalp and dared to hesitate anymore. Hurriedly said, when the subordinates found them, one of them had given birth to a son for the master.
Another person is already pregnant. After the worship was finished, my heart was uneasy.
Worship was brought by Han Bingning from her mother's house, and she was absolutely loyal to Han Bingning. So even if Han Bingning has been married, Han Bingning's people who brought from the mother's house are still used to calling Han Bingning as a lady. It is precisely because of Han Bingning for too long and knowing that the lady's temperament was in a hurry when she saw the appearance of Han Bingning. Because he was afraid, he would never have a chance to speak if he didn't speak anymore.
This home is the final say. If it wasn't for Han Bingning behind his back, the Wang family would not develop to the present.
In addition, it is also regarded as Han Bingning's identity, so the nobles who protect the Wang family will only be profitable for the Wang family each year. Don't think that the profit being taken away by half of the nobles is very wrong. It is just a good thing. I don't know how many people are rushing to ask for it. What is the capitalist in front of the nobles? The capitalist wants to squeeze your value as much as possible, and at the same time want to pay the minimum price. The aristocrats are amazing, and nobles do not need to give. Look at it directly. If you dare to resist or dissatisfied, kill directly. If it weren't for Han Bingning, the Wang family had done so much, and the nobles who had been smelled with bloody smelling had come to swallow it. Silence. Worshipping the body is lower, and sweat on his forehead emerges. But the worship was shocked and dared not reach out to wipe the sweat. How to do it, don't I teach you, right? For a long time, Han Bingning said quietly. Miss, rest assured, it is understood. The worshippers paused, and then said, do you want that master? Keep his life, but give him a lesson. After the matter is done, give him his head. Han Bingning waved his hand and let the worship retreat. Clear. Worshipping his body and slowly exiting the dining room. Oh, Han Bingning suddenly made a taunt with laughter. No matter what you think, it is not important for me. Even if only a little bit threatens my son's status, he has to die. Han Bingning showed a pathological smile, his eyes were full of killing. If it weren't for Han Bingning's house at the beginning, how could Han Bing condense to Wang Hai when he became a noble? Even now, Han Bingning doesn't look down on Wang Hai. In Han Bingning's heart, only his son is the most important. Wang Hai secretly touched to raise a small concubine outside. After all, after the Wang Pan was born, Han Bingning did not have Wang Hai's roundhouse. But the woman outside actually gave birth to Wang Hai, which made Han Bingning's sensitive nerves touch. Han Bingning's family has been destroyed. Now Han Bingning has nothing except his son. Therefore, Han Bingning wants to give Wang Pan that she can have the best. And the Wang family's industry was left to Wang Pan. No one is allowed to die. Han Bingning also wanted to wait for Wang Pan to be a little bigger, so he used the Wang family's money, coupled with the use of the previous connections of his family to seek the identity of a nobleman for Wang Pan. For this reason, even if it consumes the money of the Wang family, it is not expected to use the remaining connections left by the family. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. Only Han Bingning, who lived in this empire, was in noble status. What the nobles mean for this empire? Why is it so lively there? At this time, Wang Pan was wandering in the city with a few dog legs. When he saw a place full of people, he couldn't help asking, Master, there is a place for recruitment over there. I heard that the empire is about to start fighting again. The dog's leg was a charming smile, explaining to Wang Pan. Why are there so many people? Didn't you say that he was going to fight? Are they not afraid of death? Wang Pan thought a little wondering. Looking at it, people are crowded. I am afraid that there are no thousands of people, all of them are strong. One by one with a smile on his face, it is not like going to be a soldier and killing the enemy on the battlefield. I passed. A strong man came out of the recruitment and wept happily. This Mazi is passed, it is abominable. Yeah, watching Zhang Matzi serve in the army is more painful than me failing the election. A group of people suddenly became envious and jealous. Don't be discouraged, there are thousands of people recruited this time, we all have a chance. Forget it, Zhang Matzi can pass because he has a fine iron sword. What do you have? Damn it, if my family can take out a silver coin, I can serve in the army. My family doesn't have much money. If the war doesn't start soon, I'm afraid I will starve in the barracks. After getting closer, Wang Pan was stunned when he heard the conversations from the crowd. Wang Pan fell into deep thought and began to reflect on himself. No wonder my title is just a capitalist, it turns out that my vision is too small. Wang Pan almost cried when he heard these people talking. It's so outrageous. If you want to serve in the army, you have to bring your own weapons? Bring your own food expenses? Look, this is the real qualified leaks. Not only does the empire not have to pay a penny of military pay, it can also make a fortune from them. Wang Pan's eyes lit up, and he felt that he needed to re-understand this empire. If he could learn this method, why would he worry about not being able to upgrade his title as a capitalist? How many people are there outside? In the barracks, a middle-aged man asked his subordinates. Sir, there are still 482 people. The clerk next to him replied after looking through the list. Too slow, you can just surround the rest of the people and ask them to take out 500 copper coins each. Those who can take out money will be allowed to pass, and those who can't will be beaten with 10 to 20 sticks. A bunch of poor ghosts, wasting my time. The middle-aged man thought for a while, then ordered. Sir, you are wise. The clerk smiled flatteringly and flattered him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man had a proud look on his face.
He had spent a lot of effort to get a job at the recruiting office. He had already made back his capital, and now it was all pure profit. Those who can serve as soldiers are not ordinary people. At least the conditions at home are better than ordinary people. The family has plenty of money, and there is no shortage of food and drink every day. Real ordinary people have no money to pay for bribes, nor do they have money to spend on food and accommodation in military camps. Before killing the enemy, all soldiers can only be regarded as reserves. There is no military pay, so you have to spend money on food and accommodation. But why are they still rushing to become soldiers? Without him, if you want to get ahead, the only way is to become a soldier. In the entire empire, apart from the nobles, being a soldier was the best way out for ordinary people. The clerk slowly withdrew from the tent, making a small calculation in his mind. Take a group of soldiers and drive the remaining people together. Each of you gives 500 copper coins, and we will allow you to pass and become a soldier of the empire, starting with you. The clerk casually lit up a strong man. Sir, I have no money. I only have 300 copper coins. The muscular man who was clicked was dumbfounded, his face turned red, and he hesitated. No money? I don't care. Why do you come to the military recruitment office if you have no money? Fork it out, give him 50 sticks, and teach him a lesson. The clerk sneered. After the words fell, the two soldiers directly dragged the strong man away. Just tens of meters away from everyone, the fight started. Listening to the screams coming from the strong man, everyone's scalp was numb. Next. The clerk chuckled and pointed to someone again. This is called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. What about you? You don't have any money either? The clerk looked at the man who was called. Sir, please forgive me. I really have no money. I only have 120 copper coins. Being stared at by the clerk's cold eyes, the man's calves were trembling. No money? It's easy to deal with no money. Although you can't be a soldier, as long as you give me 100 copper coins, you won't need to be beaten. The clerk smiled and looked at the man with greedy eyes. This is the purpose of petty officials. Drag one person out first and kill the chicken to show the monkey, and then the rest will become more honest. If you don't want to be beaten, you have to pay. On the other side, before the 50 sticks were finished, bursts of screams continued to penetrate everyone's ears. After all, if there is no comparison, there is no harm. 50 sticks are too much for even a strong person. It is inevitable to lie in bed for a month or two. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. There was joy on the man's face, and he hurriedly took out 100 copper coins and handed them to the clerk. The clerk waved his hand, and the man left gratefully. The clerk weighed the copper coins in his hand, and a bright smile broke out on his ugly face. The chief officer eats the bulk of the money, and he also gets a little bit of the money. Even if the chief officer knew it, he wouldn't say anything. After all, the money in the hands of a small official does not belong to the small official alone. Instead, the dozens of soldiers present shared it equally. Wang Pan and his two losers were lost in thought in the crowd. I just came to watch the fun, why did the fire get to me? Soon, a person was called out. Someone paid 500 copper coins and became a reserve soldier of the empire. Some people also gave a small official 100 copper coins to avoid being beaten. People who don't even have 100 copper coins are in misery. The beating was so severe. Soon, the clerk noticed Wang Pan. Then let the king plate come out. The two henchmen behind Wang Pan were so frightened that they hid in the crowd. When they saw Wang Pan being targeted, they did not dare to stand up and stop him. Sir, this is 300 copper coins. I gave the two people's money together. Wang Pan handed the copper coins to the clerk and pointed at the two losers in the crowd. The clerk looked Wang Pan up and down, and then showed a meaningful smile. Not enough, you need 500 copper coins per person. The clerk said with a smile. That look was like seeing a fat sheep. Wang Pan said nothing, then took out 2 silver coins and handed them to the clerk. Okay, you three have passed. From now on you will be the reserve force of the empire. You will report to the camp outside the city tomorrow morning. The clerk was even more happy. Sir, I don't want to be a soldier. Wang Pan's mouth twitched. The smile on the clerk's face disappeared. To be honest, sir, I am only 10 years old. 10 years old? Are you 10 years old? The clerk looked Wang Pan up and down. How could he look like he was 10 years old? There is no mistake. 1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, 1 read. As strong as a calf. However, although the clerk did not believe that Wang Pan was only 10 years old,
He believed that Wang Pan was really not much older. Although he is strong, you can still see the childish look on Wang Pan's face.
Are you a noble?
The clerk asked. No, Wang Pan shook his head. If you are not a noble, then you are 14 years old now.
Remember to report to the military camp tomorrow.
Of course, you don't have to come, but that's when the time comes.
The clerk showed his yellow teeth. I see. Wang Pan nodded and left with the two losers. You too, follow him and see where he lives? The clerk summoned two soldiers and gave them instructions. Promise.
The two soldiers nodded and followed the direction Wang Pan left. The clerk was in a very good mood.
He had met a big fat sheep. As long as you get this kid into the military camp, you can do whatever you want with him? Money keeps coming. This is not the first time that a petty official has done this.
As long as you are not a noble, you must lie down for me when you meet a soldier. Wang Pan naturally noticed the two soldiers following behind him, but he didn't care. After all, he could escape the monk but not the temple. However, Wang Pan's face was full of gloom now, and there was anger in his eyes.
This empire is really rubbish. Isn't this the end of it?
Wang Pan felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, such an empire should not exist. There had been widespread dissatisfaction for a long time, and the people began to revolt and overthrow the empire.
But the empire has existed for hundreds of years.
Although there have been uprisings, each time they were destroyed by the empire within a short period of time.
Unless. Wang Pan thought of a possibility and his eyes flashed. The world is getting more and more interesting. Go and receive the punishment yourself, 50 sticks each. Back in the mansion, Wang Pan glanced at the two henchmen behind him and said casually, Master, please spare your life. We were wrong, Master, give us another chance.
After the two henchmen heard Wang Pan's words, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground. With tears and runny noses mixed together, they begged Wang Pan for mercy.
Wang Pan ignored it, turned around and walked to the backyard. Mom, I'm going to report to the camp outside the city tomorrow morning. I want to be a soldier.
Wang Pan found Han Bingning and said to Han Bingning, and told Han Binning what happened today.
Somebody come. After hearing this, Han Binning's face turned gloomy.
Mississippi, a middle-aged woman, stepped forward and responded respectfully.
Go and kill the two servants who were with the young master today. Han Binning ordered. Promise. The middle-aged woman turned around and left. Panner, don't be afraid, let mother handle it.
Han Binning came to Wang Pan, held Wang Pan in her arms, and patted Wang Pan's back gently. Mom, I'm not afraid. Wang Pan shook his head.
I want to be a soldier.
Wang Pan said to Han Binning.
Panner, you're still young, what's the benefit of being a soldier? When you become an adult, mother will find a way to give you the status of a noble. At that time, if you were to join the army, you would start with 1,000 generals. After a few years of work, you would be able to lead an army on your own after earning some credit. Han Binning felt bad after hearing Wang Pan's words. He hurriedly persuaded, trying to dispel Wang Pan's thoughts. Mom, I finally understand that money is not enough. In front of the nobles and soldiers, we are just fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered. Only power can gain a foothold.
Wang Pan said in a deep voice.
Mom knows, but you are too young now, so I don't agree.
Han Binning choked with tears in her eyes.
Mom, I'm very strong.
If you don't feel at ease, let the worshippers at home have a fight with me.
It doesn't matter if it's one-on-one or all of them together.
If I lose, I won't go anywhere and will stay with my mother to accompany you. Wang Pan saw this and said seriously.
Are you serious?
Of course it's true.
Wang Pan nodded without hesitation. Han Bingning thought for a moment and happily agreed. I think this wave is stable.
My son is indeed a genius, having reached the level of a magister at the age of 10. But the most a magister can do is defeat 1 against 100, and that can only be achieved by sneak attacks while roaming. In a head-on fight, if both sides fight to the death, the magister cannot even defeat 100 ordinary people. It also means that even an ordinary person can kill the magister with a sneak attack or poison. What's more, since they are both magisters, their fighting experience is not at the same level at all. In the courtyard, Han Binning ordered the Wang family to make offerings. Let them be careful with their moves and not hurt Wang Pan. Looking at the 20 or 30 Wang family members opposite, Wang Pan smiled. Then like a young tiger, he rushed into the crowd. With the blessing of many talents, Wang Pan is much stronger than a normal magister.
Then fighting experience? How many ways can Wang Pan beat them?
With all-round transcendence and terrifying suppression of strength,
no one is the enemy of Wang Pan Iha. In just a moment, all the offerings were lying on the ground. Only Wang Pan was left standing in the field. Wang Pan let out a breath, and the anger in his heart disappeared a little. Today's events made Wang Pan furious. If Wang Pan hadn't been afraid of hurting his family, he would have gone on a rampage and killed someone on the spot. A mere petty official would have dared to jump up and down in front of him. Although Wang Pan endured it, it didn't mean that he just let it go. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Kill him sooner or later, otherwise the idea will not be clear. Wang Pan is quite comfortable here. Han Bingning outside the court was dumbfounded. His face was full of shock and his mouth was slightly open. Mom, I won. Wang Pan smiled at Han Bingning, showing his neat white teeth. Yeah, you win. Han Bingning said blankly, his whole expression was a little dazed, and it felt unreal. Is it because his son is too strong, or is the family's offerings too weak? Do you know how to play if you beat one of 20 or 30 worshippers and get killed in return? A group of worshippers had bruises and swollen faces, with shame on their faces. I feel like I've lived like a dog for a long time. All of them had eaten more salt than Wang Pan had eaten, but Wang Pan beat him to the ground. Han Bingning dismissed the offering and returned to the room with Wang Pan. Han Bingning's eyes were full of joy, passion, anticipation and other emotions. Originally, Han Bingning felt that there was little confidence in planning a noble identity for Wang Pan. But now Han Bingning feels that this matter is very close. The sense of identification between nobles and nobles has reached a pathological level. Even if something happened to Han Binning's family, he himself would be deprived of his noble status. But the other nobles still recognized Han Binning's noble status and would give Han Binning corresponding respect. This is why even if Han Binning lost the protection of her family and was deprived of her status as a noble, she was still able to use the connections left by her previous family. But if you are not a noble, no matter how outstanding you are, the nobles will still look down on you. In their eyes, you are just a dog, who will come and go when called. And Wang Pan was originally his son, with noble blood flowing through him. From this point of view, Wang Pan is inherently easy to be recognized by the nobles. With the excellence of his son, plus the use of his family's previous connections, and the financial resources of the Wang family to operate, my son will definitely become a noble. If you want to be a soldier, my mother has no objection. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. But not now. The depression in Han Binning's heart dissipated, and her whole face was radiant. Mom, you don't want to regret it, do you? Wang Pan looked at Han Binning with suspicion and said, Mom promised you that she would not go back on her word. The reason why she can't do it now is because she plans to become a noble for you in the near future. Han Binning's face was filled with a gentle smile, and her eyes looked at Wang Pan with doting affection. I listened to my mother. Seeing that Han Bingning had said this, Wang Pan no longer insisted and nodded in agreement. Do you know why nobles are nobles? Han Bingning suddenly asked Wang Pan. I don't know. Hearing Han Bingning's question, Wang Pan was stunned. This involved his own blind spot in knowledge. Wang Pan thought a lot in his mind. Had he made contributions to the empire? Or was his blood superior? None of these. Follow me. Han Bingning did not explain to Wang Pan, but took Wang Pan to his room. He exerted force on an oil lamp on the wall. The oil lamp sank into the wall. A piece of the floor of the room suddenly disappeared, revealing a staircase leading deep underground. Han Bingning led Wang Pan to the underground. There were oil lamps on both sides of the steps that never went out all year round, illuminating the underground clearly. After walking down about 100 meters, a huge iron door blocked the way. Han Bingning reached out and took off the pendant from her neck, put it in a groove and turned the wheel. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of clicking, the door was opened. A basement was revealed. In the basement, gold coins piled up like mountains, and all kinds of rare treasures were everywhere. There were also many swords and weapons with cold light, as well as armor, crossbows, etc. The weapons here were enough to arm thousands of people. These are all brought by Mother from home, just a tiny part of Mother's previous family. Seeing Wang Pan staring at her intently, Han Bingning said proudly to Wang Pan, and after she finished speaking, there was a touch of nostalgia on her face. Wang Pan only remembered one thing about what Han Bingning said. The nobles are very rich. Especially rich. So many gold coins, weapons and equipment, but it was just a tiny part. Wang Pan's eyes were red, and his breathing became heavy. Han Bingning did not stop here, but continued to move forward. He did not even look at these gold coins and weapons and equipment.
Finally, Han Bingning brought Wang Pan to a wall, which had reached the end. After Han Bingning reached out and groped on the wall for a while, the originally ordinary wall suddenly began to glow with starlight. Crossing lines appeared on the wall. Then a bulge suddenly popped out of the wall. Han Bingning pulled the bulge open and took out an item from it. Is this a rifle? After Wang Pan saw the item in Han Bingning's hand clearly, he was stunned. Wang Pan felt that the world was beginning to become magical. 10 years ago, Wang Pan knew very well that the world was still in the era of cold weapons. He had never seen or heard of any rumors about firearms. Originally, Han Bingning led him underground in a mysterious way and carefully took out the item. Wang Pan was still wondering what it was that could make a noble called a noble. But when he saw the item in Han Bingning's hand, Wang Pan felt that he had narrowed his mind. Wow, a gun has been made. This is magic technology, and it is also the foundation of the nobility. The reason why the nobles are nobles is because they have magic technology, so they are called nobles. It's not that they have magic technology after becoming nobles. Han Bingning took out the magic technology from the box. The whole gun is 1 meter and 2 meters long, and the style is very old. It is still an old-fashioned bolt-action rifle, which can only be loaded with 1 bullet at a time. The gun is made of an unknown blue metal. This gun is called Hanbing. The name Han in my mother's Han family is taken from the homonym of this gun. Originally, there was a matching magic plant suit, but unfortunately, my mother's family had an accident, which led to the loss of the magic plant suit. Only this most important Hanbing gun was secretly taken away by my mother and has been hidden until now. Han Bingning had a sad face and stroked the Hanbing gun. Now, my mother will give it to you. Han Bingning calmed down and handed the Hanbing gun to Wang Pan carefully. As soon as he held the Hanbing gun, Wang Pan was a little surprised. The weight of this gun was unexpected, weighing dozens of pounds. And as soon as he touched the Hanbing gun, the magic power in Wang Pan's body, like a pool of stagnant water, began to surge. At this moment, the magic power in the Hanbing gun seemed to be one, and they fit perfectly. Lines began to light up on the Hanbing gun, and bursts of mist began to emanate from the gun. The fog was extremely cold, and the water vapor in the air nearby was frozen into tiny ice crystals. Wang Pan felt that he had underestimated the extraordinary system of this world. Wang Pan had not seen the magic colonization suit, but the magic technology ice gun was in his hand. Because of this, Wang Pan could more intuitively perceive the changes in his magic power. This is the real way to use the magic power. Rather than just being able to strengthen the body. In other words, strengthening the body with magic power is just a trivial ability. Only magic technology and magic colonization suits can bring out the true power of magic power. Try its power. Although it can only exert 80% of its power without the magic colonization suit, I believe it will not let you down. Han Bingning looked at Wang Pan, who was holding the ice gun and couldn't let it go, and said with a smile, "Okay." Wang Pan also wanted to see how powerful this magic technology was. Coming to the place where the armor was stored, Wang Pan selected several pieces of armor and arranged them in a vertical row. Then Wang Pan moved his mind, and the magic power in his body flowed into the ice gun. In just a moment, the magic power turned from virtual to real, forming an ice blue bullet. Just this point alone can already show the extraordinariness. Wang Pan's pupils contracted. Click! Wang Pan pulled the bolt and loaded the bullet. Then he aimed and pulled the trigger from 20 to 30 meters away. Puff! A faint sound rang out. The bullet was fired too fast. Even though Wang Pan's 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people, he only saw a shadow flashing by. The bullet went straight through the armor. The armor was like paper in front of the ice blue bullet, and it couldn't stop it at all. After piercing through several pieces of armor in a row, the ice blue bullet continued to move forward and hit the wall hard. Leaving a small hole in the wall. I don't know how deep it is. Wang Pan came to the armor and reached out to touch the bullet hole on the armor pierced by the bullet. There was a circle of white frost around the bullet hole, and Wang Pan flicked his finger lightly. Dang! The area of armor covered by white frost was directly broken into tiny fragments. It was directly frozen and cracked by the terrifying low temperature. Wang Pan was silent and decided to take back what he said before. The extraordinary system in this world is not weak at all, it is simply ridiculously strong. A magician who practices magic power can only bully ordinary people. There are too many ordinary people, and they will be killed by ordinary people. But even such a rubbish magician, once he has magic technology, the strength he can exert is simply ridiculous. This ice blue bullet probably only used less than 1% of Wang Pan's magic power.
But this is not the upper limit.
Wang Pan can sense that as long as he wants, he can inject magic power into the bullet to continue to increase its power. But this bullet formed by 1% of magic power is so powerful that even the Demon King of Wang Pan's world will be defeated if he is hit. Although its attack range is relatively small, its power has undoubtedly reached the king level. This is just because it has lost the cooperation of the magic colonization suit, otherwise the power can be even stronger. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar.
The magician is so powerful with the magic technology, so what about the stronger great magician and natural disaster magician? Wang Pan's scalp was a little numb.
Before, Wang Pan laughed when he heard the title of natural disaster magician. After all, according to the degree of strengthening of the body of the body of the body, even if it becomes a natural disaster magician, his physical strength is not strong.
Why is it a natural disaster magic instructor? Isn't it the big glue? But now, Wang Pan understands.
Natural disasters may be really a natural disaster.
With magic director technology, he is the natural disaster of mobile. Do you like it?
Han Bingning looked at Wang Pan, who hadn't said a long time, and asked.
Like. Wang Pan nodded honestly.
Just like it, but you should pay attention, the magic-guided colonial main defense, if the other party and you are the same as the magic instructor, and have magic colonies, you must hit his head.
It's not enough to hit his body.
As a magic instructor, the magic color can defend 3 fatal damage. After 3 times, 80% of the strength can be removed. Han Bingning urged Wang Pan. These must be told Wang Pan, so as not to turn over the boat.
I see.
Wang Pan nodded and looked at Han Bingning, who was concerned about. Wang Pan felt warm and moved.
Mother, who is our magic guidance colonial? Wang Pan asked suddenly.
Mother doesn't know, but if you have the ability, you must take back my magic-guided colonies in the Han family in the future.
Han Bingning shook his head and didn't know who the magic color was taken away.
Mother, I will definitely take back the magic guidance to let you restore the identity of the nobles.
Wang Pan promised to Han Bingning. Nils don't want any aristocratic identity. As long as you are good, the mother will be satisfied. Magic colonies should be taken back, but this is based on your own safety. If you can't get back, then it's okay.
Han Bingbing's eyes rose in his eyes, and his heart was moved, holding Wang Pan in his arms. If it weren't for a good son, Han Bingning would not know how long he could still last, and he would just be a woman.
The family was destroyed, the demon colonial was lost, and he also married a businessman himself. The successive changes made Han Bingning have to be strong.
Now that my son has grown up, he can stop one side and cover the wind and rain for himself. But before that, Han Bingning decided to do the last thing for his son.
Let your son have a noble status. Once you have the aristocratic identity, as your son's intelligence, since then, the road of life is bright. His son will also fly to the sky.
Wang Pan had a guess in his mind. This guess was only thought of by Wang Pan after he knew about the existence of magic technology. In the life simulation event, the 13-year-old Wang Pan was beaten half to death for bumping into a noble, and even his family paid a huge price to save Wang Pan's life. Having lived in this empire for 10 years, Wang Pan knew very well what kind of rights the nobles had.
Ordinary people would avoid the nobles when they saw them, so how could they bump into the nobles? So what was the reason that caused Wang Pan to bump into the nobles? After knowing about magic technology, Wang Pan understood.
I'm afraid it wasn't that he bumped into the nobles, but that the nobles deliberately made trouble. No matter how he gave in, he would be charged with bumping into the nobles. Because the real purpose of the nobles was the magic technology ice gun.
The hint in the event, the huge price paid by the family, Wang Pan originally thought it was money.
Now it seems to be the magic technology ice gun. Interesting, it seems that the matching magic colonization suit of the ice gun fell into their hands.
Wang Pan smiled.
After figuring all this out, Wang Pan didn't have to bother looking for the magic colonization suit. Because Wang Pan knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the person who had the magic colonization suit that matched the ice gun would come to him.
Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Wang Pan did not report to the military camp outside the city, and the other party did not come to him, and everything was peaceful. Han Bingning used the family's previous connections to pave the way for Wang Pan. Unexpectedly smooth, Wang Pan officially had the status of a noble after a simple assessment.
There is no distinction between high and low in the noble class.
Nobles are nobles, and there are no many levels such as viscounts and earls.
There is only a difference in strength between nobles. Some nobles have more than one set of magic technology.
Because of his noble status, Wang Pan started as 1,000 generals after entering the military camp. At this time, Wang Pan was led by the deputy general and was preparing to inspect the 1,000 people under his command.
The deputy general was not dissatisfied, because Wang Pan's identity was a noble.
He was not someone he could provoke. Wang Pan suddenly stopped and smiled. "Sir?" The deputy general had a flattering smile on his face. Seeing Wang Pan suddenly stop, he was a little confused.
"It's okay, I saw an acquaintance."
Wang Pan pointed to a person in front and said,
"Are you talking about Zhou Yuan?"
After the deputy general saw the person Wang Pan was pointing at, he felt a little jealous. This Zhou Yuan was able to make the nobles remember him.
"Now Zhou Yuan is going to be very successful. Tell him to come and see me."
Wang Pan nodded, ordered the deputy general, and turned to walk into the tent.
"Yes."
The deputy general responded respectfully. After Wang Pan disappeared, the deputy general stepped forward and called Zhou Yuan aside to instruct him.
"Brother Zhou Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so hidden. You actually know a noble. From now on, we will all serve the General Qian. You and I should get closer." Zhou Yuan was a little confused.
He didn't know why the deputy general was so kind to him, a small official.
Without waiting for Zhou Yuan to think, the deputy general took Zhou Yuan into the tent.
"Your subordinates pay their respects to you, sir."
The deputy general and the clerk knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Get up."
The smile on Wang Pan's face became brighter and brighter.
"Thank you, sir."
The deputy general stood up and looked at the smile on Wang Pan's face. He felt that he needed to build a good relationship with Zhou Yuan.
"Sir, spare my life." After Zhou Yuan saw Wang Pan's appearance clearly, he was completely dumbfounded.
Fear filled Zhou Yuan's heart, making Zhou Yuan unable to generate strength. He collapsed to the ground, trembling. Only half a month had passed.
How could the clerk forget Wang Pan?
But the clerk was thinking that after Wang Pan entered the military camp, he would give Wang Pan a good beating and squeeze out money from him. It was only because of Han Bingning's intervention that the matter was left unresolved. The clerk was still very sorry about this. He had to eat one less bowl of rice these days and lost a little weight.
"I thought this matter was over. But I didn't expect to meet again in such an environment."
However, the last time they met, the petty official relied on his status and regarded Wang Pan as a fat sheep, allowing him to slaughter him. But now Wang Pan has turned into his boss.
"Spare my life? What did you do wrong?"
Wang Pan seemed to have really forgotten what happened before, and asked with a puzzled look on his face.
"Pa!
My lord, I deserve to die, I am possessed by the devil." Zhou Yuan slapped himself hard, saying a word and slapping himself.
No mistakes in the poem, the content, the book, the bar. After just a few slaps, Zhou Yuan's cheeks were already swollen.
Wang Pan watched with interest, without saying a word. Zhou Yuan was also a ruthless man. Seeing that Wang Pan didn't say a word, he didn't stop, slapping himself on the face one slap after another. The deputy general on the side walked away from Zhou Yuan without any expression. He cursed in his heart. He thought Zhou Yuan was valued by the nobles, and he wanted to have a good relationship with him. He didn't expect that he would almost get himself involved. If he was hated because of Zhou Yuan, he would be finished. Thinking of this, the deputy general looked at Zhou Yuan with murderous eyes. "I think you are a spy from the enemy country, sneaking into the military camp to steal the empire's secrets, intending to assassinate me."
"Lieutenant General Pang, I leave it to you." Wang Pan ordered to Vice General Pang.
"Sir, spare your life. Spare your life."
Zhou Yuan's eyes were full of despair and he kept kowtowing. A ferocious smile appeared on Vice General Pang's face.
After hearing Wang Pan's words, he came directly to Zhou Yuan without hesitation.
First, he blocked Zhou Yuan's mouth with a piece of rag.
Then he lifted Zhou Yuan out of the tent like a little chicken. As soon as he left the camp, Vice General Pang drew his sword and chopped off Zhou Yuan's head with one blow. Before becoming a noble, Wang Pan thought that this empire was really rubbish and would end sooner or later. Now that he has become a noble, Wang Pan can only sigh, it smells so good.
This evil imperialism is corroding my soul. I don't know if I can withstand it.
Wang Pan felt that power was such a good thing that people were obsessed with it. However, Wang Pan stayed true to his heart. Although rights are good, they are just tools for oneself. Only with enough strength can you be fearless in any situation. There is nothing important going on in the military camp, just training the soldiers under his command every few days. 1,000 generals say whether it is high or not, and whether it is low or not. There is nothing going on below, and it is not Xin Zhang's turn to participate in what is happening above. Although Wang Pan could rely on his status as a noble to participate in the affairs of the upper echelons of the camp. But Wang Pan did not do this. Instead, he calmed down and practiced to improve his magical power. At the same time, he did not forget to analyze and study more ways to use the power of magic. 3 years of such busy and fulfilling days passed in a flash for Wang Pan. Wang Pan is 13 years old. In the past 3 years, Wang Pan has spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins and resources to reach the peak of the Magister, and there is still a long way to go before the Great Magister.
At the same time, Wang Pan also learned more about the ice spear. By inputting different proportions of magical power, various bullets with different effects can be generated. There is area damage. There are those who only pursue maximum damage. And the fastest. A variety of bullets complement Wang Pan's shortcomings and make Wang Pan's overall strength stronger. Something happened. I didn't have time to update during the day. Let's check it out at night. There will be 2 more updates in the evening. A lot has happened in 3 years. First of all, Wang Pan's father Wang Hai passed away in this life. Because of Han Binning's orders, Feng Feng followed Han Binning's orders meticulously. Kill all the 3 concubines and children that Wang Hai kept outside. He also placed his head beside Wang Hai's bed. Wang Hai was so angry that he knew that Han Binning was warning him not to have any thoughts that he shouldn't have. After all, this time it was just the heads of my concubine and son, and the next time it was my own head. After all, if he could place the heads of his concubine and his son silently next to his bed, he could naturally take off his own head silently. When Wang Pan was born, Wang Hai was still happy. After all, this was his first son. But later, when Wang Pan practiced the power of magic, the cost was too high. This made Wang Hai very distressed, and he disliked his son more and more. Just because Han Bingning was pressing on his head, Wang Hai didn't dare to show it even if he was dissatisfied. Originally, this time Wang Hai was killed because his concubine and son were killed. Wang Hai, who was furious, wanted to rush back to question Han Binning. But before Wang Hai rushed home, he heard the news that his son had become a nobleman on the way. When he heard the news, Wang Hai was not only not happy at all. Instead, his face turned pale and his eyes were full of fear. At that time, I was so frightened that I became seriously ill, and I couldn't recover from it. After more than 2 years, I still passed away. In addition, because of Wang Pan's noble status, the Wang family's business has grown bigger and bigger under Han Binning's management. The nobles who protected the Wang family were also sensible, and without Han Binning's words, they took the initiative to say that they would not have to hand over the Wang family's profits in the future. However, Han Binning did not agree and still insisted on giving them 10% of the profits every year. It's not that Han Binning is stupid, on the contrary, Han Binning is too smart. The nobles who originally protected the Wang family came to ask for their protection because of Han Binning's family connections. Although I have to hand over 50% of the profit, it is still very conscientious. In the most difficult time, they protected the Wang family. Nowadays, the Wang family cannot just kick the opponent away just because Wang Pan has become a noble. The so-called favor is called favor when it comes and goes. Because the Wang family's business is getting bigger and bigger now, the annual profit of 10% is no less than the previous 50%. Therefore, the nobles who protected the Wang family reciprocated the favor and worked on their relationships to elevate Wang Pan's position in the military to a higher level. Wang Pan didn't expect that he had done nothing in the past 3 years and was fishing in troubled waters. He just practices his magic power every day, shows up under his command every few days, and can be promoted even though he has not made any achievements. Now Wang Pan has 5,000 troops under his command, and he is already a high-level official in this military camp. General, Master Yulan is here, saying he has something to discuss. Because Wang Pan didn't like to be in charge, Vice General Pang's status rose. Now he is 1,000 generals under Wang Pan. Vice President Pang is very loyal to Wang Pan. Without meritorious service on the battlefield, promotion is as difficult as climbing to the sky for them. When following the right person, promotion is often faster than fighting with your life on the battlefield. To them, the status of Wang Pan noble is just a thick thigh. It's too late to hold on and not let go. How could you betray Wang Pan? I understand, bring him in. Wang Pan nodded. Yulan is the top general of this military camp, commanding 50,000 troops. In terms of position, Yulan is far above Wang Pan. But now, it was Yulan who came in person instead of asking Wang Pan to go to the Chinese army's tent, which showed Wang Pan's status in this military camp. It can be said that as long as Wang Pan is willing, he can directly ignore Yulan. I will see you later, sir. Yulan is just over 2 meters tall and wearing armor, looking like a violent bear. What's the matter? Wang Pan said without raising his head. Sir, there is news from above that Pingyang County has been captured by the rebels. Let us go to Pingyang County immediately to suppress the rebels. Yulan said respectfully, but felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. The status that he had worked hard for half his life was nothing compared to his status as a royal noble. At the same time, I was silently thinking that I must work hard to make contributions and become a noble. Ha! There are actually rebels who can capture the county? Wang Pan became interested. It is not surprising at all that there is a rebellion against Wang Pan. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. After all, in an empire like this, you might have had a fortune in many wives and concubines just a moment ago. But the next moment, maybe just because you glanced at the nobles one more time on the street, the nobles may regard you as disrespectful to them, and then these things will belong to the nobles. There will always be people who can't survive and are forced to become bandits, or who get mad and rebel directly. But in the empire, ordinary people have trouble even eating. They are sallow and skinny. How can they conquer Pingyang County? Pingyang County is a large county with a permanent army of 5,000 people stationed in the county. How could it be captured by a group of naked rebels with sallow complexion and skinny muscles, unable to carry their shoulders? It is said that this group of rebels is different from the previous rebels. Not only are they strong, but they are also very well equipped with weapons and equipment. Not only are there armors, there are even many powerful bows. Suppressing the rebels is just incidental. The above means that we should find out the people behind this group of rebels. Yulan told Wang Pan what he knew. After all, there was something wrong with the rebels this time. If there was no one to support them, where would the rebels get their weapons and equipment? Swords and knives aside, this group of rebels even had armor and strong bows that the empire had expressly prohibited from being privately kept. The empire stipulated that civilians were not allowed to privately keep armor, and those who violated the order would be killed by all three clans. Civilians were not allowed to privately keep strong bows of 1 stone or more, and those who violated the order would be beheaded, and the men of the 3 clans would be sent to slavery and the women to be prostitutes. After Yulan left, Wang Pan also ordered Deputy General Pang to mobilize the soldiers and prepare to set off. In the tent, Wang Pan tapped the table with his fingers. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I smell a conspiracy. Don't blame Wang Pan for thinking too much, it was just a coincidence. 200 miles away from Pingyang County, there was a military camp with 30,000 troops stationed in it, more than half of which were cavalry. Instead of calling up the soldiers in this military camp, they went to Fancheng, 700 miles away from Pingyang County, to mobilize soldiers. No matter how you look at it, it's wrong. And Wang Pan is now 13 years old. Wang Pan has not forgotten his previous guess that it was because a noble had set his sights on his own ice spear. Now Wang Pan has become a noble and stays in the military camp all day. The crime of naturally colliding with the nobles is naturally impossible to establish. But as long as the nobles in the dark are unwilling to give up the ice spear, they will naturally think of other ways. Thinking of the suddenly appeared, well-equipped rebels, Wang Pan's heart rose to enlightenment. Yes, even the nobles who were eyeing Wang Pan's ice spear dared not blatantly kill a noble. But the rebels are no problem. The empire did not accept the surrender of the rebels. As long as they dared to rebel, the empire would always kill them directly. No matter whether you were coerced or not, and no matter how many people participated in the rebellion, you must die. In this situation, the rebels were extremely crazy. They had no way out and dared to kill anyone. When suppressing the rebels, although it was unacceptable to kill a noble, it was reasonable. After all, the rebels hated the nobles the most. The army opened, and more than 50,000 people tied at a glance, mighty. Wherever you pass, the beasts avoid retreat, setting off the sky. Nearly 10 days later, the army came to the boundary of Pingyang County. The entire Pingyang County has fallen, where the army passes is desolate. The rebels did not leave, but have been entangled in Pingyang County. The huge Pingyang County has turned into purgatory on earth. At first the rebels couldn't survive and had to rebel. But after the rebellion, because there was no retreat, the rebels were often brutal after seeing blood. As ordinary people, they in turn, and they are even more brutal to ordinary people. There are nearly 200,000 people who live in Pingyang County. Now, except for some women, the rest will be killed by the rebels if they will not join the rebels. Wang Pan was sneered on his face, and the rebels were cruel, not stupid. It would actually stay in Pingyang County for nearly 10 days. I knew that the empire had a zero tolerance against the rebels, and they would definitely send troops to siege. But this group of rebels did not leave. Instead, he occupied Pingyang County. Wang Pan didn't believe it, the rebels would be so stupid. Regardless of the wealth of the whole county seat, it left to fight against the empire. In Pingyang County, the original imperial official's residence has now become a place for the rebels. A group of rebels are in the mansion, and many women in the city are free to enjoy them. Second brother, this kind of life is really good, even if it is ignoble. Otherwise, let's really just forget it. This time, it was captured by Pingyang County and searched hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the city, and countless grains. Let's take a drill into the mountains with my brothers. Who can we do? A ugly man hugged his left and right. Perhaps the man was too heavy, and a good-looking woman showed pain on his face, but he did not dare to speak out. He could only endure in tears silently. In this case, I don't want to hear it anymore. Li Xuanan, who was sitting at the top, frowned. Li Xuanan is a smart person. He knows that the reason why he is waiting for him is now because someone is covered. Otherwise, it has long been destroyed by the empire. Where can I enjoy it here? Second brother, I said how much you are, we are tens of thousands of people now, and we are good. Even if it is a frontal battle with the empire's regular army of the same number, whoever has to win the defeat must be known before knowing it. This day is called a life, and I never want to live on the previous days. The ugly man said dissatisfied. These days men feel like they live like personal. Do not have to bow in front of the nobles, do not have to knot the aristocracy, nor do you have to worry about himself and work hard on the battlefield, but he is based on the noble children. These days, I live in the life of Jinyu. When I look at which little lady, I will go back to the mansion directly. This kind of life is what you want to live. Once a person's desire is opened, he can't stop. I think the 5 of the 5th are reasonable. Where can I go with our strength today? Why not listen to the Lin family? Several of our brothers will definitely break out their careers. The other man with a bear bit his meat fiercely, and then attached. Who else do you think so? Li Xuanan looked at the rest of the hall and asked. The rest of the people were silent, only Miss Chen Jin, who played the big family, or the wife of the imperial officials. Li Xuanan sighed and then got up. Pulling the knife instantly, cut off the head of the ugly man with a knife. Ah! The blood was shot, and the 2 women in her arms screamed in horror. 5 brother. Originally biting the meat, a strong man yelled. Then he was about to get up, but unexpectedly, a man sitting next to him suddenly shot and stabbed on his waist. Li Xuanan didn't look at the ugly man at a glance. He rushed forward and cut the throat of a strong man. All this happened in an instant, and the rest of the people had not reacted yet, and everything fell. Pulling the sound of the sword, the sound of the wine bottle sounded one after another. The atmosphere in the hall is a bit wrong. The rest of the leader pulled the sword to confront Li Xuanan. After all, they are also afraid, and they can't say that Li Xuanan's sword will fall on their heads. Get the sword up. Li Sun South did not change the color to the sheath, sitting back to the main position, and said calmly. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. Brother, you have killed the 5th and old 7, you have to give us a statement. That is, the 5th and old 7 have followed you for so long, you can start. Wouldn't you get it faster and more ruthless? A group of people asked Li Xuanan. What do I need to give you? Even if the old 5 and old 7 are for your own death, you have to take us together. If I do and kill him today, do you believe it? Will it be us who die tomorrow? Li Xuanan took a sip of wine and looked serious. Don't you? A group of people don't believe it. Now I have tens of thousands of people, and I have a good equipment. Who can kill me and wait in so many people? I still say that, don't pull me. We are brothers, so I want to advise you to listen to the Lin family's instructions and not have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. Of course, it's okay if you don't listen, you can even take your people and leave Pingyang County now. I will never stop you. After Li Xuanan finished speaking, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. After all, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Only people with different expressions were left in the hall. Report. The spies found a large army with tens of thousands of people. Looking at the direction, it should be coming towards us. A scout rushed in, knelt on one knee, and reported the military situation. Finally here, brothers, give orders and prepare for battle. After hearing the news, Li Xuanan was not afraid, but smiled. Ambition flashed in his eyes. The Lin family has said that if this matter is handled well, he will be promoted to the head of the army, enough to command hundreds of thousands of troops. This is a great opportunity for Li Xuanan. At that time, with the help of the army, he can obtain magic technology. Then he will become a nobleman. Li Xuanan knows magic technology, and his cultivation has reached the level of a great magician. Once with magic technology, Li Xuanan will soar to the sky, and his strength can be regarded as the top among the nobles. Soon, under Li Xuanan's order, the rebels in Pingyang County began to move. Without retreating, the rebels rushed out of Pingyang County. Soon, in less than half an hour, the regular army of the empire met the rebels. Wang Pan looked at the rebels hundreds of meters away and twitched his mouth. They were neatly arranged, with armor and strong bows, and even had thousands of cavalry. You call this a rebel? Boom boom boom. The drums sounded, and the yellow sand filled the sky. The two armies confronted each other, and the fields were filled with murder. Kill. Without any communication, the two sides went to war directly. The army of the two sides collided together, people like grass and mustard, and fell down. Blood was red, and shouted to kill the sky. Dingu collided, flesh and flesh. The battlefield of this large-scale cold weapon was hot, and the robes around him shouted to kill the nerves of his teammates. Wang Pan did not hesitate, and rushed into the battlefield directly with his majesty. Deputy General Pang followed dozens of guards close to Wang Pan, and he cried secretly in his heart. Originally, Vice Pang suggested that Wang Pan stayed behind and killed them. After all, Wang Pan's identity is too distinguished. Once there is a loss, the other person will never know that the other person will die. But I must be dead. But Wang Pan did not agree, and directly rejected Vice Pang's proposal. Therefore, Deputy General Pang can only follow Wang Pan to protect the safety of Wang Pan. Wang Pan ignored what Vice Pang would think. The strong bloody smell, the roar of the earthquake. Let Wang Pan boil blood. Licking his lips, King Pan Pan soared, and killed the crowd. Jian Guang flashed, and the two rebels were separated and fell to the ground. Brothers, there are big fish here. A clever rebels noticed Wang Pan, and suddenly yelled, ready to call friends, and stepped forward to fight Wang Pan. Deputy General Pang bent and arrowed arrows. 20 rebels have gathered around, waving the bingo, and fell at the Pan Pan. Wang Pan did not retreat, and his body quickly moved in the field. A sword cut off the Changgu in front of him, danced with a blade, and cut the throat of 2 rebels. The next moment, Wang Pan will appear in another place. Wang Pan is too strong, whether it is speed, strength, or fighting skills, beyond the rebels. 20 rebels could not pose a threat to Wang Pan. It was just a moment and was beheaded by Wang Pan. Give me to death. A rebel leader carried a heavy big knife, jumped high, split down, and cut 1,000 people with weapons into half. He breathed a sip, and the red rebel leader noticed Wang Pan. Do you cut my brother as a vegetable? The rebel leader smiled and rushed towards the panel with a big knife. The rebel leader did not cultivate the power of magic guidance, and the power of magic guidance was not what ordinary people could cultivate. Not because of strict control, in fact, the method of cultivation of magic guidance has been rotten. It is just that there are too many resources to cultivate the power of magic guidance, and ordinary people can't get it out at all. Although the rebel leader did not strengthen the body of the magic guide, he was born with great power. The constitution between people cannot be generalized. In the huge base, there are always some aliens. The leader of the rebels is naturally divine and is not weaker than the people who practice the realm of the magician. He was wearing heavy armor and carrying a big knife, and all the empires who were blocking the rebels were cut to death by him. Wang Pan noticed him, and rushed towards the rebel leader. The deputy Pang behind him was anxious. At first glance, the rebel leader was the kind of mammored man who could run on his arms. Are you all dead? Go up and help General. Deputy General Pang yelled at the guards who were fighting with the rebels around. The surrounding guards were also panicked, hurriedly left the battlefield, and rushed towards Wang Pan. The rebel leader jumped, holding the handle with both hands, and splitting one by one. On the side of Wang Pan, he escaped the knife directly. Well! The big knife was chopped on the ground and deeply fell into the ground. Wang Pan stretched out his left hand, as soon as lightning, clasped the throat of the rebel leader directly backhand, and then squeezed it fiercely. Click! The crisp sounds. The blood of the rebels kept flowing from the mouth, but she couldn't speak with her mouth, and his throat was crushed. Well! Wang Pan kicked on the chest of the rebel leader. Heavy armor is recessed.
The horror power kicked the rebel leader for more than 10 meters away, hitting several rebels to the ground. Before they get up, Wang Pan has arrived. Sword light flashed, and several rebels were cut directly into two. Well! The sound of the strong bow string sounded, and Wang Pan stretched out his hand to grab the arrow near him. Hold your arms and throw your arrows. Puff! With tens of meters, the rebels with a strong bow fell to the ground. Deputy General Pang and others at the rear were dumbfounded. What follows is excitement. Following such a boss is too secure. As a nobleman, he has such a strong strength. As promoted for Wang Pan, it is easy to make it easy. Deputy General Pang, who thought it was Wang Pan's confidant, was red at this time. There is no mistake. 1 book, 1 a book. Brothers, rush to me. With one order of General Pang, the rest of the guards seemed to be fighting chicken blood. One howling was screaming, holding a knife and cutting around. Wang Pan looked around, and nearby was a group of Imperial and rebels. The two sides fought endlessly, and they had been killed. Bang! In the distance, a rebel leader held a double hammer and raised horizontally in the Empire army. The two bronze hammers were amazing. The shells that were smashed into the armor of the Empire were reached a large piece, and the blood flowed out of the armor. The bronze hammer waved, there was no enemy. Wang Pan trembled his wrist, his sword trembled, his blood was shaking, and the sword yelled. The rebel leader not far away heard the sound of the sword, turned his head and stared at Wang Pan. The two rushed towards each other at the same time. Wang Pan swung his sword, and the blade trembled at an amplitude that was invisible to the naked eye. A rebel wearing armor was cut by the sword blade with his body in armor. The rebel leader swung a pair of copper hammers tightly, and a huge sound of breaking through the air was heard, and an Imperial soldier's head was smashed by the copper hammer. The head was like a watermelon under the copper hammer, and it exploded with a bang, and blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. The distance between the two quickly closed. The rebel leader holding the copper hammer showed a grim smile, and a bloodthirsty light burst out of his eyes. The copper hammer flew out of his hand and fell towards Wang Pan. Wang Pan exerted force on his feet to avoid the copper hammer, and a silver-white light appeared on the blade. Dang! The blade collided with the copper hammer, and a huge force came from the sword. Wang Pan couldn't help but take a step back. The rebel leader took 3 steps back, leaving deep footprints on the ground, and was stunned for a moment. Looking at the deep sword marks on his copper hammer, he doubted his life. Roar! The rebel leader seemed to be enraged, roared, and rushed forward like a wild bear. Wang Pan did not dodge, but raised his sword and chopped. Dang! Crack! After another collision, the sword in Wang Pan's hand broke, and pieces of debris flew out, piercing the heads of several nearby rebels. Ha, without weapons, I want to see how you die. The rebel leader laughed wildly, picked up the copper hammer, and rushed towards Wang Pan with big strides, looking like he was going to hammer Wang Pan to death. Wang Pan frowned and threw the hilt of the sword on the ground. The smell of blood, shouts of killing, and wails before death were heard by Wang Pan. Ha! Wang Pan took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his whole momentum changed, full of violence. He rushed forward without hesitation, his fingers bent like eagle claws, and grabbed the rebel leader's right wrist holding the copper hammer, and grabbed it hard. The wrist was broken, and before the rebel leader could scream, Wang Pan's shoulder hit the rebel leader's chest. The armor instantly dented a large area, and blood gushed out of the rebel leader's mouth. The rebel leader flew backwards. Wang Pan was even faster. He jumped up instantly, raised his feet high, and fell down like a battle axe.